In the early morning, smoke rose from the village, swirling around. Accompanied by the crowing of roosters and the barking of dogs, a new day began. A 15 or 16-year-old boy rushed out of the house to play with his friends. Unexpectedly, he tripped over a stone and fell forward, heading straight for the fence. It seemed inevitable that he would be injured. He covered his head with his hands, gritted his teeth, and braced himself for the impending pain. However, his body miraculously passed through the fence unscathed. Stunned, he suddenly felt an influx of information flooding his mind so overwhelming and dense that it felt like his head was exploding. He screamed in agony, clutching his head and rolling on the ground before finally passing out. Emo, what's wrong? His parents heard their son scream and rushed out of the house. They found their son unconscious and were terrified. In a panic, they carried him into the room and called out to him repeatedly. But their son remained unresponsive with closed eyes and a pale face, despite their desperate cries. Emo, answer me. Don't scare your mother. The mother held her son tightly, calling out to him with tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, she noticed that her son was still breathing, which gave her some relief. Emo's mother was in her 30s. Though dressed in simple clothes, her natural beauty was hard to conceal. If she had been born into a wealthy family, she would have surely been a refined lady. But now, her hands were calloused from years of labor, and streaks of gray hair had begun to appear at her temples. In her heart, her son was everything. The doctor soon arrived, examined Emo's eyelids, then took his pulse. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Brother Feng, your son is fine. He just fainted. Don't worry, let him rest. He'll be fine by tomorrow." The father was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful, he handed the doctor a silver coin and saw him off politely. "Dear, why did Emo suddenly faint like that?" The mother was still worried, wiping her son's face with a towel. "Husband, didn't the doctor say it was just a faint? There's nothing to worry about. After a good night's sleep, he'll be as lively as ever. At 15, he's full of energy." The father trusted the doctor completely. Dr. Du was known as the best physician within 50 miles. "You go ahead and take care of things. He'll stay with Emo," the mother insisted, wanting to be the first person her son saw when he woke up. Understanding her feelings, the husband picked up his hoe and went to work in the fields. But neither of them could have imagined that Feng Yimo would remain comatose for half a month. Although he was still breathing, he couldn't wake up and couldn't eat. His weight dropped from 70 pounds to just 50, his cheeks sunken. The mother's heart ached as if being cut by a knife, and she cried endlessly. Despite her tireless care for more than 10 days, there was no improvement. Overwhelmed, she clutched her son and wept bitterly. Their savings depleted, Emo's father borrowed 5 taels of silver from Zhou, the local landlord. With the repayment deadline approaching the next day, he planned to sell 2 of their 10 acres of fertile farmland to repay the debt, leaving them with enough to survive. Before dawn, urgent knocking echoed outside the door, followed by a gruff voice shouting, "Feng Yuliang, it's time to repay the 5 taels you owe our master. Today's the due date." Recognizing the voice of Zhou's steward, Zhou Huai, nicknamed Zhou Bad for his bullying ways, Emo's father quickly got up and opened the gate. Zhou Huai barged in with several burly men, demanding, "Feng Yuliang, pay up." Annoyed but unable to confront him directly, Emo's father replied, "Steward Zhou, it's only 5 taels. He'll sell 2 acres of land today and bring the money to your estate later." Zhou Huai glared and snapped, "5 taels? It's 50 taels. Read the promissory note yourself." He pulled out the document and showed it to Emo's father. Confused, Emo's father looked closer. Sure enough, someone had added a character to the note, changing 5 taels to 50. Realizing the deception, he trembled with rage. "You scoundrels! You're extorting me. I'll report you to the authorities." Zhou Huai and his men burst into laughter. "Go ahead. Even the county magistrate is related to our master. No court will rule in your favor. Your signature and fingerprint are right here. Even the emperor wouldn't side with you. Hand over your land deeds, and we'll settle this." Only then did Emo's father realize that Zhou had long coveted their prime farmland. Enraged, he grabbed a pole from beside the millstone and swung it at Zhou Huai. Furious, Zhou kicked him in the abdomen with full force. The blow sent the frail farmer flying into the millstone, his head slamming against its edge. Blood gushed out. Panicking, Zhou checked Emo's father's breath and found none. "Dead." One of the henchmen whispered, "If we flee now, the body will be discovered." Why not destroy the evidence? How? Zhou asked nervously. It's spring, dry and flammable. Set the house on fire. Say the family died in an accident. No one will suspect us. Impressed, Zhou patted the man's shoulder. Good thinking. Hurry, drag the body to the woodpile and set it ablaze. Inside, Yimo's mother, exhausted from caring for her son, had just fallen asleep. Awakened by the smoke, she saw flames engulfing the house. Knowing her husband wouldn't have started a fire, she realized it was arson. Coughing violently, she tried to pull her son away, but the encroaching fire blocked all escape routes. Too weak to carry him, she tearfully placed a jade pendant into his hands and kissed his forehead. My son, if you survive, go to Haimu City in the kingdom of Chu and find the Feng family. Show them this jade. They'll know who you are. My child, I can't stay with you anymore. Take care of yourself. She pressed a hidden mechanism onto the bed, causing the board to flip open and drop her son into a concealed tunnel below. Moments later, the flames consumed her. By the time neighbors arrived with buckets of water, the house was already reduced to ashes. Among the ruins, they found 2 charred bodies but assumed the third had been incinerated entirely, given that Yimo had wasted away during his coma. Though Feng Yimo lay in a state of unconsciousness, he could faintly perceive the quarrels outside and hear his mother's voice. His eyes remained closed, his limbs immobile, as if his body were not his own and beyond his control. On the 7th day of his coma, the vast information within his mind began to clarify and organize. He discovered that he was intertwined with the memories of a person named Lu Chang. Within these recollections, he realized that he was both Lu Chang and Feng Yimo. 2 identities merged into one. The memories of his past life interwove with those of the present, causing a throbbing headache, leaving him bewildered about whether he was Lu Chang or Feng Yimo. A woman, ever present by his side, continually called out to him and tended to his body, awakening him to the realization that Lu Chang was no more, only Feng Yimo remained. Furthermore, he was no longer in the Tianjin continent or the Shiyuan continent, but rather in a village called Taixinling. Due to his youth, he could not fully comprehend the nature of this world. Additionally, many of his previous memories were still shrouded in obscurity, rendering them difficult to recall. To his astonishment, he discovered that in his past life, he was a cultivator of considerable skill. Even though his memories were not entirely intact, he managed to piece together a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation, including various fundamental techniques. The ability to pass through barriers was merely a common form of wall penetration technique. Outside, fierce flames raged as his parents fell victim to villainous foes, and he found himself plunged into a dark, damp abyss, his limbs paralyzed and his mind engulfed in chaos, slipping back into unconsciousness. Yet, as his mother was consumed by the inferno, an excruciating pain tore through his heart, a profound ache for the most significant person in his life, now departed. Mother, I shall avenge you, he cried silently within. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Feng Yimo opened his eyes. The surroundings gradually came into focus, as if his soul had returned to its vessel. His hands regained movement, albeit feeble and frail. It took considerable effort for him to raise one to his chest, where he grasped the cold jade pendant, his mother's sole legacy to him. After a prolonged moment, as his strength began to return, he slowly sat up and attempted to push against the heavy stone covering the dark hole he was trapped in, but it proved immovable. Was he destined to perish here? No. His mother had placed him in this dark abyss for a reason. Surely there must be a way out. He began to search frantically, eventually feeling a protrusion above him. Gently pressing it, the stone slab rotated, revealing a starry sky and a full moon, so it was night. With great effort, Feng Yimo crawled out, and the stone slab returned to its original position, leaving no trace of his escape. He stumbled forward, feeling as though his feet barely touched the ground, devoid of any strength. He resorted to picking up a wooden stick to use as a makeshift cane. He had no notion of how long he had been unconscious, nor had he eaten during this time. He felt utterly drained, akin to a convalescent recovering from a prolonged illness. By the moonlight, as he peered at the hand gripping the stick, he was taken aback. What he saw was not a hand, but rather a skeletal appendage cloaked in skin, with darkened fingers and pronounced veins, the flesh sagging against the bones. The skin on his forearms hung loosely, drooping by more than 2 inches, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Be cautious of fire in this dry weather. A watchman approached, tapping his staff as he drew near. Upon spotting a figure standing motionless, he raised his lantern high, illuminating a skull with sunken eyes, disheveled hair, and a set of white teeth glinting eerily in the moonlight and lamplight. Oh my, a ghost! The watchman threw down his lantern and fled in terror, stumbling and rolling away. Feng Yimo couldn't help but smile wryly. Was his appearance truly so frightful? It would be disastrous if someone approached him, being so fragile. He would undoubtedly be mistaken for a ghost and meet a grim fate. He hastily summoned all his strength and staggered towards the dense forest nearby. No sooner had he entered than a multitude of torches surged toward him, forming a fiery dragon. "Where's the ghost? I shall strike him down," someone shouted. Lin Santai, being timid, was already frightened to the point of wetting himself. How embarrassing. Is it a cattle thief? Several plowing oxen have gone missing from the village recently. Feng Yimo lamented inwardly. If discovered, he would certainly be perceived as a monster. He took a step back, only to find himself falling into a pit, rolling uncontrollably. His wooden stick slipped from his grasp, and after what felt like an eternity of tumbling, he finally collided with something damp, sticky, and cold, bringing him to a halt. Dazed, before he could regain his composure, the object he had struck began to writhe, its soft, slippery body coiling around him. Then, a serpent's head, 2 or 3 times larger than his own, appeared and swallowed him whole, lifting its head to gulp him down into its belly before returning to slumber. The enormous python, a yard thick, had a vicious head adorned with eyes the size of basins. Curiously, there was a protrusion on its forehead resembling a bull's horn, and its head was covered in palm-sized scales that glimmered with a pale azure light, reminiscent of sharp axes in the dark cavern. This was indeed a monstrous beast. Feng Yimo felt darkness envelop him as he was drawn into the foul, murky passage within the serpent, sliding along the slick tunnel. He reached out several times but found no purchase. Realizing he was inside the belly of the giant snake, he lamented his fate. He had barely awakened only to become this beast's dinner. His life was truly unfortunate. After sliding for about 7 or 8 yards, he finally came to a stop in a larger space that reeked horrendously, revealing half-digested remains of an ox. It was evident that he had entered the python's stomach, the place of digestion. Still disoriented from awakening, Feng Yimo sensed the corrosive effects of the acidic liquid on his body. If he did not escape soon, he would meet the same fate as the ox and become the serpent's sustenance, eventually transforming into waste. Struggling, he crawled atop the carcass to keep his body out of the foul gastric fluid, hoping to last a while longer while searching for anything useful. Though there was no light in the stomach, it posed no challenge for him, possessing the ability to introspect thanks to his awakened memories from a past life. He could also see in the dark. At last, he spotted a long sword not far from the ox's remains, seemingly made of fine materials, untouched by corrosion and emitting a faint, cool glow. A splendid sword. This was a low-grade spiritual weapon, and among the lower tier, it was of superior quality. Nearing the mid-grade, Feng Yimo exerted considerable effort to grasp the hilt of the sword, bringing it before his eyes. This blade, a remnant left behind by some unfortunate cultivator devoured by the colossal serpent, was now in his possession. Alas, his frail physique rendered him incapable of inflicting any meaningful harm upon the beast. For even the mere act of seizing the sword's hilt had consumed a considerable number of breaths. Holding the sword aloft required both hands, trembling as they were, rendering the notion of striking the serpent utterly futile. Should he fail to deliver a decisive blow, he risked provoking the creature, which would spell disaster for him. He needed to devise a strategy to regain his strength. Seated atop the carcass of the ox, he recalled the breathing techniques from his past life, exhaling and inhaling in a rhythmic pattern. Despite the foul stench permeating the serpent's belly, he found it bearable. As he practiced this technique, the sparse spiritual energy began to converge upon his body. Drawing from his previous experiences, he altered his method, while others inhaled and exhaled in equal measure. He adapted a pattern of 2 inhales followed by 3 exhales, facilitating a more profound integration of spiritual energy into his corporeal form, thereby transforming his constitution. To his astonishment, as he continued, he noticed an increasing density of spiritual energy in the surrounding air. It dawned upon him that the colossal serpent within which he resided was, in fact, a demon beast. Unlike ordinary wild creatures, demon beasts could absorb spiritual energy like humans, albeit passively and involuntarily. In contrast, humans actively sought and assimilated spiritual energy, endowed with thought and extraordinary comprehension, capable of progress at any moment. Feng Yimo slowed his cultivation pace, wary of awakening the slumbering demon beast by absorbing too much of the energy contained within its body. Yet, what rendered him utterly speechless was the realization that the energy he absorbed was being consumed by the spirit-devouring silkworm nestled within his dantian, leaving him with naught. His dantian lay empty, The foundation of this body dreadfully weak, devoid of any signs of cultivation, merely an ordinary mortal, necessitating a fresh start. In his previous life, he only recalled being besieged by an army of skeletal specters, facing imminent death at their hands. At a critical moment, the spirit-devouring silkworm had erupted in a burst of radiance, and then everything faded into oblivion. Leaving behind a scar in the shape of a triangle on his right palm, its rings diminished from 3 to 2, indicating the consumption of a reincarnation opportunity. Thus, his immediate task was to nourish the spirit-devouring silkworm to awaken it, which would subsequently replenish his own strength. However, the timing of the silkworm's awakening remained an enigma. "Ah, let it be. One day it shall awaken," Feng Yimo muttered to himself. Time meandered on, and suddenly, Feng Yimo felt his body shift, followed by a violent shaking. The ox carcass beneath him had been largely eroded by gastric juices, and as the tumult intensified, the caustic liquid surged upwards, scalding his lower legs. He realized the demon serpent had begun to move. Desperately, he searched for something to cling to, but the serpent's gastric pouch was as smooth as glass, offering no purchase. Despair threatened to engulf him. Could it be that he had just regained his memories only to perish within the belly of this demon beast? At that moment, something plummeted from the upper opening of the gastric pouch. Feng Yimo hastily took cover, and with a splash, a whole plowing ox fell into the viscous liquid, filling him with unbridled joy as he scrambled up onto it. Yet, even this simple act of evasion and climbing left him gasping for breath. A testament to the poor condition of this body. His prolonged unconsciousness and inability to nourish himself were certainly factors. Had it not been for the spirit-devouring silkworm's innate ability to absorb the faintest traces of spiritual energy, he would have perished long ago. With the presence of the cow carcass, there was no need to soak in gastric fluid. Feng Yimo seized the opportunity to cultivate. Yet his stomach betrayed him with a growl. He glanced at the dead ox beneath him, gritted his teeth, and grasped the spiritual weapon in his hand, plunging it downwards. The sword was extraordinarily sharp. The hardened hide of the cow was sliced open as though it were mere parchment, and the warm blood gushed forth. He quickly leaned down to gulp it greedily. The taste was pungent and briny, difficult to swallow, yet he paid no heed to the discomfort as he voraciously consumed it. After downing over 20 mouthfuls of blood, he felt warmth accumulating in his abdomen, prompting him to cease his intake and sit cross-legged to meditate and regulate his breathing. Thus, Feng Yimo intermittently sipped on the cow's blood and eventually resorted to raw beef as the blood supply dwindled. Gradually, he regained some strength, at least. He could wield his sword without trembling. He attempted to stab the stomach pouch of the colossal serpent beast with his sword, but alas, the tip merely sank in without piercing through, compelling him to remain ensnared within the pouch. Fortuitously, every so often, a plow cow was swallowed by the giant serpent. And even a tiger appeared, whose blood and flesh accelerated Feng Yimo's recovery. Once the spiritual energy entered his body, his resistance to the corrosive gastric fluid of the serpent significantly improved. Although the spiritual energy was absorbed by the spirit-devouring silkworm, the transformation of his physical form was quite evident. The muscles in his limbs began to swell. While he had yet to return to his normal state, he had indeed regained some flesh. When he touched his cheek, it no longer felt gaunt and bony, and he mused that others would no longer perceive him as a ghost. Yet, the question lingered, when would he be able to escape? With leisure at hand and nothing to occupy his time aside from breathing exercises, Feng Yimo rummaged through the gastric fluid with his spiritual tool and fortuitously unearthed an unscathed storage bag, which brought him immense joy for a fleeting moment. Alas, devoid of divine consciousness, he was unable to unlock the bag and thus tucked it into his bosom for safekeeping. On that fateful day, while Feng Yimo was in meditation, an upheaval akin to a tempest ensued. His entire being was overturned, and the gastric fluid along with the undeteriorated remnants of a carcass became a chaotic amalgamation. Before he could comprehend the situation, the gastric pouch suddenly constricted, transforming the space into a narrow and elongated chamber. Despite his diminutive stature, he found it difficult to breathe as he was ensnared, while the nearby bones were crushed in succession. In a moment of desperation, he hastily positioned his sword horizontally, hoping to endure for a brief respite. However, the sword began to bend and soon shattered with a resounding snap. Feng Yimo could only manage a wry smile, realizing that his futile attempt to pierce the belly of the colossal serpent with this sword was utterly in vain. Left with no alternatives, he exerted every ounce of strength to endure, twisting alongside the serpent's body for 2 grueling hours, feeling as though his entire being was on the verge of disintegration. Breathless and on the brink of demise, he resigned himself to the thought that his end was nigh. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Taken aback by the brightness, he instinctively shut his eyes, only to reopen them and discover that the serpent had ceased its movement and the carcass was gradually growing cold. Before him lay a gaping wound, from which the light emanated. Summoning all his remaining strength, he crawled through the opening, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a sight that left him utterly astounded. Before him coiled a serpent as high as a small mountain. Entwined with a gargantuan eagle that stood a staggering 7 zhang tall, its wingspan exceeding a dozen zhang. The majestic creature was now in a state of near demise. Its formidable talons having torn open the serpent's abdomen, thereby granting Feng Yimo his escape from the clutches of despair. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Feng Yimo rose and swung the half-broken low-grade spiritual weapon in his hand, striking fiercely at the corpse of the massive serpent. He was determined to rescue the falcon. With the serpent lifeless, its body softened, no longer as hard as iron. Under the sharp blade, flesh and blood flew as he swiftly severed the serpent's thick body, liberating the entangled falcon. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The falcon pecked at the serpent's flesh, emitting a cheerful cry as it regained its strength. With its sharp claws, it clawed at the serpent's body, using its formidable beak to extract a gallbladder, which it swallowed whole. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up a tempest and soared into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Feng Yimo smiled. A favor returned for a favor, as it had saved him. And he had saved it, thus settling their debts. After resting for a moment, he climbed to the head of the colossal serpent and recognized it as a golden-horned green python, a second-tier low-level monster, comparable to a human cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. This indicated that the falcon was indeed extraordinary. If the python's single horn on its forehead fully matured, it would advance in rank, making the falcon no match for it, and he might never escape, potentially even perishing within the serpent's belly. He ascended atop the great python's head, severing the horn with his sword and peeling off several palm-sized scales. These were valuable items. The horn could be crafted into an offensive spiritual weapon, while the scales could be fashioned into defensive gear. Even if he could not use them himself, they could be sold for spirit stones. Descending from the serpent's body, he pried off a piece of its skin, which could be used to create defensive inner armor. Regrettably, he lacked a storage bag. Otherwise, he would have skinned the entire serpent. Second-tier monsters had a certain probability of yielding inner elixirs. So he delved into the python's body in search of one, but found nothing. Disappointed, he emerged to find the falcon hovering above, clutching a tree in its beak. Upon seeing him, the falcon released its grip, letting the tree fall, and let out a call before soaring away once more. Startled, Feng Yimo quickly dodged, noticing that the fallen tree bore clusters of red and green fruits, each the size of an egg, emanating a delightful fragrance. With spiritual energy swirling around them, over 20 in total. These were Qinghong apricots, a first-tier spiritual fruit. Feng Yimo was astounded. The falcon had truly understood the virtue of gratitude, presenting him with such a precious gift. The Qinghong apricot, also known as blood-strength fruit, had its red half enhancing vitality and fortifying the body, with effects comparable to a century-old ginseng, while the green half increased strength, bestowing immense power to those who consumed it regularly. Without hesitation, Feng Yimo quickly plucked one, devouring it in a few bites before sitting down to meditate and absorb the fruit's medicinal properties. The blood-strength fruit was indeed extraordinary. Upon ingestion, he felt waves of warmth surging from his abdomen to his limbs. However, just as the flow began to manifest, all the warmth suddenly rushed back into his dantian, where it was consumed by the tiny devouring spirit silkworm, causing him great distress and nearly making him vomit blood. Yet, the spiritual energy was so vast that a small portion was still absorbed by his body, igniting a tumult of vitality within him, rapidly restoring his strength. Feng Yimo had underestimated the abundant spiritual energy of the blood power fruit, forgetting that this body had never undergone cultivation. Even with the spirit-eating silkworm absorbing 99% of it, the remaining energy was beyond his capacity to endure. His veins swelled ominously, stretching his loose skin to the brink, resembling numerous green worms crawling across his body, while his bones creaked ominously, hinting at a potential explosion of his physical form. Terrified, he focused his mind, aligning his senses, eyes on the nose on the mouth, and the mouth on the heart, single-mindedly channeling his energy to dissipate the overwhelming spiritual force, desperately seeking to avoid a catastrophic demise. Time slipped away unnoticed until, with a sudden exhalation of white smoke from his nostrils, Feng Yimo opened his eyes, their clarity illuminating the darkness. The formidable spiritual energy of the blood power fruit had taken him until dust to fully disperse its potency, and he could not help but feel a surge of relief. He had previously forgotten that this body lacked any foundational cultivation, a mere mortal form incapable of bearing such immense spiritual energy. Were it not for the awakening of his memories and his experience in breath control and the great circulation, he would have been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he chuckled bitterly at the frailty of this body, which seemed to possess a rather poor spiritual root. No sooner had he ceased his practice than a tenth of the spiritual energy within dissipated, and he estimated that within an hour, all of it would be utterly gone. The loss of energy was partly due to the spirit-eating silkworm's absorption, but more significantly, it stemmed from the body's inability to retain spiritual energy. If he wished to make any progress in cultivation, he must transform this constitution. Otherwise, any effort spent would be futile. With a sigh, Feng Yimo began to pluck the blood power fruits from the branches, shedding his outer robe to prepare a makeshift bundle. However, as he loosened his robe, several fragments of jade pendants tumbled down, and he realized that the only remaining token of his identity left by his mother was lost. It seemed they had shattered while rolling and pressing within the belly of the golden horned python. He gave a wry smile as he gathered the fragments, finding 2 pieces missing, rendering the pendant incomplete, though he could still discern a swirling wind carved upon it, with the inscription below obscured. He placed the fragments, along with the python skin, horn, and scales into his bundle, and finally took a moment to survey his surroundings. Towering trees stretched into the clouds, standing at least 30 to 40 zhang high, while beneath them lay an array of low shrubs adorned with exotic flowers and herbs. Clearly, he was no longer in Iron Wind Ridge village. He had ascended to the heights of Iron Wind Ridge itself. As night descended, the mountain winds howled and the air grew chilly. The croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects failed to evoke any pastoral charm in Feng Yimo. Instead, they filled him with unease. He hastily seized his bundle and re-entered the safety of the golden-horned python's belly. In the dead of night, he felt the python stir, accompanied by a dreadful roar from outside, as if some beast were battling over the corpse of the python. Tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, he widened his eyes, fixated on the fissures of the python's body, refusing to allow any lapse in vigilance. His current state resembled that of a recently recovered patient, utterly powerless, capable only of walking unaided, without the need for a cane. Any beast could easily rend him to pieces. Fortunately, the struggle raged on until dawn, with neither side claiming a decisive victory, and the python's carcass remained untouched as a trophy. As the outside world fell into silence, Feng Yimo cautiously emerged, surrounded by the remains of several wolves and 2 tigers. The golden-horned green python, a mythical beast, was a rare delicacy for wild animals. The aura emanating from the beast irresistibly drew in predators, granting them immense strength and the potential for mutation upon consumption. This temptation was simply too alluring. Wolves and tigers alike rushed in a frenzied instinct to seize the opportunity. Feng Yimo dared not linger, escaping with his pack, stumbling through the terrain until he stumbled upon a cave nestled within the mountainside. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, he entered the cave, where a dark river flowed, bringing a refreshing coolness to the stifling air. As he calmed down, he became acutely aware of the foul stench emanating from his own body. Rushing to the riverbank, he was startled by the grotesque reflection that met his gaze. A disheveled figure stared back at him. Sunken eyes, prominent cheekbones, and sagging skin told the tale of his ordeal. His trousers, corroded by the python's gastric juices, hung in tatters, exposing his shins and leaving his feet clad in rags, reeking worse than the most unfortunate beggar. Without hesitation, Feng Yimo plunged into the river, scrubbing vigorously until the surface was covered with grime. Once he emerged, several dead fish floated to the surface, leaving him incredulous. Had his filth poisoned the river's inhabitants? After soaking for a considerable time, he climbed out, naked, spreading his clothes on the scorching stones outside to dry. Returning to the cave, he unwrapped his long robe containing the blood essence fruits and immersed it in the water for cleansing. Such filth could not possibly be allowed to taint the precious fruits. Soon, his garments were dry, and he donned them once more, tearing a strip of cloth to tie back his hair. Picking up a blood essence fruit, he consumed half of the luscious red orb, initiating his cultivation and assimilating the abundant spiritual energy. Having learned from past experiences, he was careful not to be greedy. The cave, with its ample space and dryness, proved to be an excellent refuge. Feng Yimo resolved to stay here for a while, at least until he had consumed all 23 blood essence fruits. These fruits, being of a spiritual nature, were easily detectable by other cultivators or mythical beasts. each of whom could extinguish him with ease, akin to crushing an ant. The wisdom of a man of innocence bears the burden of wealth was well understood from his previous life. To fully digest a quarter of a blood essence fruit required 2 hours of intense effort, while a complete fruit necessitated 8 hours. Excluding sleep, he could only consume 1 fruit per day. With nothing but time at his disposal, he settled into his cultivation practice with unwavering focus. Days slipped by, and after 5 days, Feng Yimo had consumed 7 blood essence fruits. His vitality returned to normal, his strength significantly increased, and his complexion became vibrant. His previously dull hair now shone with luster, and as he gazed into the water, he saw a handsome young man reflected back at him. Because he possessed the memories of this life, he recognized that his appearance resembled that of his mother. Curiously, his father also bore the surname Feng. Could it be that they were cousins? Now, with robust muscles and abundant vitality, his absorption rate had evidently improved. Although all the spiritual energy entering his dantian was consumed by the spirit-devouring silkworm, his muscles, bones, and organs were continuously being nourished and transformed by the spiritual power. His muscles became compact, his bones sturdy, and the impurities within his body were gradually expelled, rendering him purer and more vibrant, making Feng Yimo appear filled with spirit and agility. In his previous life, Feng Yimo had suffered due to the limitations of low-grade cultivation techniques. He understood that a good method could yield twice the result with half the effort. Now that he had awakened his memories and was starting anew, he faced a choice: either to live a mundane life without cultivation or to select the finest cultivation technique. A complete technique would present few bottlenecks and allow for rapid advancement to higher levels. Thus, he resolutely ceased his practice, intending to seek out an excellent cultivation method before continuing. However, gazing at the remaining 16 blood energy fruits, storage pouch, horn, scales, python skin, and a half-finished low-grade spirit weapon, he found himself troubled. How was he to carry these items? They could not be taken at all times nor simply discarded. After weighing his options, Feng Yimo sighed and picked up a blood energy fruit, taking a few bites to continue refining it. To store these precious items safely, he needed to cultivate his spiritual awareness to open the storage pouch and secure everything within. As for the magical energy he had cultivated, if he found a superior technique, he could always disperse his power and start anew. In the mountains, where time was irrelevant, Feng Yimo remained as steadfast as a rock. After completely consuming the last blood energy fruit, his eyes suddenly opened, radiating 2 feet of brilliant light. A cloud of black smoke emanated from him, and countless impurities poured from his pores, an unbearable stench filling the air. After consuming 24 precious blood energy fruits, he had only managed to reach the first layer of chi refining, leaving him speechless. This was all the doing of the spirit-devouring silkworm, which had absorbed 99% of the spiritual energy. He had hardly absorbed a quarter of the fruit's effectiveness. Had these fruits been in the possession of another, they could have at least succeeded in foundation establishment. Those with exceptional aptitude might even have reached the false core stage. Such wastefulness. Feng Yimo muttered to himself as he stood up and leapt into the dark river to cleanse himself thoroughly, emerging refreshed and invigorated. Not to mention other attributes. He could effortlessly lift objects weighing 300 pounds with one hand. Moreover, his body, having been washed by spiritual energy and transformed by the blood energy fruits, was exceedingly resilient. Now, if he were to immerse himself in the gastric juices of a golden-horned green python, he would likely not suffer corrosion. What delighted Feng Yimo the most was that, at the first layer of chi refining, he had already developed spiritual awareness. This might be related to the awakening of his soul. In his past life, his vast soul power had fortified his spirit. Although he had not yet formed a sea of consciousness in his mind, there existed a swirling mass of green mist, vast and pure, which was the embryonic form of his primordial spirit, allowing him to emanate spiritual awareness. Ordinary cultivators could only possess spiritual perception before foundation establishment, requiring them to press their foreheads against jade slips to read their contents. In contrast, spiritual awareness enabled him to read jade slips from a distance easily and to manage the items within his storage pouch with grace and ease. With the awakening of his consciousness, Feng Yimo effortlessly opened his storage bag, only to be met with disappointment. It contained merely 6 or 7 low-grade spirit stones, 2 porcelain vials meant for spirit pills, both of which were empty, and a rusted iron dagger, clearly a mundane item. The storage bag was merely a square yard in size and about a yard high, ample enough to hold items like python skins. With a sweep of his consciousness, he gathered the python skins, jade pendants, and unicorn horns from the ground into the storage bag, leaving only a half-severed low-grade spirit weapon sword behind. It was time to seek vengeance. A glint of cold light flickered in Feng Yimo's eyes. Now that he had reached the first layer of Qi training, he must avenge his parents' great wrongs. With this level of cultivation, he could not contend with other cultivators. But dealing with a mere mortal from the Zhou family should pose no challenge. Resolute in his decision, Feng Yimo quickly tidied himself, stowed the storage bag in his cloak, and stepped out of the cave where he had resided for over 10 days. After orienting himself, he set off at a brisk pace. At his current speed, even ordinary wolves would struggle to keep up, and in half an hour he caught sight of the faint outlines of houses. Ironwind Ridge Village was within reach. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was dusk. Seeking vengeance during the day would draw unwanted attention, so he chose a stone to sit upon, resting to regain his strength while waiting for nightfall. Time seemed to drag on as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts that stirred his emotions. Memories of his parents, especially his mother's gentle voice calling for him during his unconsciousness, resounded in his mind, particularly her last words, "My son, if you can hear me, and by some stroke of luck survive, go to Haima City in the Chu Kingdom and find the Feng family. They will recognize you by the jade pendant. My son, I cannot accompany you any longer. You must take care." Even at the brink of life and death, she thought of him. Such is the greatness of maternal love. Lost in thought, tears streamed down his cheeks, his emotions intensifying. Looking up at the sky, he saw the sun dip below the mountains. Unable to wait any longer, he strode purposefully into Ironwind Ridge Village. As evening settled, the villagers were busy cooking, the wafting smoke creating a cozy atmosphere, punctuated occasionally by the sound of barking dogs. The streets were mostly deserted, and Feng Yimo encountered few people before arriving at the Zhou family's courtyard. The Zhou residence was easy to locate, perched on a hillside at the village's edge, sprawling over several acres. The imposing black courtyard walls towered 2 yards high, with a grand entrance measuring 3 yards wide and 3 yards tall, flanked by a stepping stone and 2 majestic stone lions. 2 attendants dressed in dark garments and donning servant hats stood at attention, exuding an air of arrogance, as if serving the Zhou family were a matter of great pride. Feng Yimo's consciousness swept through the courtyard, revealing a clear picture of the scene within. Over 30 burly men were dining in the east wing, while in the central hall sat a rotund man dressed as a wealthy landowner, his face coarse and menacing. Surrounding him were 6 opulently adorned women and 3 children, all partaking in a lavish feast filled with an array of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. In the west wing, a smaller table held a meal far superior to that of the men in the east wing. 5 individuals enjoying 6 meat dishes and a jug of wine, clearly relishing their meal. Feng Yimo silently scoffed. "Go ahead, indulge yourselves. This is your final supper, and once it's gone, you shall never partake again." Halt. What is your purpose? Is this not the residence of the esteemed Lord Shou? No lingering is permitted at the entrance. Be gone at once. The steward on the left observed Feng Yimo gazing towards the courtyard gate and immediately admonished him. The steward on the right, noticing Feng Yimo's indifference, became infuriated. He descended the steps, approached Feng Yimo, and attempted to shove him, exclaiming, "Get lost. Do not provoke my wrath." Feng Yimo's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his broken sword, sending the head of the housekeeper soaring into the air. The short blade failed to pierce the stomach of the golden-horned azure python, yet severing a human head was as effortless as slicing through tofu. The servant on the left was rendered speechless with terror. How could he have killed his companion upon arrival? Just as he was about to cry out, Feng Yimo had already leaped forward, plunging his dagger into the servant's heart. You are." The servant's eyes widened in fright as he recognized Feng Yimo, the long-deceased son of the Feng family. How could he have returned to life? He yearned to sound a warning, yet his voice failed him, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to death. Feng Yimo unsheathed his short sword and struck at the imposing black door in a single blow. The heavy barrier was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He stepped inside, where the household servants had already noticed the intrusion and, shouting, rushed forward with knives, guns, and clubs, encircling Feng Yimo. At that moment, Mr. Zhou, the master of the hall, emerged upon hearing the commotion. He beheld a ragged youth standing in the courtyard, clutching a broken sword stained with fresh blood. Clearly a recent act of murder. Enraged, he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you intrude upon the Zhou family and slay my servant?" Standing beside Mr. Zhou is his steward, Zhou Huai, who raises the lantern in his hand. The faint glow illuminates Feng Yimo's face, prompting an exclamation. "You." You are the young master of the Feng family. Were you not consumed by the flames? Upon hearing his voice, Feng Yimo immediately recognized it as the culprit who had come to his home that fateful day, mistakenly taking his father's life and then insidiously setting fire to claim his mother's as well. He could not help but raise his gaze to the heavens and sighed deeply. Father, mother, your child has come to avenge you. If you are aware in the depths of the underworld, bear witness to their downfall. Is it that scoundrel? If he were still alive, the 10 acres of prime farmland would have to be returned. No, he must die? A sinister expression flickered across the plump face of the wealthy gentleman Zhou, as he extended his chubby hand and declared, "Kill him. Whoever slays this man shall be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Go forth and kill." Upon hearing this, the household servants' eyes blazed with fury. 10 taels of silver represented half a year's wages. Brandishing their weapons, they charged forward, each one resembling a fearsome demon, targeting the fatal spots on Feng Yimo's head and heart. A few unscrupulous individuals even swung their swords towards Feng Yimo's lower regions. Witnessing the ruthless and lethal strikes from these servants, anger surged within Feng Yimo. Indeed, as the master is, so too are the servants. Zhou Yuanwei, a tyrant who oppressed the innocent and committed every conceivable evil, was infamously known as Zhou the Skinner. His household lackeys, emboldened by their master's power, treated human life with utter disregard. Zhou Huai epitomized this cruelty. Given such circumstances, Feng Yimo felt no obligation to show mercy. With a swift motion of his broken sword, he shattered the incoming weapons as if they were mere straw, effortlessly slicing through them. The household servants were taken aback, retreating in fear, unwilling to advance. Yet, Zhou Paipi's gaze remained fixated on the broken sword held by Feng Yimo, his greed unmistakable. Such a fine sword, such a precious treasure, it rightfully belongs to me. Who will seize this sword for me? A reward of 100 taels awaits, under the lure of generous rewards. The servants who had just contemplated retreat surged forward like madmen. This reckless pursuit amused Feng Yimo. Truly, they valued wealth more than their lives. With a deft flick of his wrist and swift footwork, he glided like a specter through the throng of servants. When he stood face to face with Zhou Yuanwei, the 30 servants behind him had become statues, frozen in place. Suddenly, one fell, followed by a cascade of others collapsing, some with their throats slit, others with gaping wounds spanning 2 feet across their chests, and some even had their heads severed, blood spurting high into the air. None were left alive, leaving a gruesome scene of severed limbs and a river of blood, the air thick with the metallic scent of carnage. Feng Yimo, his tattered robe untouched by a single drop of blood, coldly regarded the astonished Zhou Huai and Zhou Yuanwei. "It is your turn now. Who will step forward first?" He refrained from immediately killing them, wishing for them to endure a moment longer in the face of death, allowing fear to saturate their hearts and taste the essence of mortality. Thud. Zhou Huai dropped the lantern and fell to his knees, prostrating himself desperately. "Young Master Feng, please spare my life. It was all Zhou Paipi's idea. He coveted your family's 10 acres of prime farmland and coerced me into forging a loan document to usurp your land. If you must kill, let it be him. I am but a steward, too afraid to take a life. It was he who compelled me." Zhou Yuanwei trembled with rage, raising his foot to kick Zhou Huai. But upon meeting Feng Yimo's steely gaze, he collapsed, begging for mercy. "Young Master Feng, consider this. We mistakenly harmed your parents, and you have slain over 30 of us. I will return your 10 acres of farmland and give you another 100 taels. Shall we call it even?" Feng Yimo stared incredulously at the corpulent Zhou Paipi, still haggling even at such a dire moment, a testament to the depths of human greed. Without further ado, he let the broken sword glide across Zhou Yuanwei's neck, a crimson line appearing on the fat neck. Zhou Yuanwei instinctively covered the wound, but the blood erupted forth, splattering Zhou Huai, who lay prostrate on the ground. Trembling, he sensed the warm, pungent scent of blood and cried out in terror, "Do not kill me. I know where Zhou Paipi keeps his most valuable possessions." Zhou Paipi's eyes bulged as he released his grip on Zhou Huai, his bloodied hands tightening around Zhou Huai's throat, whimpering, "Do not speak, do not." Feng Yimo kicked this avaricious miser aside and seized Zhou Huai, commanding, "Lead the way." At this moment, chaos reigned in the Zhou family estate. Zhou Paipi's concubines scattered in all directions, and the maids and servants vanished without a trace. With the master dead, their servitude contracts were rendered void. If they did not flee now, when would they? Someone collided with a lantern, igniting torches, and flames engulfed the house. Zhou Huai trembled as he led Feng Yimo into the main hall, turning past the screen to enter the study. Behind the second bookshelf lay a concealed compartment, harboring all manner of valuables, land deeds, silver notes, and gold bars. Before he could finish his sentence, a chill crept up his spine as a sword blade protruded from his chest. He heard Feng Yimo's voice whispering in his ear, "In your next life, do not be a villain." The body collapsed, blood splattering across the floor. Feng Yimo drew his sword and severed the second bookshelf, revealing a 2-foot square hidden niche in the wall. With another stroke, he sliced through the steel plate covering it, exposing a box within. He retrieved the box, intending to open it, but his gaze was drawn to the night sky. With no time to examine it further, he hastily tucked it into his storage pouch. A flash crossed the dark sky, and not lightning, but a Taoist clad in azure, gliding gracefully down to the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a white short sword soared from the ground into his grasp. Upon witnessing the carnage, he frowned and remarked, "Young one, you have shed too much blood. How could you slay so many?" Feng Yimo stood resolute, having already discerned that this man was merely at the pinnacle of the second level of Qi training. Yet, he could command a flying sword, far surpassing the cultivators of the Tianjin continent. The Taoist, with an ethereal air, white hair, and a rosy visage, bore a white whisk on his back, enhancing his otherworldly presence. This esteemed friend may not be aware, Feng Yimo began, but this man, Zhou Papi, set a trap over mere 10 acres of farmland, transforming my father's 5 taels of silver into 50. He then sent his vile henchmen to extort debts, resulting in my father's accidental death. To conceal his crime, he attempted to incinerate my family. By sheer luck, I survived, but my mother perished. Tell me, should I not seek vengeance? Feng Yimo clasped his fists, maintaining a posture of respect. The old Taoist scrutinized Feng Yimo, a look of suspicion crossing his face. You are a cultivator? He realized he could not see through this youth. Sensing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, an ethereal presence that was both there and not there, leaving him uncertain. Feng Yimo nodded. I have recently entered the first level of Qi training, but I have yet to inquire about your honored title. I am Qiangzi, a disciple of the foremost sect in the Qin kingdom, the Yin-Yang sect. Since you are a cultivator, do you not know that one must not harbor murderous intent toward mortals? Any cultivator who indiscriminately slays the innocent may be pursued by all cultivators of the realm. Surrender yourself. The old Taoist spoke with righteous indignation, his hair and beard bristling, creating an eerie spectacle in the flickering light. Pa, who says the Yin-Yang sect is the foremost sect in the Qin kingdom? It is we, the Baal sect, who hold that title. Young brother, do not heed this old man's nonsense. One must act decisively in matters of vengeance, repay enmity with enmity, do not feign compassion. Unbeknownst to them, perched atop a tree in the courtyard was a girl of 18 or 19, clad in a red dress, her fair legs swinging playfully as she cracked sunflower seeds and chimed in. Feng Yimo shook his head with a wry smile. And now another from the Baal sect appears. A mere girl at that. Though her appearance is striking, she certainly embodies a certain frivolity. Who are you, you impudent girl, daring to speak recklessly here? We of the Yin-Yang sect are undoubtedly recognized as the foremost cultivation sect of the Qin state. Yet, you, from the Baal sect, are nothing but a congregation of lewd and debauched individuals, thieves and harlots, disciples entangled with their masters, grandsons marrying their great-grandmasters, and mistresses consorting with their students, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. How can you dare to claim the title of the premier sect? I believe the title of the most shameless sect in the world would rightfully belong to you. The old Taoist, Qiangzi, seethed with fury, unwilling to be outdone. Upon hearing this, the girl in the red dress raised her brows in indignation, her delicate face clouded with frost. Without hesitation, she glided down from the tree. Standing opposite Qiangzi, and with a flick of her wrist, a crimson longsword manifested in her palm, pointed menacingly at him. Old rascal, just watch as I pluck every hair from your face and scalp, rendering you a bald monk. She taunted, her laughter ringing out mischievously. Feng Yimo observed keenly. The red sword in the girl's hand was transformed from a crimson hairpin adorning her updo. Her dark tresses cascaded freely, dancing in the wind, complementing her ethereal beauty, lips slightly parted, bright eyes sparkling with mischief, exuding an alluring charm. Qiangzi, infuriated, summoned his dust whisk, and hundreds of dust threads suddenly shot forth, forming a vast white net aimed at the girl. With a contemptuous smile, she raised her palm, striking the hilt of the red sword, which then transformed into a beam of crimson light that pierced through the dust net. Upon contact, the dust threads emitted blue smoke before igniting. Qiangzi's expression shifted drastically as he hastily performed hand seals to retract his whisk. However, it had already been reduced to a mere stub, leaving him distraught. "You wretched girl, daring to destroy my treasure, prepare to face my blade," he exclaimed, unleashing a small sword that swelled in size, hurtling toward the girl's red sword. Both combatants, at the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi training, clashed fiercely, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy between their mid-tier spiritual artifacts. The resultant shockwave sent Feng Yimo reeling backward until he found himself pressed against the wall of the courtyard. As a practitioner of the first layer of Qi, he could scarcely withstand the aftermath of their explosive energies. How much less could the ordinary bystanders endure? With each strike of the great sword against the red sword, surrounding structures, flora, and fauna suffered calamity, buildings crumbled, trees were uprooted, and flowers were sent spiraling through the air, wilting into remnants. Several attendants attempting to flee were mercilessly torn apart by the violent energies, meeting a gruesome end. Feng Yimo shook his head, recalling the righteous indignation of Qi Yangzi, who had proclaimed that cultivators must not harm mortals lest they be pursued and executed by their peers. What did this spectacle signify? Observing the fierce duel, he decided to employ his wall-piercing technique to escape, thinking, "Let them fight. Their battle is not mine. Each of them is a formidable opponent. It is wiser to retreat." With swift steps, he leaped into the dense forest. Qi Yangzi and the girl in red were evenly matched, battling fiercely for dozens of exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Qi Yangzi noticed that the instigator of this conflict had vanished. He quickly broke from the fray, exclaiming, "Wretched girl, the main culprit has fled. What are we still fighting for? Cease this." The girl in the red dress was momentarily taken aback. With a swift motion, she retracted her crimson sword, transforming it into a 2-inch-long red sword-shaped hairpin. With a flick of her hair, the pin soared upwards, embedding itself in her coiffure. Turning her gaze, she realized that the boy had indeed fled, causing a surge of anger to rise within her as she placed her hands on her hips. "You rascal! I shall seek justice on your behalf, while you slip away like a shadow. Just wait until I catch you. You'll see how I deal with you." The old man merely smirked, offering no response, before casting out his flying sword and leaping into the air, becoming a streak of radiant light as he soared away. The girl in the red dress stamped her foot in frustration, transforming into a flash of red that vanished from sight, leaving behind the dilapidated Zhou family courtyard, which was slowly consumed by flames. The notorious Zhou family, having terrorized the countryside, was obliterated overnight. Feng Yimo moved as swiftly as a cheetah. Yet as a small amount of spiritual energy was siphoned away by the spirit-eating silkworm, he was reduced to the status of an ordinary mortal, relying solely on physical strength to run, which significantly slowed his pace. After careful calculation, he deduced that his fully replenished spiritual energy could sustain him for a maximum of 1 hour before being drained, which implied that in a confrontation with a cultivator, his energy would dissipate even more rapidly. All of this was due to the spirit-eating silkworm. He pondered when it might awaken, if it continued to devour so voraciously. The prospect of enhancing his cultivation seemed utterly fantastical. After consuming over 20 first-grade spiritual fruits to reach the first layer of Qi cultivation, he would require more than 50 additional fruits to advance to the second layer. Where could he possibly procure such a treasure trove of spiritual fruits? With a mouthful of bitterness, Feng Yimo ran over 30 miles, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Seeing that no one was pursuing him, he collapsed onto a stone to rest. After a brief respite, he knelt in the direction of Iron Wind Ridge, saying, "Father, Mother, I have avenged you. I hope you can rest in peace. When the time comes, I shall return to honor your graves." Though he had slain Zhou the Skinflint, he remained unaware of his parents' remains and whether they had been buried. Originally, he had intended to search for their bodies after avenging them, but unexpectedly encountered an old man and a young female cultivator. Moreover, after witnessing the battle between Qiangzi and the girl in the red dress, he recognized that the cultivators here possessed abilities far superior to those of their counterparts in the Tianjin continent of his previous life. Even at the second layer of Qi cultivation, they could fly with swords and manipulate mid-grade spiritual artifacts, feats typically achievable only in the later stages of Qi cultivation. Could it be that the standards of cultivation here were vastly higher than elsewhere? Although he had awakened memories from his past life, which could be considered a form of rebirth, and possessed spiritual awareness upon reaching the first layer of Qi cultivation, which had astonished him for quite a while. It now seemed that such abilities were commonplace, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Little did he know that both Qiangzi and the girl in the red dress were core disciples of their respective sects, selected for their exceptional talents, a rarity indeed. Their current level of cultivation was the result of extensive resources provided by their sects. Few could achieve spiritual awareness at the first layer of Qi cultivation. Feng Yimo's spiritual awareness extended a considerable distance, while Qiangzi and his companions could only project a mere 20 zhang, classified as low-level spiritual awareness, allowing them to sense the dynamics of their surroundings through the faint spiritual energy in the air. In contrast, Feng Yimo's emanation was a genuine nerve bundle powered by soul energy, enabling him to perceive everything, even objects concealed beneath the earth, rendering them utterly exposed. After a brief respite, Feng Yimo retrieved the box obtained from the home of Zhou Poppy from his storage bag. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a multitude of silver notes, each worth 100 taels, along with 2 notes of 1,000 taels, several land deeds, and 10 gold bars. At the very bottom of the box lay another container, slender and measuring half a foot in length and 3 inches in width. Curiosity piqued. He opened it to find a palm-sized entity nestled within, a shocking sight at first, as it resembled an infant. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a humanoid ginseng. The ginseng stood 6 inches tall and was 2 inches thick, its top resembling a human face with eyes and a nose, while its roots mimicked 2 arms. The body was round and plump, akin to that of a chubby child, and the supporting roots resembled legs. A delicate fragrance emanated from the ginseng, and with just a whiff, a wave of comfort washed over him, invigorating his entire being. In his previous life, Feng Yimo had studied the compendium of spiritual herbs and understood that for ginseng to take such a form, it must be at least 1,000 years old. The specimen before him, aside from lacking a mouth and ears, bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, suggesting it was at least 800 or 900 years old. As the saying goes, 10 years make a herb, 100 years a treasure. Ginseng over a century old can extend life. As long as one still draws breath, it can stave off death. And this 800 or 900-year-old ginseng could very well be classified as a second-tier spiritual herb of high quality. Consuming this ginseng could elevate the cultivation level of an ordinary qi refinement stage practitioner by at least 2 small tiers. How could an ordinary man like Zhou Poppy possibly possess such a precious treasure? As he pondered this, a figure suddenly descended from the air, reaching for the box containing the ginseng. Had it not been for Feng Yimo's keen spiritual awareness, he would have surely fallen prey to this individual. Remaining composed in the face of danger, Feng Yimo grasped the larger box with his left hand while pressing down forcefully on a stone beneath him with his right, propelling himself backward a full 10 feet, narrowly avoiding the grasp of none other than Qiangzi from the Yin-Yang sect, who had been seeking trouble with him. No wonder you indiscriminately take lives. It appears you covet other people's treasures. How despicable! You have brought shame upon the face of cultivators. Yet you still do not relinquish the treasure? Qiangzi's hair stood on end, his expression haughty, though his gaze remained fixated on the humanoid ginseng, revealing his unabashed greed. Elation surged within him. He had not anticipated encountering such a treasure during this trial. This ginseng was surely over 900 years old and was on the verge of fully transforming into a human form, its medicinal potency likely doubled. If he were to nurture it for several more decades, it could potentially evolve into a 3rd-tier spiritual herb. The thought exhilarated him. 3rd-tier spiritual herbs were scarce even within his sect. Even if he did not consume it himself, submitting it to the sect would yield substantial contribution points, granting access to greater resources and perhaps even allowing him to use this treasure as a tribute to gain favor with an elder. Thus, this treasure must be secured. Feng Yimo, fully aware of Qiangzi's avaricious intentions as he gazed at the humanoid ginseng in his possession, scoffed in disdain, opting for silence as he turned to flee. After a brief rest, his strength had completely returned, and he felt invigorated. His blood vitality was not merely a result of idle time. Although most of his spiritual energy had been absorbed by the devouring spirit silkworm, the transformation of his physical body was palpable. His legs were powerful, allowing him to cover distances of 10 feet with each stride, moving with the grace of a startled rabbit, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Qiangzi was left speechless, unable to suppress a laugh. How daring for a mere novice at the first layer of qi refinement to attempt to flee before him. With an air of unwarranted confidence, he calmly unleashed his flying sword and leaped into the fray, following at a measured pace. He intended to toy with the young man before him, akin to chasing prey, observing how he would ultimately wear himself out. Feng Yimo fled in a frenzy, relying on his formidable spiritual awareness to choose the most arduous paths to escape. The mountain winds howled through the forest at night, and wild beasts stirred. Twice he passed by a pack of wolves without arousing their attention, but the unfortunate Qiangzi, who followed closely behind, became the target of their ire. The wolves howled at Qiangzi, who was airborne, and in a fit of anger and humiliation, He unleashed several blades of light, cleaving a dozen wolves in half as he continued his pursuit of Feng Yimo. After desperately running for an entire hour, Feng Yimo found himself on the brink of exhaustion. If only he still possessed spiritual energy, he could have utilized the wind-shifting technique to elude Qi Yangzi's relentless chase. Alas, relying solely on his 2 legs rendered him utterly incapable of escaping his pursuer. Glancing at the humanoid ginseng in his hand, he steeled himself. Breaking off an arm and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing with vigor. The bittersweet essence, infused with abundant spiritual energy, coursed through his meridians, invigorating his weary body. The wind-shifting technique unfolded, transforming him into a fleeting azure shadow, propelling him several zhang forward, his speed multiplying manifold. What happened? Where did he go? As the adept swordsman Qi Yangzi soared through the skies, he noticed that the young lad who had been closely trailing him had suddenly vanished from sight. In a flurry, he swiftly formed a hand seal with his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to brush lightly across his eyes, activating his night vision. To his astonishment, he discerned a vague silhouette over 200 feet away, prompting a surge of alarm within him. He promptly pressed his right foot down upon his flying sword, accelerating his pursuit. The deeper he delved into the chase, the more apprehensive he became. Despite exerting 90% of his speed, he could only match the pace of the young boy ahead. It was worth noting that he was employing the art of sword flight, while his opponent relied solely on his own legs. Could it be that this individual possessed extraordinary physical training techniques, marking him as a formidable body cultivator? Upon realizing this, he hastened his pace, soaring with all his might until he landed before the youth, obstructing his path. However, when he discerned that the corner of the boy's mouth was still adorned with a remnant of ginseng root, fury consumed him. You scoundrel. How dare you consume ginseng raw? Such a heinous waste, such a blatant squandering. Qi Yangzi looked up with a long sigh, then turned with a fierce expression. Striding towards Feng Yimo, you have just consumed the medicine, and its effects have yet to be fully absorbed. I shall refine you into a spiritual elixir. Young one, I initially intended to spare your life, but alas, you failed to comprehend the gravity of your actions. Having consumed my treasured possession, you must resign yourself to your fate. Feng Yimo was utterly astounded. It was merely because he had consumed a ginseng that the ethereal figure before him, the red Xuanzi of the Tao Wind, intended to use him as a living ingredient to concoct elixirs. Such cruelty was beyond comprehension, as if he were nothing more than mere chaff. Before he could react, Qiangzi's right hand reached out, and a colossal hand, conjured from spiritual energy, lunged towards him. Feng Yimo hastily retreated, yet the hand pursued him relentlessly, akin to a maggot clinging to a bone. With a swift twist of his wrist, he brandished a half-section of a low-grade spiritual weapon and struck at the ethereal hand. Sizzle! The spiritual hand was cleaved in two by the broken sword, transforming into azure light points that dissipated in the air, leaving Feng Yimo greatly astonished. However, Qiangzi scoffed, saying, "How dare you flaunt such a mere half of a low-grade spiritual weapon? You are utterly ignorant. Receive my sword." As he spoke, the flying sword in his hand sliced through the air, aimed directly at Feng Yimo's head. In a state of panic, Feng Yimo raised the half of a treasured sword he held to block the attack, only to be met with a thunderous crash. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing through 2 trees before finally halting. Just as he managed to stand, a flush crept across his face, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The blade of the half-sword he held was riddled with cracks, emitting a crisp sound before shattering into countless fragments, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. Feng Yimo discarded the hilt, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared resentfully at the slowly approaching Qiangzi. Even with a fraction of his past cultivation, he could easily crush the man before him, yet now he found himself humiliated. Bereft of spiritual power, he was no match for brute strength. What was he to do? "Please, don't kill me. I still have ginseng left. I haven't consumed it all," Feng Yimo exclaimed. His face filled with terror as he fumbled in his robe to produce a half-piece of ginseng, trembling as he offered it with both hands, exuding sheer fear. "You haven't consumed it all," Qiangzi exclaimed with uncontainable joy, leaping in front of Feng Yimo to seize the ginseng. Indeed, it was half of a humanoid ginseng, prompting him to laugh heartily. At this moment, he stood merely 2 feet away from Feng Yimo, reveling in his regained treasure, unaware of the imminent peril. The look of terror vanished from Feng Yimo's face, replaced by a fierce determination. With his right hand, he drew a rust-covered long knife from his robe and lunged it toward Qiangzi's chest. "Die!" Feng Yimo bellowed. This was his final opportunity. At such a close range, He was resolute in his intent to eliminate Qiangzi, convinced that the latter would not spare him after acquiring the ginseng. Qiangzi snorted disdainfully, holding the ginseng in his left hand while a green light emanated from his right palm, conjuring a 2-foot square shield of spiritual energy that appeared before the rusted knife. To him, a mere iron blade posed no threat to his spiritual barrier. Even if the shield faltered, he still wore a layer of superior inner armor. However, to his astonishment, the rusty long knife pierced through the spiritual shield with ease, driving into his palm, nearly severing it. Upon striking his armor, it seemed as fragile as paper, as the knife penetrated his chest and emerged from his back, the hilt disappearing entirely. With a resounding thud, Qiangzi struck Feng Yimo in the chest, sending him flying. Even mid-air, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, the sound of his ribs fracturing echoing in his ears, mingled with the taste of crushed lung tissue in his blood. What manner of knife is this? Qiangzi's hair stood on end, flailing in the wind. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his countenance twisted in rage, appearing terrifying in the darkness of night as he hoarsely inquired. Feng Yimo, bewildered by the question, shook his head, preparing to speak when he suddenly saw Qiangzi grasping the knife's hilt, slowly withdrawing the rusted blade. A wave of dread washed over him. Could it be that he would not die from this? If Qiangzi succeeded in extracting the knife, his demise would be imminent. He struggled to rise, yet his body felt utterly devoid of strength, each breath searing pain through his chest. Suddenly, Qiangzi let out a blood-curdling scream as the rusted blade erupted with a surge of gray light. His once rosy complexion rapidly withered, his hair dulled, losing its luster, and the muscles in his arms contracted. Within the brief span of 3 breaths, Qiangzi was reduced to a mere skeleton, his flesh and blood entirely absorbed by the ominous gray radiance. As the mountain breeze swept through, the skeletal remains disintegrated into particles of dust, carried away by the wind, leaving behind only a Taoist robe. The rusted blade clattered to the ground, and Feng Yimo, unable to withstand the ordeal any longer, succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. When Feng Yimo awoke, he found it was still night, and the surroundings were eerily silent. With great effort, he managed to rise, retrieving a significant chunk of ginseng, Qiangzi's flying sword, and the storage pouch. Glancing at the rusted blade on the ground, he dared not touch it directly. Instead, he used his consciousness to collect it into the storage pouch. He hastily stuffed the ginseng into his mouth, chewing while stumbling forward. Earlier, he had consumed only the arm and leg-shaped roots of the humanoid ginseng, leaving the main body intact. Now, with the full potency of the ginseng unleashed, it nourished his internal injuries. Before long, the excruciating pain subsided, yet the ginseng's medicinal power was overwhelming. Steam began to rise from his forehead, as if he were running beneath a steamer. A fire seemed to burn within his belly, igniting a feverish heat throughout his body. Even as the devouring spirit silkworm continuously absorbed the spiritual energy emitted from the ginseng, the excessive potency caused Feng Yimo great distress, his skin reddening and his body swelling. Noticing a pool of water not far away, he disregarded all else and sprinted toward it, plunging in with a splash. As he submerged in the pool, a thick steam enveloped the area, transforming the atmosphere above the water into what resembled a celestial realm. The coolness of the water alleviated his discomfort, and he felt his limbs loosen, a sense of relief washing over him. He promptly began to circulate his energy within the water, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Lingya, the sole daughter of Ling Fei, the lord of Tuyang City, was a formidable figure in the city, commanding respect from all. Tuyang City, as the second largest city in the state of Chu, played a crucial role in defending the borders against beastly incursions. Lord Ling Fei had been appointed as the Marquis of Tuyang by the monarch of Chu, and Lingya enjoyed a close friendship with the princess, Chu Linger. This journey was undertaken at the invitation of Princess Chu Lingo to attend the Flower Appreciation Festival in the capital, Baiwa City. However, due to an unexpected downpour that forced her to take shelter in a temple yesterday, her travel was delayed. Thus, she set out early today to make up for lost time, determined not to miss the festival. "Miss, look over there. Is that steam rising from a hot spring?" suggested her maid, Xiao Ju, lifting the carriage curtain and pointing with her slender fingers to the right. Lingya turned her gaze and indeed spotted a plume of heat rising not far from the official road. After a moment's thought, she said, "Uncle Hai, let us go take a look." Ling Hai, the steward of the Ling family, who had watched her grow and treated her like his own daughter, immediately turned the carriage toward the source of the mist, followed closely by 12 cavalrymen clad in silver armor, providing protection on either side. The knight in silver armor is one of the renowned 12 among the 300 silver guards of the Duke of Tian. Each warrior possesses the strength to match 100 foes, having endured countless battles. The silver armor bears faint stains of brownish blood, the remnants of enemies vanquished. Even when confronted by fierce beasts, these 12 silver guards are formidable adversaries. As the daughter sets forth, not a single misstep can be tolerated. Hints. The Duke has dispatched 12 knights to ensure her safe passage from Tuyang City to the capital, Blackwood City, a journey spanning 2,800 miles, which warrants utmost caution. Before long, they arrive at a serene pond surrounded by swirling mist. The morning sun casts a kaleidoscope of colors, with a half-arc rainbow suspended in the air, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrances of blooming flowers. The maid, Qiujuan, joyfully rushes to the pond's edge, dipping her hand into the warm water. "Miss, it is indeed a hot spring. Come quickly." Outside, 20 silver guards stand vigilant, ensuring no one approaches within 20 paces. Within the confines of the pond, under the watchful eye of her maid, Lingya loosens her garments, revealing her flawless form at the water's edge. Her delicate feet gently immerse into the warmth, and as she fully submerges, the soothing embrace of the hot spring envelopes her, bringing immense comfort. While cleansing herself, Lingya scans her surroundings and suddenly perceives a vague silhouette across the pond, a tall figure. Startled, she gasps, "There is someone." "Qiujuan, come quickly." Qiujuan rushes over, asking, "Where? Where?" Lingya points towards the opposite side of the spring. Qiujuan swiftly draws a concealed arrow, but alas, the heavy mist obscures her aim, leaving them uncertain if she hit her target. Lingya, forgetting her modesty, rises from the water just as a morning breeze sweeps through, dispersing the fog and revealing the scene before them. A handsome young man, bare from the waist up, sits cross-legged in the pond, his eyes closed and breathing steady, as if in slumber. Surrounding him are countless butterflies, red, blue, yellow, black, and multicolored, some fluttering above his head, others resting on the water's surface or alighting upon him, dancing gracefully in the breeze, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Both Lingya and Qiujuan stand mesmerized, momentarily forgetting their state of undress. Suddenly, the young man opens his eyes, casting a clear and luminous gaze towards Lingya. "How dare you, you bold lecher, peeping on my lady while she bathes," Qiujuan exclaims, hastily draping a garment over Lingya while maintaining a stern demeanor. Lingya's cheeks flush crimson, overwhelmed by shame, nearly brought to tears by such a humiliation of being exposed to a stranger. She hastily dons her attire, seizes a sword, and charges towards the young man, intent on avenging her dignity. Yet, as she rushes forward, countless butterflies take flight, seemingly sensing her fury, encircling the young man protectively. Many moths, drawn to her wrath, swarm towards her, overwhelming her senses and forcing her to halt, wildly slashing with her sword, soon accumulating a pile of butterfly remains at her feet. Feng Yimo has been diligently refining the medicinal essence of the humanoid ginseng. The water in the pond is heated by the warmth radiating from his body. Although the humanoid ginseng has elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement, it regrettably remains just that, a mere first layer, unable to break through to the second. Moreover, the soul-devouring silkworm has inexplicably gone mad, draining him completely of the spiritual energy he had just accumulated, leaving him in a state akin to that of an ordinary mortal. Feng Yimo was startled awake by Lingya's piercing scream. Immersed in his cultivation, he had unwittingly let his guard down, and a wave of apprehension washed over him. What if a wild beast or a malicious person had approached him with a knife? He opened his eyes to behold a strikingly beautiful figure. Her body was slender, her legs long and flawless, her flat and smooth abdomen captivating. Following the delicate curve of her neck, he noticed her willow-shaped eyebrows and her eyes, which sparkled like autumn waters, exuding a bewitching charm. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, her cheeks flushed with indignation, and her petite lips resembled petals, shining like jade. Her skin was as soft and delicate as snow, ethereal and breathtaking, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. However, once the woman donned her attire, she frantically brandished her sword towards him. A swarm of butterflies, seemingly appearing from nowhere, surged to protect him. Witnessing the butterflies perish beneath, her blade stirred his heart with compassion. With a swift motion, he commanded, "Go." A multitude of butterflies ascended into the air, cascading like a rain of wings. The sky darkened momentarily before revealing a pristine expanse, leaving Lingya momentarily stunned and rooted in place. Feng Yimo rose from the water's edge, while Lingya turned around, covering her face, trembling with fury. "Rogue! Filthy rogue! You scoundrel! I shall not rest until I have your life." Just then, Qiujuan hurried over and whispered, "Miss, he is wearing trousers." Lingya paused, realizing that the youth was indeed only bare from the waist up, and her embarrassment turned into fury as she rushed at him, sword pointed accusingly. "Speak. Why did you spy on me while I bathed?" Feng Yimo calmly slipped into his long robe and replied, "I have been here all night. It was you who disturbed me. Everything should adhere to the order of arrival, should it not?" "What?" Lingya was taken aback, remembering her hasty descent into the water without assessing the situation. The mist hovering above the pond had obscured her view, and with the silver guards stationed around, it seemed impossible for someone to intrude silently. Though his reasoning held merit, she could not swallow the humiliation of having been seen in her vulnerable state. As soon as Feng Yimo finished dressing, she declared loudly, "Silver guards, seize this man." The silver guards, startled, rushed over, realizing that the lady was bathing and that an intruder had breached her privacy. Upon seeing the three of them properly attired, they breathed a sigh of relief and, without hesitation, apprehended Feng Yimo. At that moment, he was merely a mortal without the strength to resist, especially since he had not sensed any murderous intent. Lest he face no peril. "Miss, how shall we deal with him? You do not truly intend to kill him, do you?" The maid Qiujuan inquired softly. Catching up with Lingya, Lingya cast a triumphant glance back at Feng Yimo, her eyes glinting with cunning. "I shall have him as my servant. He can command butterflies, and when the 100 Flowers Conference arrives, he can summon thousands of butterflies to enhance the splendor of the event. I adore flowers, and having him attract a flurry of butterflies to dance around would be simply delightful." Qiujuan giggled, covering her mouth. "Miss, does this mean you are enticing butterflies?" "Ah, you wretched girl. Watch as I tear your mouth apart," Lingya exclaimed, reaching for Qiujuan's armpit, and the two began to playfully tussle, forgetting the morning's earlier unpleasantness. Lingya, at the tender age of 17 or 18, was in the throes of youthful exuberance. She had grown up alongside her maid, Qiuju, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. Though she could be fierce toward others, her affection for Qiuju was boundless. In addition to Qiuju, she had 3 other maids named Chunlan, Xiaohe, and Dongmei, each named after Flora, reflecting her fondness for nature. Captured and forced to walk, Feng Yimo managed to keep pace with the slow-moving carriage. Ling Hai, seated in the right rear of the carriage, glanced back at the composed and dignified youth following them, who displayed neither fear nor trepidation. Amused by the boy's unusual composure, he pondered how such a young child could wander alone in the wilderness and what his intentions might be. What was the young lady's purpose in bringing him here? Inside the carriage, laughter echoed between the young lady and Qiuju. Ling Hai shook his head, resigning himself to the whims of the sole daughter of the Lord, who was utterly spoiled and charming, effectively adding another servant to their household. 3,000 miles away at Inyang Gate, the grand entrance was an imposing Tinjongtal circular taiji symbol, representing the balance of yin and yang. Beyond the gate lay a series of pavilions perched atop mountains, adorned with redwood and azure tiles, enveloped in ethereal mist, inhabited by graceful deer, celestial cranes, and vibrant flora, resonating with the sounds of nature, a true paradise. The foremost pavilion, marked by a plaque reading Soul Pavilion, housed the soul tokens of core disciples and above. Each core disciple, steward, and elder left a fragment of their soul behind. Should they meet an untimely demise, their soul token would shatter, alerting the sect to their passing. This morning, as the on-duty disciples swept the dust as was their routine, one soul token inexplicably crumbled to dust, sending them into a panic. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it belonged to Qi Yangzi, one of the 12 core disciples currently on an expedition. They hurried to report this to the Law Hall. Report: core disciple Qi Yangzi has fallen. The Law Hall, tasked not only with punishing errant disciples but also with uncovering the causes of their demise, could not afford to let such a trivial matter tarnish the reputation of Inyang Gate. The Hall Master, Situbei, summoned 3 flying swords, inscribing the details of the incident and casting them into the sky, a method of sending urgent messages to disciples in the field to swiftly investigate the cause of Qi Yangzi's death. Qi Zhuzi, a disciple of the Qi generation at Inyang Gate, was least inclined to cultivate his skills, preferring the pleasures of indulgence, which had left him at the nascent second level of Qi refinement. While relishing a lavish meal at a tavern, a sudden flash of white light caught his attention. Startled, he reached out to catch it, placing it upon his forehead. The authoritative voice of Situbei resonated within. Qi Yangzi has fallen in the field. Hasten to uncover the cause of death and report back to me. Stunned by the news of Qi Yangzi's demise, who had reached the pinnacle of the second level of qi refinement, Qi Zhuzi abandoned his meal and dashed out, drawing the astonished gazes of those around him. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect are categorized into 5 generations: green, red, blue, black, and white. The green generation consists of newcomers within their first 5 years, with the highest cultivation level reaching the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 1. Upon advancing to Qi Refinement Stage 2, they may be promoted to the red generation, continuing until the Foundation Establishment Stage, where they are designated as the blue generation, typically bearing names beginning with the character for blue. If fortunate enough to reach the core formation stage, becoming golden elixir cultivators, they may don black robes and revert to their secular names. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall exemplifies this. Following them are the nascent soul cultivators, who wear Taoist robes adorned with a black and white Taiji symbol, holding the highest status, equivalent to that of the esteemed elders. Furthermore, only the sect leader is permitted to wear the Taiji patterned robes. Elders of such high stature are elusive. And even within a grand sect like the Yin-Yang sect, there are but a few, the exact number remaining uncertain. The disciple Qi Zhuzi, usually close to Qi Yangzi, was devastated upon hearing of his demise, vowing silently to track down the murderer and avenge his brother's death. 2 other disciples of the red generation, having received urgent messages via flying swords, hurried to the scene as well. This marked the first time in 5 years that a core disciple had met such a tragic fate during their training, as the foremost cultivation sect in the Qin kingdom. It was indeed rare for anyone to provoke them, who possessed such audacity. Each person pondered this, filled with righteous indignation, silently swearing to flay the culprit alive upon discovery. Feng Yimo had traveled alongside the caravan for over 10 days without incident, covering more than 100 miles each day. Along the way, he encountered countless vibrant mountain flowers. Wherever butterflies fluttered, they would flock to him, swirling around in a delightful dance, leaving Ling Hai and the silver-clad guards in awe. They had never witnessed the spectacle of thousands of butterflies dancing above a pond. Even a mere few hundred left them entranced. Lingya and Xiaoju gleefully leaped and bounded amidst the butterflies, especially Lingya, who brimmed with pride. If she were to showcase such a display at the Flower Appreciation Festival in the City of 100 Flowers, she would undoubtedly shine with unparalleled brilliance. Flower Slave was the name she had given Feng Yimo, entrusting him with the care of the flower garden from now on. During these leisurely days, Feng Yimo opened Qi Yangzi's storage bag, discovering over 200 low-grade spirit stones, several bottles of elixirs, and numerous jade slips containing cultivation techniques. Although he found no spiritual artifacts, there was an abundance of refining materials and various first-grade spirit herbs, all remarkably fresh, suggesting they had been recently harvested. However, it was not the spirit stones, refining materials, or spirit herbs that piqued his interest, but rather the jade slips of techniques. Given that the Yin-Yang sect was the foremost cultivation sect in the Qin kingdom, it was reasonable to expect commendable techniques within. He retrieved a slip, holding it in his palm, and silently began to read its contents with his divine sense. The first jade slip revealed a map depicting the entirety of the Chu kingdom, along with portions of the neighboring Yu and Qi kingdoms. Astonishingly, the Chu kingdom stretched over 10,000 miles from east to west and over 5,000 miles from north to south, a vast expanse indeed. Feng Yimo felt a surge of joy as he was seeking the city of Haimo within Chu. Yet, after scrutinizing the entire map, he found no indication of Haimu's presence. What could this mean? Was the map incomplete, or was Haimo too small to be marked on it? With a sense of bewilderment, he set down the first jade slip and picked up the second, which contained the teachings of a technique known as the Yin-Yang decision. This was the principal practice for all disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, encapsulated in the essence. Yin and Yang are one body with 2 aspects, mutually concealed and interchanging, never adhering to a singular form. Although the 2 lack a fixed manifestation, they transform in accordance with the Tao. Both can serve as the Tao above and as vessels below. The Tao is boundless and omnipresent, understood through its application. When utilized, the Yin and Yang are established. Though they may be defined, they are also subject to change with time. Thus it is said, Yin and Yang are not 2, but await the unity. This unity is the Tai Chi, governing the duality, interacting and transforming into myriad sources. Feng Yimo's body trembled with intensity. This succinct principle, nearly 123 characters long, elucidated the origin of all things, stirring something deep within his heart, plunging him into contemplation. In the distance, Xiaoju observed Feng Yimo in a daze and nudged Lingya. "Miss, do you think our flower slave has lost his wits?" Lingya turned her head, just in time to see Feng Yimo resting upon a stone. At this moment, the evening sun cast its golden glow from afar, enveloping his form in a radiant light. His expression was intensely focused, with distinct features that exuded an indescribable grace and ease. A small purple butterfly, the size of a fist, descended from the heavens and alighted on his shoulder, its wings fluttering in harmony, creating a sense of unity that left Lingya spellbound. After a long while, Lingya emerged from her astonishment, pondering the true nature of this flower slave. Was he truly a wanderer? Before the ruins of the Zhou Pipey Manor, a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, landing a young man clad in a blue brocade robe upon the crumbling steps. Upon witnessing the devastation before him, he was momentarily stunned and called out, "How could this be? Elder brother, where are you?" Yet, amidst the remnants of shattered walls, there was no echo to be found. He strode into the dilapidated courtyard, searching with his formidable spiritual sense, only to discover nothing. Having just established his foundation, he wielded a powerful spiritual awareness. Had it not been for the critical moment of seclusion, he would have rushed here upon receiving his brother's message, unaware that he had arrived too late, and that the two brothers were now separated by fate. He could not accept this reality. "Who is it? Who killed my brother's entire family?" The young man let out a primal roar, his face contorted with rage, muscles trembling in fury. "Ah, brother, I shall find the murderer and avenge you." His brother's letter spoke of acquiring a millennium-old ginseng, wishing for him to retrieve it to facilitate his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Unbeknownst to him, his innate talent was extraordinary. With just a single foundation establishment pill from the sect, he had broken through the confines after 3 months of seclusion, ascending to the foundation establishment stage and becoming a true cultivator. Initially, he was filled with pride, having received praise from his master, who gifted him a top-tier spiritual artifact as a token for his advancement. He had intended to return home and boast to his brother, only to be met with the grim scene of ruins. He rose to his feet, arms outstretched, embracing the duality of yin and yang. A transparent bubble materialized between his palms, gradually expanding to the size of a ruler as he moved his hands outward. Suddenly, the young man exhaled a mouthful of vital blood, transforming the bubble into a vivid crimson, shimmering with light. Within the bubble emerged 2 indistinct figures. Slowly becoming clear, the scene of Qiangzi battling the girl in the red dress. Behind them lay a sea of flames, while several house servants attempting to flee were reduced to mere flesh amidst the aftermath of their clash. Due to the dim lighting, the figure of Feng Yimo hiding by the wall went unnoticed. The young man's complexion turned pale, his energy waning. The execution of the unique secret technique, bloodline sensing, consumed an immense amount of vital blood, especially considering he had just advanced to the foundation establishment stage, his realm still unstable and on the verge of collapse. Yet, driven by a desire for vengeance, he could not afford to hesitate. Since childhood, he had relied on his elder brother, who had nurtured him and paid a handsome sum to send him to the Duanhuan sect to learn the arts of immortality. Without his brother, Zhou Guangyuan would not be who he was today. Thus, he was resolute in avenging his brother's death and finding the culprit. The bloodline sensing technique could only trace events that occurred within a span of half a month. Anything beyond that would render even the mightiest efforts futile. Therefore, Zhou Guangyuan was willing to risk a setback in his cultivation to employ this secret method. It must be the work of the Yin-Yang sect and the Bale sect. They must have discovered that his brother possessed a millennium ginseng, leading to a violent dispute over the spoils. "I shall annihilate you both." Zhou Guangyuan's fury ignited as he recognized the attire of the 2 individuals, shattering the bubble in his grasp and bellowing in rage. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures appeared before the gates of the Zhou residence, led by Chizuzi, who sought the truth behind Qiangzi's demise. He could have arrived earlier, but was alarmed by a message from his fellow disciples, nearly acting recklessly. His 2 senior brothers had indicated that the one capable of killing Qiangzi, a peak Qi refinement practitioner, must possess greater prowess. Had Chizuzi approached alone, he might have fallen victim to the same fate. Thus, the 3 conspired to venture forth together. As they landed, they beheld a young cultivator emerging from the ruins. His eyes a fierce red, his complexion ashen, glaring at them as if he were a predator. Strangely, the trio could not discern the depth of his cultivation, leaving them astounded. Could this be the very murderer of Qiangzi? "Who are you? Did you slay my brother?" Chizuzi demanded, stepping forward, emboldened by their numbers. "He deserves to die," Zhou Guangyuan hissed through clenched teeth, having recognized the 3 Qi refinement practitioners before him as the brothers of the murderer, harboring resentment towards them. "You shall pay for my brother's life." Hearing Zhou Guangyuan's declaration, Chizuzi was convinced that this was indeed the culprit standing before them. With a commanding shout, he ordered, "Attack!" and unsheathed a flying sword, thrusting it directly at Zhou Guangyuan's face. However, he failed to notice the trembling, pale expressions of his two senior brothers behind him. A flying sword, swift as the wind, approached the assailant, who merely raised a hand to his chest. The sword, as if encountering an insurmountable obstacle, abruptly halted and trembled violently before exploding into countless shards that ricocheted back. The foremost figure, Chizuzi, was instantly pierced by several fragments. While the two senior brothers behind him were not spared either, one was struck by 2 shards, the other by 4, both collapsing to the ground. Drenched in blood and grievously wounded, Chizuzi, astounded, pondered the assailant's cultivation level. It was unfathomable. The opponent appeared to be at least 2 tiers above him, perhaps at the late stage of chi refinement. Furthermore, the adversary had shattered his sword with a mere flick of the wrist, showcasing profound mastery. With life hanging in the balance, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a talisman, spitting blood upon it, channeling an immense surge of spiritual energy into the talisman. It emanated a golden light, directed at the advancing Zhou Guanyin. "Brothers, assist me in vanquishing this scoundrel." The 2 brothers, grim and resigned, had already sensed the exceptional prowess of their adversary, at least at the pinnacle of chi refinement. Yet, their reckless junior had already launched an attack, and despite their own injuries, they could not suppress their indignation and joined the fray. Zhou Guangyuan halted, his expression grave as he beheld the golden light shot forth from Chizuzi's hand. Was that a second-tier high-grade golden sword talisman? How could a mere second-tier chi refinement cultivator possess such a precious talisman? Alas, his cultivation was too low. If it were a foundation establishment cultivator activating it, he would have no choice but to flee. He disregarded the attacks from the other 2, casually waving his hand to summon 2 spiritual shields that blocked the flying swords. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a beam of green light to cleave through the golden radiance of the talisman. A thunderous clash resounded as the green radiance sword met the golden sword talisman head-on. The talisman disintegrated, but the green radiance sword was also sent spiraling back. Zhou Guangyuan felt a swell of pride. The green radiance sword was a superb spiritual artifact gifted by his master. Just as he prepared to summon it back, an unexpected development occurred. A slender golden light erupted from the remnants of the shattered talisman, darting toward him in an instant. In alarm, Zhou Guangyuan realized it was the rare mother and son sword. He was struck with dread and hastily summoned an exquisite triangular shield. But there was no time to activate full defense. The slender golden light pierced through the shield, entering his chest and exiting through his back. Erupting in a cloud of blood, the triangular shield shattered into fragments, falling to the ground. Zhou Guangyuan stood frozen, feeling his recently attained foundation establishment cultivation plummet back to the pinnacle of chi refinement. His dantian had been devastated, and the path to re-enter foundation establishment had become exceedingly arduous. Chizuzi, overjoyed at having severely wounded the assailant, summoned another flying sword to strike at Zhou Guangyuan's head. "Brothers, why do you hesitate? Act swiftly." To his bewilderment, the 2 senior brothers, abandoning their swords, fled in panic. Chizuzi was perplexed. The enemy was already gravely injured. Why not strike while the iron was hot? In the blink of an eye, the once visible assailant vanished, and the 2 senior brothers emitted cries of despair. When Chizuzi turned abruptly, he found their heads soaring through the air. The young cultivator, his visage twisted in fury, glared menacingly, emanating dark smoke that enveloped the fallen bodies. Almost instantaneously, as the smoke dissipated, the corpses transformed into desiccated husks, their flesh entirely consumed. "Oh, it is the soul-seeking smoke. You are from the soul-severing sect." Chizu's face turned ashen, and in his fright, he forgot to control his flying sword, which clattered to the ground. He hastily retrieved a communication sword and inscribed a few words. "Those who kill me are from the soul-severing sect." He cast it into the sky. Zhou Guangyuan had initially intended to eliminate the person before him, but now found his painstakingly acquired cultivation level regressing, compelling him to consider flaying and dismembering the unfortunate soul. However, upon suddenly witnessing the communication sword, he sensed impending doom. His body quivered as the soul-seeking smoke transformed into a black chain, flying towards Chizu. Yet, as it pierced through the dark smoke and into the light, it vanished into the firmament. The lifeless body of Chizu collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a spirit within the soul-seeking smoke struggled fiercely, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. "Our sect will not let you off. Await your retribution." Zhou Guangyuan let out a cold chuckle and inhaled the soul-seeking smoke, smacking his lips. For the taste of a cultivator's soul was exquisite. The disciples of the soul-severing sect possessed formidable soul power, as they could absorb the souls of others to augment their own, allowing their cultivation to progress at a rate far superior to that of their peers, thus branding them as a malevolent cult throughout the world of cultivation. He reached out to collect 3 storage bags, and with a leap, Zhou Guangyuan set off to seek a place to heal his wounds before pursuing the figures of Qi Yangzi and the maiden in the red dress. Meanwhile, a disciple on duty at the Yin-Yang sect Soul Pavilion had just finished sweeping away the dust and had not yet exited when he heard 2 sharp cracking sounds behind him. Turning around, he beheld the 3rd life soul token shatter, and in terror, he trembled as he discerned the names of the 3 individuals. He rushed towards the law enforcement hall, exclaiming, "This is bad! This is bad!" Situ Bei's expression darkened. He had already received the communication from Qi Zhu's flying sword. The audacity of the soul-severing sect to murder his disciple was shocking, and the brevity of the message indicated urgency, suggesting that the assailants were far more powerful than Qi Zhu and his companions. Thus, he deemed it unwise to send disciples of the Qi refining stage and resolved to dispatch only those at the foundation establishment stage or above. After careful consideration, he released 2 communication swords. Feng Yimo was entirely unaware that his actions had instigated a violent clash between 2 major sects, causing a monumental uproar. At that moment, he lay leisurely upon a carriage, gazing serenely at the clouds above. Since perusing the fundamental principles of the yin-yang technique, he had gained insights that brought tranquility to his mind, rendering him more akin to an ordinary mortal. Regrettably, the yin-yang technique only encompassed the overarching principles and the incantations for the Qi refining stage and below, with the incantations seemingly altered, losing their original profundity. Nevertheless, he diligently committed them to memory, practicing at every opportunity. To avoid drawing attention from Lingya and her companions, Feng Yimo practiced only during the night. He could sense the surrounding spiritual energy coalescing into countless specks that surged towards his body, at a speed approximately thrice that of his previous cultivation techniques, akin to the pinnacle of methods from his past life. In the dead of night, even if someone were to observe the glimmering specks, they would likely dismiss them as fireflies drawn to the light. After all, if flower slaves could attract butterflies, it was hardly surprising that fireflies could be lured as well. Reaching the peak of the first layer of Qi refining, Feng Yimo expanded the range of his spiritual perception, now extending to 1.5 miles. Suddenly sitting up in the carriage, he discerned through his senses that dozens of figures clad in black, their faces concealed, were lurking in the dense forest just 1 mile away. Before them lay a solitary path, flanked by towering mountains. The figures cloaked in black evidently knew the route of the convoy, having deliberately ambushed the area, their intentions undoubtedly nefarious, akin to brigands poised for plunder. Concealed by their masks, could they be individuals familiar to Lingya and her companions? Wind Emo hesitated, contemplating whether to alert Lingya, when suddenly, Captain Xiaohe of the silver-clad guards raised his hand, signaling the convoy to halt. He too perceived the unusual circumstances ahead. Before them, lush trees swayed as a flock of birds took flight from the dense thicket, soaring into the sky, and an ominous aura began to seep forth. The woods concealed enemies. As an experienced leader, Xiaohe sensed the imminent peril, his countenance turning grave. Judging by the location of the startled birds, it was clear that there were ambushers lurking on both sides of the road, and in considerable numbers. Uncle Hai, ensure the young lady's safety. Should danger arise, flee at once. Xiaohe instructed Lingya with utmost seriousness, gesturing for the 12 silver guards to form a line before the carriage. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene, as 12 steeds shifted restlessly, their hooves trampling anxiously. The carriage occupied by Wind Emo was at the rear. A vehicle laden with the essentials for the young lady's journey, pots, pans, toiletries, and tents for encampment, all meticulously packed. Initially, he was required to march alongside, but due to his slower pace and commendable performance, he was granted the rare privilege of riding. The coachman trembled with trepidation, although he had yet to glimpse the bandits. An instinctual awareness of impending doom gnawed at him. As he prepared to leap from the carriage in flight, a feathered arrow soared from the distance, pinning him firmly to the vehicle. The driver of the carriage ahead met a similar fate, likewise impaled. Ballista! Xiaohe exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the lengthy, stout shaft of the arrow exceeding 5 feet in length. While ordinary arrows could reach a distance of 100 paces, the formidable ballista could strike from 500. Protect the young lady. Charge. Xiao made a decisive call, urging his horse forward. In the face of the ballista, any resistance would be futile. The only strategy was to swiftly eliminate the bandits, lest they all perish. Moreover, such siege weaponry would not be plentiful, perhaps only one or two at most. Indeed, arrows were soon loosed from both flanks, and Xiao deftly severed one of the deadly projectiles with his sword. Spurring his steed, he gallantly charged into the fray, where the black-clad assailants emerged from the thicket. With a slight lean, he swung his sword, cleaving through the skull of one bandit, whose lifeless body stumbled forward several paces before collapsing. The 12 silver guards, akin to 12 relentless engines of destruction, surged forth, dispatching over 40 foes in a bloody onslaught. Just as the remaining guards were poised to cheer, Xiao shifted his gaze deeper into the forest, sensing that the threat was not yet abated. "Friends, reveal yourselves," he bellowed, his form drenched in blood, droplets cascading from his silver armor, exuding an aura of ferocity that commanded respect. Feng Yimo, who had been closely observing the battle, silently nodded in admiration. What a paragon of heroism. Indeed, not all within the military are mere buffoons with such prowess and experience. One would expect him to be more than just a silver guard. I have heard whispers of the 18 concealed golden guards serving under the Duke of Tian. Could he possibly be one among them? As the words fell, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the woods, adorned with a square scarf and clad in a deep blue long robe. His hair was styled in a bun, and he approached with bare hands, seemingly gliding over the grass, swiftly arriving before the silver-clad guards. Observing the delay, Ling Hai promptly leaped into the driver's seat, turned the horse's head, and urged the carriage into a frantic gallop. The opponent had summoned cultivators, a force far beyond what the silver guards could withstand. There was no time to lose. Inside the carriage, Lingya and Qiujia were as pale as ghosts, gripping the carriage tightly, too frightened to utter a word. It was their first time witnessing Uncle Hai in such a state of panic. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, showing no intention to pursue in his eyes. These soldiers were mere ants, incapable of escaping his grasp. Xiao's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the man before him, a bitter taste in his mouth. Faced with a cultivator, even 12 silver guards stood no chance, let alone 50. Yet, to buy time for the young lady, he could only fight desperately, willing to sacrifice himself for her survival. Form the array, Xiao bellowed, and the remaining 11 steeds surged forward, circling around the middle-aged cultivator, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, with a mere gesture, the cultivator dispelled the dust as though swept away by an invisible hand, leaving the air pristine. Swoosh! The silver guards, undaunted, drew their powerful crossbows and aimed at the middle-aged man. With a flick of his sleeve, the cultivator sent the incoming bolts back with greater force, piercing through the armor of the silver guards, causing 7 of them to tumble from their horses. The steeds, now riderless, fled in terror. Xiao, struck by an arrow, felt the warm blood staining his silver armor as he glanced back in despair, seeing the carriage carrying the young lady already far away. He brandished his sword and urged his steed, resolutely charging toward the middle-aged cultivator. Kill! 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 The other 4 surviving silver guards raised their weapons, their silhouettes grim and determined as they rushed towards the middle-aged man. They understood they were marching to their doom, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Feng Yimo couldn't help but be moved, feeling admiration swell within him as his formidable consciousness enveloped the middle-aged cultivator. The cultivator sneered, flipping his wrist to produce a flying sword that radiated a terrifying brilliance, ready to claim the lives of the 5. Suddenly, a sense of dread overcame him as an overwhelming consciousness enveloped him entirely. Despite his 3rd-tier chi cultivation, he felt like a fragile boat amidst a stormy sea, on the verge of capsizing. It was the presence of a foundational elder. Forgetting about killing, he hastily retreated, crying out, "Spare me, senior." The formidable consciousness retracted swiftly, leaving the cultivator drenched in sweat, and he dared not linger any longer, fleeing in disarray. The 5 silver guards stood dumbfounded. They had all resigned themselves to death. Yet their enemy had fled. A sense of survival washed over them. One member assisted the captain in bandaging his wound, while the other 3 buried their fallen comrades, gathered the horses, and pursued the direction of the young lady. As they passed Feng Yimo's carriage, they noticed that the newly acquired flower servant had not fled. Xiao reined in his steed, looking at Feng Yimo with curiosity. "Why did you not escape?" Feng Yimo's expression remained neutral. He said nothing, pushing aside the driver's corpse, and turned the carriage to follow the steeds. "Let us go together to find the young lady." Xiao was quite pleased with Feng Yimo's audacity. He raised his hand and released a concealed arrow, which soared to a height of several dozen feet before bursting open, producing a melodious shriek. This was the unique signal of the Tu Yang Marquis. In the distance, Hai Shu reined in his carriage, incredulously glancing back. Had Xiao He and his companions truly triumphed over the cultivators? As she hesitated, 12 war horses emerged in the distance, 7 of which bore no riders. Following them was a leisurely moving carriage, the driver now replaced by a flower slave. Ling Hai, filled with joy, whispered to Lingya inside the carriage, "Miss, Xiao He and the others have returned. Where are they?" Lingya was filled with excitement as she lifted the curtain of the carriage and leaped down to greet the heroes. After a brief discussion, the group decided to retrace their steps along the original route. Firstly, given their failed assassination attempt, it was unlikely that a second wave would ensue. The cultivators had already been dispatched, and it would be beneath their dignity to strike again after a previous failure against mere mortals. Secondly, taking a detour would prolong their journey by 10 days, which was unfeasible. The longer they took, the greater the risk of encountering danger. Upon returning to the scene of the incident, they found the ground, once strewn with corpses, now devoid of any signs of the grim event. Xiao He and the others felt compelled to halt their advance. Feng Yimo discovered that the fleeing cultivator had returned to collect the corpses. Over 40 bodies were gathered into this individual storage bag, indicating that the bag possessed a considerable capacity and was of a high-grade nature. Storage bags, varying in size, are categorized into low-grade and high-grade. The one he possessed was merely a foot in size, thus classified as low-grade. Moreover, after this encounter, Feng Yimo realized that his spiritual awareness remained undetected by others unless he intentionally probed them, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. Convinced that the path ahead was secure, he traversed the pass with a sense of calm, under the astonished gazes of Xiao He, Ling Hai, and Lingya. Their admiration for his audacity deepened. Lingya felt a tinge of sorrow as they passed the burial site of the 7 silver-clad guards. From the carriage, she offered a distant salute, whispering her gratitude. The journey ahead was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any incidents. Feng Yimo took the reins by day and practiced his cultivation by night, finding a certain ease in the routine. Unbeknownst to him, the Yin-Yang sect and the soul-severing sect had engaged in numerous fierce skirmishes, each suffering casualties, with the conflict escalating to involve late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Guangyuan had been besieged multiple times, each time narrowly escaping the encirclement with the aid of a long-distance teleportation talisman bestowed by his master. He bore several wounds, and his cultivation level had diminished, descending from the pinnacle of qi refinement to the 10th level, which filled him with great frustration. It seemed the Yin-Yang sect had made him their target, relentlessly pursuing him for 2 months. Among his fellow disciples, 6 had perished, all in the early stages of Foundation establishment, while the Yin-Yang sect had lost 5 mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Gazing ahead, he recognized, several miles away, a magnificent ancient city, Blackwood City, the capital of the Chu Kingdom, and hastily made his way towards it. Feng Yimo and his companions had arrived at Blackwood City 3 days prior. Armed with the princess's token, the guards at the city gate respectfully granted them passage. After being captured and forced into servitude as a flower slave, then as a coachman, and enduring 57 days of various roles, he now served as Lingya's attendant, responsible for carrying her bags, holding an umbrella, and handling payments. Young women are naturally inclined towards shopping. Since entering Blackwood City, Lingya had not spent a single day without indulging in purchases. From sweet candied hawthorns to playful rattles and cosmetic powders, she bought everything that caught her fancy, and each time, Feng Yimo returned with his arms laden with bundles. This particular residence, known as Lihua Courtyard, had been specially arranged for Lingya by Princess Zhu Linger. It spanned over 10 acres, adorned with flowing streams, pavilions, and exquisite flora. From Lingya, Feng Yimo learned of the origins of Blackwood City. 15 years prior, on the day of Princess Zhu Linger's birth, despite it being winter, all the flowers in the city had inexplicably bloomed, filling the air with their fragrance, an extraordinary phenomenon that delighted the Chu king, who promptly renamed the capital Blackwood City. Curiously, Feng Yimo inquired about the city's former name. "I'm a city," Lingya replied. A wave of confusion washed over Feng Yimo. He had unwittingly arrived at the ancestral home of his father's clan, yet he remained unaware of the Feng family's standing and influence within Blackwood City. Perhaps he should take the time to investigate. As the two conversed, a servant approached to announce the arrival of the princess, prompting Lingya to hurriedly lead the way to the entrance to greet her. Feng Yimo was not fond of elaborate formalities. As a mere attendant, he lingered in the garden when, moments later, Lingya arrived, accompanied by another graceful young lady. Even before they approached, Feng Yimo caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, which astonished him as he realized it emanated from Princess Chu Linger, the scent of heavenly fragrant cardamom. Feng Yimo was taken aback. The princess was afflicted with a potent poison, and typically, those who consumed heavenly fragrant cardamom did not survive beyond 18 years. Calculating carefully, the princess had merely 2 years left to live. Who could be so malevolent? The girl appeared delicate and slender, adorned with jingling ornaments, and moved with a lightness that belied her frail form. Her large, spirited eyes sparkled as she laughed and chatted with Lingya, the two of them hand in hand, enjoying the blossoms and their conversation in sheer delight. Did she realize she was poisoned? Heavenly fragrant cardamom is a peculiar flower, said to bloom every 30 years and bear fruit after another 30. Its fragrance is extraordinary, but it is a slow-acting poison, with its fruit serving as the antidote. However, no one has ever lived to see the flowers wilt and bear fruit. Thus those poisoned by heavenly fragrant cardamom inevitably perish. Feng Yimo felt a surge of compassion, torn between his desire to warn her and his uncertainty on how to broach the subject. Princess Chu Lingo sensed a gaze fixed upon her and turned to see a youth of similar age, whose handsome face was intently observing her. Annoyed, she thought. This scoundrel dares to brazenly stare at me in broad daylight. Let me show him his place. Who are you? She demanded frostily. Lingya, noticing the tension, quickly interjected, Sister. He is my attendant, who has been by my side. If he has offended you, I ask for your forgiveness on his behalf. Upon hearing Lingya's explanation, Chu Linger's expression softened considerably, yet she remained displeased with Feng Yimo for his perceived impertinence. After exchanging a few words with Lingya, she departed for the palace. Lingya was perplexed by Feng Yimo's blatant scrutiny of Chu Linger. She had witnessed numerous beauties during their journey, yet the flower attendants usually kept their eyes downcast. Why did he regard the princess with such interest? Was he attempting to ascend to her lofty status? Usually so carefree, he did not seem the type to seek connections with the powerful. She, a great beauty, received not even a glance from him. What could his intentions possibly be? Once the princess had left, Feng Yimo turned to leave as well. Given her dismissive attitude, he felt no need to interfere further. Since his arrival in Blackwood City, he had sensed that the entire city was ensconced within a formidable array. He could not discern its exact nature, but a sense of danger lingered, compelling him to refrain from practicing his cultivation within the city limits. More critically, through his spiritual perception, he noted several beams of golden light emanating from the royal palace to the north, 2 to the west, 3 to the east, and 2 to the south. These golden rays were the manifestations of golden core practitioners refining their energy. In this modest capital of the Chu Kingdom, 10 golden core practitioners were stationed, which explained why no one dared to stir trouble here. Upon entering the city, the guards at the gate had warned all visiting practitioners against engaging in combat within the city. Any violators would face execution without mercy. The golden core cultivator is thus named for the formation of a golden core within their dantian, which also varies in quality. Common golden cores are typically a brilliant golden hue, while the finest, known as the 9-tiered purple golden core, is characterized by its purple color upon formation. Any cultivator possessing a purple golden core invariably ascends to the yuanying stage, the site of only golden light, devoid of any purple shimmer. Indicated to Feng Yimo that the 10 golden core cultivators he encountered were all of the ordinary variety. Nonetheless, they were not individuals he, as a mere second-tier Qi refinement practitioner, could provoke. After traveling for over 50 days and diligently practicing each day, Feng Yimo smoothly advanced to the second tier of Qi refinement, a feat attributed to the yin-yang technique, which remarkably tripled his cultivation speed, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this method. Additionally, the jade slips from Qiangzi contained insights into cultivation and explanations given by elders in the sex transmission hall. It was then that Feng Yimo learned that Qiangzi was merely 28 years old. His head of white hair resulted from his exclusive focus on the yin aspect of the yin-yang technique, emphasizing the principle of first yin, then yang, with the aim of achieving rebirth through adversity. When his white hair transformed back to black, progression became effortless, free from any constraints. This was yet another powerful attribute of the yin-yang technique. However, Feng Yimo believed the strength of the yin-yang technique transcended even this, residing in the dual cultivation of yin and yang. Yet, due to his limited exposure to the technique, he had yet to fully comprehend its profound intricacies and could only explore its mysteries gradually. He was intrigued by the fact that the princess of the Chu Kingdom was afflicted by a severe poison, Within the city of Baiwa, there were numerous golden core cultivators. Had they truly failed to perceive the poison afflicting Chulinger? Was there some hidden truth behind this? Shaking his head, Feng Yimo chose to disregard the matter and instead consulted the jade slips to familiarize himself with this unfamiliar territory. The Chu, Yu, Qi, and Wei kingdoms belonged to the smaller cultivation nations of Hongming continent, each with comparable size, aimed at balancing the powers and resources of various cultivation nations. They were all under the jurisdiction of a medium-sized cultivation nation known as the Qin Kingdom. The classification of cultivation nations is determined by the quantity and rank of high-level cultivators. In the case of Chu and Yu, their highest practitioners were golden core cultivators. Should a fortunate individual ascend to the Yuanying stage and a certain number of such practitioners emerge, their corresponding cultivation nation would elevate to a medium-sized status, capable of having up to 5 smaller cultivation nations as vassals. If a medium-sized cultivation nation were to produce 20 Yuanying stage practitioners, it could then become a large cultivation nation, which could possess up to 10 medium-sized cultivation nations as vassals. Furthermore, the number of Yuanying practitioners must remain capped at 20. Any excess would be dispatched to super cultivation nations to participate in battles beyond their realm, combating alien entities. Thus, the Chu Kingdom and other smaller cultivation nations ultimately fell under the aegis of a super cultivation nation known as Xianin Sect. On the Hongming continent, there are 7 super cultivation nations, namely Xianin Sect, Holy Lotus Cult, Northern Frontier, Blackwood Cliff, 100 Craftsman Sect, Merchant Alliance, and Qitian Palace. It is rumored that each super cultivation nation is guarded by numerous late-stage Yuanying practitioners, some even approaching the pinnacle of completion, on the verge of transcending to the divine transformation stage. The 7 super cultivation nations convene every 20 years to deliberate on significant matters, dedicating the rest of their time to cultivation, with the hope of achieving divine transformation at the earliest opportunity. Every 5 years, the 7 great cultivation nations rotate their leadership, with one superlative cultivation nation presiding over the extraterritorial battlefield affairs while the other 6 provide assistance. Currently, the esteemed Xianin Sect holds this honor. It can be stated that the entirety of the Hongming continent is under the dominion of these 7 cultivation powerhouses, with none capable of surpassing them. It is noteworthy that the Hongming continent also adheres to a hierarchical progression of cultivation levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Upon realizing this, Feng Yimo couldn't help but marvel at the stringent stratification of this unfamiliar realm, which exhibits a far greater sense of order. To achieve advancement, one must not only exert personal effort, but also remain vigilant against others. A single misstep could jeopardize one's very life. He yearned for swift progress. Yet despite possessing the yin-yang technique, nearly all of the spiritual energy he cultivated was devoured by the spirit-devouring silkworm, leaving him with scarcely any residue. At this rate, when might he ascend to the next level? And when would the little creature awaken? As for the rusted blade, capable of siphoning one's essence and bones, he dared not touch it, keeping it securely within his storage pouch. On his journey, he had discarded Qi Yangzi's storage pouch into an unknown river, transferring all its contents into his own. Although he possessed spirit stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs, he refrained from using them. The day after tomorrow marks the 100 Flowers Festival, and the entire 100 Flower City is enveloped in a sea of blossoms. Despite the autumn season, thousands of flowers, including chrysanthemums, peonies, lotuses, begonias, and orchids, vie for attention in vibrant display. The city is evidently fortified with a special formation that simulates the 4 seasons. For instance, plum blossoms bloom amidst a wintry landscape, a truly delightful sight. Among the floral offerings are numerous rare varieties, such as the mud gold fragrance, purple dragon and snow, vermilion red frost, jade featherpipe, and Yao Tai jade phoenix, each one a precious gem that transforms 100 Flower City into a veritable ocean of flora. Zhou Guangyuan appeared at the southern gate of 100 Flower City, straightening his attire as he strode confidently within. Hearing that combat was prohibited in the city brought him relief, and he sought out a fine tavern, ordering an extravagant feast to satisfy his hunger after 2 months of fleeing without adequate sustenance or rest. However, he soon forgot that dining in the mundane world required currency, and when he rose to settle the bill, he discovered to his dismay that he had no money on him. The waiter, noticing Zhou's futile attempts to produce any coins, let his smile fade, questioning whether the guest had come merely to mock their establishment. "Is it your intention to dine without payment?" Zhou Guangyuan had never been subjected to such ridicule. He slammed his palm on the table, indignantly exclaiming, "It's merely a trifling sum. I possess treasures to settle this debt." He produced a low-grade spirit stone. Placing it on the table, the waiter, newly recruited and unfamiliar with the significance of such stones, mistook it for a mere rock, dismissively sweeping it to the floor with a white cloth. A fine plan, to attempt to deceive us with a worthless stone. Should you fail to provide payment, do not blame us for calling the authorities. Enraged and humiliated, Zhou was about to retaliate when a youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, picked up the low-grade spirit stone and placed it back on the table, producing 5 taels of silver. "I shall cover his bill." The waiter, upon receiving the payment, beamed with delight, caring little for the identity of the benefactor. Zhou Guangyuan, filled with gratitude, clasped his fists in salute towards Feng Yimo. "I am Zhou Guangyuan, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to this young brother for your assistance." Feng Yimo smiled lightly, acknowledging the gesture, clasped his fists, and turned to leave. "In times of urgent need, my brother, there is no need to take it to heart." He discerned that Zhou Guangyuan had attained the 10th level of qi cultivation. Yet his soul force was formidable, his realm unstable, and he bore injuries that indicated a fall from the foundation establishment stage. Thus, he had offered his assistance to this unfortunate cultivator. "Thank you." Zhou Guangyuan called out to the retreating figure of Feng Yimo, realizing that the seemingly ordinary person who had aided him was, in fact, quite extraordinary. Half a day after Zhou Guangyuan entered Blackwood City, 3 hurried cultivators descended outside the eastern city gate. After entering the city, they sought out an inn, ordered food and drink, and began to discuss in hushed tones. "Brother Lantian, that fellow arrived at Blackwood City ahead of us. We cannot resort to violence. What should our next step be?" inquired a cultivator of approximately 30 years. Addressing the man seated in the central position, the middle cultivator exhibited a calm demeanor, with a long face and large hands, his spirit energy surging, indicating he was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Lantian glanced around at the patrolling soldiers on the main street below, each clad in armor and organized in groups of 10 to maintain order within the city. Furthermore, every street was monitored by a cultivator. While they might refrain from intervening in a brawl, they would report any disturbances to the enforcement team, who would then punish any violators of the city's regulations. Outside the city gate, 3 corpses hung from tall poles, swaying in the wind. Even in death, it was evident that the 3 were golden core cultivators. This served as a stark warning from Blackwood City to all cultivators. Any troublemakers within the city would meet a similar fate. This place is heavily guarded. We must not act recklessly. Once we have eaten our fill, we should locate that individual and keep a close watch. The moment he exits Blackwood City, we shall take action, Lantian declared. "Indeed, brother speaks wisely." The 3 swiftly consumed their meal, leaving not a morsel behind, settled the bill, and stepped onto the bustling street, commencing their search for Zhou Guangyuan. Not far from their location, they observed a group of ruffians harassing a beggar. The patrolling soldiers turned a blind eye, ignoring the scene. Lantian felt a stir within him and instructed a fellow disciple beside him. "Brother Lanfan, summon those ruffians. I have tasks for them." Lanfan, a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect in his 30s, though puzzled by his brother's intent to call upon rascals, complied and approached the group of scoundrels. Upon noticing Lanfan's Taoist robe, the ruffians immediately ceased their bullying, one of them bowing low. "Esteemed immortal, what orders do you have for us? We shall fulfill them with utmost dedication." Seeing that this individual was likely the leader of the ruffians, Lanfan beckoned him with a finger, saying, "You, come with me. My brother has instructions for you." Yes. The man no longer exhibited his previous arrogance. Before a cultivator, he recognized his own insignificance. Though dueling was prohibited within the city, he was acutely aware that an immortal could easily employ a modicum of magical prowess to end his life before dawn. "Brother, I have brought them." Lanfan approached Lantian, respectfully bowing. "Esteemed immortal, what tasks do you require me, Lai San, to undertake?" "I assure you, they will be executed flawlessly. I, Lai San, shall not speak of my other abilities, yet within the city of Baiwa, I am acquainted with a few individuals. The patrol camp is filled with my brothers." The local ruffian boasted loudly. "Very well, since you possess such capabilities, assist me in locating this individual. Remember, all I require is the knowledge of his whereabouts. There is no need to disturb him." Lantian smiled faintly, producing a meticulously drawn portrait, which depicted none other than the target of this pursuit, Zhou Guangyuan. Upon realizing that the person sought was indeed an immortal, Lai San was taken aback. Was this not a death sentence? A mere mortal seeking out an immortal was akin to a fool seeking relief in a latrine without the means to do so. With a sorrowful visage, he knelt and implored, "Immortal, I beseech you to alter your request. It is folly for a mortal like me to seek trouble with an immortal." Lan Tianyu laughed heartily, his mirth laced with disdain. He had not anticipated that this fellow, Lai San, would be so cowardly. He produced a talisman and affixed it to Lai San's back, declaring, "I merely ask you to find this person. Your task is to ascertain his current location. Here, take this immortal talisman. It will allow you to evade any magical arts, ensuring you remain unscathed. This sum of 500 taels is in advance. Should you succeed, I shall double it." Lan Tianyu generously handed over 500 taels of silver notes to Lai San. The latter, filled with excitement, realized that with the talisman, he had become an envoy of the immortals. There would be no place in Blackwood City that he could not access. Moreover, there was silver to be gained. He sprang to his feet, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, immortal. I shall certainly fulfill this task with great diligence." Watching the departing band of ruffians, Lan Tianyu chuckled softly, pondering, "Let us see how you evade capture this time. Is it not forbidden to engage in combat within Blackwood City? Should you disregard the city's regulations? Will you not face repercussions?" Unbeknownst to Zhou Guanyuan, he was being ensnared in a cunning plot. Hidden within an inn, he retrieved a healing elixir and sent a distress signal to his master, hoping for rescue. Meanwhile, Feng Yimo had ventured out on a mission from Lingyu to procure rice cakes. Along the way, he noted an increasing number of cultivators. Could it be that the Baiwa conference harbored ulterior motives unbeknownst to the public? Upon returning to Lihua Courtyard, he delivered the rice cakes and retreated to his chamber to continue his studies of the yin-yang technique. The inability to cultivate is of little concern. One can still become acquainted with the principles of the techniques, while others must complete the first layer of cultivation before accessing the subsequent methods. He possesses formidable spiritual awareness, achieving a level of comprehension akin to that of a foundational cultivator, even at the second layer of qi training. The contents of the yin-yang technique's jade slip are laid bare before him. He has extracted all the incantations from the first to the fifth layers. The more he studies, the more he perceives the extraordinary nature of this technique. However, he is greatly vexed by the fact that the jade slip's content has been severely abridged, rendering it riddled with inconsistencies and diminishing its quality by approximately 30 to 40%. With a sigh, he stows the jade slip and retrieves another, which details the art of alchemy. Previously, Qiangzi had boasted of transforming him into a medicinal pill, suggesting that this individual is proficient in the craft. Indeed, among the numerous jade slips, one titled Strange Elixirs contains genuine methods for concocting spiritual pills using living beasts. It is widely acknowledged that spiritual pills are crafted from various spiritual herbs and fruits, some possessing healing properties, others enhancing cultivation, detoxifying, or even providing unique abilities to assist cultivators in overcoming tribulations. Nonetheless, a common flaw of all spiritual pills is the residual pill toxicity that accumulates within the cultivator's body over prolonged use. It is often said that all medicine bears some toxicity, and spiritual pills are no exception, albeit with a slightly milder potency. To combat this pill toxicity, many exceptionally talented alchemists have devised means to expel the lingering toxins from cultivators' bodies. Among them, an outstanding alchemical master conceived the idea of utilizing the liver of beasts to formulate a particular spiritual pill, yielding remarkable results. This pill, aptly named soul-seizing pill, signifies the extraction of the beast's essence. The Strange Elixirs meticulously outlines the process of concocting the soul-seizing pill, prompting Feng Yimo to chuckle wryly, realizing that Qiangzi intends to treat him as a beast for his alchemical endeavors. Beasts inherently absorb the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of the earth and sky. Logically, it follows that consuming the flesh and blood of these creatures would enhance a cultivator's prowess. However, heaven's fairness prevails. Those who seek to hasten their cultivation through frequent consumption of beast flesh risk becoming overwhelmed by the beast's violent emotions, destabilizing their own mental state. This perilous path can lead to madness, and some may even descend into demonic pathways, transforming into abominations, neither human nor demon. 1,500 years ago, a young cultivator, pursued by the annihilation of his clan, sought vengeance by delving into the territory of beasts, consuming a vast number of them and significantly enhancing his cultivation. Although he did not succumb to madness or explosive death, he ultimately lost his sanity, morphing into a relentless killer, exterminating over 2,000 members of his adversary's sect. including 2 golden core cultivators and 25 foundation establishment cultivators, despite only being at the late stage of foundation establishment himself. He later vanished for several decades and re-emerged, having attained the golden core realm and regained his senses, purportedly due to the long-term consumption of the soul-seizing pill, which mitigated the effects of pill toxicity. However, the strange elixirs does not merely introduce pills crafted from the liver of beasts, it categorizes these creatures specifically, delineating various body parts to create an array of distinct elixirs, collectively referred to as soul-seizing pills. The blood of vigorous demon beasts serves as a potent tonic for the human body, capable of prolonging life and enhancing immunity. When combined with certain auxiliary materials, it can be refined into a blood spirit pill. The bones of these beasts strengthen muscles and fortify the skeletal system, and they are processed into a bone spirit pill. The brains of demon beasts possess remarkable primal soul power, which can be extracted through intricate methods and refined into a soul spirit pill. Long-term consumption can significantly enhance one's soul power. A single soul spirit pill is worth its weight in gold, as the enhancement of soul power is a formidable challenge for cultivators, one fraught with immense difficulty. The strength of one's soul power directly influences the potency of their spiritual awareness and divine consciousness. The more powerful these faculties, the mightier the spiritual tools and treasures one can command, thereby increasing their odds of victory in battles. Consequently, all cultivators yearn for the soul spirit pill. Yet it has regrettably become extinct in the realm of cultivation. To everyone's surprise, Ouyang fortuitously acquired the method to refine the spirit-devouring pill, only to see it fall into the hands of Feng Yimo. Feng Yimo developed a profound interest in the soul-seizing pill, dedicating himself to its meticulous study. In the Grand Council chamber of the Chu Kingdom's palace, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard sat at the center, his face etched with deep wrinkles resembling dried orange peel. His eyes were closed, and had it not been for the slight tremor of his beard with each breath, he could easily be mistaken for a statue. To the elder's left sat a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe and adorned with a golden crown. This was none other than the ruler of the Chu Kingdom, Chuiluan, a cultivator at the initial stage of the golden core. At the left side of the elongated conference table sat 2 individuals dressed in black robes. One appeared to be in his 60s, while the other was in his 50s. They bore humble expressions, seemingly in a state of deep meditation. On the left breast of their black robes was embroidered a flame, identifying them as members of the Hua family from Blackwood City. The elder, Hua Jinping, was a mid-stage golden core elder, while the younger, Hua Yichang, was the current head of the Hua family, also at the initial stage of golden core. Opposite them sat 2 individuals with blue hair and eyebrows, presenting an odd sight. They wore blue robes, each bearing a lightning symbol on the left breast. Among them was a woman, Lei Xiaoying, the head of the Lei family, and a man, Lei Bao, the first elder, both at the initial stage of golden core, with Lei Bao showing signs of nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage. The 6 golden core ancestors remained silent, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Shortly thereafter, the doors of the council chamber swung open, and 2 figures hurried in, guided by the kingdom's etiquette officer. Even before they arrived, they clasped their fists in apology. "Forgive us, esteemed guests, for we were delayed by pressing family matters. My sincerest apologies." The speaker, a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe with a handsome visage, caught the attention of Lei Xiaoying, who seemed to experience a fleeting emotion in her eyes before it dulled. She remarked, Feng Jihui, does your family have pressing matters while our 3 families are idle? Let us dispense with the pleasantries and take our seats." The elderly cultivator beside Feng Jihui's countenance darkened, ready to express his ire, but was restrained by Feng Jihui, who said, "Very well, let us commence." With that, he took a seat opposite Chuiluan. At that moment, the previously closed eyes of the elderly man suddenly opened, emanating a formidable pressure. His gaze was piercing, and each person felt as though their innermost thoughts were laid bare, leaving them in awe. The Chu family's elder had evidently advanced significantly in cultivation, now at the peak of the late golden core stage, poised to challenge the nascent soul realm. After a previous failure, this time, success seemed inevitable. If the Chu kingdom were to produce a nascent soul ancestor, it would gradually stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qin kingdom, inching towards becoming a mid-sized cultivation nation. At that time, the Feng, Hua, and Lei families would also rise in stature, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. This stability within the Chu kingdom over the past 3 centuries was largely attributed to the formidable presence of the elder from the Chu family, who served as an anchor in turbulent times. With a flourish of his sleeves, the Chu elder conjured 8 cups of fragrant spirit tea, exuding an ethereal aura. A single whiff left everyone feeling profoundly rejuvenated. Lei Bao lifted his cup, inhaling gently, and exclaimed, "Elder of the Chu family. Could this be spirit tea brewed from the clear heart fruit?" The clear heart fruit, a third-tier spiritual fruit, exists solely within the royal palace of the Chu family in the state of Chu. It blossoms once every decade and bears fruit after 2 decades. Regular consumption significantly diminishes the likelihood of succumbing to madness and enhances one's ability to transcend limitations. However, it remains invaluable and scarce in the market. The esteemed ancestor of the Chu family smiled gently, proclaiming, "Indeed, this is the spiritual fruit. I have just harvested 20 ripe ones. Allow me to brew 2 for tea. Friends, do savor this delicacy." The crowd expressed their gratitude with deep bows, eagerly sipping the tea. They soon felt their consciousness clearer and their spirits lifted, erupting into loud praises. After some time, the Chu family patriarch raised his hand, forming a gesture that conjured a blue light screen above the conference table, revealing a map. Originally, the flower viewing festival was scheduled for a month later. However, the emergence of this cave dwelling had been noted. It was identified as the retreat of the demon cultivator Ouyang Ping, who had vanished 1,500 years ago. Ouyang Ping? Is he not the infamous madman who, with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, vanquished 2 golden core cultivators? Lei Xiaoying exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it is he. The Chu ancestor confirmed. Legend has it that he was driven into the perilous Woolly Hu mountain range, a realm teeming with ferocious beasts, by his enemies. Ouyang Ping proved to be a formidable individual. To exact his vengeance, he consumed the blood and flesh of these monsters. In a mere decade, he elevated his cultivation from the second layer of qi refinement to the late stage of foundation establishment. Upon emerging to seek revenge, he single-handedly uprooted a sect of cultivators, destroying 2 golden core practitioners and over 20 foundation establishment cultivators, along with more than 2,000 qi refinement disciples. This battle earned him the moniker Ouyang the Mad, the ancestor continued. After avenging himself, Ouyang the Mad vanished once more. Many believed he had succumbed to madness and perished from excessive consumption of beastly flesh and blood. Yet, to everyone's shock, he re-emerged 30 years later, revealing that his cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of Golden Core. What? Achieving the mid-stage of Golden Core in just 30 years? How could that be possible? Lei Bao exclaimed, mirroring the disbelief and astonishment shared by the elders of the Lei and Feng families, all of whom turned their gazes toward the Chu ancestor, eager for further clarification. Many cultivators were equally astonished at the time. What astounded everyone even more was that during the massacre of an entire sect, Ouyang's mind was clouded. Yet upon his return, he was alert and sharp, exuding a powerful aura of confidence, declaring that in another 30 years, he would surely attain the nascent soul stage. The cultivators from the Hua, Lei, and Feng families were left speechless. A decade to reach late foundation establishment, 30 years to attain mid-golden core, and another 30 years to achieve nascent soul? Is such a feat truly feasible? If realized, he would be the pinnacle of genius. The Chu ancestor chuckled wryly. I have cultivated for over 600 years to reach the pinnacle of late golden core, while he could accomplish the nascent soul in merely 70 years. What a comparison. Esteemed ancestor of the Chu family, did he indeed reach the nascent soul within those 30 years? Huichang, the head of the Hu family, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. The Chu ancestor shook his head, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. Indeed, it seemed that such a prodigious individual was merely a myth. The elder of the Chu family continued, stating that his proclamation had summoned calamity, leading to his capture by a certain super cultivation nation, from which he has since vanished without a trace. However, it is rumored that this super cultivation nation was not always so powerful. Over a millennium ago, it was merely a large cultivation nation. It only ascended to super status after an unexpected emergence of dozens of nascent soul cultivators. Some assert that this transformation is attributed to a certain madman, who acquired a rare alchemical formula allowing him to refine monstrous beasts into spiritual pills for cultivators. These pills, known as spirit-seizing pills, not only rapidly enhance cultivation levels, but also purge the toxic effects of lesser pills. The crowd gazed at the map suspended in midair, suddenly realizing something. Feng Jihue remarked, "Could this be the retreat of that madman?" Oh, with a chuckle, he acknowledged, "Indeed, this is the very place where he secluded himself." The elder of the Chu family revealed news that invigorated all present. Lei Bao of the Lei family could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet and exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? We must hurry. Since this is the retreat of it is certain that he possesses the formula for crafting the spirit-seizing pill, and perhaps even some finished products. Such treasures could expedite our cultivation. Huo Yichang of the Huo family, his eyes gleaming with desire, shared a similar sentiment. Yet he was not as impulsive as Lei Bao. He understood that for the elder of the Chu family to divulge such a monumental secret, there must be a compelling reason behind it. The Chu family was not closely related to the Feng, Hua, and Lei families. Would they truly share such a treasure unselfishly? He remained skeptical. As anticipated, the elder of the Chu family continued, Lei Bao, do not be so hasty. This retreat is protected by a formidable array laid down by O. I have tried various methods, yet conventional force and magical attacks have proven ineffective. There is, however, one solution. What is this solution? The crowd inquired in unison. Blood sacrifice. What? Lei Qiaoying of the Lei family was taken aback, as was Huo Yichang. Feng Jihui's mouth fell agape, his expression one of shock. Blood sacrifice entails using a copious amount of blood to activate a specific array and dismantle it. It has historically been scorned by righteous cultivators and is classified as a taboo. Only the practitioners of dark arts would dare to commit such an unspeakable act. However, what the elder of the Chu family revealed next utterly astounded them. The blood sacrifice must consist entirely of cultivators. Only with the life essence of 5,000 cultivators can we unlock the retreat. Suddenly, it became clear why the flower viewing festival was advanced and why the 4 gates of Blackwood City placed no restrictions on the entrance of cultivators. The Chu family, in sharing such critical information, aimed to prevent the Feng, Hua, and Lei families from sabotaging their plans once they learned the truth. If the number of sacrificial offerings fell short, the blood sacrifice would inevitably fail. Elder Chu, please instruct us on what is required of us, Lei Bao said. Rubbing his hands together, his mind consumed with thoughts of the spirit-seizing pill, regarding the lives of other cultivators as inconsequential. Huo Jinping and Huo Yichang exchanged glances, neither willing to concede, with Huo Yichang asserting, what my friend Lei said is correct. If there is anything my Huo family can assist with, do not hesitate to let us know. The elder of the Chu family did not respond to their inquiries but instead turned his gaze towards Feng Jihui, pondering how the Feng family would position themselves in this matter. Feng Jihui let out a bitter laugh. If he were to oppose at this moment, he would be isolated by the 3 prominent families and possibly become their enemy. Reluctantly, he nodded. The Feng family agrees. But how can we ensure that all the cultivators head to the cave where that madman O is in seclusion? Ha ha ha, splendid. As long as our 4 families unite. There is nothing we cannot accomplish, boomed the esteemed elder of the Chu family. As for how to lure the cultivators, I have my methods. At that time, the 3 families merely need to provide support. He declared that the time would be set for the day after tomorrow's Flower Appreciation Festival. Come, let us discuss this in detail. The multitude of cultivators in Blackwood City remained blissfully unaware that they had been ensnared in a scheme. Feng Yimo perused the entire text of Qidong and could not help but marvel at its ingenious ideas. The inventor of the spirit-seizing pill was truly remarkable. One could say it was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, born from a mind that traversed the bounds of imagination, outlining an alternative path for cultivators from an unexpected perspective. However, Feng Yimo discovered an obscure flaw within the spirit-seizing pill. While it could rapidly enhance one's cultivation without the hindrance of pill toxicity, the highest level attainable by the user would be the nascent soul stage, rendering any further advancement impossible for life. Such a pill, even if presented before Feng Yimo, would be rejected outright, for it would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst and would sever one's future prospects. The throngs pursuing it were oblivious to this fatal defect, and in the current cultivation realm, the nascent soul cultivator represented the pinnacle of achievement. Many would never step into that realm in their lifetime. Therefore, even a fleeting moment as a nascent soul would be deemed satisfying by some. Nevertheless, the spirit-seizing pill's ability to eliminate pill toxicity was commendable. He intended to dedicate time for thorough research and, when possible, to concoct some, so that in the future, he could consume a substantial quantity of spirit pills during his training without fear of the effects of pill toxicity. Despite the vibrant blooms and fragrant air in Blackwood City, Feng Yimo felt an inexplicable sense of unease, the reason for which eluded him. He could only bury himself in sleep, hoping to leave Blackwood City swiftly after the Flower Appreciation Festival. Soon, the day of the Flower Appreciation Festival arrived, and Blackwood City was bustling with crowds. Cultivators, residents, laborers, and beggars thronged the streets, marveling at the clusters of blossoms, transforming the city into a sea of flowers. Lingya, accompanied by Feng Yimo and Qiuju, stepped out of the pear-blossom courtyard, her excitement palpable as she flitted from one site to another, her face alight with rapture. "Miss, shall we seek out the princess?" Qiuju inquired. "Oh no, let us observe for now. She is a princess and must attend to numerous formalities. We shall not disturb her." "Perhaps she will come to find us later," Lingya replied, her spirits high. She casually plucked a large red peony and adorned herself with it. Turning to Qiuju and asking, "Qiuju, do I look lovely with this flower?" "Indeed, you look splendid. You outshine the flowers, miss." Qiuju complimented sincerely. However, Lingyi was unsatisfied with Qiuju's response. She turned to Feng Yimo and asked, "Fool, what do you think?" Feng Yimo's gaze, however, was not fixed upon Lingya, but rather remained attuned to the surrounding cultivators. He observed their hurried demeanor, devoid of any inclination to appreciate the blossoms. As they surged towards the city gates, what could be the purpose of their haste? Was there some significant event unfolding beyond the city walls? Expanding his consciousness slightly, he caught snippets of conversation between two hurried cultivators passing by. One of them whispered, "Did you hear? 20 miles south of the city, a mysterious cultivator-s cave has appeared, rumored to contain countless spirit stones, magical treasures, and a variety of elixirs for enhancing cultivation. Everyone is heading there. We must act quickly. If we delay, we might miss out entirely." "Brother Chen, is this news reliable?" inquired the other cultivator. "Absolutely. The Feng, Lei, and Hua clans within Blackwood City have already dispatched their disciples. If it were not true, why would they be going?" The first cultivator urged. "Let us move. It's only a 20-mile journey. We'll know the truth when we arrive. If it's a hoax, we'll consider it a wasted trip." Nodding in agreement, the second cultivator quickened his pace, and the two hastened towards the southern gate, anxious not to be left behind and miss their opportunity. Feng Yimo noted that this sense of urgency was not confined to just those two. Every cultivator within Blackwood City seemed to be rushing towards the city's outskirts, their conversations all revolving around that enigmatic cave. A thought flickered in Feng Yimo's mind. If there truly existed a high-level cultivator-s cave, the four dominant families of Blackwood City would undoubtedly employ various means to obscure the truth, ensuring that other cultivators remained oblivious. Was there a deeper scheme at play? Lingya, feeling neglected due to the lack of response to her inquiry, was about to voice her displeasure when suddenly, a brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the southern direction. Visible even from dozens of miles away, emanating an awe-inspiring and menacing aura. The cultivators within the city erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "A treasure! A treasure has appeared!" Feng Yimo stood in astonishment. Was there truly an extraordinary treasure? Could the mysterious cave they spoke of genuinely exist? The cultivators surged forth like a tidal wave, jostling Lingya aside, nearly causing her to stumble. Feng Yimo quickly reached out to steady her. Yet, Lingya's heart ached for the flowers that were knocked off their stands by the rushing cultivators. She knelt down to lift each pot, placing them back on the flower racks. The once crowded streets abruptly fell silent, as the residents of Blackwood City, having heard of the treasure, also rushed out to witness the spectacle. Unfortunately, as soon as the immortals exited the city, they employed their celestial techniques, soaring into the sky, leaving the onlookers in their wake. Zhou Guangyuan initially intended to wait for his master's arrival but was captivated by the dazzling golden light. From the perspective of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it appeared to be an extremely potent magical treasure, igniting a greedy desire within him. He followed the throng of other cultivators out of Blackwood City. Lan Tianyu had learned of Zhou Guangyuan's whereabouts the previous day. What puzzled him was that Zhou Guangyuan had remained composed, refraining from taking action against the spying San, which had thwarted his plans. However, today presented an opportunity. Seeing Zhou Guangyuan join the other cultivators in their rush, he signaled Lan Fan and the others to follow suit. "Senior brother, a treasure has appeared. Should we not go and take a look?" Lan Fan pointed towards the distant golden light, his eyes alight with fervor. Who does not covet treasures? Lan Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. In his heart, avenging his brothers and completing the mission was of utmost importance. He decided to follow for now. With so many witnesses around, striking down the man would surely attract attention. It would be wiser to find a secluded spot to eliminate him silently. "Oh." Lan Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Tianyu's words were not to be disregarded. The three hastened to pursue Zhou Guangyuan. "Miss, look, it's the princess." Qiuju suddenly tugged at Lingya's sleeve, pointing into the distance. Lingya quickly lifted her gaze to see a carriage speeding towards them, adorned with vibrant flowers and delicate pink veils that fluttered gently in the breeze, revealing the charming visage of Chu Linger. "Linger, where are you going?" Lingya rose and waved, but But it seemed that Chu Lingo did not hear, as the carriage rushed past them. Lingo! Lingo! Lingo called out urgently. Just as the carriage passed by, she noticed Chu Lingo's gaze was vacant, as if her soul had departed, completely unresponsive to her cries. Feng Yimo observed closely. The carriage was devoid of a driver, and Chu Lingo's limbs were rigid, her spirit seemingly imprisoned by some arcane spell, creating an eerie atmosphere. Strangely, the carriage was heading towards the location of the mysterious cave dwelling. Was it mere coincidence or a calculated plan? Huan knew. We must hurry. It seems Lingo is in trouble. Lingya urged Qiuju as they sprinted after the carriage, calling out to Feng Yimo. Feng Yimo initially intended to restrain Lingya, but her swift movements outpaced him, leaving him no choice but to follow, driven by his own curiosity about the enigmatic cave. The trio weaved through the crowd, hastening towards the carriage. In the southern part of Blackwood City, at the Feng family estate, Feng Jihue glanced at the elder beside him, his expression grave. Gulao. Send word for all Feng family disciples to return immediately and refrain from involving themselves in the blood sacrifice. Master, do we not desire the formula for the spirit-seizing pill? Gu Lao, known as Feng Gu, was one of the 2 golden core cultivators in the Feng family, possessing initial stage golden core prowess. Feng Jihue shook his head, letting out a sigh. I never wished to partake in such morally reprehensible acts as the blood sacrifice. It was out of necessity back then, and I now regret it. Moreover, I have a foreboding sense that matters are not as favorable as the Chu family elder claimed. It is prudent to exercise caution. As for the spirit-seizing pill formula, if the Chu family is willing to provide it, so be it. If not, I shall not press the issue. Indeed, Master, your compassion and magnanimity are commendable. Gu Lao sincerely praised, recognizing the Master's benevolence. 15 years prior, when the young lady had engaged in an illicit affair and conceived, the family rules dictated death, yet the Master had secretly allowed her to escape, a burden only he understood at the time. Gu Lao dispatched several messages summoning all Feng family disciples back. Feng Jihue contemplated for a moment, then produced a communication flying sword, inscribing a few words before casting it forth. Meanwhile, within the palace to the north, the Chu family elder stood side by side with the monarch of Chu state, Chu Iluan. He glanced at his grandson, the most outstanding among his generation, his gaze warm. Are all preparations in place? Yes, elder, everything is ready. Chu Iluan responded respectfully, displaying none of the demeanor of one going to his doom. You have endured much hardship. Not only must you serve as a blood conduit, but you also sacrificed your daughter. Do you not harbor resentment towards your grandfather? The voice of the elder of the Chu family resonated with sorrow. Had he the choice, he would have preferred not to be born into the Chu family, thereby sparing his descendants the burden of millennia of responsibility. It is fortunate that Ling'er could become the vessel for the celestial envoy of the upper realms. For the revival of the Shadow Clan, all sacrifices are worthwhile. Chu Yi's eyes were ablaze with madness, flames igniting within. Alas, go forth. The elder of the Chu family sighed, turning back to the palace, his demeanor aged as if he had suddenly gained years. Indeed, with unwavering determination, Chu Yi left the imperial palace and headed south without hesitation. Suddenly, Late Xiaoyan received a message via a flying sword from Feng Jihui, her heart racing with excitement. After all these years, had he finally come to understand his feelings? With anticipation, she read the contents of the message, only to be plunged into despair. Xiaoyan, summon your people back. I suspect that cave holds ill fortune. Exercise caution. A bitter taste filled her mouth as memories of her first encounter with Feng Jihui flooded her mind. Back then, he was charming and the prodigy of Blackwood City, while she was the pride of the Lei family, a beauty captivated by heroes. Everyone believed she and Feng Jihui were destined for one another. Just as she awaited his proposal with joyous expectation, he unexpectedly returned with a beautiful and gentle woman, casting her from paradise into the depths of despair. Disappointment turned her love into hatred, yet even after all these years, she could not forget him, remaining solitary. Later, upon learning of Feng Jihui's wife's illness and demise, a flicker of hope ignited within her. She thought her chance had finally arrived. She began to adorn herself, feeling alive once more. However, after a long wait, Feng Jihui did not come to her, instead marrying another woman, leaving her utterly disheartened. From that moment on, the Lei family opposed the Feng family at every turn, driven solely by the unquenchable resentment that dwelled within her heart. Initially, when she received the message from Feng Jihui, she was filled with excitement. But upon discovering its content, which bore no relevance to her, Her spirit waned, and she failed to even hear Lei Bao speaking to her. Seeing the family head in such a distraught state, Lei Bao chose not to press her further, leading a group of disciples hastily towards the mysterious cave. Resolute in his determination to acquire the spirit-devouring pill, Feng Yimo, Lingya, and Qiuju pursued relentlessly, yet they found themselves left far behind by Chu Ling'er's carriage. Were it not for the carriage's imposing stature, accompanied by the jingle of its bells, they would have lost sight of it long ago. Feng Yimo estimated that there were thousands of cultivators fervently rushing towards the mysterious cave where the treasure was said to emerge. As he approached the cave's location, an unsettling feeling intensified within him. What manner of place was this? Lingya appeared anxious and restless, desperately running forward, her worry for Ling'er threatening to bring her to tears. Qiuju comforted her beside, saying, "Miss, do not fret. Lady Ling'er is a princess of Chu. She is sure to have protection and will come to no harm." Yet, Lingya's intuition told her otherwise. It had been quite some time, and not a single guardian was in sight, only a solitary carriage, devoid of even a driver. Could it be that Ling'er is in peril? Lingya questioned uneasily. Qiuju, knowing little of the situation, merely shook her head. Feng Yimo, however, sensed something amiss, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The trio pressed on, covering the 20-li distance in over half an hour. Feng Yimo fared better, his physique robust, while Lingya and Qiuju were drenched in sweat, nearly exhausted. Before them stood a rocky mountain, barren and strewn with massive stones, its grotesque formations contrasting sharply with the golden light emanating from a peak. At the foot of the mountain loomed a grand stone door, before which gathered thousands of cultivators. Some attempted to breach the door with flying swords, hoping to force it open, but their swords rebounded off with a resounding thud, achieving nothing. Others attempted to scale the summit and enter from above, only to find the stone impenetrably hard, their efforts wasted. One cultivator, oblivious to the circumstances, soared to the peak on his sword, only for it to go awry and send him plummeting, leaving him gravely injured. It became apparent that the mountain was protected by a spatial restriction. This only served to highlight the cave's extraordinary nature and the preciousness of its contents, igniting fervent anticipation among the assembled cultivators. When the ruler of Chu, Chuiluan, arrived, he noted that the disciples of the Hua family, led by Hua Jinping, and those of the Lei family, led by Lei Bao, were present. Yet the Feng family was conspicuously absent, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to ponder the reason. "Ladies and gentlemen, a treasure has emerged within the borders of my Chu. This is a divine blessing upon us," Chuiluan proclaimed. "Our nation is an enlightened realm of cultivation, and we shall not hoard the treasure. All treasures possess a spiritual essence. Those who witness them shall share in their fortune. Reliant solely on individual chance, heed my command and let us assault this door together." With that, he summoned a flying sword, directing it toward the entrance. The gathered cultivators responded with enthusiasm, each brandishing their weapons, poised for the signal to strike. Hua Jinping frowned, recalling that it was said the cave required a blood offering to open. Why, then, were they to attack? Yet, the crowd erupted in excitement, shouting, "Attack! Attack!" With a self-satisfied expression, Chuiluan pointed decisively, commanding the flying sword towards the door. In an instant, thousands of weapons surged forth like a tempest, crashing against the stone door. A thunderous roar echoed as the stone gates were shattered by thousands of weapons flung wide open, igniting a frenzy among the cultivators who surged forward like a tidal wave towards the cave, drawn by the allure of countless treasures. Only the disciples of the Hua and Lei families remained motionless, standing at the rear, bound by orders that forbade them from acting without the consent of their patriarchs or elders. Chuiluan turned to Hua Jinping and Lei Bao, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Brother Hua, Brother Lei, shall we also venture inside?" Hua Jinping, scanning the scene with his consciousness, noted that merely over 4,000 cultivators had entered the cave, falling short of the 5,000 mentioned by the Chu family ancestor. His expression shifted slightly as he replied, "Brother Chu, perhaps we should wait a moment. Once the numbers are sufficient, we can enter without haste." Lei Bao nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. Chuiluan, unperturbed, smiled gently and stood beside them. At that moment, a throng of ordinary citizens arrived, drawn by the spectacle, eager to seize some fortune for themselves, and began to crowd towards the cave. However, as they approached within 3 paces of the entrance, a shimmering blue barrier repelled them. Just as the Chu family patriarch had foretold, mortals were barred from entry, leaving only cultivators permitted to pass. With a clatter of bells, Chu Ling'er's carriage glided past the crowd, making its way directly into the cave. Chuiluan smiled at Lei Bao and Hua Jinping, saying, I shall take my leave. My daughter has entered, and I must follow her." The two, previously hesitant, found solace in the fact that the princess had entered, prompting them to instruct their disciples to surge into the cave. Among the throng, Lingya, spotting the princess's carriage, felt an urgent need to follow. She rushed forward, only to be rebuffed by the blue barrier, which sent her stumbling back. In distress, she cried out, "What should I do? What has happened to Linger?" "Fear not, my lady. Did you not see that the ruler of Chu has entered? He will rescue his daughter." Qiu reassured her from beside her. Feng Yimo frowned, growing increasingly anxious as they neared the cave. The tumult within heightened his unease, compelling him to pull Lingya back. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated as the stone door, previously shattered by the cultivators, miraculously restored itself, sealing the entrance tightly. Lingya gasped in horror. The door was sealed. How would Lingya escape? Huan Nu, you must think of a way to save her. Feng Yimo, bemused, reflected on his own limitations. However, his curiosity about the happenings within the cave surged. As he unleashed his formidable consciousness, it cascaded towards the stone door, and to his astonishment, it penetrated the barrier, revealing the scene inside. Before him lay a vast cavern, exceeding 10,000 feet in area, where over 5,000 cultivators were fervently scouring for treasures. The carriage bearing Chu Lingya stood in the center of the cavern, and upon the ground, Feng Yimo discerned faint, intricate markings that suggested the presence of a unique formation. The disciples of the Lei and Hua families lingered at the back, their expressions twisted into smirks, eagerly anticipating the impending blood sacrifice. Disregarding the lives of others and engaging in matters that do not concern oneself. Witnessing a blood sacrifice such as this is a rarity not afforded to everyone. They are fortunate to behold such a spectacle. Where has the treasure that radiated golden light gone? Inquired a cultivator. I am uncertain. Someone entered before us. Could it be that they have taken it? He responded. Just as his words fell, another cultivator interjected, "Let us not dwell on that. I was among the first to enter and only beheld a golden talisman ablaze, nearly consumed. The golden light emanated from its burning." Another cultivator pressed, "Brother, since you were the first to enter, did you discover any treasures?" "None whatsoever. I fear I may have been deceived." The cultivator lamented, his spirits dampened. As they engaged in their discourse, a presence behind them drew attention. The shattered stone door had inexplicably restored itself, obstructing their exit. Panic ensued as the cultivators, perplexed, turned their gazes toward the ruler of the Chu kingdom, Chuiluan. Unexpectedly, Chuiluan let out a hearty laugh, soaring into the air to a position of prominence. His yellow robe billowed dramatically as he cast it aside. With a decisive gesture of his right hand, a surge of spiritual energy radiated from him, seemingly invoking a particular spell. Forewarned, the Lei and Hua clans retreated, recognizing that a blood sacrifice was imminent. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual aura descended from above, infusing Chuiluan's body. He began to swell dramatically, his size more than doubling, veins bulging, muscles taut, and his expression contorted in agony, revealing a ghastly countenance. All present stood in stunned silence. Particularly Hua Jinping and Lei Bao, who understood Chuiluan's cultivation level, realizing that even he, at the early stage of the Golden Core, could not withstand such immense spiritual power. What could this be? Could it truly be a blood sacrifice? Yet, even in such a ritual, one would not be driven to the brink of bodily explosion. Before their thoughts could coalesce, a resounding explosion erupted. The once intact Chuiluan burst apart, his body fracturing into 108 pieces of flesh, scattering in all directions. His blood seeped into the faint traces of a formation etched upon the ground, appearing to animate, converging from the 108 directions toward the center. A wave of profound dread enveloped the hearts of all present, with Hua Jinping's mouth agape in shock as he stammered, This is an extreme form of blood sacrifice summoning technique. This is dire. We have all become offerings." As his words echoed, the cavern floor erupted in a crimson glow. Everyone realized their feet were immobilized, as if a formidable force was drawing them deep into the ground, while the spiritual energy within them surged forth, rapidly flowing through their feet into the earth. The rising red mist enveloped their bodies. Each person felt their strength wane and vitality strip away, merging into the sanguine fog. Fear, wails, and despair permeated the entire cavern. Boom, boom, boom. Some cultivators of lesser prowess could not withstand the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, causing their bodies to rupture one after another. Their blood mingled with the thickening, dense blood mist, suffused with a gruesome scent. The countless deaths instilled an unending terror in the surviving cultivators. Hu Jinping and Lei Bao attempted to lift themselves from the ground. However, beneath their feet, the blood of the deceased cultivators transformed into numerous tendrils, tightly coiling around their legs, exerting a pulling force that dragged them towards the earth. Hu Jinping felt despair engulf him, recognizing that this time, escape was futile. In a frantic moment, he retrieved a messaging flying sword, hastily inscribing a single line. The Chu family has wronged me, before he was engulfed by the thick blood, vanishing in an instant as if he had never set foot in this cave manor. The same fate befell Lei Bao, the most accomplished cultivator among them, who appeared to have received special attention. Lan Tianyu gazed with loathing at Zhou Guangyuan in the distance, filled with an unprecedented hatred. Had it not been for this individual, he and his disciples would not have met such a dire end. Resolute, he vowed to take revenge, and without hesitation, summoned his flying sword, severing Zhou Guangyuan's head in one swift strike before being consumed by the blood torrent with a smile. The flying sword conjured by Hu Jinping flailed about aimlessly, resembling a headless fly as it failed to find an escape route and lost its spiritual energy, ultimately landing with a clang in a corner, awaiting discovery for an indeterminate time. The blood upon the ground surged to life, morphing into countless red tendrils that ensnared all surviving cultivators. Over 5,000 cultivators cried out in agony, ultimately dissolving into the crimson blood of Chu Yiluan, transforming into a colossal blood sphere. The sphere rolled, exuding plumes of black smoke, purging excess while retaining the essence of the cultivator's blood, condensing into a 3-zhong-sized orb, imbued with a blinding sanguine aura and vibrant life force. Descending upon the carriage of Chu Linger, who lay motionless with closed eyes, suspended within the vast blood sphere, seemingly in a deep slumber. At this sight, Feng Yimo felt a chill creep down his spine, overwhelmed with indignation. The Chu family had callously employed the essence of over 5,000 cultivators to perform a blood ritual for soul summoning, a profound inhumanity. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, a silvery figure descended from the heavens, plunging into the blood sphere and entering Chu Linger's body. She shuddered slightly yet showed no reaction. The cave manor fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the gurgling sound of the thick blood. At this juncture, Feng Yimo finally recalled another function of the Tianxiang Dukkha pill, which could induce a state of stupor or slumber. Only in such a state could one's soul power diminish, rendering them inactive in thought, thereby allowing the descending silvery figure to effectively repel Chu Lingo's soul and achieve a perfect amalgamation with her corporeal form. This was an exceedingly rare divine summoning technique. Upon awakening, Chu Lingo would no longer be the person she once was, akin to a soul possessing another's body. However, this divine summoning technique is commonly employed by practitioners from the upper realm descending into the lower realm. It not only preserves the individual's memories intact but also retains all their magical abilities, surpassing the method of soul possession. Moreover, the more sacrifices made, the more potent the essence of blood, resulting in a higher caliber of descending practitioners. The vessel must be an exceedingly rare spiritual body. Feng Yimo shuddered, no longer wishing to remain in this place. Ignoring Ling Ye's objections, he dragged her along and turned to leave. In the palace of the Chu kingdom, the ancestor of the Chu family gazed into the distance at the fleeting flash of crimson light shooting into the sky, sighed deeply, aware that the blood sacrifice had commenced. His grandson and great-granddaughter were likely no longer alive. Yet, for the grand cause of the Shadow Clan, such sacrifices were unavoidable. In 20 years, the former glory of the Shadow Clan would be restored, no longer confined to the diminutive borders of the Chu kingdom, fulfilling the aspiration of generations. To achieve this ambition, over 300 members of the Shadow Clan had sacrificed themselves, silently constructing this divine summoning formation, a process that spanned more than 3 centuries. Should this summoning succeed, a silver shadow lord from the upper realm would descend upon this world, rendering them invincible. The entire Hongming continent would fall under the dominion of the Shadow Clan, with the likes of the Xianin sect, the 100 Apertures Gate, and the Qitian Palace groveling at their feet. The Shadow Clan is divided into Gray Shadow, Black Shadow, Purple Shadow, Silver Shadow, and Golden Shadow, corresponding to the levels of Qi refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Divine Transformation. Yet their combat prowess far exceeds that of their peers. In ancient times, the Shadow Clan were born puppet manipulators, able to silently infiltrate the bodies of any practitioner of equal rank, transforming them into puppets without their awareness, which earned them the disdain of human cultivators. Those controlled by the Shadow Clan appear indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, only revealing their true nature during battles when their magical power is nearly depleted. Thus, Over 10,000 years ago, human cultivators gathered thousands of nascent soul and golden core masters to obliterate the Shadow Clan's stronghold, leaving only a handful of low-tier Shadow Clan members who had successfully controlled practitioners. The Shadow Clan has always regarded humans with contempt, viewing them merely as puppets. However, with their stronghold destroyed, they could only remain within the bodies of the human cultivators. Over time, coupled with intermarriage with humans, their bloodline has gradually diluted, rendering them almost indistinguishable from humans today. Yet, their desire to dominate humanity and restore their former glory has never wavered. They have continued to strive for it, sacrificing their own lives and those of their kin. Among the current generation, the appearance of the extraordinarily rare spiritual body of Chu Linger has brought immense joy to the ancestor of the Chu family. He immediately resolved that she must not cultivate, preserving her pure spiritual body, while devising plans to expedite the completion of the divine summoning formation to invite the Upper Realm's Shadow Clan ancestor to descend and avenge the clan. To prevent the discovery of Chu Linger's spiritual body, she was given cardamom essence from a young age. This is due to the fact that the spirit-communicating profound body is considered the most exceptional vessel for possession within the realm of cultivation. Its innate talents are remarkable, allowing any primordial spirit to endure within it without the risk of degradation. In merely a month, one can achieve complete integration, wielding it as if it were their own body. Moreover, it is possible to refine the spirit-communicating profound body into an external manifestation of the spirit, harboring a second primordial spirit within, effectively becoming a second self. However, if this profound body were to be tainted by the poisonous fragrance of the delicate flower, no one would desire to possess it, as its lifespan would not exceed 18 years, rendering it utterly worthless. The elderly patriarch of the Chu family exhibited a profoundly frenzied expression, the grief of losing a grandchild momentarily fading, for he still had over 10 grandchildren remaining. Although none matched the brilliance of Chuiluan, they were still commendable and could be nurtured to eventually become the next Chuiluan. After waiting for several millennia, he could certainly endure another 20 years. Upon returning to Blackwood City, Feng Yimo prepared his belongings, intending to depart from this blood-soaked and merciless place. This time, it was cultivators, but perhaps the next time it would be ordinary citizens subjected to a blood sacrifice, resulting in the demise of tens of thousands in Blackwood City. He had just awakened his memories and felt he had not yet lived enough. He did not wish to perish. Within the pear blossom courtyard, Lingyu was enveloped in sorrow, silently weeping for Chu Linger. Feng Yimo wished to greet her, but seeing her uncontrollable tears, he refrained. After all, they were merely transient acquaintances. She had bound him, leading him inadvertently to Blackwood City. He had also once repelled a cultivator attempting to rob him, thus settling their debts. Now that he had arrived in Blackwood City, should he pay a visit to the Feng family? Leaving the pear blossom courtyard, Feng Yimo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of vastness, as if he had nowhere to belong. Just as he was about to decide to leave Blackwood City directly, he unexpectedly encountered two cultivators clad in azure robes who approached him. Young brother, the family head requests your presence. Feng Yimo glanced at the wind emblem on their left chests, recognizing them as disciples of the Feng family. Could it be that they were aware of his arrival? His speculation was indeed correct. Ever since Feng Yimo set foot in Blackwood City, the Feng family had been informed. In the southern part of Blackwood City, beneath the Feng family's grand estate by the banks of Imocho Lake, there lay a spacious area. A sacred ground that only the family head and a deaf-mute uncle were permitted to enter. A conical pedestal rose prominently in the center, upon which floated a bronze mirror, shimmering with a constant azure glow. Each time a visage appeared within this seeking vein mirror, it represented a legitimate disciple of the Feng family, possessing at least half of the bloodline. The Feng family had once basked in glory, but over time, they had dwindled, with true disciples becoming exceedingly rare. Consequently, the previous head of the Feng family had specifically sought out this seeking vein mirror. By infusing it with blood, they could monitor the whereabouts of those with Feng blood, ensuring their safety and providing swift assistance in times of crisis. On the day Feng Yimo arrived in Blackwood City, the seeking vein mirror erupted with crimson light, prompting the deaf-mute uncle to seek out the family head, Feng Jihui. However, unbeknownst to him, following the red glow, the mirror burst forth with a golden radiance, which Feng Jihui, upon returning and observing for an extended period, failed to recognize as belonging to any family, despite the child possessing over 90% of the Feng bloodline. The pulse mirror distinguishes the density of blood vessels through color. Red signifies over 90%, blue represents 50%, and gold indicates a complete 100%. Feng Yimo, marked by the red hue, is a rarity within the Feng family. Thus Feng Yimo places great importance on him, meticulously arranging searches for Feng Yimo. This accounts for his tardiness on that day. In the past 2 days, Feng Yimo has been preoccupied with blood sacrifices, neglecting Feng Yimo. After sending a message via flying sword to Lei Qiaoyan, he dispatched someone to locate Feng Yimo, only to find that he had vanished. Consequently, the disciples of the Feng family have been waiting here, and upon seeing him with a pack, they intervened to halt his departure. With a sigh, Feng Yimo contemplated that a chance encounter could be more fortuitous than a formal invitation. Since he had been invited, he decided to meet them, fulfilling a wish of his late mother. In his memories, his mother had always showered him with affection, tending to him during his slumber without rest. And even in perilous moments, she had thought of him, sacrificing her own chances for his sake, urging him to seek out the Feng family, which deeply moved him. Although he avenged his parents, he felt a lingering debt to them, and the merging of memories allowed him to vividly recall his childhood. His father, Feng Yuliang, was a straightforward man, while his mother, ever nurturing, would sometimes hold him close, shedding silent tears, uttering strange phrases, yet her eyes always held affection and tenderness. She often said, "Immortal, may you live a peaceful life and avoid the path of cultivation." Young Feng Yimo, unaware of what cultivation entailed, gazed at his mother in innocent confusion, with no thoughts beyond playfulness, leading to a blissful existence. He remained oblivious to the sorrow in his mother's eyes as she watched him play, her love transforming into endless grief. Yet, when he dashed towards her, that sorrow dissipated, replaced by warmth and compassion. "Please, lead the way." Feng Yimo collected his thoughts and spoke calmly, devoid of any anxiety. The two arriving cultivators, both at the latter stages of chi refinement, found themselves admiring Feng Yimo's composure, for he was merely immortal. They were unaware of the reason their master had summoned the young man before them. They were simply following orders. After traversing for over half an hour, they arrived at a picturesque lake beside the Feng family estate, characterized by its grandeur. Towering stone lions flanked the imposing entrance, and 18 steps led up to the grand door, requiring visitors to look up, a testament to the Feng family's esteemed status. The two disciples of the Feng family were taken aback to see their master standing outside the door and hurriedly approached to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master." Feng Yimo waved his hand, dismissing the formality. "There is no need for that. It is no longer your concern. You may leave." His gaze remained fixed on Feng Yimo, seemingly trying to discern something. Standing at the foot of the steps, Feng Yimo looked up at the middle-aged cultivator before the grand wooden door. To his surprise, the man bore the early stages of golden core cultivation, which was commendable. From a distance, Feng Yimo could distinctly sense a connection of blood, pondering if this man was indeed a relative of his father. He retrieved the shattered pieces of a jade pendant from his pocket and stepped forward. On his journey, he had discreetly taken the jade fragments from his storage pouch, utilizing his spiritual sense to retrieve any item unnoticed by the two chi refinement cultivators. Feng Yimo was stirred with excitement. Even without conducting any tests, he could sense the bond of kinship emanating from the youth before him. When his gaze fell upon the fragment of the jade pendant held in Feng Yimo's hands, he was momentarily stunned. "Child, who are your parents?" Feng Yimo inquired, his voice trembling. Feng Yimo presented the jade fragment with both hands, declaring, "My father is Feng Yuliang." Feng Yimo accompanied Feng Yimo at the vast shores of Macho Lake, enveloped in silence for quite some time. Since he mentioned his father, Feng Yuliang, he had not uttered a single word. He could sense a profound sorrow emanating from Feng Yimo. "Your mother, Feng Macho, was named thus because she was born by the banks of Macho Lake. I bestowed upon her the name Macho. And the two lost characters on the jade pendant are Macho. From a young age, she was a prodigy, no, an extraordinary talent. At 10, she had reached the 3rd tier of chi training, at 12 the 10th tier, and by 18, she had established her foundation. She was the most promising disciple of the Feng family to attain the golden core stage. However, everything changed on her 18th birthday. Feng Yimo's voice was ethereal, reminiscent of a tale being spun. Feng Yimo could not comprehend why he referred to her as mother rather than father. Macho, clever and diligent, dedicated herself to her cultivation even on her birthday. Yet, on that fateful day, she ventured beyond the city and returned having rescued a wounded individual. Kind-hearted, she took him to the Feng family and tended to him with utmost care. Unbeknownst to her, 2 months later, this man, now healed, proposed marriage to Macho. Naturally, I opposed vehemently. The Feng family, in its pursuit of preserving a pure bloodline, forbade marriages between its daughters and outsiders. Furthermore, the man's origins were shrouded in mystery. I could not hastily allow Ma Chou to wed him. Little did I know, the two had secretly consummated their union. Ah? Feng Yimo was taken aback. Was this man his father, Feng Yuliang? It didn't seem plausible. Indeed, Feng Jihui continued, I was consumed with rage, furious beyond measure. According to family rules, engaging in illicit relations without marriage warranted execution by drowning in a pigsty. I ordered Ma Chou to be confined, awaiting her execution the following day. Yet, she knelt and pleaded with me, claiming that death was inconsequential, and implored me to allow her to give birth before executing her. I was utterly stunned. So enraged I nearly spat blood. I was tempted to strike her down to spare myself the humiliation, but upon seeing her pitiful gaze, I could not bear it and secretly let her go, choosing to act as if I had no daughter at all. Child, your mother is my daughter. I am your grandfather. Feng Jihui's gentle gaze fell upon Feng Yimo. He understood that his daughter was no longer of this world. When she departed, she had vowed never to set foot in the Feng family again. If she truly returned, it could only be through her descendants bearing the jade pendant, by which time she would have already passed away. Feng Yimo was stunned by this unforeseen revelation. What he thought to be his grandfather's home had transformed into that of his maternal grandfather. But where was his father? Where had he gone? Sensing the confusion in Feng Yimo, Feng Jihui sighed. Initially, I disapproved of your mother marrying your father. In a fit of anger, he left and vanished without a trace. Feng Yuliang was a servant of the Feng family, assigned to care for your mother during her pregnancy. After conceiving you, your mother's cultivation inexplicably dissipated, rendering her immortal, which was another source of my fury. The Feng family had anticipated the emergence of another golden core practitioner within a decade, but your father's actions thwarted that hope. Do you think I should not harbor resentment towards him? Feng Yimo remained silent, still processing Feng Jihui's words, only managing a bitter smile. His mother's sudden loss of cultivation was due to being devoured by the devouring spirit silkworm, and the true culprit was himself. If only his mother had retained her foundation, how could the Zhou family have dared to bully her? After a considerable pause, he mustered the courage to inquire. What is my father's name? Mozu. Feng Yimo understood. Emo. Feng Xianping, at the tender age of 14, was astute and capable, already possessing the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement. Originally tasked with attending to the esteemed young master Feng Qilin, he had been reluctantly reassigned by the family head to serve a cousin named Feng Yimo. This was a grievous disappointment for him. Young Master Lin, the eldest son of the family head, was reputed to be the prime candidate for the next family leader, with a promising future ahead. He had earned young Master Lin's trust, often receiving rewards of spirit stones and elixirs for his cultivation. Without such generosity, his progress would have been unattainable. Now, however, he felt demoted, and his spirits were considerably low. Had it not been for the family head's decision to increase his monthly allowance of low-grade spirit stones from 2 to 4, he might have contemplated a more drastic action. Yet upon encountering his cousin, he was taken aback by his appearance, sharp brows and bright eyes, a visage as exquisite as jade, exuding an air of refined elegance. In stark contrast, young Master Lin's looks were unremarkable. Comparing the two was akin to juxtaposing heaven and earth. However, what did good looks matter? He quickly discerned that Feng Yimo possessed no trace of spiritual energy, which confirmed his status as a mere mortal. The thought of a cultivator serving a commoner only deepened his discontent. Greetings, young master, Feng Xianping said expressionlessly, emphasizing the title young master with a pronounced disdain. Feng Yimo had initially intended to leave after a brief encounter with the Feng family, wishing to avoid lingering after witnessing the cruelty of the blood sacrifice. However, knowing that his maternal grandfather cared for him, he resolved to remain, ensuring that he would not be left to wander aimlessly. Feng Yimo bore the weight of unspoken troubles. The news of the blood sacrifice had yet to spread, and the entire 100-Flower City remained oblivious to the horrific events that had transpired. He could not disclose the gruesome scene he had witnessed, so he chose to stay temporarily, awaiting an opportunity to depart. Observing the young cultivator before him, he recognized that his grandfather had sent someone to watch over and protect him. Previously, his grandfather had inquired if he had practiced cultivation, to which he had denied, and his grandfather had said nothing further, arranging for him to reside in a separate courtyard. This abode was situated on a back street of the Feng family estate, featuring a private entrance with 2 houses, stretching 20 zhang in length and 10 zhang in width. In the center of the courtyard stood a pear tree, heavy with golden, ripe pears, filling the air with a fragrant aroma as the autumn breeze rustled through its branches. "Hello, thank you for your efforts." Feng Yimo greeted Feng Yimo with a smile. The attendant, of similar age, harbored resentment, and understandably so. A second-layer Qi refinement cultivator serving a mere mortal was an uncomfortable situation for him. "What shall we do today, young master?" Feng Yimo maintained his icy demeanor. Feng Yimo surveyed their new home and noted the absence of bedding, cabinets, and a desk. "Let us venture into the city to procure some necessities," he suggested. As the military and citizens returned to the city to witness the festivities, 100 Flower City regained its vibrancy. The flower appreciation event continued, with the fallen blossoms being meticulously arranged once more, restoring a scene of prosperity. Feng Yimo gazed at the young master ahead of him, a slow simmer of anger igniting within him. Did he truly consider himself a servant? All the purchases were left for him to carry, and the esteemed Lin young master had been reduced to a mere attendant, his dignity thoroughly compromised. However, Feng Yimo seemed utterly oblivious to these sentiments. Continuing on his path undeterred, before them lay a main street, broad and inviting, flanked by thousands of pots of vibrant chrysanthemums, their fragrant blooms wafting through the air. As Feng Yimo stepped into the thoroughfare, dozens of butterflies, previously enamored with the flowers, fluttered towards him, dancing gracefully in the air and attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Feng Yimo watched in astonishment. Could it be that the young master possessed some mastery over these insects? His thoughts seemed validated as more butterflies joined the spectacle, creating a mesmerizing cloud of color above Feng Yimo, a breathtaking sight that elicited applause from the crowd. At that moment, a commotion erupted from further down the street, with someone shouting, "Make way, make way." The horses startled. Feng Yimo glanced up to see a carriage speeding towards them, its hooves pounding fiercely, causing pedestrians to scatter in haste. Not far in front of him, two children, ages 4 or 5, were engrossed in the flowers, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, scooping the two children into his arms and swiftly placing them in a safe spot. Just then, the runaway carriage thundered past him, threatening to crush him beneath its wheels. Though Feng Yimo lacked any cultivation, he possessed immense strength. With a mighty shout, he pressed both hands against the carriage's yoke. The rushing vehicle came to an abrupt halt, as if it had been anchored to the ground, despite the frantic thrashing of the horse's hoofs. Feng Yimo stood frozen, astonished. A galloping carriage bore a force of at least 1,000 pounds. How could the young master, an ordinary mortal, possess such remarkable strength to halt it? He felt no surge of spiritual energy, indicating that Feng Yimo had solely relied on his physical prowess to stop the frenzied carriage. For the first time, Feng Yimo found himself unable to fully comprehend the young master. The carriage's owner rushed over, panting heavily, repeatedly thanking Feng Yimo. Meanwhile, the children's relatives embraced them, bowing deeply in gratitude before the young master. Applause erupted on the street, as all eyes turned to this extraordinary youth. In the wake of the commotion, the butterflies scattered, but Feng Yimo paid them no mind, bidding farewell to the crowd and continuing his shopping. He sensed a shift in Feng Yimo's demeanor, who now appeared transformed, radiating respect and trailing closely behind him. Feng Yimo smiled. This was precisely the effect he desired. The two purchased a plethora of goods before returning to their courtyard. Feng Yimo busied himself with diligent tasks, tidying up and organizing, revitalizing the entire space. By the time he completed his chores, evening had descended. He approached Feng Yimo with the utmost respect, stating, "Young master, the Feng family holds 3 meals a day in the main hall, breakfast at the first watch, lunch at the second watch, and dinner at the 5th watch. Attendance is mandatory and punctuality is essential. We must take our leave." Feng Yimo nodded, feeling satisfied with Feng Yimo's demeanor, and led the way forward. Indeed, Feng Yimo respectfully responded. The two individuals entered the main hall of the Feng residence, with Feng Yimo demonstrating impeccable timing. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the large round table in the center of the hall had only 3 vacant seats. The central seat was reserved for the head of the family, and naturally, Feng Yimo would not occupy it. Instead, he guided Feng Yimo to one of the available seats before stepping back. Just as Feng Yimo settled into his chair, a lively figure burst into the room and plopped down beside him. Turning to glance, he found a rather plump young man, whose face glistened with sweat from his hurried entrance. The chubby fellow, noticing Feng Yimo's gaze, paused momentarily and exclaimed, "Oh, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here?" "Greetings, I am Feng Yimo," the young man greeted with an air of confidence. "Oh, so you are the one. The chubby boy's words trailed off abruptly, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Earlier that afternoon, the entire Feng family had been abuzz with a piece of news. A stranger had appeared in their midst. An uninvited presence known as Feng Yimo, born out of wedlock to a mother who had not been married when he was conceived. Such individuals were often regarded as bastards. The younger members of the family were unaware of the events that transpired 15 years prior, while the elders recounted tales of that day when the family patriarch had erupted in fury, filled with dread. No one anticipated that the composed patriarch could exhibit such rage. As the family's beacon of cultivation, he had fallen from grace overnight, prompting widespread lamentation. Subsequently, he vanished without a trace, and many believed him to be dead. Little did they know that his descendant would return. Just as Feng Yimo was about to inquire about the chubby boy's peculiar expression, the patriarch Feng Jihue entered the room and took a seat in the empty space. He glanced at a young cultivator beside him and said, "Linnerth, you are the elder brother. Kindly swap seats with Yimo." The young cultivator, in his 20s and already possessing the cultivation of the second level of foundation establishment, stood up reluctantly and moved to Feng Yimo's side, stating, "Grandfather has asked you to come over." Feng Yimo discerned the discontent of the young cultivator and was about to decline when Feng Jihue interjected, "Yimo, come over and take a seat. I shall introduce you to everyone." With no alternative, Feng Yimo stood up and took a seat beside Feng Jihue. The head of the family did not touch his chopsticks, and none dared to do so either. Feng Jihue surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Today, I would like to introduce a disciple of the Feng family. Our new member, Feng Yimo. He is my grandson and will henceforth be a part of the Feng family. You are to treat him as you would your own kin. Any form of bullying will not be tolerated. Although he is not yet a cultivator, he will soon become one. As I have decided to personally impart my knowledge to Yimo." The words of the clan leader astounded all present. It is important to note that the clan leader is a cultivator of the golden core stage, and as the head of the family, he is perpetually occupied with myriad affairs. Never has anyone received such treatment. Even the esteemed eldest grandson, Feng Qilin, is afforded guidance merely once every half-month. This clearly illustrates the clan leader's favoritism towards Feng Yimo. Feeling the envious gazes of those around him, Feng Yimo could only manage a wry smile, as he suddenly found himself at the center of attention, becoming a thorn in the flesh and an eyesore in the eyes of others. How was he to navigate this predicament? The Wen Qilin simmered with discontent upon hearing his grandfather's words. His frustration deepened, yet he dared not express his anger. Instead, he cast a resentful glare at the interloper who had usurped his rightful place, for it was this arrival that had altered his standing. Subsequently, Feng Jihue introduced to Feng Yimo the principal members of the Feng family. The eldest son, Feng Chun, is the father of Feng Qilin, who has a younger brother and a sister. The second son, Feng Lu, has a son named Feng Shangquan, the chubby boy who had just spoken with Feng Yimo, and a daughter named Feng Shiren, a remarkably delicate young girl who astonishingly possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from perfection. Feng Yimo addressed both of these individuals as uncles. Additionally, there is a young man named Feng Bo, the grandson of Feng Jihue's cousin, who has grown up within the Feng household and shares a close bond with Feng Qilin. The remaining individuals are core members of the Feng family. Feng Yimo exchanged earnest greetings for a solid quarter of an hour before the meal commenced. As they were departing, Feng Jihue instructed Feng Yimo to arrive at his study early the following morning to impart teachings, which evoked envy among the group of disciples. Feng Xinping also learned of this news, leading to an even more respectful attitude towards Feng Yimo, unaware that Feng Yimo felt an unsettling anxiety within. The more kindness Feng Jihue showed him, the harder it would become for him to leave in the future. The next day, Feng Yimo arrived outside Feng Jihue's study at the third quarter of the hour of the rabbit, knocking on the door. Feng Jihue had already been waiting inside, thoroughly pleased with Feng Yimo's diligent demeanor, affirming that at least this child was not indolent. "Yimo, take a seat. Your grandfather will impart to you the Feng family's ultimate technique, the 9 Heavens Gale technique. Once perfected, this skill can transform air into lethal weapons at your command," Feng Jihue proclaimed. Feng Yimo was taken aback. If this were indeed the case, it would be an exceptional technique worth learning, and he nodded in agreement. Feng Jihue promptly imparted the 9 Heavens Gale technique to Feng Yimo, closely supervising his practice to correct any missteps. He felt a pang of guilt for this unexpectedly arrived grandson, who, at the age of 15, had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, thus losing precious time and opportunities. Therefore, He was determined to compensate for this lost time. The Nine Heavens Gale technique is divided into 11 parts: soft wind, light wind, gentle breeze, harmonious wind, clear wind, strong wind, swift wind, great wind, fierce wind, tempest, and gale. Among these, soft wind, light wind, and gentle breeze correspond to the initial, middle, and latter stages of qi cultivation. Harmonious wind, clear wind, and strong wind correspond to the foundational stages. Swift wind, great wind, and fierce wind relate to the early, middle, and late phases of the golden core stage. Tempest pertains solely to the nascent soul stage, while gale corresponds to the divine transformation stage. This technique is a treasured heirloom of the Feng family, complete with all necessary methodologies, allowing cultivation up to the divine transformation stage. To Feng Yihui's astonishment, after only a brief period of practice, he sensed the spiritual energy in the room coalescing into spots of spiritual essence, penetrating into his grandson's body. This pivotal step, the absorption of spiritual energy, indicated that Feng Yimo possessed extraordinary aptitude. Overwhelmed with joy, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of his daughter in the boy, his eyes moistening with emotion. However, when Feng Yimo ceased his practice, Feng Yihui immediately noticed the rapid dissipation of the spiritual energy within him, vanishing without a trace. What could be the cause of this? Feng Yihui's expression turned grave as he placed his hand on Feng Yimo's wrist. His face soon clouded with profound sorrow. With a heavy sigh, he realized that the tiny amount of spiritual power his grandson had gathered had completely disappeared. Feng Yimo's plight was already pitiful enough, having lost his parents, and now he was unable to cultivate. Feng Yihui was certain that his grandson possessed a rare condition in the cultivation world known as a leaky body. This term refers to an inability to retain any spiritual energy, rendering years of cultivation futile, as any absorbed energy would evaporate completely. The existence of a leaky body is more tragic than lacking aptitude for cultivation. It offers a glimmer of hope only to shatter it, rendering all efforts utterly futile, leading to a lifetime of stagnation. With compassion, he gazed at Feng Yimo, filled with empathy, contemplating whether to disclose this dreadful news. Perhaps it would be best to let him live a peaceful and healthy life, which could also be a commendable choice. As Feng Yihui rose to speak, a message-carrying flying sword soared through the window. Upon receiving it, his expression shifted dramatically. It bore news that required immediate attention. In a swift motion, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from the study, his voice echoing from a distance. Yimo, you should return. Your grandfather has pressing matters to attend to. The message-carrying sword was dispatched by Lei Qiaoyan, who hurriedly conveyed the news. A thunderstorm has claimed the lives of Lei's 15 foundational disciples. Feng Yihui dared not delay and rushed to the Lei family. Upon arrival, he found Hui Chang, the head of the Hu family, already present, his face etched with grief. Feng Diyu, he lamented, Master Hu Jinping has fallen. Feng Yihui was taken aback. The simultaneous demise of two Golden Core ancestors was far from favorable news. He promptly inquired, what exactly transpired? And what about the others? Hui Chang, after momentarily suppressing his sorrow, began to explain, yesterday, Master Hu Jinping led a contingent of disciples to the cave to seek treasures. As night fell, they had yet to return. We presumed the cave was vast and laden with treasures, necessitating additional time for their return. Moreover, a blood sacrifice is not a task that can be completed hastily. However, this morning, the duty-bound disciples discovered that Master Hu Jinping's soul tablet had shattered, and shockingly, the soul tablets of all 18 foundational disciples who accompanied him to the cave had also broken, indicating that they had all met with misfortune. Beside them, Lei Qiaoyan nodded in agreement, recounting the same sequence of events. In total, their two factions had lost 2 Golden Core cultivators and 33 foundational disciples, all of whom perished within that enigmatic cave. Thus, they sought out Feng Yihui to inquire about the losses sustained by the Feng family. Feng Yihui, his heart filled with astonishment, found himself at a loss for words, for he had not dispatched anyone to the cave and thus had incurred no losses. Yet, he pondered how the two families would perceive him if he were to express this. Noticing the expression on Feng Yihui's face, Lei Qiaoyan suddenly recalled a particular message conveyed via flying sword, her countenance shifting as she questioned, Feng Yihui, did you possess prior knowledge of this incident, which led you to refrain from sending disciples to the cave? Hui Chang's expression darkened at Lei Qiaoyan's words, and he turned to Feng Yihui, demanding, Feng Daoist, did you truly not send any disciples to that cave? Feng Yihui could only offer a wry smile and nod, stating on that day, I sensed an unsettling premonition and instructed all disciples to return. Furthermore, I was in search of someone and lacked adequate personnel. After recalling the disciples, I sent Lei Xiaoyan a message advising her to exercise caution. Little did I expect her to disregard it. Hui Chang, turning to Lei Xiaoyan, saw her bitter nod and suddenly stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Feng Yimo, exclaiming, "Why did you only send her a message and not inform us of the whole family?" Feng Yimo, feeling discontent, replied icily, "To whom I choose to send my flying sword message is my own affair. If it were not for your greed in coveting the spirit pill, resulting in a heinous blood sacrifice, there would have been no casualties. Do not blame others." You, Hua Yichang trembled with rage, ready to storm away. The Hua family had suffered grievously, losing not only a golden core cultivator, but also 18 foundational disciples, all of whom were core members and vital forces, significantly diminishing their strength. Seeing the altercation escalate, Lei Xiaoyan hurriedly intervened, urging, "Let us not quarrel. We are unaware of the casualties in the Chu family. Should there be no losses, it would indicate that this cave is indeed a scheme devised by the Chu family." Hui Chang, no fool, recognized this possibility and seized the opportunity to depart, hastening towards the Chu family's palace. Lei Xiaoyan and Feng Yimo quickly followed, intent on questioning the Chu family patriarch regarding the unfolding events. The three of them made their way to the Chu family's palace, where the patriarch appeared to have anticipated their arrival, waiting for them just outside the palace gates. 3 individuals arrived, bringing with them grave tidings. "I regret to inform you that my grandson, Chu Yiluan, along with my great-granddaughter, Chu Linger, have perished within that cave, their souls shattered." As he spoke, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. The 3 were taken aback. Was the ruler of the Chu state truly dead? Currently, the Chu state is under the stewardship of the 3rd son, Chu Jiqiang, and henceforth, we shall require the unwavering support of the 3 of you, the patriarch of the Chu family declared, clasping his hands in respect. Hui Chang and Lei Xiaoyan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. This was not as they had surmised. Presently, the Feng family remained unscathed, and all eyes turned towards Feng Yimo. He felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Upon arrival, he had hoped for the Chu family's preservation, yet now they had lost their ruler. More alarmingly, among the 4 families, only the Feng family had suffered no casualties. How could he justify this? Noticing the reactions of Hui Yichang and Lei Xiaoyan, the patriarch of the Chu family hesitated slightly and inquired, "What is it? Have none of your people returned?" "Indeed, none of our people made it back. They all perished." Hui Yichang replied, his voice filled with ire as he pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Yimo. "Patriarch of the Chu family, pray tell, how is it that only the Feng family emerged unscathed?" With narrowed eyes, the Chu family patriarch glinted with suspicion, pondering whether the Feng family had stumbled upon some hidden knowledge. This could not be. Only Chu Yiluan was privy to the entire affair, and there were no third parties involved. It seemed a mere coincidence, yet it presented an opportunity to shift blame onto the Feng family. Feng Yimo, enlighten us. What transpired? Why did our 3 families suffer losses, while your Feng family endured without a single casualty? The patriarch of the Chu family pressed, his inquiry sharp and relentless. Under the weight of their penetrating gazes, Feng Yimo felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, uncertain of how to respond. Surely, he could not claim that he had merely acted on intuition when recalling everyone, resisting the allure of the treasures. What course of action should he take? How to navigate this perilous predicament? Failing to address this matter adequately could invite an onslaught from the Chu, Lei, and Hua families. Suddenly, he realized an important question and, undeterred, shot back at the patriarch of the Chu family. "Aside from Chu Yiluan and Chu Linger, how many disciples from your Chu family met their demise?" The patriarch of the Chu family faltered, having overlooked this detail. Aware that a blood sacrifice would occur within the cave, he had entrusted Chu Yiluan to manage all affairs and had employed magic to send the spiritually attuned Chu Lingo into the cave, leaving no other disciples from the Chu family behind. Coughing awkwardly, he replied, "This was because the numbers were sufficient, and our Chu family had no need for the spirit-drawing pill. We merely aimed to assist your 3 families in acquiring the formula, thus delegating the task to Chu Yiluan." Feng Yimo scoffed. "If you dispatched someone to oversee the blood sacrifice, why was it solely the ruler, Chu Yiluan? Could not other golden core practitioners from the Chu family fulfill this role? Moreover, why was Chu Linger, devoid of any cultivation and afflicted by the poisonous sin of the peony, dispatched to the cave?" Upon hearing the accusations from Feng Yimo, the elder of the Chu family found himself at a loss for words, his gaze filled with resentment as he directed a fierce glare at Feng Yimo. A surge of murderous intent brewed within him. He had never anticipated that the members of the Feng family had survived the ordeal within the cave. Had all four families lost members, this discord would not have arisen. At this moment, Lei Xiaoyan and Hua Yichang discerned the inconsistencies in the elder's words, and their eyes turned toward him expectantly. Elder of the Chu family, we implore you for a reasonable explanation, Hua Yichang demanded with indignation. Faced with the accusations from the three families, the elder's face turned ashen, and he retorted loudly, your kin are human, but my grandson, the Emperor of Chu, is not. He has perished as well. How am I to explain this? It is utterly preposterous. With that, he turned and swept into the palace, his robes trailing behind him. Seeing that no resolution was forthcoming, Hua Yichang had no choice but to depart, returning to the Hua family to pacify the numerous individuals affected. For the loss of so many lives could not be clarified in a moment's time. Lei Xiaoyan cast a glance at Feng Yimo and left, her heart heavy with regret, lamenting her failure to heed his counsel earlier. Had she done so, the calamity that befell the Lei family might have been averted. Presently, apart from the Chu family, the Feng family stood as the most formidable force in Blackwood City. As the leader of the Lei family, she could not disregard her family's future. Despite her suspicions regarding possible schemes orchestrated by the Chu family, the death of Emperor Chu Yuan remained an undeniable truth. Given the current strength of the Lei family, even with her lingering doubts, she dared not voice them. Although the Chu family had lost a ruler, they still possessed 4 or 5 golden core cultivators, particularly the elder of the Chu family, whose peak golden core cultivation could single-handedly obliterate the entire Lei family. Thus, under the overwhelming pressure from the Lei family, Lei Xiaoyan found herself compelled to submit, swallowing her grievances in silence. Feng Yimo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on how perilous the situation had been. Had he mismanaged the encounter, it would have undoubtedly led to a coalition among the three families. He now had no doubt that everything was a scheme devised by the Chu family, who, driven by ulterior motives, resorted to ruthless tactics, employing a blood sacrifice ritual involving thousands of cultivators. Had he not remained vigilant, the disciples of the Feng family would have suffered heavy casualties, akin to those of the Hua and Lei families. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed the elder's murderous intent directed towards him. He hurried back to the Feng family and convened an assembly of the entire clan, deciding to relocate their family assets away from Blackwood City. 500 miles from Blackwood City lay Maple Leaf Town, where the Feng family owned 1,000 acres of spiritual fields, cultivating a variety of spiritual herbs. Nestled by mountains and rivers, making it an ideal place for the entire clan to thrive. Upon receiving the news of the relocation, the Feng family erupted in a flurry of confusion and dissent, particularly among the third-generation disciples like Feng Qian, who were nostalgic for the vibrant life of Blackwood City, the flower-laden streets, gambling houses, inns, theaters, and myriad shops. They could not fathom how a remote place like Maple Leaf Town could offer such richness and experience. Witnessing the discord, Feng Yimo slammed his hand on the table, proclaiming loudly, I, Feng Yimo, remain the head of the Feng family. Those who are unwilling to depart may choose to stay behind, but they shall be removed from the family genealogy. Suddenly, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, as if silenced by a chill. The head of the Feng family was enraged. Not everyone could withstand the fury of the family patriarch. Consequently, the entire Feng clan mobilized to sell various shops within the 100-flower city, preparing for a grand exodus. 3 days later, all preparations were complete. Hundreds of disciples from the Feng family, accompanied by dozens of horse-drawn carts, departed from 100-flower city in an imposing procession, exiting through the eastern gate and heading towards Maple Leaf Town. During this time, Feng Yimo enjoyed a life of leisure, basking in the sun and savoring pears, followed by casual strolls through the streets. While the rest of the Feng family was in a frenzy, packing their belongings, he had little to gather, save for his recently acquired possessions. Feng Xinping found the situation perplexing. He could not fathom why the patriarch had imparted a morning's worth of teachings to the young master and then neglected him. Observing Feng Yimo's daily indulgences in shopping, dining, and watching performances, he perceived a striking resemblance to a reckless scion, finding it increasingly difficult to decipher the young master's true intentions. Today, carrying a bundle, he trailed behind Feng Yimo, mingling among the disciples of the Feng family as they departed from the city they had called home for over a decade. A sense of reluctance tugged at his heart, yet as a disciple of the Feng family, he had no choice but to obey orders. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, a powerful aura enveloping the entirety of Hundred Flower City. A thunderous voice reverberated overhead. Who has slain my disciple? Someone has intruded into Hundred Flower City. 3 figures emerged from the northern palace of the Chu Kingdom, hovering in midair to confront the intruder. The leader was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Chu family, who bellowed, "Who dares to trespass into Hundred Flower City?" The intruder, a middle-aged cultivator exuding a formidable presence, stood on par with the Chu family patriarch. His pallid complexion suggested a lack of vitality, and he donned a black robe. His consciousness sweeping across the entirety of Hundred Flower City without restraint. Responding to the patriarch's inquiry, he coldly stated, "I am from the soul-severing sect, known as Wushang." The Chu family patriarch inhaled sharply. Wushang from the soul-severing sect? This individual was rumored to be a maniac, notorious for his brutal methods and exceptional skills. Ordinary golden core cultivators were no match for him. It was said that he had claimed the lives of at least 18 golden core practitioners. What could his purpose be? With cupped hands, the patriarch addressed him. "Ah, it is you, my friend Wushang. May I inquire what brings you to our Hundred Flower City?" Wushang retracted his consciousness and finally regarded the Chu family patriarch directly, stating, "A few days ago, I received word from my young disciple that he was being pursued and had come to Hundred Flower City. Now that he is dead, I demand an explanation. Hand over the murderer. If not, when I take matters into my own hands, it shall not concern merely 1 or 2 individuals." The Chu family patriarch thought to himself, "Could it be that I'm so unfortunate? Did Wushang's disciple perish within the cave? If he discovers the truth, Wushang will certainly not let it rest. I must find a way to appease him. I have heard he is fiercely protective of his own. If a disciple has died, who knows how many will bear the brunt of his wrath? Pray tell, my friend Wushang, what is the name of your disciple, and what does he look like? I shall send people to search far and wide for any clues," the Chu family patriarch said, hoping to buy some time. With a casual wave of his hand, Wushang conjured the image of a young cultivator in midair, visible to all below. Feng Yimo was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the figure. It was the same cultivator who had once dined with him and left without settling the bill. It turned out he was a disciple of the Duanhuan sect. "If anyone encounters this individual, please report to me. There will be a generous reward. 1,000 taels of gold." Wushang's voice echoed throughout Baihuiqing, prompting everyone to gaze upward in anticipation. Lai San, drawn to the commotion, caught sight of the likeness and, mistaking it for an illusion, rummaged through his pocket for the portrait given to him by Lan Tianyu. Upon closer inspection, his heart soared with joy. This was a chance for wealth. 1,000 taels of gold equating to 10,000 taels of silver. He exclaimed, "Immortal! Immortal! I know this esteemed figure." Noticing Lai San's excitement, Wushang's right hand descended, and a massive black spirit hand emerged from 20 zhang above, seizing the terrified Lai San and bringing him before Wushang. "Where did you see Guang Yuan?" he demanded. Suspended in midair, Lai San was paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably, unsure of how to respond. After a considerable pause, he stammered, "I saw this esteemed figure 5 days ago. Someone paid me 500 taels of silver to inquire about him. He resides at the Yefeng Inn. If you don't believe me, you can verify it." Wushang, having little time to waste, placed his hand on Lai San's head and employed the soul search technique. Indeed, the information aligned with what Lai San had said. When he released his grip, Lai San was left disoriented, his faculties impaired, rendered a fool. The elder of the Chu family sighed, attributing the misfortune to the young man's greed. Accepting money from an enemy to gather intelligence and hoping to profit further was foolishness personified. "Humph. The Yin-Yang sect dares to harm my disciple, and I shall ensure they regret it." Wushang's pallid visage was icy as he waved his hand, sending the deranged Lai San tumbling to the ground, who then scurried away in madness. Though he had acquired information about his disciple, it was not directly related to the cause of death. Wushang's consciousness scanned the surroundings and detected the Feng family departing. He turned to the elder of the Chu family and inquired, "What are those cultivators up to?" The elder, having learned the previous day about the Feng family's plan to relocate, replied, "It is the Feng family, one of the 4 prominent families of Baihuiqing. They intend to move entirely to Feng Town." Wushang regarded the elder with a knowing smile. It was unusual for a cultivation family to migrate en masse without a compelling reason. He surmised that the Feng family's relocation was connected to the elder of the Chu family but chose not to divulge his thoughts. "I implore you, Brother Chu, to investigate the cause of my disciple's demise swiftly so that I may seek vengeance." The elder of the Chu family descended alongside him, nodding in agreement. As he observed the departing caravan of the Feng family, An idea sparked in his mind. If the Feng family was so reckless, why not attribute the death of Wushang's disciple to them? He cleared his throat, prepared to speak, when he noticed Wushang's gaze fixated on an approaching carriage. He recognized it as the carriage of Lingya, the daughter of the Duke of Tiong, who had come to attend the flower-viewing festival at the invitation of his great-granddaughter. Linger, could it be that Wushang was infatuated with Lingya? With unscathed eyes fixed intently on the approaching carriage, he pierced through the veil of its curtains with his formidable consciousness, discerning the identity of its occupant. His heart raced with excitement upon recognizing her as a soul in-body, a rare and precious vessel for nurturing one's primordial spirit and enhancing soul power. Even more astonishingly, this maiden was still untouched by the hands of fate. In his quest for vengeance against the enemies of his deceased disciple, he had stumbled upon such a remarkable discovery. At that moment, thoughts of revenge faded, capturing this maiden to precedence. With determination, he stepped forward to obstruct the carriage's path, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "I am Wushang of the Duanhuan sect. Would the young lady within consent to take me as her master?" The driver, Uncle Hai, terrified, tumbled from his mount and prostrated on the ground, addressing the celestial being with trepidation. "Great immortal, I beg your pardon, but which young lady do you refer to? If it is possible for the young miss to be accepted into an immortal sect, that would indeed be a blessing. Even if it were Qiuju, it would be commendable." Wushang dismissed the old man's entreaties with a wave of his hand, causing the carriage canopy to soar, bringing the bewildered Lingya before him. The more he beheld her, the more enamored he became, softly inquiring, "My dear lady, would you be inclined to embark on a journey of cultivation and discourse with me?" Lingya, startled by Wushang's deathly visage, recoiled in panic, resembling a frightened rabbit. Trembling, she stammered, "And no, I do not wish to cultivate. Nor do I aspire to be an immortal." Wushang's expression darkened. He had anticipated that mere mention of the Duanhuan sect and his esteemed name would elicit her eager consent. Yet, her unwavering refusal struck him. At this juncture, allowing her to depart was not an option. A soul body was an invaluable asset, and nurturing her would be tantamount to securing an additional ally in his cultivation. When the time came to transcend to the nascent soul stage, her presence would augment his chances of advancement. There were no adverse effects, merely the complete siphoning of her true essence. With a swift thought, he summoned Uncle Hai, who was prostrated on the ground, seizing him by the throat with a chilling grip. "My lady, should you decline to cultivate with me, the life of this old driver will be forfeit." "Ah?" Lingyi was rendered speechless, aghast at the celestial being's utter disregard for reason, threatening her with Uncle Hai's life. An ominous premonition gripped her. That ghastly, pallid face was repulsive. Surely, if she were to learn the ways of immortality, it should be from one of more exquisite countenance. Her hesitation proved fatal. With a sudden, brutal twist, Wushang snapped Uncle Hai's neck and discarded the lifeless body. He then turned his icy gaze toward the trembling Qiuju, drawing her closer with an ominous tone. "My lady, can you bear to witness the demise of your maidservant as well?" Lingyi was utterly paralyzed by shock, her body trembling as she gazed upon Uncle Hai's lifeless form. Bewildered and blank-minded, she grappled with the horror of the situation. Was this the true nature of immortals? To slay without inquiry, to regard mortals as mere weeds, to extinguish lives at will? An overwhelming dread consumed her, and she frantically scanned her surroundings in search of assistance. At that moment, Xiaohe and 5 other silver-clad guards finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Aware of their impending defeat, they nevertheless drew their weapons and charged at Wushang. With a mere wave of his hand, the formidable figure sent 5 galloping steeds, along with their armored riders, soaring into the air, only to crash violently against the courtyard walls, resulting in a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and blood. At that moment, Lingyu caught sight of the ancestral elder of the Chu family, having previously accompanied Chu Lingo into the royal palace of the Chu kingdom. She recognized him instantly and hurriedly knelt before him, pleading, "Ancestral elder, I beseech you to save me, to save Qiuju." The elder furrowed his brow. Wushang's rampant slaughter within Blackwood City had crossed his threshold of tolerance. If anyone could kill at will within the city, the laws would become mere ink on paper. He was perplexed as to why Wushang had taken such an interest in Lingya. After all, she was merely a comely young girl. However, he hesitated, realizing that offending a madman at the Golden Core stage over an inconsequential matter was not a prudent choice. Seeing the elder's silence, Lingya crawled closer. Clutching his legs and earnestly beseeching, "Ancestral elder, Lingo has entered that cave and cannot return. If you save me, I shall be your great-granddaughter and fulfill my filial duties on her behalf." Just as the elder was about to decline, an unexpected wave of cold Feminine energy surged from Lingya's grasp, pure and enticing, invigorating his spirit. To his astonishment, the golden core within him began to whirl rapidly. He stifled his shock. Recognizing the rare body, a surge of joy mingled with regret flooded his heart. How had he failed to notice this before? For the sake of the body, it was worth confronting Wushang. His demeanor shifted, and he proclaimed sternly, "Wushang, I implore you to release Qiuju. As an immortal, what honor is there in bullying two young girls?" The elder's abrupt change and stance bewildered those present. Yet Wushang understood. This man had likely discerned the secret surrounding the girl. A cold smirk crossed his lips. Truly, a hypocrite. He chose not to engage further. His left hand flicking dismissively, causing the young maiden Qiuju to explode into a cloud of crimson mist. Simultaneously, his right hand shot forward, unleashing a tendril of chilling black smoke toward the Chu elder and the kneeling Lingya. It was soul-locking smoke. The elder, seasoned in such matters, immediately recognized the notorious essence of the soul-locking smoke, now refined to the advanced state of binding smoke into threads. He dared not confront it directly, retreating swiftly and conjuring a circular shield to protect himself. Fortunately, the smoke ensnared only Lingya, lifting her into the air. As Wushang brazenly seized the opportunity to abduct her, darting towards the city's outskirts. "Where do you think you're going?" the elder bellowed, transforming into a streak of golden light in pursuit. The cultivators of Blackwood City, under his command, set off in chase, determined to prevent further calamity from befalling their home. Two golden core cultivators accompanying the elder leaped into the air, racing after him with the speed of lightning. From the eastern region of the Hua family, a figure soared forth, exuding a powerful aura toward Wushang's fleeing figure. Lei Qiaoyan pondered for a moment before stomping her foot, transforming into a blue ribbon of light in pursuit. According to their agreement, in the face of formidable adversaries invading Blackwood City, the four prominent families were obligated to dispatch reinforcements. Despite the losses of a golden core cultivator from both the Hua and Lei families, the pact remained unbroken. At this moment, the Feng family had completely departed from Blackwood City, leaving only Feng Yimo as a witness to the entire ordeal. Concern for Lingyu welled up within him, and despite his desire to rescue her, his insufficient cultivation rendered him powerless. He feared that he might meet the same tragic fate as Qiuju, with his remains scattered and lost. Nevertheless, having formed a connection with Uncle Hai, Xiaohe, and others, he could not bear to witness their bodies left to decay in the streets. Thus, he procured 100 taels in silver and approached the owner of the coffin shop, requesting 6 coffins to assist in the proper burial of Uncle Hai and the others. The coffin shop owner, eager to oblige, was delighted. 6 coffins would cost merely over 30 taels, yielding a profit of more than 60 taels, a lucrative venture he wished could occur daily. "Young master, we must take our leave." Feng Xinping, though admiring Feng Yimo's kindness, reminded him that their family head had departed far, and if they did not hurry, they would be unable to catch up. Meanwhile, Wushang had Lingyu secured and was propelling them forward with ease, given his late-stage golden core cultivation. Yet, the relentless pursuit of their assailants filled him with rage. Their determination hinted they would not relent easily. What course of action should he take? If he allowed the pursuers to continue unabated, his spiritual energy would soon be depleted, leading to his inevitable demise. Thus, the only viable strategy was to swiftly eliminate one or two of them to instill fear and deter the rest. Resolute in his decision, Wushang slowed his pace, brushing his right hand across his storage pouch to extract a 2-inch-long black nail, infusing it with his spiritual energy. The nail emanated a terrifying aura of blood and flickering ghostly light before vanishing from his hand, only to reappear before a first-layer golden core cultivator from the Chu family. This was a one-time treasure, known as the Netherworld Divine Needle, possessing teleportation properties and unrivaled against peers. Wushang had discovered it within a nameless cave. Lamenting that he possessed only a singular piece, the Chu family's golden core cultivator, caught in mid-flight, experienced a violent jolt, a gaping wound appearing in his chest, followed by a thunderous explosion as he was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The patriarch of the Chu family was profoundly shaken, slowing his pace and raising his shield high before him. Another second-layer golden core cultivator, gripped by terror, halted midair and summoned a square shield, crying out in anguish, "Patriarch." Witnessing the death of his kin, the Chu patriarch was engulfed in sorrow. In merely a few days, 2 golden core cultivators from his family had perished. A grievous loss. "Wushang, I swear I will not rest until I avenge my grandson," he vowed fiercely. At that moment, Lei Qiaoyan and Hua Zhenmei from the Hua family caught up. witnessing the Chu patriarch and his companion suspended in midair, surrounded by the lingering scent of blood. Patriarch, have you dealt with that rogue? Lei Xiaoyan inquired hastily. The second-layer golden core cultivator from the Chu family wore a face of grief. My second brother was ambushed and met his end. What? Lei Xiaoyan and Hui Junmei gasped in astonishment. How long has it been? After pursuing for over 20 miles. That individual managed to eliminate one of the 3 golden core cultivators. How formidable. Doubt began to creep into their minds, sensing their wavering resolve. The Chu patriarch produced an item and declared, previously, Wushang employed a special one-time artifact and launched a sudden ambush. It was only by chance that we fell victim. I carry with me the Chu family's ancestral treasure, the Black Hook Sword, which will surely slay him. The Black Hook Sword is a jet black flying sword, distinct from other swords in that its blade is not straight but rather curved at the tip, classifying it as a superior magical artifact. This sword has made its presence known in Hundred Flower City on 2 occasions. The first instance involved an unwarranted attack by a late-stage golden core cultivator, whom the ancestral figure of the Chu family dispatched with a single stroke, cleaving the assailant in 2 and resulting in a gruesome demise. The second occurrence saw a 3rd-tier high-level demon beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, pursuing a Chu family disciple outside the city. In a bid to rescue the disciple, the Chu family ancestors summoned the Black Hook Sword once more and, before the eyes of all cultivators present, dispatched the beast with 2 swift strikes, slicing it in half. From that moment on, the Chu family ancestor firmly secured their position as the foremost expert in Chu country, thereby fortifying the stability of its rule. At this juncture, Lei Xiaoyan and Hui Junmei exchanged glances. They understood that hesitating now could lead to the Black Hook Sword falling into their hands. And given the formidable nature of such a treasure, the relentless figure known as Wushang would undoubtedly not escape unscathed. Thus, the 4 of them propelled themselves forward in pursuit of Wushang. According to the Chu family ancestors' assessment, such a one-time use offensive artifact was likely singular in nature. Otherwise, Wushang would have ambushed all 3 of them instead of targeting just one. Feeling the presence of 2 additional pursuers, Wushang was infuriated. He swiftly altered his course in midair towards the southeast, where a dense forest lay, providing ample cover for concealment. His intent was not to hide himself, but rather the living burden he carried. Lingya, engaging in combat while bearing a living person posed significant challenges, and given his ruthless disposition, he had already resolved to eliminate a few before making his escape. Below the Golden Core stage, Wushang had never feared anyone. At this moment, Lingyu had succumbed to unconsciousness after witnessing the brutal death of Qiujiu and being seized by the grim-faced Wushang. Overwhelmed by terror, she lost consciousness while suspended in midair. Wushang affixed a 3rd-tier high-quality concealment talisman to her, rendering her undetectable even to Golden Core cultivators. After concealing Lingya atop a large tree, Wushang flew several miles forward, landing to set up a formation. The Broken Soul sect is renowned for its formidable primordial spirits, which they enhance by devouring the souls of other cultivators. Thus, in addition to their expertise in the soul-locking smoke technique, they are also proficient in formations. An ordinary cultivator, upon mastering the art of formation, can defeat adversaries above their level with the aid of such constructs. Based on the geographical characteristics of the area, Wushang arranged a formation known as the Soul Hook Formation, having noted the chilling winds and the presence of countless vengeful spirits, indicative of mass deaths in the vicinity. This provided an ideal opportunity to draw upon these spirits to confront the Chu family ancestor and his allies. As a 3rd-tier formation master, Wushang casually cast 13 formation flags, positioning 1 at the center and the remaining 12 at 12 different points, thus establishing a Soul Hook Grand Formation spanning a radius of 50 yards. With his hands weaving intricate gestures, he directed streams of black spiritual energy toward the 13 flags, causing the winds to howl and the temperature to drop several degrees. Countless vengeful souls within 100 yards were drawn into the Grand Formation, swirling within, clawing at one another, and wailing. With a flick of his sleeve, Wushang dissipated the ominous winds of the Grand Formation, causing the flags to vanish and restoring the area to its original appearance, rendering the Soul Hook Grand Formation undetectable. As the Grand Formation was just completed, 4 beams of retreating light descended upon a distance of 20 paces from Wushang, the ancestral elder of the Chu family. Noticing Wushang's empty hands, could not help but inquire in astonishment, "What have you done to Lingya?" His concern stemmed from the fear that Wushang might recklessly destroy something he could not possess, resulting in the futile loss of a Golden Core disciple. Wushang remained silent, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that enveloped the area where the elder and his companions stood in a shroud of black smoke. They felt an ominous presence lurking nearby, howling through the air, and a chill swept over them, raising the hairs on their necks. Alarmed, the elder realized there was an ambush, a grand formation. In a panic, he unsheathed his black-hook sword and swung it towards Wushang's position. However, after activating the formation, Wushang's figure dissipated, concealing himself somewhere within the array, causing the sword to miss its target and return to the elder's grasp. When the elder turned, he found that the other three companions had vanished without a trace. Lei Xiaoyan, Huijinmei, where are you? The elder called out desperately, but the only reply was the mournful wails of restless spirits surrounding him. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. Recognizing the voice as that of his other grandson, Chu Yuming, he rushed towards the sound. As he dispelled the smoke and approached, he found another golden core cultivator from the Chu family lying dead, a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest. To his horror, he realized that Chu Yuming's flesh and blood had been completely drained by the malevolent spirits, leaving only a desiccated corpse. Overwhelmed with pain, the elder raised his head and howled, "Wushang, come out. I demand a decisive battle to the death." Laughter echoed back. "Ha ha ha, old man of the Chu family. Do you now comprehend my prowess? Today, I shall ensure that all of you perish here." Consumed by rage, the elder coughed up blood, his eyes turning crimson, resembling a beast ready to devour its prey. He raised the black hook sword, splattering his blood upon it. Instantly, the sword emitted a jubilant hum, radiating brilliance as it shot from his hand towards the source of the laughter, cleaving through the air. Countless wailing spirits fell victim to the sword. Yet this strike too met with failure. The elder was astonished to find that the smoke of the soul-snaring formation obstructed his divine sense, preventing him from pinpointing Wushang's precise location. Consequently, the sword's potency was significantly diminished. A wave of despair washed over the elder. Was today to be the day of the Chu family's annihilation? At that moment, a flash of lightning appeared from the left, as arcs of electricity manifested out of thin air. Under the sharp onslaught of the lightning, the smoke dissipated, and the malevolent spirits turned to nothingness. It was Lei Xiaoyan, her blue hair crackling with electricity as she advanced. Lightning, being the natural nemesis of malevolent spirits, rendered the soul-snaring formation considerably less effective against her. On the elder's right, fireballs danced and soared, incinerating the smoke and spirits to ashes. For fire too possessed the ability to dispel and consume malevolent entities. Wushang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that these two individuals would possess the means to counter his powers. The esteemed ancestor of the Chu family, we have arrived late, our sincerest apologies. Lei Xiaoyan and Huijinmei simultaneously cupped their fists in respect towards the Chu family's patriarch. The ancestor beamed with delight. With the Fire and Lei families possessing spells to counteract the malevolent spirits, what was there to fear? He gestured nonchalantly. "Burn these foul entities to ashes for me. I demand their eradication." "Yes, we shall heed your command," they replied in unison. At that moment, the Chu, Lei, and Hu families were united as one, their fortunes intertwined. Each family's rise and fall bound together. Both Lei Xiaoyan and Huijinmei were acutely aware of their limited capabilities and knew they could not confront the formidable Wushang. However, their respective techniques could at least disperse and intimidate the ghostly apparitions. To vanquish Wushang, they would need to rely on the patriarch of the Chu family, and thus, they complied with his orders. As the array flags were shattered by thunder and fireballs, the might of the soul-snatching formation gradually waned. Moments later, the grand formation dissipated, revealing a patch of charred earth. Wushang, with a grim expression, glared fiercely at Lei Xiaoyan and Huijinmei. "You two dare to thwart my endeavors? I, Wushang, will not rest until I have extracted your very souls." The Chu ancestor laughed heartily and proclaimed, "Wushang, without the aid of the formation, I doubt you can survive. Prepare to meet your end." With that, his dark hook sword transformed into a streak of shadow, hurtling toward Wushang's face. Wushang smirked coldly, showing no intent to evade. The Chu ancestor, taken aback, wondered at his intentions. Before he could ponder further, the dark hook sword struck Wushang. Yet, Wushang's form shattered like glass, bursting into a cloud of black smoke, disappearing as if he had turned into air, leaving no trace behind. The three were astonished. What kind of sorcery was this? They hastily spread their senses, searching for Wushang's whereabouts, but their minds returned empty, revealing nothing. Where had Wushang gone? At that moment, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering to obscure the radiant sun. A fierce wind roared, causing trees to sway violently. Amidst the oppressive gloom, a solitary, towering skull, over 5 zhang high, emerged. The missing Wushang sat cross-legged atop the skull, his eyes wide, radiating a mesmerizing light. The skull was nothing but a skeletal remnant, devoid of flesh, hair, or nose. With hollow eye sockets and sharp, aligned teeth resembling a row of deadly daggers. You have indeed compelled my toxic skull to manifest. You may take pride in this achievement, for you can now rest in peace. Upon uttering these words, the head beneath him suddenly opened its gaping maw and inhaled mightily. A tremendous force sweeping towards the Chu ancestor and his companions. Caught unawares, the three were helplessly drawn into the cavernous mouth of the giant skull. The Chu ancestor's heart raced. He formed a seal with his hands and thrust his shield forward, murmuring, "Explode." The shield detonated instantly, and the explosion propelled him over 20 zhang away, narrowly escaping the skull's grasp. In that instant of flight, Lei Xiaoyan retrieved a lightning escape talisman from her storage pouch, affixing it to her calf. With a swift movement, she transformed into a bolt of azure lightning, fleeing towards Blackwood City without a backward glance. She had come to understand that Wushang was a formidable adversary, one beyond the capabilities of the trio. Preserving her life was her utmost priority. Among the three, only Hu Junmei remained, flustered and in a state of panic, before he could employ any means of escape. The force from the self-detonation of the Chu clan's ancestors' shield propelled him forward several zhang, whereupon he was engulfed by the massive head, its jaws moving with a crunching sound. The once living Hu Junmei was mercilessly crushed and devoured. At this moment, the Chu clan's ancestor had entirely lost the will to resist. He cast aside his dark hook sword and took flight on his sword in a desperate bid for survival. However, how could the undamaged Wushang allow such a stray fish to escape? His hatred for the Chu clan's ancestor was profound. Each summoning of the poisonous had cost him 20 years of vitality, a price that demanded recompense. Despite the poisonous head towering over 5 zhang, it moved with astonishing speed, outpacing the dark hook sword as it pursued the Chu clan's ancestor with a menacing roar. Stricken with terror, the ancestor, heart racing, conjured a paper talisman and hurled it at the monstrous head behind him. Yet, whatever material the head was forged from rendered the second and third-tier talismans utterly ineffective. In a moment of desperation, the Chu clan's ancestor gritted his teeth, made a resolute decision, and revealed a blue talisman radiating formidable power. Flashes of lightning danced upon the blue talisman, which bore 3 seals. The Chu clan's ancestor tore off the seals, and a beam of blue light shot skyward as the talisman sprang to life, launching itself to confront the relentless head in pursuit. It was a lightning-type treasure talisman. Had he lost his mind? Wushang's soul nearly fled in terror. He screamed, preparing to command the poisonous head to evade. But the blue talisman was too swift, striking the head in the blink of an eye. With a deafening explosion, the space within 100 zhang around the poisonous head trembled violently, lightning crackling everywhere. The massive head was shattered into countless pieces, smoke billowing forth. And where the dust settled, trees withered and beasts fell dead, poisoned beyond measure. The Chu clan's ancestor felt his heart bleed. This talisman had cost him half of his savings. How could he not feel anguish at its loss? Yet, to preserve his life was worth the sacrifice. As he fled, a laughter more grating than weeping echoed behind him. Ha ha ha. Splendid, truly splendid. Old Chu, you have destroyed my treasure. I shall seek vengeance. The Chu clan's ancestor turned back, filled with dread. Remarkably, the talisman had not slain Wushang. How could he be so resilient? However, the sight of Wushang was grievous. He was battered and bruised, one eye blinded, and his left arm and leg blown away, leaving him with only one leg and one hand, 3 fingers of which were also missing. He soared into the air, transforming into a wisp of soul-seeking smoke, frantically entangling the Chu clan's ancestor. Just as the ancestor prepared to evade, he suddenly felt his entire body's spiritual energy stagnate, realizing he had been poisoned. Alarm coursed through him. Could the toxic smoke from the earlier explosion be responsible? There was no time for contemplation. He formed hand seals, unleashing over 100 blood arrows from his body, transforming into a streak of blood light that vanished from sight. In a desperate bid for survival, he resorted to blood escape technique, which would undoubtedly leave him severely weakened upon return, risking a potential decline in his cultivation. However, if he did not flee, ensnared by the soul-locking smoke, he would have no chance of survival, for that entity pervades every crevice, and no one can withstand its grasp. Despite this, his left calf became ensnared by the soul-locking smoke, and in an instant, the muscles of his calf withered, causing him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of blood before escaping. The soul-locking smoke erupted, revealing a body riddled with wounds, blood continually oozing from his mouth. In truth, his injuries were grievous, bringing him to the brink of death, sustained solely by sheer willpower. He had not anticipated such a dire outcome. It seemed he was destined to perish here, and he felt a surge of indignation towards the old wretch of the Chu family. Before he could finish his lament, he plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Feng Yimo naturally witnessed the cataclysmic explosion. Feeling the very ground tremble beneath him, his consciousness swept over the scene, and he discerned that the site of the explosion was not far from himself. A thought flickered through his mind. Had they perished together? Concerned for Lingya's safety, he said to Feng Xinping, "You go on ahead. I have matters to attend to." With that, he turned and plunged into the dense forest, hastening toward the site of the explosion. Having ventured far from Blackwood City, he remained unnoticed by anyone. As he sprinted, he retrieved a spirit pill from his storage bag, quickly consuming it to replenish his spiritual energy, and diligently activated the yin-yang technique to absorb a significant amount of spiritual qi, preparing himself for any eventuality. In a distance of 10 miles, utilizing the wind shift technique, Feng Yimo swiftly arrived at the explosion's epicenter. The area was littered with withered trees, desolate flowers, and the lifeless bodies of beasts, their corpses darkened, evidently poisoned by a potent toxin. On a patch of ground within the forest, he discovered the barely breathing Wushang. However, instead of approaching him directly, he expanded his consciousness in search of Lingya, yet found no trace of her. Left with no other option, Feng Yimo flew to Wushang's side, lifted him, and carried him away from this barren expanse. He administered a life-replenishing spirit pill to Wushang, reviving him, and inquired, "Where is Lingya?" With one eye opened, Wushang gazed curiously at the youth before him. He recognized him as a member of the Feng family from Blackwood City, known for their grand migration. Strangely, at that time, he had not sensed any fluctuation of spiritual energy from Feng Yimo, assuming him to be a mere servant. Yet now, he radiated an abundance of spiritual power, appearing to be at the second layer of qi training, while in reality, his strength surpassed that of the fourth layer. Noticing Wushang's silence, Feng Yimo inquired, "Where's Lingya?" With a sigh of resignation, he observed the youth before him, endowed with extraordinary potential yet lacking in cultivation. While not exceptional, it was certainly preferable to nothing. To seize this opportunity and begin anew was far better than facing death. His current physical form was utterly beyond repair, leaving him no choice but to abandon it. More critically, his primordial spirit was gravely injured. If he did not act swiftly to take over, he would inevitably face demise. Feng Yimo was exceedingly displeased and was about to take action against Wushang when suddenly, a burst of green light erupted from Wushang's body and surged into Feng Yimo's own. Caught off guard due to their proximity, Feng Yimo felt as though he were ensnared by a spell. Alarmed, he realized Wushang intended to seize his body. Yet, he remained unfazed, safeguarding his primordial spirit as all his spiritual energy surged towards his mind, shielding the fragile green essence of his nascent spirit. Having just reached the second level of qi cultivation, he lacked a fully formed primordial spirit. But the awakening of memories from his past life endowed him with formidable soul power, enabling him to possess consciousness. As Wushang's green light infiltrated Feng Yimo's mind, it immediately transformed into a miniature version of Wushang, who was taken aback by the vastness of Feng Yimo's sea of consciousness. Though parched and riddled with deep ravines, it still revealed its former grandeur. In a corner of the desiccated sea of consciousness, Wushang spotted the nascent spirit's form, exuding pure and potent soul power, akin to that of a foundational cultivator. What could this mean? Could this individual be a reincarnation of some powerful being? Wushang, seasoned in experience, deduced the truth and was elated. Should he succeed in seizing this person's body, his future would be boundless. With his own nascent spirit weakening, he had no time to contemplate further. The diminutive figure lunged towards Feng Yimo's nascent spirit. Once it devoured it, he would achieve his goal of possession. Feng Yimo summoned all his spiritual energy to thwart Wushang's spirit, but it proved utterly ineffective, as Wushang's spirit broke through his defenses layer by layer, drawing ever closer. Despair engulfed him. Despite his formidable soul power, equal to that of a foundational cultivator, he was no match for Wushang's powerful spirit at the late Golden Core stage. Regret surged within him for having followed along. If only he were stronger, if only his nascent spirit were fully formed, Wushang would stand no chance of success. Was he destined to perish merely months after awakening his memories? The spirit figure grinned maliciously, prepared to pounce upon the fragile green essence. Suddenly, An overwhelming force of suction emerged, causing Wushang to feel his spirit retreating rapidly, the distance from the nascent spirit increasing. His essence was stretched and transformed into fine threads, flowing into Feng Yimo's dantian and entering the mouth of a tiny spirit-devouring silkworm. Feng Yimo exhaled in relief at the crucial moment. The spirit-devouring silkworm had indeed come into play, consuming Wushang's spirit and averting the impending possession. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the silkworm opened its mouth, and a surge of pure soul power was returned. The feeble nascent spirit eagerly absorbed this potent energy, beginning its transformation, manifesting arms, legs, and a torso. Although its head remained a mere orb without features, it was now recognizable as humanoid. With the augmentation of his nascent spirit, Feng Yimo's cultivation level surged to the third tier of qi refinement. Regaining control over his body, Feng Yimo swiftly tore the storage bag from Wushang's waist, then conjured a fireball to incinerate the corpse before hastening towards the place where Lingya was concealed. The spirit-devouring silkworm had naturally provided him with knowledge of her whereabouts. Amidst the scorched earth, Feng Yimo claimed the storage bag from the now desiccated elder of the Chu family without hesitation. However, upon reaching the tree where Wushang had hidden Lingya, he found no trace of her. Where could Lingya have gone? After searching fruitlessly for half an hour, Feng Yimo had no choice but to depart, pursuing the direction of the Feng clan's retreat. If Feng Jihui were to learn that the Chu family had lost 2 golden core cultivators, would he still choose to remain in Baihua City? In any case, Feng Yimo yearned to leave Baihua City. Within its confines, he was perpetually engulfed by a sense of trepidation, which was quite unsettling. The ancestral elder of the Chu family returned to Baihua City and immediately declared a retreat into seclusion, withdrawing from worldly matters and entrusting all affairs to the new ruler of the Chu kingdom, Chu Jiqiang. He had sustained grievous injuries, having forcefully employed the blood escape technique twice, which had severely depleted his vitality and caused his cultivation realm to plummet from the peak of golden core to the 8th level. Restoring his former glory would be exceedingly arduous, and he had lost nearly all the flesh of his left calf, leaving only a skeletal remnant, with no hope for regeneration. Having escaped earlier, Lei Qiaoyan was still shaken by the cataclysmic explosion and later witnessed the ancestral elder of the Chu family returning via blood escape. This prompted her to visit the Hua family and inform Hua Yichang of Hua Jinmei's demise. Hua Yichang was rendered speechless in the span of a single day. The Hua family had lost 2 golden core cultivators and 18 foundation establishment disciples, leaving him as the sole survivor. What had transpired? The Feng family was undergoing a mass migration. The Hua family had suffered the loss of 2 golden core cultivators and 18 foundation establishment disciples. The Lei family endured the death of 1 golden core cultivator and 15 foundation establishment disciples, while the Chu family faced devastating losses, including 3 golden core cultivators and the severe injury of their ancestral elder. It could be said that the power of Baihua City had been significantly diminished. Should formidable foes invade, the city would undoubtedly face ruin and annihilation. After notifying Hua Yichang, Lei Qiaoyan returned to the Lei family, wavering in uncertainty. Should she, too, consider following the Feng family's example and migrate the entire clan away from this perilous place? Feng Yimo, possessing a robust physique, sprinted forth, catching up with the bulk of the Feng family's forces. His spiritual energy had been entirely absorbed by the spirit-eating silkworm, rendering him a mere mortal once more. The little creature continued to slumber, prompting him to smile wryly. It seemed that the only time it would awaken to assist him was when its own life was in dire jeopardy, leaving him wondering when it would truly rouse. Feng Xinping found the sudden disappearance and mysterious reappearance of the young master perplexing but refrained from inquiring, fully aware of his role and the decorum it entailed. Feng Yimo expressed satisfaction with Feng Xinping's demeanor. This was the awareness a proper attendant should possess. In Maple Leaf Town, the landscape was adorned with sprawling maple forests, their leaves ablaze with fiery hues as autumn set in, presenting a breathtaking sight. The Feng family disciples stationed in Maple Leaf Town had long received messages via flying swords and had journeyed over 200 miles in anticipation. While cultivators could traverse 500 miles in half a day, the accompanying convoy of numerous carriages moved at a leisurely pace, taking 3 days to reach Maple Leaf Town. The entire town was considered a Feng family estate, with a population of just over 4,000, a stark contrast to the bustling Baihua City, which boasted hundreds of thousands. From a considerable distance, Feng Yimo caught whiffs of fragrant spiritual herbs, invigorating his spirit. Such locales were his favorite. The medicinal fields, situated in the northeastern corner of Maple Leaf Town, spanned 300 acres, with 90% devoted to first-tier spiritual herbs, boasting over 100 varieties, while the remaining 10% cultivated second-tier herbs, including a small quantity of advanced second-tier varieties. This predicament arises from a deficiency in the soil's vitality. Moreover, should a considerable number of secondary spiritual herbs be cultivated, it is inevitable that they would attract the covetous eyes of other families or rogue cultivators, thus courting potential calamities. The new residence of the Feng family is situated at the northeastern corner of Maple Leaf Town, encompassing an area even larger than before, adorned with picturesque scenery. Quaint bridges and flowing waters, winding corridors, intricately carved beams, and pavilions, exuding an air of aristocratic grandeur. The esteemed steward of the Feng family, Feng Liang, directs all members of the family to their respective quarters. Feng Yimo has been assigned an independent courtyard, inciting the envy of Feng Qilan, Feng Shangquan, and others. Feng Yimo understands that this is a special favor from his grandfather. Although his grandfather did not articulate anything that day, the compassion evident in his gaze conveyed a deeper understanding, revealing his grandfather's pity for him, believing him incapable of cultivation and thus a worthless individual, which prompted such preferential treatment. What more could he say? He could only endure in silence, hoping that the spirit-eating silkworm would awaken soon. For he was indifferent to the opinions of others. What did it matter if they were envious? Such favoritism from his grandfather would inevitably attract jealousy. And were it not for the bond of blood, he would have departed long ago. Feng Yimo harbored no grievances over his living conditions, rather. It was Feng Ximping who was ecstatic, for within this courtyard, he would possess an entire small building to himself, a dream he had cherished for many years. Feng Yimo deposited his backpack in his room and promptly made his way to the medicinal fields. While others were fatigued, he brimmed with energy, devoid of any weariness. The medicinal fields lay a mere 6 or 7 miles from the Feng family estate, and within a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the edge of the verdant expanse, inhaling the rich aroma of herbs, which invigorated his spirit. Who are you? This is private property of the Feng family. Outsiders are not permitted. A youthful voice called from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a boy of 8 or 9 years. Sporting a topknot and wielding a 2-foot-long wooden spear, his countenance marked by vigilance. Feng Yimo chuckled and replied, "I am indeed a member of the Feng family, young brother. Are you the only one guarding this place?" Upon hearing Feng Yimo claim to be from the Feng family, the boy scrutinized his long robe before exclaiming, "No. You lack the Feng embroidery on your chest. You are deceiving me. What a perceptive little fellow." Feng Yimo marveled. He then produced a jade pendant from his bosom. Identical to his mother's, inscribed with the characters Feng Yimo, this pendant served as the identity token of a direct descendant of the Feng family, of which only 29 existed in total. The boy, with a hint of skepticism, accepted it and examined it earnestly before bowing deeply, exclaiming, "I have met the young master." Feng Yimo hurriedly assisted the boy to his feet, stating, "There is no need for such formalities here. By the way, are you the only one present?" "No. My grandfather is also here. He is over there." The boy pointed with his chubby fingers toward the distance. Feng Yimo then discerned a bustling figure in the medicinal fields. It was already evening, and the autumn breeze was brisk, yet the elderly man was laboring intensely, drenched in sweat from his toil. "Elder, come back and take a rest," Feng Yimo called out from afar. The old man straightened his back and, upon noticing the unfamiliar visitor standing at the field's edge, hurriedly ambled back. Bowing respectfully to Feng Yimo, old servant Feng Qishan pays his respects to the young master. "Ah, how did you know I am of the Feng family?" Feng Yimo inquired, astonished. "Ah, young master, as a newcomer, you are yet unaware that the medicinal field is encircled by a formidable defensive array. Without the array talisman, entry is impossible. That talisman is the jade pendant you possess." The elder spoke, reverently reclaiming the pendant from his grandson's grasp and returning it to Feng Yimo. Feng Yimo, momentarily enlightened, realized the truth in the elder's words. Without such a protective formation, the wild beasts of the mountains would ravage the medicinal herbs. And the expansive defensive array covering 1,000 acres attested to the Feng family's considerable investment. Elder Feng Qishan, possessing merely the cultivation of the second layer of qi training, labored alone over more than 1,000 acres of medicinal fields, a testament to his arduous efforts. "By the way, esteemed elder, what were you doing just now?" Feng Yimo inquired, noticing the peculiar implement the elder held, a tool resembling a sickle, featuring an open beak akin to that of a heron. with a pull string on the handle that caused the beak to open and close rhythmically, mimicking the movements of a real heron. Young master, you may not be aware, but recently many pests have infested the medicinal fields, voraciously devouring the roots of the spiritual herbs. Hundreds of fulling grass have perished already. If this continues, who knows how many more will be lost? Alas, I can only utilize this heron beak to search for them, but my strength is limited. Young master, could you request the family head to send more hands to assist? Fulling grass, a first-tier spiritual herb, is quite common and can be found in the forests. It is inexpensive and serves as the primary ingredient in the lifeblood pill, which can be refined into pills with a high success rate when combined with 3 other spiritual herbs. This lifeblood pill is predominantly sold to armies across various nations, as it significantly increases survival chances for soldiers injured in battle. Ordinary folk also procure it for quick recovery from beast bites or severe injuries. Within the 300 acres of medicinal fields, over 300 acres are dedicated to fulling grass, with the Feng family specializing in the sale of spiritual herbs and pills. Observing the vast expanse of the fields, Feng Yimo pondered how long it would take to eradicate the pests using mere manpower. In his previous life, he had studied insects and learned that the pests had a natural nemesis, the yangshui butterfly. This butterfly secretes a fluorescent powder that is harmless to all except the pests. When sprinkled upon them, it reacts as if snow were to meet sunlight, effectively dissolving the pests. However, the pests burrow deep within the soil, necessitating their emergence to the surface, which requires a fragrant substance known as snake fragrance wood. The pests are irresistibly drawn to its scent, no matter how deeply they are hidden. Yet, acquiring snake fragrance wood is fraught with peril, as it is often guarded by mystical beasts, making it exceedingly rare. This intricate chain of challenges overwhelmed Feng Yimo, compelling him to set aside the thought for now and discuss it with his grandfather for a more measured approach. After conversing with Feng Qishan for a while longer, he respectfully took his leave, leaving the elder astonished at such courtesy from a young master. Inwardly, he rated Feng Yimo highly for his character. As Feng Yimo departed, he noticed that Feng Qishan's left leg appeared somewhat stiff and uncoordinated. Upon a mental scan, he discovered it was a wooden prosthetic leg. Clearly, this individual had a story to tell. How remarkable it was that a person with a disability managed to tend to over 300 acres of medicinal fields. Upon returning to his residence, Feng Yimo named his courtyard Washing Silk Pavilion, for within it stood a tree bearing the washing silk fruit, a delicacy approaching the rank of a first-grade spirit fruit. Its flavor was sweet, with a hint of bitterness, and prolonged consumption was said to brighten the eyes and enhance vision, a benefit that Feng Yimo gladly accepted. During dinner, Feng Yimo reported to his grandfather, Feng Jihui, about the issue of the pests in the medicinal fields that the herbalist Feng Qishan had brought to his attention. Feng Jihui cast a surprised glance in his direction, simply stating that he was aware, and then offered no further commentary. In the eyes of Feng Qilin and others, there was nothing but mockery and schadenfreude, they thought. This kid is meddling in affairs that do not concern him. The medicinal fields are not accessible to just anyone. Although every direct descendant of the Feng family possesses the capability to enter the medicinal fields, the true management of these affairs lies solely with the second son of the second generation of the Feng family, Feng Lu, who is also Feng Yimo's uncle. Others are forbidden to interfere. On the very first day, this illegitimate child recklessly ventured into the medicinal fields, and the family head is bound to be displeased. Feng Yimo lowered his gaze at the table, choosing not to regard the disdainful expressions of those around him. Just before he was about to rise from his seat, Feng Shanhuan discreetly slipped him a note and gave him a knowing wink before departing. Upon returning to the Washing Silk Pavilion, Feng Yimo unfolded the note, which bore a single phrase: "The affairs of the medicinal fields are overseen by grandfather. The sale of spiritual herbs is managed by uncle. The family's living expenses are the responsibility of steward Feng Liang, and the family head oversees all. Others must not interfere. Violators will be dealt with according to family regulations." Understanding the kind warning from his cousin Feng Shanquan not to overstep his bounds, Feng Yimo felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Since his uncle was in charge of the medicinal fields, he resolved to assist him by swiftly finding a solution to eradicate the pests. The foremost task was to locate snake fragrance wood, followed by sun snow butterfly. Once these 2 items were acquired, the removal of the pests would be a trivial matter. However, where could he find snake fragrance wood? Its most notable characteristic was its ability to attract various snakes and reptiles. Behind Maple Leaf Town lay a series of undulating mountains, which should harbor the presence of snake fragrance wood. Feng Xintao, the second-generation disciple of the Feng family, had always been responsible for managing the medicinal fields in Maple Leaf Town, answering solely to Feng Lu. With a foundational cultivation level of the second layer, he appeared earnest and honest. Upon encountering the legendary cousin, he was momentarily taken aback and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting you, cousin." Feng Yimo quickly extended a hand to assist Feng Xintao, saying, "Cousin, please, you are the elder here. To address me in such a manner would be to diminish my standing. It is not my wish to shorten your lifespan. Henceforth, simply call me Yimo." Feng Xintao was momentarily stunned. It was rare for a direct descendant of the Feng family to exhibit such humility and warmth. He had never before experienced such respectful treatment and found himself at a loss for words. It was Feng Xinping, following closely behind Feng Yimo, who interjected. "Cousin does not favor such formalities. There is no need for excessive courtesy in the future. The reason we are here is—" "Xinping, allow me to speak." Yimo interjected. "Cousin, I wish to inquire if there exists a tree known as snake fragrancewood among the mountains behind us?" In a bid to display politeness, Feng Yimo decided to consult directly with Feng Xintao, interrupting Feng Xinping's statement. "Snake fragrancewood?" A look of confusion crossed Feng Xintao's face. "I have not heard of such a tree." A sense of disappointment washed over Feng Yimo. Could it be that this region lacked snake fragrancewood? Perhaps Feng Xintao was unfamiliar with its name, so he pressed further. "In that case, where in the mountains are snakes and insects most prevalent?" "Ah, the place with the greatest number of snakes and insects would undoubtedly be Snake Valley, where countless snakes abound, and even tigers and wild boars dare not tread." Feng Xintao replied, his expression one of shock. "Cousin Yimo, you do not intend to venture into Snake Valley, do you?" Feng Yimo smiled, neither confirming nor denying the notion. And after expressing his gratitude, he departed with Feng Xinping. Meanwhile, Feng Jihui stood on the ridge of the medicinal fields, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood the demure Feng Lu, her countenance filled with shame. Within the fields, dozens of disciples wielded their hoes, attempting to capture the rampant army worms. But the sheer volume of the pests was overwhelming. Countless fulling grass had perished, and if the situation persisted, it would not be long before over 300 acres of fulling grass would be rendered barren, resulting in substantial losses. "Feng Lu, I give you 3 days. Will you be able to eradicate the army worms by then?" Feng Jihui inquired. "That is," Feng Lu's face clouded with concern. "I cannot guarantee success. For the worms hide underground. To protect the medicinal fields from harm, we cannot use poison. Thus, we must capture them by hand, which is a slow process. Moreover, the worms reproduce swiftly. Within 3 days, they will emerge from their cocoons." Feng Jihui understood his son's implication. In 3 days, the number of army worms would double, and at that point, tens of thousands of them would ravage the crops, leading to the annihilation of hundreds of acres of medicinal fields and a loss of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. What could be done about this? At that moment, the farmer Feng Qishan approached, bowing respectfully to Feng Jihui. "I pay my respects to the family head." Feng Jihui gestured for him to rise. "Qishan, you have tended to the medicinal fields for decades and possess vast experience. Surely you have some effective method to combat the army worms?" Feng Qishan smiled wryly. "It is the first time in all these years that I have encountered such a fierce pestilence. It was unexpected, having never faced such a situation before. I lack the requisite experience in this regard. I beg for the family head's forgiveness." Feng Jihui waved his hand, saying, "This is a natural disaster. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for self-reproach. You may go about your business." There remained a glimmer of compassion in his words. The family head continued, "There is something I am uncertain whether I should express." Feng Qishan hesitated, yet did not withdraw. Instead, he clasped his fist once more and spoke. "Oh, please feel free to share," Feng Jihui responded, casting a surprised glance at Feng Qishan, who was typically reticent but seemed unusually loquacious today. "On that day, when the young master visited the medicinal fields, I engaged him in conversation. He appeared to have a keen interest in the fields. And when I mentioned the pestilence of locusts, he seemed contemplative, perhaps pondering a solution. It is possible that the young master might have a method to eradicate the locusts. Is that so?" Feng Jihui gazed intently at Feng Qishan, seeking any indication of doubt. However, Feng Qishan's eyes were clear, devoid of any flicker. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "I understand now. You may leave." "Yes, sir." Upon returning to the Feng residence, Feng Jihui immediately summoned someone to locate Feng Yimo. The servant returned with the report that the young master had departed with Feng Xinping 2 days prior, their whereabouts unknown. A flicker of anger crossed Feng Jihui's face. As a mere mortal, Feng Yimo should not be wandering aimlessly with a second-tier Qi practitioner, unafraid of the dangers that might present themselves. What would he say to his deceased daughter should something untoward occur? The following day, Feng Yimo remained absent, and Feng Jihui's irritation grew. If he were to be away for more than 3 days without permission, he would face the family's disciplinary measures upon his return. On the 3rd day, news arrived that the young master had returned and made his way directly to the medicinal fields. Feng Jihui, seething with annoyance, hurried to the fields, only to find dozens of disciples standing along the ridge, engaged in animated discussion rather than capturing locusts. Fury surged within him. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing the family head, the disciples quickly bowed in respect and pointed towards the fields. "Master, please take a look." Feng Jihui peered into the center of the fields and saw Feng Yimo seated amidst the crops, a tall reddish-brown staff rising behind him. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, drawing locusts from the soil within 100 paces, all crawling towards him. Yet, before they could reach Feng Yimo, they were transformed into a viscous substance, meeting their demise. Above Feng Yimo, a swarm of over 100 palm-sized white butterflies spiraled gracefully, their wings fluttering. As silvery dust fell like snow, the locusts, upon contact with this luminescent powder, were disintegrated. Nevertheless, they continued to surge forward like moths drawn to a flame, compelled by the alluring scent of the staff. What an ingenious method, a brilliant idea. To await the labor of others. Feng Jihui marveled greatly. "Feng Xinping, come here and recount the events of the past few days." He beckoned to Feng Xinping, who hurried over, still displaying a look of trepidation. It turned out that on that day, Feng Yimo had inquired with Feng Xintao about the location most rife with serpents and insects. Feng Xintao had mentioned Snake Valley, prompting Feng Yimo to venture into the deep mountains to locate it alongside Feng Xintao. The mountain path was treacherous, and the two endured considerable hardship during their search. Unbeknownst to the two, the mountainous terrain was teeming with serpents, insects, and rodents. The emerald green grass snakes slithered incessantly through the underbrush, while armies of thumb-sized ants marched in formation. The two young men tread cautiously, striving to avoid provoking the creatures, not out of fear, but to evade unnecessary trouble. Through inquiries, they learned that the Serpent Valley lay over 50 miles beyond Maple Leaf Town, near the Qinfeng Gorge. They hastened their steps, arriving amidst towering peaks, where human presence was scarce and shadows of people long absent. Having attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Feng Yimo possessed the ability to sense up to 5 miles away. His formidable awareness enabled him to evade 2 nests of demonic beasts. Although these beasts were of the 1st rank, they would not relent if provoked. Feng Xinping wore a troubled expression, perplexed by his cousin's intentions. Several times he contemplated urging a retreat, but upon witnessing Feng Yimo's earnest determination, he refrained. If a mere mortal could exhibit such resolve, how could he, as a cultivator, falter? Thus, the two boys, aged around 14 or 15, spent the day navigating the undulating mountains. At dusk, they finally arrived at a grand canyon, where a river, 6 or 7 zhang wide, coursed through its heart. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the water, creating a dazzling spectacle of shimmering hues. As night approached, the pair did not rush to locate the Serpent Valley. Instead, they kindled a campfire by the riverbank, catching several fresh fish from the waters. They skillfully removed the scales and entrails, roasting the fish over the flames, which soon filled the air with an enticing aroma. Enjoying their meal heartily, they added more wood to the fire, ensuring it blazed brightly. As they settled down beside the fire, wrapped in their clothes, the warmth kept the night chill at bay. At the stroke of midnight, Feng Yimo was stirred awake by a rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he beheld countless snakes surging towards a singular direction along the riverbank. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted that it was a full moon night, the stars twinkling brilliantly, with not a cloud in sight. He roused Feng Xinping, and the two seized the opportunity of the night to follow the serpents. As they ventured forth, they encountered a myriad of snakes, over 10,000 in number, ranging from the crimson red of the red-spotted grass snake to the inky black of the black-bellied snake, the violet hue of the purple sand snake, and the golden of the fish snake. Some were as long as several feet, while others measured only a few inches. The sheer density of serpents sent shivers down their spines. "Cousin, perhaps we should retreat. Would it not be wiser to return in daylight?" Feng Xinping stammered. Feng Yimo shook his head. The simultaneous movement of so many snakes indicated some significant occurrence, and he could faintly detect a peculiar fragrance in the air, suggesting they were near the elusive snake-scented wood. They could not afford to turn back now. With no choice but to follow his cousin's unwavering resolve, Feng Yimo pressed on, navigating carefully along the periphery to avoid the writhing mass of snakes. Fortunately, prior to their journey, they had applied some realgar powder on themselves, which served to repel the serpents and keep the venomous ones at bay. After traversing several more miles, they arrived in an expansive valley, covering hundreds of acres, where all the serpents that had entered raised their upper bodies, standing in unison as if the ground were adorned with thousands of chopsticks. The towering cliffs on either side of the valley rise steeply, their surfaces smooth and imposing. Before one of these sheer rock faces stands a magnificent tree, its reddish-brown trunk reaching approximately 20 zhang into the earth, firmly rooted at the juncture of land and stone. Coiled upon its crown is a golden serpent, measuring over 10 zhang in length, poised to strike at the moon with its flickering tongue. Below, a multitude of snakes, resembling devout worshippers, direct their reverence towards the colossal serpent. Second-tier demon beast, Feng Yimo exclaimed, his legs trembling with trepidation. He grasped Feng Yimo, eager to flee, but was halted by a quiet admonition from Feng Yimo. Let us wait a moment. It seems something is about to happen. Feng Yimo, drenched in perspiration, understood the gravity of the situation. A second-tier demon beast equated to a foundational stage cultivator, far beyond the capabilities of a mere second-layer chi practitioner like himself. He wished to escape, yet bound by loyalty to his cousin, he remained. In his anxious contemplation, he felt a sudden shove from Feng Yimo, propelling him several dozen zhang away. Find a safe place and wait for me, came the voice of his cousin, sounding as though it resonated directly within his ear. Stunned, Feng Yimo realized the immense strength of Feng Yimo, yet he was astounded by the manner in which his words had reached him. Meanwhile, Feng Yimo's focus remained unwavering upon the great tree. It was the coveted serpentwood they had come to seek. Time seemed to stall as the moon gradually shifted, and Feng Yimo suspected that the golden serpent was absorbing the moon's essence. Its immobility hindered his approach to the serpentwood. What was to be done? Just as he pondered this, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, shrouding the moon. Instantly, the golden serpent raised its head, sensing danger, its long tongue flicking in agitation as it hissed at the encroaching cloud. To his astonishment, the cloud emitted a sound reminiscent of a crane's call, sending the surrounding snakes scattering in fear. The cloud revealed itself as a gray crane, its wings spanning an impressive 40 zhang. As it descended, a single flap of its wings sent the fleeing serpents into the air, whereupon the crane's elongated beak drew them into its gullet with joyous cries, continuing its hunt. The golden serpent, coiled atop the serpentwood, became enraged at the loss of its kin, perceiving the gray crane as a challenge to its authority. With a powerful spring, it launched itself like a golden arrow towards the crane. Naturally, the gray crane evaded the serpent's strike, soaring into the sky. However, the serpent unleashed a noxious spray of green venom, which struck the crane, causing it to screech in agony as its feathers disintegrated into a cloud of black smoke. This only incited the crane's ferocity, compelling it to dive towards the golden serpent, its razor-sharp talons capable of rending stone, engaging in fierce combat. Feng Yimo stood transfixed, bemused by the peculiar circumstances that continually surrounded him. Previously, he had narrowly escaped being devoured by a golden-horned python, later leveraging the aid of a falcon to outmaneuver the beast. Now, he bore witness to the clash between the gray crane and the golden serpent, sensing an uncanny connection to serpents. As the two combatants escalated their ferocity, Feng Yimo stealthily approached the serpentwood, seizing the opportunity to extract a piece of the coveted wood and make his escape. With a few leaps, Feng Yimo arrived beneath the fragrant snakewood tree, gazing up at its crown, which spanned over 40 zhang in diameter, seemingly obscuring the heavens. There was no time for detailed observation. He soared up to the lowest branch, withdrew a machete, and struck at the branch. Clang! A tremendous rebound surged through his hand, nearly sending the machete flying. How could this snakewood be so incredibly resilient? He swung several more times, his blade becoming dull, yet he still could not sever a single branch. At that moment, the golden giant snake, entangled with the gray crane, noticed Feng Yimo and hissed in fury. The venomous snakes that had been fleeing turned back, surging towards him. Feng Yimo quickly cast a handful of realgar powder, but it proved ineffective. The snakes simply bypassed the circle of powder and began to ascend the thick trunk. Without a moment to lose, Feng Yimo retrieved the rusted knife from his storage bag, the very one that instilled fear in him, and struck the branch of the snakewood tree. To his delight, the branch snapped, and without a second thought, he stowed it in his storage bag and took flight, brandishing the rusted knife as he dashed beyond the valley of snakes. Feng Yimo witnessed a scene that nearly caused him to faint. The young master, wielding a broken knife, was cutting through a throng of venomous snakes, rushing towards him. The snakes sprang up from the ground, baring their fangs and lunging at the young master from all directions. Fortunately, the young master was quite adept. Cleaving the airborne serpents as they fell, countless corpses left in his wake. "Young master, be careful." Suddenly, Feng Yimo spotted the golden giant snake in the distance, its tail coiling around a massive rock and hurling it towards the young master. He quickly called out a warning. Feng Yimo heard the rush of air behind him and turned just in time to see a boulder, several zhang in size, hurtling towards him. With a roar, he channeled the remnants of his spiritual energy into the rusted knife and brought it down mightily upon the oncoming rock. With a whoosh, the boulder split in two, flying past him, crashing into the ground with two resounding thuds, creating two large craters. However, Feng Yimo was drenched in cold sweat. He sheathed the rusted knife and leapt out of the valley, gripping Feng Yimo's arm, and they fled without looking back. After running an unknown distance, they finally came to a breathless halt. Feng Yimo noticed that Feng Yimo's clothing had been torn by branches and thorns, rendering him a ragged figure, much like a beggar, which struck him as amusing. Conversely, Feng Yimo saw that the young master was covered in snake blood, his face smeared like a calico cat, and a sense of happiness washed over them both as they laughed heartily at their narrow escape. "What on earth do you intend to do?" After sharing such an ordeal, Feng Yimo felt more at ease, directly posing the question. "You are aware of the pestilence plaguing the medicinal fields, are you not?" Feng Yimo inquired. "Yes, I've heard that the master is quite anxious about it." "Young master, you don't mean to exterminate the pests, do you?" Feng Yimo's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Feng Yimo as if he were a monster. Even though the young master was not behaving like an ordinary person, eliminating the weevils seemed utterly impossible. Feng Yimo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that as a member of the Feng family, it was his duty to alleviate their burdens. If he could assist his grandfather in resolving the plague of pests, it would surely bring him great joy. Feng Yimo felt a deep respect for his cousin, recognizing that his noble actions stood in stark contrast to those of other young heirs, who indulged in frivolities and neglected familial responsibilities. Unlike them, Yimo risked his life to devise solutions and gather resources. "Cousin, what should we do next?" Feng Yimo inquired. "Catch butterflies." "Ah, butterflies?" Over the course of the next 2 days, Feng Yimo and Feng Yimo scoured numerous locations until they managed to capture over 200 Yangshui butterflies. Lacking a living beast pouch, Yimo had to lead them back, relying on his inexplicable charm to ensure their safe arrival in the medicinal fields, where they began their task of eliminating the pests. Upon hearing Feng Yimo's account, Feng Yue was profoundly moved. This child, Yimo, exhibited a strong sense of responsibility, bravery, and adventurous spirit, qualities that outshone his own grandsons. He was reminded of his daughter in her youth and felt a swell of pride, promptly rewarding Feng Yimo with 20 low-grade spirit stones and sending him to rest within the medicinal fields. The Yangshui butterflies relentlessly exterminated the pests until none remained in the vicinity. Feng Yimo then shifted his focus to other areas in order to continue attracting the pests. Upon returning to the Feng residence, Feng Yue issued a decree. Feng Yimo would henceforth have free access to the medicinal fields and the authority to make sound decisions regarding their management. This announcement met with vehement opposition from the third generation of disciples. Feng Qilin, visibly incensed, exclaimed, "Grandfather, how can he, a mere outsider, have the privilege to roam the medicinal fields freely?" He had intended to use a more derogatory term, but upon meeting his grandfather's piercing gaze, he quickly amended his words. "By what right?" Feng Yue retorted. "Simply because he, a man of no cultivation, dared to pilfer sandalwood from the jaws of a second-tier beast? His pure-hearted devotion allows him to fight for the medicinal fields, while you all sit comfortably, indifferent to the family's affairs." His voice thundered as he slammed the table, silencing the dissenters. After all, in the presence of a second-tier beast, even foundation-building cultivators were insignificant. Was it not worth risking one's life for a mere piece of wood? 2 days later, the pests had all been eradicated by the Yangshui butterflies. The farmer, Feng Qishan, joyfully reported the success to the family head. When Feng Yue arrived at the medicinal fields, he found Feng Yimo peacefully asleep amidst the plants, utterly exhausted from his tireless efforts over the past 2 days. He had not rested until the last pest was vanquished and had only then released the butterflies, collapsing on the ground in fatigue. Listening to his grandson's sonorous snores, Feng Yue felt tears welling in his eyes. What a remarkable child! A poor boy who bore familial responsibilities at such a young age. having endured countless hardships in his youth. His heart ached with compassion. With a wave of his hand, Feng Yimo was lifted gently and taken to the farmer's dormitory, where he was laid upon a bed. Feng Jihui instructed Feng Qishan, ensure that Yimo gets a good rest. No one is to disturb him. Yes, family head. Feng Qishan replied dutifully. When Feng Yimo awoke, a full day had already passed. He had slept for an entire day and night, utterly exhausted. Feng Xinping had been waiting by the bedside, and upon seeing the young master regain consciousness, he promptly presented a bowl of ginseng chicken soup. Young master, this was specially prepared by the head of the family for you, to help restore your strength. Feng Yimo, without hesitation, took the bowl and drank it heartily. Is there any more? He is utterly famished. Indeed, there is. Feng Xinping, feeling elated, went to serve another bowl and casually brought back a food box containing 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, along with a bowl of white rice. Feng Yimo devoured everything voraciously, leaving not a trace behind. Only after that did he pat his round, full belly and inquire, Xinping, has anything noteworthy occurred in the past couple of days? Upon mentioning the matter, Feng Xinping leaped up in excitement. Young Master Biao, you may not be aware that the head of the family has issued a decree. You are permitted to freely enter and exit the medicinal fields. And you may also propose decisions regarding their management. This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Unconsciously, Feng Xinping began to address Feng Yimo with a respectful tone. Young Master Biao, may I accompany you to the medicinal fields in the future? Feng Yimo was aware of Feng Xinping's intentions. The spiritual energy in the medicinal fields was 2 to 3 times denser than that of the outside world, with certain areas even exceeding 5 times the concentration. Otherwise, it would not have been designated as a medicinal field. The cultivation speed here was significantly swifter than in the outside realm, making it a coveted place for all disciples of the Feng family. This was one of the reasons for their envy. He nodded and said, of course, good fortune should be shared with good brothers. Feng Xian was deeply touched, realizing that young Master Biao did not regard him as a mere servant, but rather as a brother. That night, young Master Biao ensured his safety, bravely venturing to procure the precious snakewood, akin to a protective elder brother. This was a far cry from young Master Lin, who, despite his kindness, often resorted to scolding and reprimanding during moments of displeasure. I recall an occasion during a hunting expedition when they encountered a second-tier low-level demon beast. Young Master Lin fled alone, and fortunately, the beast did not devour him. Otherwise, Feng Xian would have long ceased to exist in this world. Thank you, young Master Biao. Feng Xinping expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The decision made by his grandfather was, in fact, anticipated by Feng Yimo. The reason he was determined to assist in eliminating the pest was not solely due to the Wen family's inability to sustain losses and his desire to aid his grandfather. But more significantly, he aimed to leverage his extensive knowledge of spiritual herbs to secure privileges within the Wen family. With thousands of acres of medicinal fields and countless spiritual herbs at his disposal, he could indulge in the art of alchemy. Given that rapid advancement in cultivation was currently unattainable and that time was of the essence, Feng Yimo resolved to seize the opportunity by starting with his forte, alchemy. To engage in alchemical practices, a vast array of spiritual herbs was indispensable, and the quantity required was monumental. Typically, spiritual cultivation sects and families could not afford such resources. It was said that the Wen family possessed only one first-tier alchemist, capable of producing at most first-tier spiritual pills. The classification of alchemists is based on the rank of spiritual pills they can concoct, corresponding to the level of cultivators they serve. A first-tier alchemist can only produce pills for chi refinement stage cultivators, while a second-tier alchemist can create pills needed by foundation establishment stage cultivators, and so forth. Indeed, each level is further subdivided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The alchemists of the Feng family are merely of the first-grade low tier, capable of concocting elixirs suitable for cultivators of the 4th layer of chi refinement and below. Despite this modest proficiency, an alchemist of this caliber earns an annual salary exceeding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The scarcity of alchemists arises from the necessity of innate understanding, extensive time commitment, and varying degrees of comprehension regarding individual formulas, which directly influence the success rates of elixir production. A skilled alchemist boasts a success rate of approximately 40%. Thus, from 10 portions of raw materials, for elixirs may be successfully refined, whereas less adept practitioners may achieve only a success rate of 1 to 20%. This illustrates the immense resources required to sustain a single alchemist, making this rare vocation a costly endeavor. Feng Yimo intends to utilize the vast medicinal fields to hone his alchemical skills. Although he possesses memories from a previous life, alchemy is a craft that demands practice. Mere experience is insufficient, necessitating hands-on training to gradually enhance his skills. Master, please attend. As the two conversed, the voice of Feng Qishan resonated from outside, instantly alerting them to the master's arrival. They hastily opened the door to welcome him. Yimo, how have you been resting? Feng Jihui strode in, his face adorned with a benevolent smile upon seeing Feng Yimo. Well, grandfather, your grandson has been sleeping soundly. Thank you for your concern. Feng Yimo replied with a respectful bow. Excellent. You have rendered great service to the Feng family, not only saving hundreds of acres of fulling grass, but also stabilizing the market. I have just received word that similar pestilences have struck other regions, and due to delayed prevention measures, vast areas have suffered total crop failure. Reliable sources indicate that the price of fulling grass has surged by 30%, and it is likely to rise further. Feng Jihui appeared exceedingly pleased, estimating that the price of fulling grass would at least double, implying that the cost of the blood vitality elixir would escalate, leading to an exceptionally fruitful harvest for the Feng family this year. Congratulations, grandfather. Feng Yimo smiled warmly. Feng Jihui secretly nodded in approval, recognizing that his grandson exhibited a calm and composed demeanor, embodying the qualities of a great leader. Regrettably, due to his inherent frailty, he could not cultivate. Otherwise, with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Contemplating his grandson's limitations filled Feng Jihui with sorrow and sympathy, prompting him to say, Yimo, I have been rather busy lately. Please continue practicing the 9 Heavens Gale technique that I imparted to you. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me. By the way, I have arranged for a small building to be constructed within the medicinal fields for you to practice. The spiritual energy there is more abundant. Feng Yimo felt deeply touched by his grandfather's affection and could sense the underlying sympathy motivating his grandfather's efforts to compensate for his limitations. Thank you, grandfather. There is no need for thanks among family. Feng Jihui led Feng Yimo to inspect the building under construction, inquiring along the way, Yimo, how did you come to know that the Yang Shui Dai can counter the pests, and that the Shi Xiangmu can attract them from the fields? Although my mother did not impart any cultivation techniques to me, she encouraged me to read extensively. From a young age, I have studied numerous texts concerning medicinal herbs, thus naturally gaining insight into various pests. Feng Yimo replied. Oh, are you familiar with herbs? If so, could you enlighten me about the various herbs found in our medicinal field? Feng Jihui expressed interest, eager to probe Feng Yimo. Well, I can only recognize 37 varieties here, including fulling grass, Rehmannia, leprosy grass, cheesy white, passion fruit. Feng Yimo enumerated the 37 names of herbs in one breath. In truth, he could identify all 65 varieties of spiritual herbs present in the field, but to disclose them all at once would be too astonishing. Nevertheless, Feng Jihui's gaze towards Feng Yimo shifted, and his heart ached further upon considering his grandson's constitution. It seems his grandson possesses a natural affinity for spiritual herbs, and living in the medicinal field guarantees longevity. Perhaps he should spend more time with him in the future. As they spoke, the two arrived at a bustling construction site, where the foundation was complete. To mitigate moisture, the first floor of the wooden structure was elevated 1.5 feet above the ground. Workers were busy installing columns, each having a diameter of 2 feet and a length of 2 zhang, making it quite a strenuous task for 2 workers to lift one. Just as the two arrived, they witnessed 2 workers struggling to carry a massive column upward. Given the elevation of the first floor platform, the worker in front had to step onto the platform for the one behind to follow. However, as the front worker placed his foot on the platform, the wooden board unexpectedly cracked with a sharp sound. The enormous column tilted dangerously, and should it fall, the worker would undoubtedly be injured beneath the weight. Feng Yimo, quick-witted and agile, dashed forward, wrapping his arms around the column and stabilizing it, ensuring the safety of the worker behind. Observing Feng Yimo's actions, Feng Jihui felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It indicated that his grandson possessed a compassionate heart, capable of empathy towards these laborers, a commendable trait indeed. Yet, he soon pondered another concern. This column weighed at least 200 jin, and as a mere mortal of 15 years, how could his grandson possibly support such a weight? Once Feng Yimo set the column down and returned, Feng Jihui inquired, Imoer, are you brimming with strength? Feng Yimo nodded. Indeed. My mother had me immersed in a herbal concoction since childhood. Each session was painful, yet she insisted I endure for over a decade. Had she not met with misfortune, I believe I would still be continuing this regimen. Thus, I have always possessed greater strength than other children, and now I can effortlessly lift 200 gene. This was merely an excuse. In his mother's heart, the greater desire was for him to lead a life of an ordinary person, rather than pursuing the path of immortality. Feng Yimo understood that although his daughter had not imparted any cultivation techniques to her son, she had invested considerable effort in nurturing him through her unique methods, striving for his healthy growth with unwavering dedication. Reflecting on his daughter brought a wave of melancholy to Feng Yimo. After a moment of contemplation, he departed. Feng Yimo had explained the various inexplicable phenomena through his actions, and he believed that his grandfather would no longer harbor doubts about him. Consequently, he could proceed confidently with his next plan. A day later, the small building was completed, and Feng Yimo moved in with Feng Ximping to reside in the medicinal field. The most delighted among them was Feng Ximping, a diligent individual who, in such a splendid environment, naturally devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. Here, the atmosphere was exceedingly safe, alleviating any concerns regarding the safety of the young master. Feng Yimo preferred solitude, aside from dedicating an hour to practice each morning and evening. He spent the remaining time painstakingly erasing the spiritual imprints from the storage bags of 2 deceased golden core cultivators. These individuals, both at the golden core stage, possessed a far more formidable consciousness than his own. Even though they had perished several days prior, their spiritual marks had yet to dissipate entirely, preventing him from accessing their storage bags. Thus, he needed to gradually wear them away. One of the storage bags belonged to the golden core cultivator Wushang from the Duanhuan sect, while the other was from a member of the Chu royal family in Blackwood City. Both were golden core practitioners, and the treasures contained within were certainly abundant. The mere thought of it filled Feng Yimo with excitement, prompting him to hasten his efforts. His greatest desire was to uncover 1 or 2 alchemy furnaces within the bags. Having resolved to pursue alchemy, he recognized that, alongside various spiritual herbs, an alchemy furnace was of utmost importance. Although alchemy could be performed without one, it was particularly arduous, a feat beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, he needed to allocate time to seek out a source of fire, an indispensable element in the alchemical process. The quality and intensity of the fire directly influenced the caliber of the elixirs produced. Alchemists are classified by rank, and likewise, elixirs are categorized as low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The same alchemist, utilizing different fire sources, would yield elixirs of varying qualities. One day, through his relentless efforts, Feng Yimo successfully opened the storage bag belonging to the Chu family's golden core elder. He poured out the contents, revealing hundreds of low-grade spirit stones radiating with rich spiritual energy, followed by several jars containing an assortment of elixirs. Next, he discovered a high-grade flying sword spirit tool. But alas, no magical treasures. Additionally, there were a few jade slips and numerous materials for weapon crafting, yet nothing else of significance, indicating that the Chu family's golden core elder was not particularly affluent. Disappointed to find no alchemy furnace among the items, Feng Yimo meticulously categorized and collected everything into his own storage bag, leaving only the jade slips. His disappointment deepened when he discovered that, aside from a map, the slips contained little more than inconsequential techniques, lacking anything remarkable. Thus, he resumed his efforts to eliminate the residual spiritual imprint from Wushang's storage bag. Wushang was a late-stage golden core practitioner, and the cultivators from the Duanhuan sect were known for their formidable consciousness, which caused Feng Yimo to expend an additional 5 days before successfully accessing the storage bag. When he emptied its contents, he was left astounded. The bag contained over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 100 medium-grade spirit stones, as well as thousands of spiritual herbs, hundreds of crafting materials, and nearly 100 bottles of various elixirs, alongside dozens of spirit tools and magical treasures. Feng Yimo realized that these items must have been acquired through Wushang's ruthless slaying and plundering. It was inconceivable for a single individual to utilize such an abundance of weapons. To his delight, he finally beheld a gray 3-legged alchemical furnace, the origins of which were undoubtedly linked to some unfortunate alchemist who had met their demise at the hands of a formidable foe. Feng Yimo hastily organized and stored all his belongings, leaving only the furnace behind. The alchemical furnace is a unique artifact that requires no refinement for immediate use. However, some alchemists choose to refine their furnaces to enhance their alchemical skills or to increase the success rate of their concoctions, much like the refinement of spiritual tools and treasures. In this case, Feng Yimo saw no need for such measures, as this furnace was merely an ordinary one, capable of producing at most second-tier spiritual pills, in his estimation. With the furnace in hand, he was only left with one final requirement, a source of fire. During the past few days, he had scoured the entire medicinal field without discovering any source of fire. Eventually, he recognized the absurdity of his quest within the medicinal field, as its abundant spiritual energy, characterized by its wood attribute, was the reason for the lush growth of spiritual herbs. Since it was a place dominated by wood attributes, it was impossible for a fire-based source to exist. Thus, he resolved to search beyond this area for a source of fire. Before departing, he gathered a multitude of first-tier spiritual herbs from the medicinal field, totaling over 2,000, which should suffice for a considerable time. He resided in a 2-story wooden house with Feng Yimo. The first floor served as a reception area and Feng Yimo's residence, while the second floor was his own. Upon descending from the upper level, he noticed Feng Yimo's door firmly shut, as she was in seclusion for cultivation. So he refrained from disturbing her and set off alone from the medicinal field. Through conversations with Feng Yimo over the past few days, he learned that the mountain range encompassing the medicinal field was called Feng Yimo Mountain. It derived its name from the serpentine shape of the range, which caused the southeastern winds to be trapped, leaving them unable to reach the leeward side. Consequently, the windward side was abundant in rainfall, distinctly marked by the changing seasons, and flourishing vegetation, while the opposite side was considerably desolate and barren. Feng Yimo intended to explore the leeward side of Feng Yimo Mountain, hoping to uncover a subterranean source of fire. Fire, as a crucial element in alchemy, varies in strength and is categorized into several grades. Common flames are typically orange and possess average temperatures, akin to the flames of a hearth. In various locations with magma or geothermal activity, one might witness red flames, which burn at significantly higher temperatures than the ordinary orange flames. Following these are blue flames, purple flames, and golden flames, with the highest temperature reserved for white flames. Given Feng Yimo's current alchemical proficiency, the red earth fire would suffice for him to concoct first-tier spiritual pills. For this expedition, Feng Yimo meticulously prepared over a dozen bottles of recovery pills, all sourced from his spoils, classified as low-grade first-tier spiritual pills, which are acceptable for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. As practitioners reach the foundation establishment stage, they begin to consume Qi-boosting pills. Each recovery pill can restore 10% of the spiritual power of a second-layer Qi refinement practitioner, indicating the inefficiency of the remedy. As an ordinary practitioner of that level would require 10 pills to fully replenish their spiritual energy. In addition, he effortlessly refined a medium-grade spirit weapon, a woohook. Although he possessed superior-grade spirit weapons and treasures, he was unable to wield them, as he could only refine medium-grade spirit weapons at most. As for the rusted blade that had saved him multiple times, he lacked the courage to refine it, finding it shrouded in an unsettling aura. Once everything was in order, Feng Yimo embarked on his journey. He chose to traverse Feng Yimo Mountain directly. According to Feng Yimo, there were no demonic beasts lurking within 30 miles, ensuring a safe passage. Half a day later, Feng Yimo stood atop a towering peak of Feng Yimo Mountain, gazing far and wide. The autumnal mountains were ablaze with colors, a spectacle that invigorated the spirit and broadened the mind. He was now 30 miles away from the medicinal fields, no longer able to see them. Beyond this peak lay the rear of the Feng Yimo Mountain range, stirring a sense of anticipation within him, hoping that this journey would not be in vain. Having crossed the lofty mountains, Feng Yimo finally set foot on the rear ground of Feng Yimo Mountain by dusk. To his astonishment, there were no villages in sight, and the temperature was surprisingly higher than that on the medicinal field side, though the flora was sparse. After walking several miles, trees became a rarity, giving way to a desolate wasteland. Observant as he was, Feng Yimo noted that the dead trees had not perished long ago. They had recently succumbed to desiccation, as some broken tree cores were still fresh, and the soil bore the charred remnants of various vegetation. What could have transpired? Eventually, Feng Yimo stumbled upon what could hardly be called a village, but rather a desolate ruin. Before his eyes lay scorched earth, collapsed dwellings, trampled plants and courtyards, and fallen fences, all enveloped in a gruesome aura. Bloodstains marked the walls, the ground, the fences, and the steps, whether it be grand estates or thatched cottages. Yet no corpses were visible, creating an eerie atmosphere. Feng Yimo anxiously scanned his surroundings, finding nothing but silence. A heavy heart weighed upon him as he made a preliminary estimation. At least 300 souls from this village were missing, their fates unknown. He gathered his energy and rushed forth, seeking the next village. Over 10 miles away, he encountered another dilapidated settlement. equally strewn with bloodstains and devoid of any human presence. This pattern continued across several villages, indicating that at least over 1,000 lives had vanished without trace, their fates shrouded in mystery. Deep within Feng Yimo's heart surged a profound sense of helplessness as he incessantly questioned himself. What had transpired? Was it a war that ravaged these innocent villagers? Or were the villages besieged by ferocious beasts? The air was thick with the stench of blood, devoid of any other scent. He sought refuge in a relatively intact wooden cabin, igniting a pile of firewood and staring vacantly at the flickering flames. He felt himself woefully inadequate. Had he possessed the strength to encompass a radius of thousands of miles with his divine sense, he surely would have unearthed the slightest clue. It had been some time since these villages had been obliterated, and it was quite likely related to the charred trees and flora. Could it be the work of a fire elemental beast? Burdened by uncertainty, Feng Yimo succumbed to a heavy slumber. At dawn, he was roused by a peculiar sound, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds or a multitude of beasts in flight. Instantly, he harnessed his energy and leaped atop a withered tree, gazing into the distance. Several miles away, thick smoke billowed and dust swirled as hundreds of wolves, lions, tigers, and leopards raced toward the northeast. To Feng Yimo's horror, each beast carried a corpse in its maw, bodies of villagers. In that moment, he understood that the malevolent creatures responsible for the desolation of the previously inhabited village were indeed these very beasts. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he threw back his head and howled, summoning the refined Wuhuk as he leaped from the tree and charged toward the throng of beasts. Though he remained oblivious to the motives behind the beasts' grotesque actions, he knew that their fate would be no better. Respect for the deceased compelled him. He could not stand idly by while the bodies of the fallen were desecrated. His inner spiritual energy surged forth rapidly, and the Wuhuk sliced through the air with a gleaming azure light, cleaving through 30 yards to sever the head of a mighty lion. As it spun, it also dispatched a vicious wolf. Despite the ravenous absorption of his spiritual power by the devouring silkworm, he remained a practitioner of the third layer of Qi cultivation. How could mere beasts contend with him? Under the might of the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Wuhuk, not a single creature was left alive. Once his spiritual energy was entirely expended, he had vanquished 328 beasts. During the slaughter, the creatures offered no resistance, as if under some enchantment. Devoid of awareness or fear, resembling marionettes manipulated by an unseen hand, Feng Yimo gathered the 328 corpses together. Using the Wuhuk to carve out a large pit for burial, he promptly consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, running as he restored his energy. Without it, he would be no different from an ordinary mortal, and should he encounter any defiant beasts, escape would be his only option. Indeed, after pursuing for over 10 miles, he stumbled upon another group of over 200 beasts, similarly clutching the bodies of more than 200 villagers. In a fit of rage, Feng Yimo engaged the beasts in combat, only to discover among them a high-tier level 1 beast, the Songbei tiger. It lunged at him, its emerald green body towering 2 yards high and stretching 3 yards long, fierce and formidable, its flesh as tough as iron. The only conspicuous feature was a half-foot wide ring of white fur around its neck, marking its vulnerable spot. In the face of danger, Feng Yimo remained composed. With a deft flick of his finger, the Wuhuk whirled back, aiming for the Songbei tiger's head. To his astonishment, the creature possessed an instinctive intelligence, and with a sudden sweep of its massive right paw, it sent the Wuhuk flying, continuing its advance toward Feng Yimo. As Feng Yimo observed the scene, a heavy weight settled in his heart. The reason why demon beasts were far more formidable than wild beasts lay in their ability to communicate with one another, utilizing their advantages to contend against humanity. He found himself lacking in means. Upon seeing Wu Go take flight, he swiftly summoned a low-grade spiritual artifact, hurling it towards the Songbei tiger while simultaneously retreating. Channeling his consciousness, he triggered the artifact as self-destruction. A deafening explosion ensued. The Songbei tiger, caught at the epicenter, let out a harrowing cry as it was propelled away. Meanwhile, the flying Wu Go, guided by Feng Yimo's consciousness, landed atop the severely wounded tiger, swiftly severing its head, with a spray of warm blood gushing forth. Feng Yimo retracted Wu Go and continued his relentless pursuit of the remaining beasts until none were left. After burying the villagers' remains, he pressed onward. The brief skirmish had drained his hard-earned spiritual energy completely, prompting a bitter smile. When would that little fellow awaken? At this rate, according to his current strength, he could barely contend with a high-level demon beast. Facing another would surely force him to flee in disgrace. This marked the third wave of beasts Feng Yimo had vanquished. He pondered the origin of such a multitude, nearly 1,000 beasts representing the lives of countless villagers. His fury had erupted, revealing that someone had orchestrated the beasts to slaughter villagers and carry away their bodies. What could their ultimate goal be? By midday, as Feng Yimo hastened his pace, he suddenly perceived a vast chasm ahead, measuring about 100 feet in diameter and 30 feet deep. The pit was filled with the bodies of innocent villagers. It appeared that at least 10,000 lives had been extinguished. At the edge of the chasm stood a middle-aged cultivator in a crimson robe, fixated on the carnage below, oblivious to Feng Yimo's approach. Feng Yimo's teeth ground together in hatred. This man, cruel and heartless, was responsible for the deaths of so many villagers. What could he possibly desire? The middle-aged cultivator murmured to himself, "I still need 1,500 more. Where are they?" It seemed he had just realized that the hunting party of beasts he dispatched had yet to return. Drawing a long flute from his robe, he began to play, summoning the beasts to return swiftly. Feng Yimo was struck by a piercing, shrill sound, causing a momentary daze as if his soul were attempting to leave his body. He quickly focused on safeguarding his essence, silently channeling the yin-yang technique, which restored his composure. Alarm surged within him. What kind of flute was this? Could this man manipulate beasts and demons through its melody? Despite the distance, he sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the middle-aged cultivator, who was far more powerful than he. Even with a desire for vengeance on behalf of the villagers, now was not the time. Therefore, he quietly retreated, employing the wind shift technique to hastily exit the scene. The middle-aged cultivator soon detected Feng Yimo's presence and scoffed. A mere third-tier chi practitioner dares approach? Yin Yuan, go and capture him, and toss him into the pit. At his side, an enormous ape, towering at over 7.5 feet, let out a long howl and leaped in the direction Feng Yimo had fled. As the flame ape closed in within 10 paces of Feng Yimo, the latter had already traversed a distance of 20 miles from the colossal pit. He was racing towards a region where the temperature was noticeably rising, and he surmised that there must be a source of heat in that vicinity. The flame ape was a massive creature, its body adorned with long, crimson fur, its arms extending beyond its knees, and its tusks protruding over half a foot from its jaws. Its movements were exceedingly swift. Had Feng Yimo not employed the wind shift technique, he would have been overtaken long ago. This formidable beast was classified as a high-tier demonic creature, and Feng Yimo sensed that it was far more powerful than the Azurak tiger, which was also a first-tier beast. The flame ape surged forward a few more steps, closing the gap to 7 paces, before suddenly opening its mouth to unleash a fireball the size of a basin, hurtling directly towards Feng Yimo's back. Feng Yimo was taken aback. He was confronted by a beast capable of sorcery, likely a second-tier demon beast. He quickly pivoted to evade, as the fireball crashed to the ground, creating a crater of considerable diameter, leaving him utterly astonished. Had he been struck by that fireball, survival would have been impossible. Wu Go was summoned, and simultaneously, he clutched a low-grade spiritual weapon, preparing for a sneak attack. The flame ape seemed to recognize the threat posed by Wu Go, deftly leaping and dodging with remarkable agility. Observing this, Feng Yimo formed a hand seal, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that enhanced Wu Go's speed by 20%, allowing it to swiftly cleave into the flame ape's back. However, to Feng Yimo's dismay, he had anticipated a far more devastating impact, only to witness a mere foot-long gash from which blood gushed forth. The flame ape howled in agony, its crimson fur bristling as if ignited by flames. With a furious roar, the flame ape retaliated, launching a flurry of punches that struck Wu Go, sending it into violent tremors and pitiful cries. In that critical moment, Feng Yimo noticed the flame ape's back was turned towards him. He hastily spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the low-grade flying sword in his hand and bellowed, "Swift." The flying sword glimmered with a red light, instantly penetrating the wound on the flame ape's back. In his heart, Feng Yimo silently commanded, "Explode." With a thunderous roar, the flying sword detonated, blasting away half of the flame ape's body. However, it did not succumb to death. Instead, it turned with a fierce glare directed at Feng Yimo, its eyes ablaze with fury. A chill ran down Feng Yimo's spine as he pointed a finger, causing Wu Go to plummet from the sky and sever the flame ape's head in one swift motion. He then summoned Wu Go back and fled at breakneck speed, knowing he could not afford to linger, for he understood that the demise of the flame ape would alert its master. Indeed, as the head of the flame ape soared through the air, the crimson-clad cultivator sensed the death of his spiritual companion. His expression darkened. The flame ape was on the verge of advancing to a second-tier beast, and its untimely demise was a grievous loss, igniting a deep-seated hatred for Feng Yimo. He glanced at the vast crater, noting the stillness, and resolved that he must avenge the flame ape. In an instant, he flickered away, transforming into a streak of red light in pursuit. Feng Yimo hastily consumed a handful of replenishing pills, rapidly absorbing their energy as he pushed the wind movement technique to its limits, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Yet, his speed was still insufficient. The red-clad cultivator quickly closed in, reducing the distance between them to a mere 100 yards. Wretch, you dare slay my spiritual companion? I shall flay your skin, strip your flesh, and extract your soul. The venomous voice of the crimson-clad cultivator echoed, and as he closed the distance to 20 yards, he suddenly struck. A massive hand of spiritual energy, nearly a yard in size, materialized from thin air, reaching for Feng Yimo's back. Feng Yimo felt a bitter taste in his mouth. How unfortunate to encounter yet another golden core ancestor. This one was evidently a late-stage golden core cultivator, and the spiritual hand remained solid, its intricate patterns clearly visible, signifying its formidable strength. At that moment, he dared not hold back. He summoned 2 low-grade spiritual weapons simultaneously, launching them towards the spiritual hand while silently murmuring, "Explode." With a resounding boom, the self-detonation of the inferior spiritual artifact merely left the spiritual hand riddled with holes, yet it did not disintegrate. Fortunately, Wugo arrived just in time, swiftly cleaving the damaged spiritual hand in 2, causing it to vanish entirely. Ah, the lad is quite resolute, resorting to the self-destruction of his spiritual artifacts. I am curious to see how many he possesses for such purposes. The red-clad cultivator mused in astonishment before conjuring another spiritual hand. However, Feng Yimo, without any hesitation, summoned 2 inferior spiritual artifacts, which exploded, further astonishing the red-clad cultivator. Thus, Feng Yimo continued his frantic escape, repeatedly self-detonating artifacts, managing to flee a distance of 1,000 feet, arriving at the edge of a blazing magma pool. He inwardly lamented, for this was precisely the location required for his alchemical pursuits, yet it offered no sanctuary. Behind him, the golden core red-clad cultivator appeared to toy with him, unwilling to engage earnestly, merely casting spiritual hands repeatedly. Observing the bubbling magma pool, he resolutely sprinted deeper into the expanse. It must come to an end. The red-clad cultivator summoned a cerulean long whip, its oppressive aura revealing its status as a magical treasure. The whip, extending to 5 zhang, seemed to come alive, arching high as it lashed toward Feng Yimo's back. Anticipating this, Feng Yimo deftly slapped a prepared movement talisman onto his back, propelling himself 20 zhang forward, narrowly evading the whip strike. Heh, the little fellow possesses quite the treasures, but what of it? The red-clad cultivator's interest in Feng Yimo intensified as he flicked the long whip, preparing to strike once more. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he retreated towards the massive pit. His spiritual mark left at the pit detected movement below, a matter of utmost importance. The current skirmish was but a trivial diversion. Unaware of the red-clad cultivator's sudden departure, Feng Yimo sighed in relief, quickening his pace without daring to linger, racing towards the center of the magma pool. The pool was dotted with protruding stones, searing in the molten lava. He could only touch lightly with his toes, skimming across at the swiftest speed. Despite this, his toes burned painfully, the soles of his boots emitting smoke, on the verge of igniting. After traversing several more miles, the surrounding area was engulfed in flames. In the distance, a colossal source of magma perpetually erupted, spewing scalding lava in all directions. Sweat poured from Feng Yimo, evaporating before it could even touch the ground. He leaped onto a high, prominent hill, seeking refuge in the soul cave, where he began to circulate his energy to dispel the heat. The yin-yang technique comprises 2 parts, the upper yang technique and the lower yin technique. As he practiced the yang technique, he felt an intense heat envelop him, his skin reddening as he absorbed the surrounding scorching spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. Conversely, when he activated the yin technique, a chilling sensation surged from within his dantian, akin to the refreshing relief of sipping ice-sour plum juice on a sweltering summer day. However, the contrasting sensations of heat and cold rendered him uncomfortable. Resolutely, he decided to cease the yin technique, focusing solely on the yang portion, feeling as if he were ensconced in a furnace. Unable to endure the heat, he quickly shed his garments, sitting bare upon the hilltop, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. His skin grew increasingly red, resembling that of a boiled crab, and soon the air around him became distorted, entering an enigmatic state. The red-clad cultivator hastily flew to the edge of the massive pit and peered inside, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. What had once been a colossal mound of corpses now lay completely empty, devoid of any remains. He quickly scattered his spiritual awareness and immediately realized that the ominous aura he had sensed at the pit's bottom had vanished. Almost driven to madness, he leaped into the abyss and began to search meticulously. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the red-robed middle-aged cultivator's hair stood on end in fury as he threw back his head and roared, "You wretched brat, you have ruined my plans. I shall not let you off lightly. I vow to extract your soul and burn it for 49 days without cease." This red-clad cultivator, known as Shou Liang, was a rogue practitioner of considerable renown, famed for his mastery in beast taming and demon subjugation. Several days prior, while traversing a certain village, he discovered a second-tier demon beast devouring the villagers. He had intended to slay the creature and save the people, but just as he was about to strike, he noticed that after consuming one individual, the demon's aura had shifted dramatically, elevating it to that of a third-tier beast. While he could have easily dealt with a second-tier creature, a third-tier demon was not something he wished to provoke lightly. Just as he was about to depart, an ancient legend suddenly resurfaced in his mind. It was said that there were 4 divine beasts: South Vermilion Bird, North Black Tortoise, East Azure Dragon, and West White Tiger, and 4 fearsome beasts: Tao Dai, Qiongqi, Tao Wu, and Hundun, with Qiongqi particularly fond of consuming humans. The third-tier demon before him bore a resemblance to a civet cat, measuring over a foot in length. He observed it inhaling powerfully, drawing people into its maw. And it displayed no fear of Shou Liang, continuing its carnage unabated as it leaped into a nearby home. Shou Liang felt a surge of excitement. Even if this peculiar demon was not a young Qiongqi, it surely possessed the bloodline of the formidable beast. Its future potential was limitless, and he entertained the notion of capturing it. Well-versed in ancient lore, he recalled that for every 10,000 people Qiongqi consumed, it would inevitably succumb to drowsiness and slumber for an hour. Thus, he lured the demon into the pit while driving away the wild beasts, tigers, wolves, leopards, and lions that had fled due to a raging fire, and he gathered the villagers from the vicinity, casting them into the abyss, hoping that once the demon had feasted sufficiently, it would fall into a deep sleep, allowing him to subdue it with his magic. To his dismay, after casting thousands of corpses into the pit, the creature did not emerge, and he dared not enter recklessly for fear of provoking its wrath, leading to a mutually destructive confrontation. Therefore, he remained vigilant at the pit's edge. However, the appearance of Feng Yimo not only claimed the life of his spiritual pet but also thwarted his ambitions. How could he possibly let Feng Yimo go unpunished? With all his hopes dashed, Shou Liang furiously approached the magma pool, ignoring it entirely as he soared into its depths. As a late-stage golden core cultivator, his spiritual awareness extended over 100 miles. Yet he was perplexed to find that he could not detect any trace of the young man within. Could it be that he had been swallowed by the magma? In the midst of his desperate search, a geyser of magma suddenly erupted from the distant source, shooting up 60 to 70 feet into the air, suspended without falling. As an astonishing surge of fire attribute spiritual energy gushed forth from its apex, instantly cascading outward. Shou Liang was taken aback, then elated. Could it be that some world-shattering treasure had finally revealed itself? Neglecting the pursuit of Feng Yimo's whereabouts, he swiftly soared toward the magma column. Simultaneously, several figures emerged at the edge of the magma pool, 4 cultivators clad in varying attire, with the highest cultivation level merely at the late foundation establishment stage. Upon witnessing the lava that spread like a fiery sea, their brows furrowed in concern. Just as one was about to voice an opinion, they caught sight of the pure fire attribute spiritual energy surging from within the magma pool, prompting them to immediately dive in. The others, filled with excitement, followed suit without hesitation, each moving like graceful swans, fearful of having the treasure snatched away by others. Feng Yimo remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation, feeling an intense pressure throughout his body, particularly in his dantian, which ached with discomfort. The overwhelming influx of spiritual energy inundated him, and even as the devouring spirit silkworm continued its relentless absorption, it left behind a considerable amount. The shattered fragments of his Dantian spiritual sea were ground to dust under the force of the potent spiritual power, dissipating into a thick black smoke that billowed outward, reminiscent of damaged meridians being purged, revealing a pristine spiritual sea anew. During this time, although Feng Yimo was unable to accumulate spiritual energy as it was gradually consumed by the silkworm, the circulation of spiritual energy subtly cleansed his muscles and meridians, rendering his limbs and bones more resilient and expansive. Through this serendipitous occurrence, the waves of spiritual energy surged forth, reshaping his Dantion's spiritual sea, akin to a fledgling bird breaking free from its chrysalis, radiating newfound vitality. The powerful white spiritual energy generated by the Yang technique finally found its outlet, pouring into the spiritual sea like a torrent breaching a dam, nourishing the recently reborn spiritual sea. The reason the beastly figure had not detected Feng Yimo was due to his complete immersion in a void-like state, blending seamlessly with the dense fire attributes spiritual energy surrounding him, all thanks to the formidable yin-yang technique. Suddenly, Feng Yimo opened his eyes wide. Two beams of fiery light shooting forth from his gaze, his face alight with joy as he murmured to himself, "I comprehend now. The universe is divided into yin and yang. It is not solely life that embodies yang and death that embodies yin, but also day is yang and night is yin. Fire is yang and water is yin. Black is yin and white is yang. Good is yang and evil is yin. Male is yang and female is yin. Every pair of opposites can embody yin and yang, and moreover, they coexist and complement one another. No wonder it is said, transforming myriad sources." As he spoke, the yin technique activated, the left hand embodying yin and the right hand embodying yang. His mind cleared and his heart opened, resulting in a remarkable surge in his cultivation level that propelled him to the 7th layer of qi refinement, elevating him to the status of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Most exhilarating was the revival of his Dantian-S spiritual sea, allowing him to cultivate uninterrupted, even as the devouring spirit silkworm continued its consumption. He meticulously observed his reborn Dantian-S spiritual sea, which had transformed like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, becoming increasingly solid and vast. Above the spiritual sea hovered a black and white yin-yang symbol, with threads of spiritual energy weaving into it, though he had only attained the 7th layer of qi refinement. The area of his spiritual sea had already surpassed that of a 2nd layer foundation establishment cultivator, and with his formidable spiritual awareness, he could stand toe-to-toe with an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, filled with exuberance. Feng Yimo could not contain the urge to tilt his head back and let out a triumphant roar when he suddenly sensed a gathering of individuals around him, prompting him to hastily don his clothing and rush out. 5 miles away from the cultivation cave, a towering magma column, with a diameter of 10 zhang and a height of 70 zhang, stood majestically. At its pinnacle, molten lava churned vigorously, and a vibrant crimson plant was sprouting, visibly growing 2 leaves, then another 2, ultimately blossoming into 7. Soon, a flower the size of a bowl unfurled, its fragrance wafting through the air, bringing a sense of tranquility to all who inhaled it from afar. The petals quickly withered, giving way to a fiery red fruit that began as small as a grain of rice, but in an instant, swelled to the size of a thumb, transitioning from red to purple as its ripe aroma filled the air. Every observer felt an easing of the constraints that had long hindered their progress. The 7-leaf purple smoke fruit. Feng Yimo felt a surge of excitement. This was the most exquisite spiritual fruit he was aware of. Renowned for its ability to concoct breaking barrier pills, classified as a 5th-grade elixir capable of overcoming any limitation, even when consumed alone. It could elevate a practitioner by an entire realm, transforming a golden core cultivator into a nascent soul, and a nascent soul into a transcending spirit. Surrounding the magma column were over 40 cultivators, among whom the most powerful was Beast Liang, whose heart was filled with shock and exhilaration. He had not anticipated that after losing the little beast with the bloodline of the formidable Qiongqi, he would encounter such a rare treasure. As the fruit approached ripeness, he leapt towards the top of the magma column, reaching out to seize the entire 7-leaf purple smoke fruit. The other cultivators below were filled with despair, yearning to ascend themselves, but they knew all too well that Beast Liang, a late-stage golden core elder, would face certain death if he attempted to do so. While the treasure was enticing, they remained clear-headed, unwilling to gamble their lives for it. Another cultivator, at the early stage of golden core, wore an indecisive expression, hesitating whether to act. With a magical artifact already in hand, he thought, fortune favors the bold, and prepared to strike for the treasure. Before the early-stage golden core cultivator could make his move, a flash of green light darted from a distance, reaching the pinnacle of the magma column in the blink of an eye, just as Beast Liang's hand was about to touch the 7-leaf purple smoke fruit. A small beast bit down on the fruit and swallowed it whole, turning to smile at him before soaring away. Beast Liang recognized it as the 3rd-tier little beast he had aimed to capture, and rage filled him to the brim. He was about to leap in pursuit when suddenly, the towering magma column erupted violently, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers, as torrents of lava and flame surged outward in all directions. Caught off guard by the sudden upheaval, Beast Liang hastily summoned a protective energy shield, preparing to escape. However, he felt a sudden weight at his feet. the little beast had appeared beneath him, its claws grasping his legs and pulling him downward. This brief moment of distraction allowed the torrential magma to cascade upon him. His energy shield ignited like kindling meeting fire, transforming him into a figure engulfed in flames, and he screamed as he plunged into the magma pool, disappearing after a few desperate struggles. The magma column, towering over 60 zhang, unleashed an eruption that spread like a colossal umbrella, engulfing all the onlookers beneath it. Feng Yimo stood in stunned silence, witnessing the tragic fate of those who could not escape, all succumbing to the molten torrent. The immense wave of lava surged for miles, reaching the foot of the hill where he stood. Confronted with the horrific scene, Feng Yimo was drenched in sweat, his parched lips licking in disbelief. Filled with profound reverence for the forces of nature, the third-level beast cast a cold glance at the remaining human, poised to pounce and devour him. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy stirred within its abdomen, triggered by the potency of the spirit fruit, prompting it to transform into a streak of green light and flee to find a place to digest. When Yimo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the creature, no larger than a raccoon, had instilled a chilling fear in him, compelling him to flee in terror. However, to his surprise, the little beast abruptly turned and left. After a while, he noticed that the temperature of the surrounding magma had significantly decreased, with only the center still retaining its heat. Alone in this desolate expanse, he hastily summoned his three-legged alchemical furnace, casting a fire incantation to draw forth the earth fire, initiating the warming of the furnace to prepare for alchemy. 10 days later, all the magma pools had cooled, transforming into charred volcanic rock. Satisfied, Wind Yimo prepared to leave, but not before visiting the site where the magma column had erupted. Hoping to discover something, perhaps the storage bags of the cultivators consumed by the magma. His greatest anticipation lay in finding the storage bag of Beast Liang, which contained the beast-taming flute. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. The surging magma had obliterated everything. Nonetheless, his storage bag now held dozens of spirit pills he had crafted. A remarkable feat considering he could produce second-level pills within just 10 days. If others were to learn of this, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. This was attributed to his experience in alchemy from a previous life. He merely lacked the technique. Alas, the vain fire had extinguished, and his three-legged furnace had lost its efficacy, rendering him incapable of producing third-level pills, especially given that he lacked the requisite third-level medicinal herbs. During these 10 days, apart from alchemy, Wind Yimo engrossed himself in the jade slips within the storage bag of the unscathed, already possessing the yin-yang art and the nine heavens gale technique, rendering other methods unnecessary. Even the crafting technique of the soul-searching smoke from the soul-consuming sect was beneath his consideration. However, one jade slip piqued his interest, and he spent his leisure time examining it. This slip documented various intriguing tales of cultivation, including many accounts from the foreign battlefield. The mortality rate in the foreign battlefield was exceedingly high, tantamount to a 9 out of 10 chance of death, yet it was also a realm brimming with opportunities. The unscathed had ascended to the late Golden Core stage at the age of 60 precisely because of his ventures into the foreign battlefield, where he obtained a rare spirit fruit that propelled him from the early to the late Golden Core stage. There, he lived a life fraught with peril, yet rife with surprises. A particularly famous tale told of a Foundation establishment cultivator named Wang Lin, who had offended a nascent soul ancestor. Logically, a nascent soul could crush a Foundation establishment cultivator as easily as squashing an ant. Yet, this formidable character, disregarding his physical form, entered the foreign battlefield and seized immense opportunities. In merely 400 years, he became a nascent soul cultivator and confronted his former foe, now a late-stage nascent soul, avenging the grievances of the past. This legend inspired countless cultivators to venture into the foreign battlefield in search of their fortunes. Wind Yimo was captivated, yearning for the chance to tread the same path. Nevertheless, he did not lose his senses, even with his chi refinement stage cultivation. Entering the foreign battlefield would be tantamount to courting death. At the very least, one needed to be at the Golden Core stage. Thus, the most pressing matter remained the swift elevation of his cultivation. As he arrived at the edge of the former magma pool and glanced back, who could fathom the depths within the volcanic rock, where dozens of cultivators lay interred? This near brush with death filled him with an acute awareness of the lurking dangers. He must hasten his training and elevate his cultivation. Only through formidable strength could he ensure his own safety. 2 days later, Feng Yimo returned to the medicinal field, announcing his seclusion for cultivation, focusing on the Feng family's 9 heavens gale method. The yin-yang technique was only applicable for those at the 5th level of chi refinement. And now that he had reached the 7th, he lacked subsequent methods for further advancement. The 9 Heavens Gale method, though incomplete, was still viable until the spirit transformation stage, indicating its long-term usability. Feng Yimo learned of Feng Yimo's retreat into seclusion and shook his head. He did not hold high hopes for Feng Yimo. His innate deficiencies were not easily amendable, and he regarded the seclusion as a mere waste of time. However, unwilling to dampen Feng Yimo's enthusiasm, he chose to let him be. Meanwhile, Feng Qilin sat in the finest tavern in Maple Leaf Town, drowning his sorrows in wine, accompanied by his cousin Feng Bo, who incessantly replenished his cup, lamenting, "Young Master Lin, I truly feel for you. The patriarch's attention was once solely on you, yet since that illegitimate child arrived, he seems to see only him. Is it merely because he dealt with a few pests that the patriarch now treasures him? In my opinion, the medicinal field should rightfully belong to you. Had it been so, you would have already attained the 3rd level of foundation establishment." Feng Bo's words struck like a thorn, piercing deep into Feng Qilin's heart. He had always been the pride of the Feng family, a child of destiny, having reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment by the age of 23. Among the Feng clan, his aptitude was only slightly inferior to that of his reputed aunt, and his grandfather often boasted of him. Yet, since the arrival of the illegitimate child, his grandfather's attitude had shifted, leaving him profoundly disheartened. What gives you the right to win grandfather's favor? You were first allowed free access to the medicinal field, and now you brazenly cultivate in its spirit-rich grounds. Had you not appeared, everything would have been mine. Feng Qilin, seeking solace in drink, only found his mood further darkening. He drained his cup, shattering it against the floor, and stormed out of the tavern, heading straight for the medicinal field to confront Feng Yimo. Feng Bo called after him, but seeing Feng Qilin's resolved stride, he hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the outskirts of the medicinal field, they beheld a newly erected signpost. Feng Qilin hesitated, the mountain breeze stirring him from his intoxication. Dejectedly, he turned away. The sign, recently placed by his grandfather, forbade entry into the medicinal field without permission and warned of severe consequences for violators. Direct descendants of the Feng family possessed identity tokens that granted them access. Yet Feng Yimo had learned of a pestilence in other areas caused by disciples unwittingly carrying bug eggs into the medicinal field, leading to rapid proliferation. Moreover, the value of various spirit herbs had surged by 60 to 70%, even doubling in some cases, necessitating stringent management. Feng Bo, sensing the rich spiritual energy surrounding them, felt a pang of bitterness. "Young Master Lin, I hear that Feng Xinping's little brat is also inside cultivating. Has he already forgotten the kindness you showed him? This capricious individual, unaware of how he has come by such fortune, is squandering the opportunity to cultivate in this esteemed place." Upon hearing this, Feng Qilin's recently extinguished fury flared up once more. He strode into the medicinal herb field's protective barrier and proclaimed loudly, "Feng Xinping, come forth at once." Unable to deal with Feng Yimo himself, he felt compelled to confront Feng Xinping instead. His voice resonated powerfully, prompting Feng Qishan, who was laboring in the distance, to hastily approach and bow. "Greetings, young Master Lin. What commands do you have for me?" Feng Qilin brusquely shoved Feng Qishan aside, exclaiming, "Get out of my way. I seek that ungrateful wretch, Feng Xinping." Feng Qishan stumbled from the force of the push, nearly losing his balance, when suddenly a strong arm appeared beside him. A gentle voice inquired, "Uncle Qishan, are you all right?" Recognizing Feng Yimo, Feng Qishan quickly reassured him, I'm fine. Just getting old. My legs aren't what they used to be." Feng Yimo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, despite being nearly knocked down by Feng Qilin. Feng Qishan attributed it to his age. He steadied Feng Qishan and turned to Feng Qilin, saying, "Feng Xinping is currently in seclusion. And I wonder what business young Master Lin has? Even if he is in seclusion, he must emerge upon hearing my summons. Feng Xinping, come out this instant." Feng Qilin shouted, his ire stoked further by Feng Yimo's calm demeanor. Feng Yimo furrowed his brow. Feng Qilin's lack of decorum was intolerable. Feng Xinping was on the brink of a crucial breakthrough from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of qi training. If Feng Qilin continued his raucous behavior, it could disrupt Feng Xinping's focus and lead to disastrous consequences. He pointed to the sign outside the medicinal herb field. "Young Master Lin, do you have an official order? If not, kindly take your leave." His words incensed Feng Qilin, who roared, "Who do you think you are? Do you really consider yourself important? This is the Feng family, not your magia. You, a bastardo, have no right to dictate to me. It is you who should leave." Feng Qishan stood in shock, and Feng Bo, who had followed behind, was equally astonished. None had anticipated such a vehement outburst from Feng Qilin, and all eyes turned to Feng Yimo. His face turned ashen, his chest heaving with rage, glaring at Feng Qilin on the verge of eruption. Concerned for his composure, Feng Qishan quickly grasped his arm and whispered, "Cousin, please temper your anger. You are not his match." Feng Yimo took a deep breath, his agitated heart gradually calming. He turned towards the small building, soon reappearing outside, his demeanor restored. He addressed Feng Qishan, "Uncle Qishan, please inform my grandfather that I am leaving. Do not leave without my command. No one is permitted to drive you away." The authoritative voice of Feng Jihue resonated, causing Feng Qilin to tremble. He inwardly regretted whether his grandfather had overheard his earlier remarks. As he pondered this, an immense force surged from behind, propelling him away and causing him to spit out blood. In his ear, he heard his grandfather's frigid voice, "Feng Bo, take Feng Qilin to the law enforcement hall and administer 50 strokes of the family punishment. You shall receive 5. The winds of turmoil quietly lamented. Witnessing the bloodied Wen Qilin, fear gripped his heart, rendering him unable to resist. He could only assist Wen Qilin in departing from the medicinal fields. The family head's previous strike had been exceedingly ruthless, causing young Master Lin to cough up blood, indicating the seriousness of the matter this time. Salutations to the family head. Greetings to grandfather. Wen Qishan and Wen Yimo bowed respectfully to Wen Jihue, aware that the family head had words to share with his grandson, and promptly withdrew. Wen Jihue gazed upon his grandson with a sigh. "Emor, I apologize for the grievances you have endured. I did not foresee that Qilin would act so recklessly, uttering such hurtful words. Do not take them to heart." Wen Yimo shook his head. "What he spoke has already slipped from my memory. Grandfather, I wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. Let Wen Xinping remain in the medicinal fields. He is at a crucial juncture and will soon attain the 3rd level of Qi training." Wen Qilin's extreme words conveniently provided him with a reason to depart from the Wen family. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to voice his intentions. "Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Since you seek a respite, I have a task for you. Please journey to Yang City," Wen Jihue instructed. "Certainly. Is it a matter of delivering a message?" Wen Yimo recalled that Ling Yao was the daughter of the Tuyang Marquis and wondered if she had returned to Tuyang City. "You are unaware, but a significant event has recently transpired in the state of Chu. The Tuyang Marquis has rebelled, raising an army of 200,000, marching directly towards the capital, Blackwood City. Amidst the chaos and relentless warfare, the demand for blood vitality pills has surged. The Tuyang Marquis has written, pre-ordering 10,000 pills. You shall deliver them." Wen Jihue expressed his delight at the news. The pills, which could have sold for 200 spirit stones, were now fetching 1,000. This marked a 5-fold increase in value, promising profits that would far exceed previous years. "Oh, he has revolted? What prompted this?" Wen Yimo inquired with curiosity. The Tuyang Marquis, upon hearing of his daughter's disappearance and the murder of his steward and the Silver Guards, was incensed by the Chu family's indifference. In his rage for accountability, he took up arms against the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Wen Yimo's heart brimmed with suspicion. Could it be that Ling Yao truly was missing? 10,000 blood vitality pills were packed into 100 bottles, each containing 100 pills. Wen Yimo strapped the packages to his back and departed from Maple Leaf Town. Before leaving, he plucked all the silk fruits from the Huansha tree, intending to savor them along the way. He refrained from utilizing a storage bag in front of his grandfather, as he wished to keep certain secrets concealed. The only individual aware of his ability to use a storage bag was Wen Xinping, and he trusted that Wen Xinping would not betray him. Alone, he found a certain freedom in solitude. He had resolved to complete this task for his grandfather and then leave the Wen family behind, unwilling to live as a dependent or stir up discord among the other family members. At the entrance, Wen Yimo encountered the plump lad, Wen Shangguan, who handed him a parcel. "Cousin, inside you'll find a roasted chicken, a pork knuckle, 300 taels of silver notes, and some provisions. Be cautious on your journey. Try to travel by day and rest at night, sticking to official roads and avoiding dense forests." Upon hearing the admonitions of Feng Shangguan, Feng Yimo felt a warmth enveloping his heart. In the entirety of the Feng family, apart from his grandfather, it was Feng Shangguan who had shown him such kindness, for which he was profoundly grateful. "Thank you, cousin Shangguan." Feng Yimo expressed his gratitude. Feng Shangguan waved his hand dismissively, adjusting Yimo's collar and said, "We are family. There is no need for formality. Be cautious on your journey, and return early." "Yes, goodbye, cousin." 3 days later, Feng Yimo found himself in a bustling town, situated over 900 miles from Maple Leaf Town. Thanks to the Ling Hai, the spiritual energy was abundant, and even after some had been absorbed by the devouring spirit silkworm, plenty remained, allowing him to fully utilize the wind-shifting technique, which quickened his pace. Nevertheless, he adhered to his cousin Feng Shanchuan's advice, traveling by day and resting at night, as this would further enhance his speed. The town before him was known as Pipa County, celebrated for its abundant loquats, with merchants selling the fruit at every corner, alongside many from distant lands trading in loquats. Feng Yimo chosen and named Xian Kolai, which was already teeming with patrons even before noon. After offering a silver coin as a tip, the innkeeper jovially guided him to a window-side table on the second floor. He ordered 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a pot of tea. To his delight, the culinary offerings at Xian Kolai were exquisite, perhaps heightened by his days of rough living, and he savored each bite. In 3 more days, he would reach Tuyang City, exchange the blood essence pill, and swiftly return to the Feng family before embarking on his journey into the vast world, free to roam at will. However, he still harbored a desire to visit the Yin-Yang sect in search of advanced techniques. The 9 Heavens Galewind technique, while seemingly unremarkable in power below the Golden Core stage, revealed its extraordinary capabilities in later stages. This was why the Feng family underestimated its potential. They had yet to uncover the marvelous strength hidden within its deeper teachings. Yet, he had a long way to go before achieving the Golden Core stage. And to enhance his power, he desperately sought the original Yin-Yang technique. It could be described as the primordial source, omnipresent, and woven throughout the entirety of one's cultivation journey, lasting a lifetime. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of numerous anguished cries from afar. He sprang to his feet and gazed out the window, witnessing a chaotic surge of figures rushing towards the city gates, their steps disordered, expressions filled with terror, shouting, "The beasts are coming! Run! The demon beasts are here!" The last few runners bore the marks of injury, their fear palpable, wishing they could sprout additional legs to escape faster. At that moment, several fierce tigers, their eyes glistening and foreheads marked, appeared outside the city, one of which had already pounced on the last individual, sinking its teeth into the man's neck. In one swift bite, it severed the head, devouring it in 2 gulps while licking the remnants of brain matter from its maw. The survivors, filled with dread, surged toward the city gates, while the guards stationed there, paralyzed by fear, forgot to shut the gates. As the tigers prepared to invade the town, a flash of sword light cut through the air, severing the head of the tiger that had just claimed its victim. A cultivator had intervened, bellowing, "Quick, close the gates." Only then did the guards regain their senses, hastening to the city walls to raise the drawbridge. In the town of Pipa, there exist 3 gates, eastern, western, and southern, all of which are now besieged by a myriad of feral beasts. The populace, exceeding 30,000, is engulfed in trepidation, utterly perplexed by the unfolding calamity. Many have flocked to the county office in search of assistance. The county magistrate, unaccustomed to such grave circumstances, was drenched in perspiration as he ascended the southern gate, peering anxiously outside. Below, a multitude of beasts, wolves, bears, wild boars, tigers, leopards, and more, congregated around the walls, numbering in the hundreds. The magistrate collapsed in despair atop the battlements, only to spot a young cultivator, his back adorned with a flying sword. He hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed over, kneeling before the figure, "Immortal, I beseech you to employ your celestial arts to disperse these beasts." The cultivator, a young man in his 30s with a somber countenance, paid no heed to the magistrate's pleas, his piercing gaze fixed upon the distant thicket, where more beasts were converging towards the town. Without uttering a word, he aligned his fingers and pointed upward. His flying sword shot forth with a whoosh. He levitated gracefully into the air and coldly addressed the magistrate. More beasts continued to approach. "You must fend for yourselves." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. The magistrate trembled, collapsing onto the ground, his face a mask of despair. If even the immortal would forsake them, was there no hope left for Pipa? "Magistrate, how much grain remains within the city?" A youthful voice interrupted his thoughts. The magistrate looked up to see a lad, seemingly around 16 or 17. The flicker of hope was extinguished once more. Yet he replied with patience, "The granary holds a stock of 100,000 stones of grain. However, with over 30,000 souls in the city, it may not last long." Feng Yimo nodded, equally anxious as he gazed towards the encroaching beasts. His expression turned grave. "Magistrate, the situation is dire. The beast's siege is ominous, and we cannot predict its duration. Your primary duty is to safeguard the water supply and regulate the grain among the wealthier households, ensuring a fair distribution. Additionally, Organize a hunting party composed of the town's robust youth to eliminate the beasts outside. This will serve a dual purpose, reducing their numbers while providing sustenance for the besieged populace and bolstering morale. If you lose your resolve, the citizens will be plunged into further despair, potentially inciting unrest and leading to untold casualties. As Feng Yimo articulated his strategy, the magistrate's eyes brightened with understanding. He swiftly rose and bowed deeply to the young man. "Thank you for your guidance. I shall set forth to make arrangements immediately." Seeing the magistrate regain his composure, Feng Yimo discreetly nodded in approval. This magistrate exhibited commendable character by swiftly calming himself and heeding counsel. He could have easily followed the path of the previous cultivator and abandoned the town, but he could not bear to witness thousands of innocent lives fall prey to the beasts. The memory of the crimson-robed golden core cultivator slaughtering nearly 10,000 villagers haunted him still, and he felt compelled to intervene now. However, a shadow of unease crossed his brow. He feared the emergence of more sinister creatures. Beasts do not assault human settlements without reason. They lack the intelligence for coordinated action. Was there someone else adept at controlling these creatures? Within the confines of the city of Pipa, the presence of the magistrate brought a semblance of order, instilling a greater sense of stability among the residents. Although his commands faced resistance from certain wealthy grain merchants, a collective demand from the populace led to the consolidation of all grain into 4 designated locations throughout the city. Each adult household member was allocated 1.5 pounds of grain daily, with minors receiving half that amount. Concurrently, robust men were recruited to form a hunting squad, tasked with hunting the beasts that besieged the city. Those who joined the hunting party were promised 3 pounds of grain and a share of meat each day. This announcement prompted a surge of participation among the residents, with the magistrate personally overseeing the recruitment, selecting only those strong individuals aged between 20 and 30 for rigorous training, particularly in archery, while prioritizing hunters, though older candidates were also welcomed. Within 2 hours, the magistrate successfully enlisted 1,000 able-bodied men, adding to the 300 soldiers already stationed at the county office, totaling 1,300 individuals. The group was divided into 3 squads, each led by the magistrate, the deputy, and the chief of hunters, stationed at the southern, eastern, and western gates respectively. On the first day, the beasts did not launch an attack. However, their menacing appearance, gaping maws and grotesque visages, exuding a foul stench, instilled fear among the city's inhabitants, eroding much of the courage that had recently emerged. "Sir, I have acted upon your directives. What shall we do next?" The magistrate inquired humbly before Feng Yimo. "The beasts possess ferocity. We are hungry and in need of sustenance, and they share this desperation. While we humans can unite, they cannot," Feng Yimo replied calmly. The magistrate pondered this, a look of revelation dawning upon his face. "You suggest they turn upon one another? Indeed, allow the 3 gates to simultaneously attack the beasts outside. Should any of them suffer casualties, the sin of blood will undoubtedly incite their inherent savagery, possibly leading them to turn against one another. After all, they are but beasts, devoid of compassion for their kin. Your insight is remarkable. I shall prepare immediately." Feng Yimo, with his flowing garments, stood atop the high city wall, troubled. His strategy might prove effective. Yet if these beasts were manipulated by human hands, its efficacy would wane. Throughout the day, over 3,000 beasts had gathered outside, emerging from an unknown origin. As dusk descended, the setting sun bathed the sky in a bloody hue, rather than the expected aroma of cooking fires and the joy of family gatherings. A sense of foreboding enveloped Pipa County. The newly trained archers, having practiced archery for merely half an hour, trembled with fear atop the walls, their legs quaking and unable to support them. Among them, 20 brave hunters, though visibly shaken at the sight of the approaching beasts, raised their bows in preparation to shoot. "Release the arrows! Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" At the command of the magistrate, deputy, and chief of hunters, the 1,300 makeshift archers unleashed their volleys. Some arrows soared into the air, yet many found their mark amidst the throng of beasts, resulting in immediate casualties. Blood flowed freely, the metallic scent permeating the air, painting a scene of carnage beneath the golden sunset. The eyes of the beasts glowed with hunger, and having gone a day without food, they rushed towards the fallen bodies, tearing into the flesh with ravenous ferocity. Numerous beasts, unable to capture their intended prey, turned their gaze upon the wounded creature, pouncing without hesitation to commence a brutal hunt. The ferocity of the predator-prey dynamic was vividly illustrated as tigers tore into lone wolves, wolf packs besieged wild boars, and cheetahs eagerly joined the fray. A lumbering black bear, despite its sluggishness, became a target. However, it fought valiantly, swatting a cheetah aside with its massive paw, only to be savagely bitten on the hind leg by a lion. Collapsing in agony and quickly succumbing to death, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones. The gruesome spectacle below shocked all onlookers, instilling a profound sense of dread. Should these beasts breach the city, none would escape unscathed. Observing the temporary archers cease their fire, Feng Yimo furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Loose the arrows." His voice resonated powerfully, reaching even the distant gates, prompting the archers to hastily resume their barrage. The beasts below suffered heavy casualties, compounded by their incessant infighting, resulting in a scene of carnage. With a few arrows released, the archers steadied their hands, their aim improving. After leaving behind hundreds of carcasses, the beasts retreated to the forest, deterred from approaching the city walls. Feng Yimo promptly instructed the county magistrate to dispatch individuals to retrieve the animal remains for skinning and butchering, ensuring that all who had participated in the archery would share in the spoils, which evoked a chorus of jubilant cheers. Standing atop the city gate, Feng Yimo noticed several individuals attempting to escape with their bundles during the open gate, recognizing them as those driven by selfish motives. Fearing the collapse of the city's defenses and thus fleeing in secrecy, he shook his head. Little did they realize that the city of Pipa was already encircled by beasts. With the forest teeming with danger, escape was impossible. Indeed, the moment those few fled a short distance, a pack of beasts surged from the thicket, their terrified screams drowned by the swift, brutal tearing of flesh, dragging their remains back into the woods to devour. Initially, a few onlookers atop the walls hesitated, but upon witnessing this horror, their faces turned pale, silently thanking their fortune for not acting recklessly. As night descended, the overwhelming stench of blood outside the walls was nauseating. The 3 gates were barred, the drawbridge raised, and all within the city lay in slumber. Yet, Feng Yimo sat alone atop the battlements. Acutely aware that he could afford no complacency, the beasts recognized no distinction between night and day. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Without turning, he knew it was the county magistrate. The magistrate approached, carrying a box of provisions, and fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I humbly thank the immortal for your assistance. I only hope you can safeguard the 30,000 residents of Pipa County. Even if I perish, I shall have no means to repay you." Feng Yimo quickly helped the magistrate to his feet, assuring him, "Fear not, my lord. Though I am not a master of profound cultivation, I understand the importance of seeing things through to the end. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to protect the residents. Thank you, immortal. Thank you." The magistrate's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with gratitude after witnessing the immortal's unwavering resolve in the face of the beasts, a stark contrast to those who fled in fear. "I have arranged some food and wine for you. Please partake. I appreciate your kindness, my lord. With utmost respect, I humbly introduce myself as Lin Dongpu." After an exchange atop the city tower, Lin Dongpu took his leave, and Feng Yimo partook of the meal brought by him, thereafter dedicating himself to his cultivation. The 7th layer of Qi training marks the final node among the 3 pivotal stages of the Qi refining period, which is divided into 10 layers. Among these, the 3rd, 5th, and 7th layers present the most formidable challenges, each progressively more arduous than the last. Surpassing the 7th layer is more difficult than breaking through to the 9th by more than double, as the ultimate transformation of the body occurs at the 7th layer, where one expels impurities and alters one's constitution. Many remain ensnared at this stage throughout their lives, unable to advance further. The 9 Heavens Gale technique excels in its gentleness, focusing primarily on the absorption of wind into the body during the Qi refining period. Various sources of wind are harnessed to transform the physique and refine the meridians, with soft, light, and gentle breezes being the most favorable. However, wind is not solitary. It carries heat and cold, manifesting as hot, frigid, or shadowy winds, each serving as a foundation for cultivation while possessing the ability to temper the flesh. Yet, the entry of cold or shadowy winds into the body inflicts excruciating pain, a trial not all can withstand. Feng Yimo, however, is no ordinary individual. His resilience and endurance surpass that of others. Under the cover of night, he began to practice the 9 Heavens Gale technique. Since acquiring this technique, aside from a brief session of practice before his grandfather on that very day, he had devoted all his time to familiarizing himself with the content of the technique. This time marked his true second attempt at cultivation. On an autumn night, the gentle breeze turned quite chilly. Common folk had donned long garments and overcoats. Yet Feng Yimo remained in a single layer, seated in a meditative posture. As he commenced his practice, the cold wind coalesced around him, synchronizing with his breath. As thin strands of spiritual energy infiltrated his body, instantly he felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his entire being. A torment so intense it nearly escaped his lips in a cry of anguish. Clenching his teeth, he endured the agony and exerted every ounce of his strength to operate the Nine Heavens Gale technique. If he could not withstand the mere chill of an autumn night, how would he endure the gale winds to come? True greatness is forged through hardship. To ascend swiftly in cultivation, diligent and earnest practice is the only righteous path. As the cold coursed through him, Feng Yimo's face began to stiffen, turning a shade of blue. He even questioned whether he had misstepped, pondering why disciples of the Feng clan did not experience such a condition while he alone felt this frigidness. It was as though he had been frozen solid. He perceived the very battlements beneath him transforming into a sheet of ice. Hastily opening his eyes, he beheld a layer of frost blanketing the walls. As if winter had already arrived. Something was amiss. Feng Yimo ceased his practice and sprang to his feet, expanding his consciousness, only to discover a frost serpent gliding along the walls, leaving behind a thick layer of ice in its wake. The tower was indeed blanketed in frost due to the serpent's presence. He was secretly astonished. Indeed, a demonic beast had emerged. The frost serpent belonged to the first tier of high-level demonic beasts, exuding an aura of extreme cold and darkness, unmatched by any chi-refining cultivator. And even those in the foundational stage would hesitate to confront it alone. Without delay, Feng Yimo summoned his Wu hook and struck downwards towards the frost serpent. The ice python sensed impending danger, raising its head and unleashing an ice arrow that struck the swiftly approaching Wu Go. Instantly, a thick layer of ice encased Wu Go, causing Feng Yimo to lose control over it. Wu Go plummeted onto the city wall, subsequently rolling down to the corner below. Feng Yimo was taken aback. The ice python's ice arrow possessed the ability to sever spiritual awareness. He hastily retrieved a recently refined high-grade spiritual artifact, a crimson flying sword named the Crimson Moon Sword, which belonged to the fire attribute. With a surge of spiritual energy channeled into the sword, it trembled violently before vanishing from sight, piercing directly towards the ice python's forehead. The ice python emitted a piercing shriek and resorted to its old tactics, once again spitting out an ice arrow. However, upon striking the Crimson Moon Sword, the arrow instantly released swirling vapors, as the frost was rapidly melted by the sword's intense heat, transforming into steam and dissipating. It seemed the ice python recognized the imminent threat, sliding its body in an attempt to evade the attack of the Crimson Moon Sword. Yet, it underestimated Feng Yimo's formidable spiritual awareness, which allowed him to manipulate the sword to follow the python relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. Realizing it could not escape, the ice python's rotund body suddenly contracted, as if its very essence had been siphoned away. A 3-foot-long ice sword erupted from its mouth, cleaving towards the Crimson Moon Sword. After expelling the ice sword, the python appeared weakened and drained, continuing its retreat. How could Feng Yimo achieve his desires? Had it not been for the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Wind method, allowing him to absorb a portion of the frigid energy, he would have likely found himself encased in ice atop the city walls. Consequently, he formed hand seals, unleashing 2 streams of spiritual power as the Chiwe sword, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, struck heavily against the ice sword wielded by the ice python. In his confrontation with the red-clad golden core cultivator, Beast Liang, Feng Yimo had detonated over 20 inferior spiritual artifacts, leaving only 10 mid-tier and 3 high-tier artifacts in his storage bag. Among them, the Chiwe sword stood as the sole fire attribute weapon, boasting the highest quality. As a high-tier artifact, its power was naturally formidable. Previously constrained by his cultivation level, he had been unable to refine or utilize it. However, upon entering the 7th layer of chi refinement and significantly enhancing his spiritual awareness, he successfully refined this flying sword. With a mind as potent as that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the Chiwe sword unleashed 70% of its power, under the intensity of its scorching heat. Even the cold night retreated in trepidation, striking squarely against the ice sword expelled by the ice python. With a resounding crash, the ice sword halted, shattering into countless fragments that shot forth, one of which struck a soldier peering out, instantly encasing him in a massive block of ice, his face etched with bewilderment. Feng Yimo dared not delay. A surge of spiritual power shattered the icy prison, causing the soldier to collapse to the ground, his complexion turning an ashen blue. Having succumbed to the cold, other soldiers, flustered, hastily carried him away in search of a healer. Beast, how dare you harm others? Feng Yimo seethed with fury. Directing the Chiwe sword, now aglow with crimson light, once more toward the ice python. At this juncture, the ice python, having expended most of its demonic energy, was in a weakened state and could no longer evade. With a wail, it met its demise at the hands of the Chiwei sword, its head severed. Blood splattered upon the city wall, transforming into a ghastly crimson ice, exuding an oppressive chill. Feng Yimo descended swiftly, waving his hand to collect the ice python's remains. Retrieving Wu Go, still ensnared in the icy grip. With a deft motion, he dispelled the frost, coldly surveying the distance. He could sense the presence of other demonic beasts lurking within the dense forest ahead, perhaps deterred by the sight of his triumph over the ice python. Engaging in battle with the ice python had drained half of his spiritual power. Otherwise, he would have ventured into the forest to uncover the nature of these beasts. However, for the safety of the entire county's populace, he had to remain vigilant at the city gate. Upon returning to the city walls, the soldiers on duty knelt in gratitude, thanking him for their lives. Feng Yimo waved his hand, bidding them to withdraw, as he resumed his cultivation. The ice layer left by the ice python would not dissipate until the following morning, leaving only the blood ice outside the city walls, which shimmered ominously under the dawn light, devoid of any beauty, instead evoking a sense of dread. County Magistrate Lin Dongpu, having received reports early in the day, hurried over to express his gratitude once more, acknowledging that without the intervention of Feng Yimo, the slayer of the beast, the entire city would have perished. The archers, having rested for a night, took their positions, anxiously watching the outskirts, yet the beast remained absent, enveloping the county in an air of eerie anticipation. Shortly after the hour of noon, countless wild animals emerged from the forest, marching forth like a disciplined army, converging from the southeast and southwest. As Feng Yimo's heart sank, he noted the beasts had adopted a certain order today, their chaos of yesterday diminished. The strategy that incited them to turn on one another had lost its efficacy, perhaps even its relevance. The archers atop the city walls sensed the shift in atmosphere, tension mounting among them. Observing the decline in morale, Feng Yimo bellowed, "Release the arrows." Simultaneously, he summoned his Wu Hook, which stirred a tempest as it soared down from the battlements, swiftly severing the head of a ferocious tiger, and subsequently cleaving a cheetah in two, before returning to Feng Yimo, drenched in crimson. His decisive action instilled awe and admiration in all present, significantly bolstering their spirits. Over 1,000 bows were drawn in unison, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. The beasts, pierced by countless arrows, howled in agony, yet their ferocity was ignited, leading them to launch their first assault on the city walls. Outside the walls lay a wide moat, yet the beasts, undeterred by the water, plunged in with reckless abandon. The temporary archers atop the walls grew frantic, their aim faltering as chaos ensued. Feng Yimo furrowed his brow and shouted, "Do not panic. They are terrestrial beasts, and the walls are high. They cannot ascend. Focus on your aim." Heeding his command, the archers regained their composure, releasing a torrent of arrows into the moat. Countless beasts succumbed, many unable to climb ashore after being wounded, drowning instead. As the carcasses accumulated, the subsequent beasts, undeterred, trod upon the fallen, surging toward the base of the walls, where they could only look up in desperation at the towering structure. Lin Dongpu, the county magistrate, and others atop the wall erupted in laughter, affirming the sage's predictions. Indeed, these creatures, being mere animals, lacked the cunning to construct ladders to scale the walls. However, Feng Yimo's gaze ascended to the heavens, where dark clouds gathered, swiftly approaching the county town. He discerned clearly that these clouds were not mere vapor, but a vast flock of birds. "Everyone, take cover. Archers, aim at the sky and await my command," Feng Yimo called out. The crowd, now aware of the avian horde, gasped in shock, their hopes resting upon the youthful figure of Ling Feng, poised atop the battlements. As the flock descended to within 20 zhang, Feng Yimo wielded both the Wu Hook and another mid-grade flying sword, transforming them into twin beams of light that struck down a dozen birds, fragmenting the enormous flock into 3 groups. In a commanding voice, he shouted, "Release the arrows." Over 1,300 archers unleashed a volley of wrathful arrows toward the sky. Due to the density of the bird swarm, each arrow brought down a single avian. Among the various species, the most formidable were the clawed eagles and the long-beaked vultures, which were both large and remarkably swift. A few evaded the arrows, diving down to snatch at an archer's head, tearing away a clump of hair and scalp, eliciting a scream of pain. With a flick of his finger, Feng Yimo redirected the Wu Hook, cleaving the injurious eagle in two. Yet, the sheer number of birds incited turmoil among the archers, and injuries began to occur. This cannot continue. The archers are injured, their combat capabilities diminished, and more crucially, the morale that had just been raised is bound to decline. A solution must be found to eliminate the looming threat above. Suddenly, Feng Yimo recalled a spell from his recent practice of the Nine Heavens Gale technique, known as the Wind Prison Cage. This was not an offensive technique, but rather an auxiliary method of confinement. He stowed away his wu-hook and another flying sword. Then, with both hands forming intricate gestures, he silently recited the incantation in his mind. His palms tilted slightly, alternating upward, as they stirred slowly before him, taking on a spherical form. The county magistrate Lin Dongpu and his companions felt a sudden surge of wind around the celestial being, which intensified, lifting the hems of their garments. Looking up, they beheld the autumn wind howling in the air, flocks of birds being swept up by the gale as if an invisible hand had ensnared them, compelling them to spiral in a clockwise direction, gradually forming a colossal vortex. The vortex spun faster, drawing in all nearby birds, eventually coalescing into a sphere with a diameter of 30 yards, filled with countless birds, a truly magnificent sight. Why aren't we shooting arrows? Feng Yimo's complexion turned pale. Controlling a sphere of thousands of birds with a diameter of over 30 yards was indeed a strenuous task. The magistrate, the deputy magistrate, and the head of the constabulary hastily commanded the archers to release their arrows. With the birds clustered together, their massive size meant that each shot was nearly guaranteed to hit its mark, with some arrows even striking two birds at once. Arrows rained down like a tempest. And soon, after expending a considerable number of feathered projectiles, only a few dozen birds remained. Sweating profusely, Feng Yimo could no longer maintain his grip and released his hands, causing the birds to scatter. He quickly retrieved a spirit pill and consumed it to swiftly regain his spiritual energy. At this moment, Magistrate Lin Dongpu approached, his face etched with concern. Celestial being, our store of arrows within the city is running low. What shall we do? We have expended at least 30,000 arrows, and each archer's arms are numb and weak. Magistrate, this is a critical moment concerning the safety of the entire city. We must unite as one. With the archers insufficient in number, we must recruit more. Additionally, we must mobilize others to hastily produce more arrows. We must ensure an ample supply of projectiles. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of Pipa County. Feng Yimo stated with utmost seriousness. Yes, I shall comply with your directives. Lin Dongpu replied, rushing off in a flurry. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yimo stood and glided along the city wall, his sleeves stirring continuously. The arrows lodged in the bodies of fallen birds at the foot of the wall began to rise, landing atop the battlements. The archers rejoiced and hurried to gather them. After a single round, Feng Yimo managed to recover a substantial number of arrows. Aside from those that had flown beyond reach, the rest landed safely atop the wall. However, this effort drained his replenished spiritual energy once more. With no other choice, he continued to consume spirit pills, holding on to mid-grade spirit stones to restore his energy. Below the wall, wild beasts commenced their relentless assault against the sturdy fortifications, particularly the wild boars. With their sharp tusks, they would retreat several paces before charging forward with all their might, colliding with the wall with a resounding thud, seemingly intent on toppling it. Yet, their efforts were not without consequence. After a few impacts, their tusks shattered, leaving them dazed and collapsing aside, grunting in defeat. The other wild boars continued their relentless assault on the city walls, causing the archers stationed atop to feel the very ground beneath them tremble. Tension rose as they grasped their bows and began to unleash a flurry of arrows downward. The battle raged on until noon, at which point the beasts began to retreat. Lin Dongpu ordered the city gates to be opened, and a specially formed squad of axe and sword wielders surged forth to slay the injured beasts that had yet to succumb to their wounds, collecting their carcasses and arrows for use. By midday, over 200 beasts had been slain, although several archers within the city sustained injuries from the birds, necessitating their transport for medical attention. With the presence of beastly corpses, there came the promise of pelts and meat, which Lin Dongpu intended to reward to the 2,000 newly recruited strong men, thus uplifting their spirits. Observing the mountains of slain beasts, the residents of the city felt a sense of stability return, their panic subsiding. Moreover, fueled by Lin Dongpu's vivid descriptions of celestial beings aiding in the city's defense, the residents began to believe that no creature could breach the gates. Many flocked to the city gates to watch and pay homage, with some even kneeling at the southern gate, imploring Feng Yimo to accept them as disciples, much to his bemusement. Though the town of Pipa had endured a siege lasting 2 days and nights, it did not descend into chaos or widespread panic. The 4 designated grain distribution points operated with remarkable order, and the residents united with the officials, rarely causing disturbances. Shortly after the hour of shun, the beasts launched another assault. Perhaps due to their heavy losses in the morning, their afternoon offense was notably diminished. As evening approached, a gruesome scene unfolded as the beasts turned upon one another, driven by hunger. Fortunately, the flocks of birds did not reappear. Thus, Feng Yimo commanded the defense of Pipa County against the wild beasts for a span of 7 days, during which he observed a significant decrease in their numbers. However, the fearsome demon beast remained a source of concern. Although the garrison rotated their watch over the walls, they were visibly weary and under immense pressure. Thankfully, throughout the 7 days, not a single soul had perished due to the beast attacks, and the entire city expressed their profound gratitude towards the youthful celestial being Feng Yimo. For 7 days, he remained steadfast on the city walls, earning the admiration of all. Who could have anticipated that such remarkable fortitude could reside within the frail form of a boy? On the 8th day, no beasts appeared throughout the morning. However, rather than a sense of relief, an ominous atmosphere prevailed, as if a storm were brewing. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed from afar, reminiscent of a drumbeat, causing the very earth to tremble and instilling unease in every heart. Feng Yimo ascended to the rooftop of the city tower, whereupon he beheld a colossal head emerging on the horizon, followed by a body akin to a small mountain. It was a gargantuan gorilla, standing 5 zhang tall, with arms stretching 2 zhang in length, its mouth filled with fearsome tusks, and for several feet long. The booming noise was produced by its massive feet striking the ground. Feng Yimo's expression shifted. If this colossal gorilla were to approach the city walls, how could they possibly hold? Should the walls be breached? The beasts would flood into the city, leaving no one unscathed. Lin, you shall command the defense. I will confront that beast. With that, Feng Yimo brandished the Chiwe sword and soared towards the gigantic gorilla, intent on keeping it at bay and preventing it from nearing the walls. Lin Dongpu's expression changed dramatically as he beheld the towering gorilla, which loomed as high as the city wall, clearly not an ordinary beast but undoubtedly a monstrous entity. Concern for Feng Yimo welled within him. However, what truly alarmed him was the relentless tide of countless beasts surging forth, surrounding the colossal gorilla as they approached the city wall. Prepare to shoot. His voice transformed, reflecting the gravity of the situation. If the celestial being could not withstand the assault of the gorilla beast and allowed it to breach the wall, the entire populace within the city would surely perish at the hands of these savage creatures. On the city wall stood 5,000 archers, the maximum force the city could muster, their gazes tense as they observed the approaching horde of beasts. Feng Yimo descended 30 zhang from the massive gorilla, but the beast seemed to sense him as a threat and veered away, advancing toward the wall instead. The gigantic gorilla halted, casting a glance at the seemingly insignificant humans below, baring its teeth in a fearsome roar. It struck its chest with both fists, producing a resounding echo, and then charged toward Feng Yimo with great strides. Feng Yimo inwardly lamented. This demon beast was a mid-tier creature at level 2. A challenge even for late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, for the sake of the tens of thousands of residents behind him, he had no choice but to fight. With a flick of his finger, the Chiwe sword emitted a blinding radiance as it aimed for the gorilla's head. In this strike, Feng Yimo exerted his utmost effort, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, unleashing his spiritual power and consciousness to the fullest extent. However, with a single punch, the gorilla sent the Chiwe sword flying, causing a dull ache in Feng Yimo's mind. Surprised, Feng Yimo noted the beast's remarkably tough hide. It was clear that a direct confrontation would yield little success. He would need to employ cunning instead. Swiftly, he guided his consciousness, maneuvering the Chiwe sword in an arc, aiming to pierce the gorilla's underbelly from below. Despite its massive size, the gorilla's movements were surprisingly swift. It raised its right leg and, with a thunderous stomp, crushed the flying sword into the ground, letting out a triumphant roar as countless beasts launched a frenzied assault on Pipa County. Feng Yimo attempted to maneuver the Chiwe sword several times, yet it trembled in vain. Unable to break free, a chill ran through him as he realized that without a means to breach this demon beast's defenses, his only fate would be a hasty retreat. He quickly reached for his storage pouch, retrieving a talisman. This was a thunder talisman, a high-quality level 2 talisman he had found within his unscathed storage pouch. In recent days, he had thoroughly organized his pouch, uncovering many valuable items, with various talismans among the most prized. Feng Yimo tossed the thunder talisman into the air, forming hand seals as he infused it with spiritual energy, no fewer than 11 strands. The talisman transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring toward the massive gorilla's head. With a crack, it morphed into a bolt of lightning nearly 10 feet long, striking the colossal beast. Roar! The gorilla emitted a chilling scream. Black smoke billowing from its chest. Feng Yimo's gaze fell upon a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the creature's chest, charred and mangled flesh exposed. While not fatal, it was nonetheless astonishing. The beast's defensive capabilities were formidable. Even a high-quality level 2 talisman could not slay it. What was he to do? The injury only seemed to incite the gorilla's ferocity, its eyes, larger than wash basins, gleaming with murderous intent as it lunged directly at Feng Yimo. Feng Yimo's legs touched the ground, and with the utmost finesse of the wind shift technique, he transformed into a wisp of gentle breeze, gliding Tenjong away. Casually, he pointed, and the Chiwei sword on the ground soared into the air, carrying him aloft. The colossal gorilla, unable to make contact, let out a furious roar. Despite being a second-tier high-level beast, it could not fly, and was relegated to leaping on the ground, attempting to attack Feng Yimo in midair, inadvertently crushing numerous beasts beneath it, instilling fear in the hearts of the surrounding creatures. Frustrated by its inability to reach Feng Yimo, the gorilla seized the carcass of a beast and hurled it like a stone towards him. Feng Yimo skillfully evaded with the Chiwei sword, continuously seeking the gorilla's vulnerabilities. The wound inflicted by the Thunder Talisman continued to bleed profusely. A thought struck him. The creature evidently lacked intellect and relied solely on brute force. If he kept evading and provoking it, its blood would eventually run dry. Thus, he retrieved more offensive talismans from his storage bag, bombarding the colossal gorilla relentlessly. While Feng Yimo engaged in this exhilarating battle, he remained quite at ease, whereas the gorilla was in a rage, bombarded by various talismans, its long fur curling and emitting wisps of smoke. Meanwhile, Lin Dongpu anxiously directed the archers to target the oncoming beasts. However, the sheer number of beasts today was unprecedented. More frenzied than ever, with piled corpses at the city walls, the horde climbing over their fallen brethren. Immortal, we cannot hold on any longer. Lin Dongpu's distant voice reached Feng Yimo, startling him and simultaneously awakening the furious gorilla. Angered by its inability to reach Feng Yimo, it swiftly changed direction, charging towards Pipa County. Disaster loomed. Feng Yimo thought, hastily flying towards the colossal gorilla. With his index and middle fingers together, he aimed at the gorilla's back and thrust. The Chiwei sword beneath him transformed into a dazzling streak, aimed at the creature's back. The gorilla, without even glancing back, swatted the Chiwei sword away with a punch. Stepping over the moat, its fist the size of a grinding stone crashing down on the city tower. Boom! The tower crumbled under the gorilla's might, resulting in casualties among the archers on the city walls, cries of anguish, terror, and pleas echoing throughout. As the gorilla raised its fist high, poised to deliver a devastating blow, the wall would undoubtedly collapse, allowing the vicious beasts outside to surge into the city, wreaking havoc and slaughter. Feng Yimo's heart raced. He flew with utmost speed in front of the gorilla, recalled the Chiwei sword, spat out a mouthful of blood, and held the sword with both hands, aiming for the gorilla's fist. The blood, infused with his spiritual energy, combined with the surge of power from his hands, caused the sword's radiance to flourish. It pierced several inches into the gorilla's fist, but could penetrate no further. However, the bricks beneath Feng Yimo began to shatter, and he spat forth a blood arrow. Grievously wounded, and was flung away. Lin Dongpu crawled out from the ruins, as pale as a ghost, fully aware of his grave mistake and overwhelmed with regret. Upon seeing Feng Yimo injured, despair filled his eyes. It was not just him. Everyone who beheld the esteemed immortal was stricken with a sense of hopelessness. Crying out in anguish, "Immortal!" Feng Yimo struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth. This time, he truly found himself at a loss. As he witnessed the gorilla's fist growing larger, he realized that not only would he perish, but the tens of thousands of residents behind him would meet a similar fate. His eyes turned crimson with determination. He would strike the gorilla with all his might. At that moment, a sound reverberated through the air like thunder. "Wretched beast! How dare you?" Then, a beam of golden light surged from the distance, encircling the enormous gorilla's neck. In an instant, the beast's massive head was severed and soared into the air, its colossal body collapsing backward, sending waves of water from the moat soaring high. As the golden light dissipated, a broad long blade emerged, cradling the gorilla's head before landing in the hands of a tall cultivator. With a flick of his wrist, the cultivator collected the head and inhaled, causing the long blade to vanish into his mouth. It was a magical artifact. Feng Yimo was taken aback and hastily bowed to the cultivator atop the city wall. I pay my respects to the venerable elder. The cultivator, revealed to be a golden core ancestor, surveyed the area. Ah, it seems the casualties here are minimal, thanks to your efforts. Quite commendable. Whose disciple are you? Noticing that only one tower had partially collapsed and that the city remained orderly without further casualties, he acknowledged Feng Yimo's bravery in facing a second-tier mid-level monster with his chi training at the 7th level, appreciating such rare courage. In response to the venerable elder, I am a disciple of the Feng family from Blackwood City. I happened upon this place, and, upon witnessing the beast's assault on the city, assisted County Magistrate Lin in defending against it. At this moment, Lin Dongpu collapsed before the golden core cultivator, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you. The golden core cultivator did not even glance at him. Instead, he produced a green token and tossed it into the sky. The token emitted a radiant green light, forming a Tinjong-sized character for mystery in midair. Then, a soft, resonant voice spread in all directions. All major cultivation sects, families, and nations within the Xianyin sect, all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, gather at the outer peak to discuss the critical matter of resisting the once-a-century beast tide. The voice could be heard across vast distances, echoing in the ears of those within 1,000 miles, resounding 5 times before it ceased, leaving Feng Yimo utterly astonished. With a wave of his hand, the golden core cultivator summoned the token back, smiling as he spoke. I am one of the 36 stewards of the Xianyin sect, tasked with assembling cultivators to fend off the beasts. As I passed through this area and witnessed the devastation caused by the monsters, I could not stand idly by. Now, the entire Xianyin sect is under siege by these creatures, and it is the duty of every cultivator to protect their homeland. You shall accompany me. Feng Yimo was taken aback. Hadn't it been stated that only Foundation establishment cultivators were required to go to the outer peak? Why was the elder insisting that he join as well? Moreover, with the beasts rampaging, would he not be walking to his own doom? The golden core cultivator, observing his hesitation, misconstrued it as fear and smiled, saying, there is no need for trepidation. I would not send a 7th-layer chi refinement practitioner to confront demonic beasts. My intention is to broaden your horizons. Moreover, as numerous beasts are vanquished, a plethora of treasures can be acquired, which will significantly enhance your cultivation. The benefits for you are manifold. Upon realizing this, Feng Yimo exhaled in relief. However, the roars of the beasts below weighed heavily on his conscience. If he were to depart now, the residents of the city would surely suffer. Thus, he replied, thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. But the city of Pipa is still besieged by these beasts. If I were to leave now, their lives would be in peril. The golden core cultivator let out a hearty laugh, clearly pleased. You are commendable, possessing a compassionate heart for the suffering. Such qualities are worthy of our kind. In that case, attend to the matters here before venturing to the celestial peak. As he spoke, he tossed a white token into Feng Yimo's hand. This is my private token. With it, you may seek me at the Xianyin sect. When Feng Yimo looked up, the cultivator had vanished without a trace. Gratefulness swelled within him. Such a cultivator truly embodied the essence of an immortal. Lin Dongpu had been exceedingly anxious, fearing that Feng Yimo might abandon the entire city to follow the profound elder. Yet, in the presence of the immortal, he had no opportunity to speak. Upon witnessing Feng Yimo's resolve to remain and protect them, he felt immense gratitude and immediately bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you. At this moment, Feng Yimo consumed a healing elixir, which alleviated much of his injury. Noticing the absence of demonic beasts nearby, he brandished the red moon sword and charged into battle. The beasts were no match for him. Each arc of his sword severed multiple heads. The archers atop the city walls, invigorated, unleashed a volley of arrows, inflicting heavy casualties upon the beasts. With the threat of the demonic creatures diminished, fear took root in the hearts of the remaining beasts, causing them to retreat in disarray. After pursuing them for a distance, Feng Yimo returned. Beneath the walls of the county city, the ground was littered with the carcasses of beasts, devoid of any living creature. A jubilant uproar erupted from the walls, with many overwhelmed by emotion, tears streaming down their faces. In the moments when the city tower had been destroyed, despair had gripped everyone. Yet, against all odds, they had survived. The relatives of the fallen archers rushed to the ruins, calling out in search of their loved ones' remains. Lin Dongpu issued commands to assist in the search while opening the city gates to clear away the corpses and cleanse the moat. Standing before the enormous corpse of a massive gorilla, Feng Yimo wielded the red moon sword, effortlessly slicing through its fur and skin. A complete hide was soon revealed, an excellent material for crafting inner armor. Regrettably, its head had been taken by the elder. The gorilla's fangs were valuable for forging offensive spiritual artifacts, capable of producing high-quality spiritual tools. Beasts ranked second tier and above often bore inner Dan, also known as demon Dan, which served as the primary ingredient for concocting elixirs that enhance cultivation. As noted in Chi Dan, these demon Dan encapsulate 70% of a beast's demonic power, akin to a cultivator's spiritual sea or golden core. However, practitioners cannot consume them directly, as the Dan not only contain demonic energy but also the ferocity, bloodlust, and murderous intent of the beasts, significantly increasing the risk of losing oneself to madness upon direct ingestion. Many monks collect demon cores primarily for the consumption of their spirit pets, accelerating their evolution. However, among the various elixirs introduced in Chi Dan, one particular spirit pill known as the Tianyuan Dan serves as a main ingredient derived from the inner cores of demon beasts, combined with 17 other spiritual herbs. This concoction is meticulously refined over the course of 49 days using gentle flames, purging the negative emotions from the demon cores and transforming them into a spirit pill that can rapidly enhance cultivation. This spirit pill has proven to be remarkably effective and once enjoyed great popularity. Nevertheless, it was later pointed out by a wise individual that the Tianyuan Dan could only benefit Yuanian cultivators at most, and its effects would confine them to the Yuanian realm for life. Consequently, some ambitious cultivators have opted to forego the Tianyuan Dan, while others resign to their fates, eagerly pursue various spirit pills, engaging in rampant hunts for demon beasts to procure their cores for the creation of Tianyuan Dan. 20,000 years ago, demon beasts, led by several formidable shapeshifters, launched a fierce assault against human cultivators, resulting in catastrophic losses. Two reclusive Huashan cultivators emerged to drive away the shape-shifting demons and established a new rule. Demon beasts could initiate a beast tide every 100 years to express their rage over the slaughter of their kind by human cultivators, attacking human settlements, which necessitated defensive measures and counterattacks from humanity. This was the origin of the beast tides on the Hongming continent that Feng Yimo came to understand. The cause stemming from the Tianyuan Dan. Regrettably, the colossal gorilla yielded no demon core, leaving Feng Yimo somewhat disheartened. He had wasted a precious thunder talisman without any gain, incurring significant losses. However, he had garnered the favor of the Golden Core steward of the Xianing sect, and perhaps a request to join the sect would be met with approval. Upon returning to Piwa County, Feng Yimo received a warm welcome from the townsfolk, many kneeling in reverence, while the county magistrate led all officials in bowing at the city gates. Feng Yimo quickly assisted Lin Dongpu to his feet, saying, "Lord Lin, I must take my leave. For the safety of all the residents, you must expedite training, stockpile food and meat, and remain vigilant. We do not yet know if the beasts will strike the county again. Additionally, report the situation here to the nearby military. Their strength should suffice to handle those beasts." "Is the immortal departing?" Lin Dongpu inquired with a hint of disappointment. He sighed, recognizing the futility of trying to retain Feng Yimo, who had already dedicated 8 days to safeguarding the lives of the townspeople and could not impose further demands. He took a package from his attendant and handed it to Feng Yimo, saying, "Immortal, Piwa County is not affluent. These gifts represent the heartfelt gratitude of all the residents. I hope you will graciously accept them." Feng Yimo scanned the contents with his spiritual sense and discovered 1,000 taels of silver notes, along with several fine ginseng roots. At the very bottom lay a tattered beast's skin, upon which was inscribed a map, originally intended to wrap the ginseng. A flicker of interest sparked within him as he accepted the package, extracting only the beast's skin, glancing at it before placing it in his robes. He then returned the package to Lin Dongpu, saying, "I shall accept your goodwill. Use this money to repair the city walls. Farewell." Lin Dongpu and the others were deeply moved. This was the true essence of an immortal, unattached to worldly affairs. They all knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the immortal." As Feng Yimo departed from Piwa County, he found himself in contemplation, pondering whether to continue his journey to Tuyang City to fulfill his unfinished transactions or to return to Maple Leaf Town. The Xianing sect is recruiting all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above to proceed to the outer peak. Is it not true that the Feng family will be left without a guardian? Should any beasts emerge, would there not be a risk? Just as he hesitated, a cloud of dust arose in the distance as a group of armored cavalry charged forth, trailing a large banner emblazoned with 3 bold golden characters, Duyang Marquis. Feng Yimo chuckled, surprised to encounter the Duyang Marquis in this location, thus sparing him considerable effort. He quickly flew forward to intercept the cavalry. Upon sighting the celestial being, the cavalry hastily made way and reported to the Duyang Marquis. By the time Feng Yimo reached the central military tent, the Duyang Marquis had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon meeting the celestial being, the Duyang Marquis, a robust man in his 40s with a commanding presence and a booming voice, inquired about the purpose of the visit. Feng Yimo smiled slightly and produced a jade pendant from the Feng family, stating, "I am a disciple of the Feng family from Blackwood City. Sent by the family head to trade for blood essence pills in Duyang City. I did not expect to encounter you here, so I came directly. I hope you do not take offense." Understanding the situation, the Duyang Marquis welcomed him inside, feeling both pleased and a tad disappointed. The war had progressed to within 100 miles of Blackwood City, yet he had received orders from the higher-ups of the Qinghua, a realm of cultivators, to withdraw his forces and avoid provoking conflict, while also dispatching troops to eradicate the beasts besieging various cities. He could not defy the orders from the higher realm. Otherwise, a few celestial beings could easily turn his entire army to ashes. Initially, he had invested a considerable sum to recruit 2 rogue cultivators, aiming to decisively capture the Chu kingdom, but they were unexpectedly recruited elsewhere, leading to his plan's failure. Feng Yimo waved his hand, producing 100 vials of blood essence pills. "Marquis, I have other matters to attend to, so let us expedite the transaction and not delay your affairs." The Duyang Marquis did not dare to object and quickly had a box brought forth. Through the box, Feng Yimo discerned that it contained 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, he stored them in his spatial pouch and prepared to take flight. Suddenly recalling the matter of Lingya, he turned back and asked, "Is there any news regarding Miss Lingya?" The Duyang Marquis was taken aback and asked, "Do you know my daughter?" Feng Yimo nodded, having met her once, and inquired about her disappearance. The Duyang Marquis sighed, "There has been no word of my daughter. Her fate remains unknown." "Alas." Feng Yimo smiled gently. "There is no need for concern, Marquis. Miss Lingya possesses a fortunate destiny. She will be safe. Farewell." With that, he summoned his flying sword and vanished into the horizon. The Duyang Marquis, his expression grave, returned to the central tent and instructed the attending guards, "Distribute the pills and prepare for battle." 3 days were spent on the outward journey, yet Feng Yimo returned in just 2 days, appearing in Maple Leaf Town. At that moment, the town remained tranquil, devoid of the anticipated chaos and anxiety. Feng Yimo breathed a sigh of relief and made his way directly to the Feng family estate. Upon arrival, he found that the family head, Feng Jihui, and elder Feng Guo had already rushed to the outer peak, while the 12 Foundation establishment disciples had also departed. The current affairs were being managed by Feng Shangguan, who was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Upon encountering Feng Yimo, Feng Shangguan was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Grasping Yimo's hand, he urged fervently, "Cousin, I implore you to assist me. Grandfather has entrusted me with the affairs of the entire Feng family, and I am utterly at a loss." Accustomed to a leisurely existence, the sudden weight of responsibility left him flustered. Feng Yimo nodded in understanding. Both as a disciple of the Feng family and out of personal affection for Shangguan, he felt an undeniable obligation. He first presented the spirit stones and then inquired, "Cousin Shangguan, does the medicinal field possess a defensive formation? Is there a grand formation within the Feng estate?" "A formation? What formation?" Shangguan responded, bewildered. Feng Yimo sighed, realizing that Shangguan was unfamiliar with the concept of formations, likely because he had never visited the medicinal field. Thus, he patiently elucidated the matter. After listening attentively, Shangguan hurriedly led Yimo to a room in the estate's basement, pointing at a resplendent golden formation scepter that floated in the center of the chamber. "Is this the object you mean, Yimo?" Yimo was taken aback. Possessing a formation scepter and being able to control an entire formation was no trivial affair. This was not merely a basic defensive array, but rather a secondary comprehensive formation, combining both defense and attack functions. Even a level 3 demon beast would find it exceedingly challenging to breach this formation. What profound heritage did the Feng family possess to have such a formidable array? Who had arranged it? Although the scepter was present, it was not in an activated state, suggesting that his maternal grandfather had left in haste without adequately briefing Shangguan. Upon touching the scepter, Yimo realized his initial assumption was incorrect. It was not that his grandfather had neglected to instruct Shangguan, but rather that the formation required a cultivation level above mid-foundation to fully activate. A practitioner with weak spiritual consciousness attempting to forcibly trigger the formation would inevitably suffer backlash. leading to damage or even complete obliteration of their cultivation. Through the scepter, Feng Yimo could distinctly sense the 36 formation bases concealed around the Feng estate. Without the scepter, he would have been unable to locate them. This formation was called the Heavenly Gang Wind Formation, classified as a Level 3 hybrid array, capable of withstanding the attacks of a perfected Golden Core practitioner for an entire hour. With the Heavenly Gang Wind Formation at their disposal, Yimo felt reassured and cautioned Shangquan. Cousin Shangquan, you must safeguard this scepter with utmost diligence. Any misstep could jeopardize the lives of hundreds within the Feng family. Shangquan trembled at the weight of such responsibility, feeling unworthy of such a crucial object. Yimo, since you are familiar with it, perhaps you should take it. I fear I. Yimo quickly interrupted. Cousin, you are the direct descendant of the Feng family. While I am merely an outsider, it would not be appropriate. Let us proceed as planned and visit the medicinal field. It is the foundation of the Feng family and must remain secure. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. The two then made their way to the medicinal field, where Feng Qishan greeted Feng Yimo with great delight. His grandson, Dagwa, rushed forward to embrace Yimo's arm. Bouncing with joy, over their time spent together, a strong bond had formed between them. Feng Yimo is unlike other young masters. He does not wear a stern expression, nor does he seem aloof. Instead, he resembles an older brother, readily engaging in playful antics with Guo whenever time permits, which naturally endears him to the dog. What brings Feng Yimo solace is the knowledge that Feng Xinping remains in seclusion, and he can distinctly sense that Feng Xinping has attained the 3rd level of qi training, diligently solidifying his cultivation. Accompanied by Feng Shanwan, Feng Yimo strolls around the perimeter of the medicinal herb fields, pointing out the locations of the defensive array's foundation. At a critical moment, it is imperative to safeguard the array's foundation. Should it sustain damage, the array's efficacy would diminish. Once half of the foundations are compromised, the array would be entirely destroyed, losing its function. Feng Shanquan appears to grasp only a fraction of what Feng Yimo articulates regarding the various array techniques. As if he were deciphering an ancient text. Suddenly, he realizes that in comparison to this seemingly inept cousin, he himself seems rather incompetent. He has heard others mention how their grandfather often sighed and expressed regret over Feng Yimo's inability to cultivate. This had fostered a sense of sympathy within him. Yet now it appears that his cousin possesses a far greater understanding. The intersections of the medicinal fields have yielded a number of spiritual herbs, which should either be sold or sent to an alchemist for refinement. Suddenly, Feng Yimo recalls the alchemist supported by the Feng family and inquires of Feng Shanquan. Cousin Shanquan, where is the family alchemist located? And how swift is his alchemical process? If possible, we should expedite the refinement of the spiritual herbs into elixirs. I have an ominous premonition that the Xian sect has relocated all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Some unscrupulous rogue cultivators may seize this opportunity to plunder. Elixirs are easily transportable, and should circumstances take a turn for the worse, our entire clan could flee. Noticing the hesitation on Feng Shanquan's face, Feng Yimo quickly comprehends that the alchemist is a prized asset of the Feng family, and it is entirely understandable that they would wish to keep his identity concealed. Therefore, he deftly shifts the conversation away from the alchemist. His suspicions were not unfounded. The family head, Feng Jihue, had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of safeguarding the alchemist's identity and ensuring his safety before departing. The loss of the medicinal fields and spiritual herbs could be remedied by replanting elsewhere. But should the sole alchemist be discovered and taken by other sects or families, they would be left with nothing. Nonetheless, Feng Yimo has resolved to gather more spiritual herbs and secretly practice alchemy. Although he lacks access to earthvein fire, his storage pouch contains numerous fire talismans, each sufficient to refine a furnace of elixirs. Thus, he plans to concoct only second-tier elixirs, both to enhance his alchemical proficiency and because second-tier elixirs are considerably more valuable than their first-tier counterparts, remaining useful until the late stages of foundation establishment. That night, Feng Yimo resides in a small building within the medicinal fields. In the dead of night, he is roused by a rustling sound. Peering out from the 2nd floor, he notices numerous puppets emerging in the herb fields. They resemble humans, possessing heads, torsos, and limbs, each carrying baskets and sickles for gathering herbs. Marching in unison as they begin to harvest the spiritual herbs, Feng Yimo is utterly astonished. He gracefully descends from the building and approaches Feng Qishan, who stands on the ridge of the field, and asks, Uncle Qishan, is this a form of puppet technique? Having completed his incantation, Feng Yimo casts a meaningful glance at Feng Yimo and replies, "Young master displays keen insight. However, this scarcely qualifies as true puppet technique. It is merely a rudimentary form capable of executing exceedingly simple movements." At this moment, Feng Yimo comprehended why Feng Yimo could manage over 1,000 acres of medicinal fields alone. It was, in fact, these puppets that aided him. Puppets exhibit a loyalty surpassing that of humans, devoid of treachery and incapable of revealing secrets. He observed the puppets as they strode, bent, wielded sickles, and then gathered the precious herbs. The process, albeit slightly awkward, revealed that these puppets did not embody true puppet mastery. Had they been genuine puppets, they would have exhibited remarkable agility, executing any command without the need for supervision in the fields. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to the second floor to commence his cultivation. To avoid arousing suspicion, prior to entering Maple Leaf Town, he had allowed the spirit-eating silkworm to absorb the majority of his spiritual energy, retaining only a fraction. He appeared exceedingly weak, exuding an unstable aura, as if he were just beginning his cultivation journey. If only there were a technique to conceal one's cultivation level, there would be no need for deception, Feng Yimo mused. As he began to sift through all the jade slips, suddenly, he unearthed a beast skin map. Since acquiring it in Piwa Town, he had yet to examine it closely. He unfurled the beast's skin, discovering it to be an exceptionally rare hide, thin yet remarkably resilient. A 2-inch-long gash marred its surface, evidently inflicted by some sharp weapon. The hide was ancient, suggesting it had endured many years. Faint markings adorned it, depicting a towering structure with a diamond shape marked at its zenith. Beyond that, its purpose remained a mystery, whether it indicated a treasure location, a sect's abode, or perhaps a rendezvous point between two individuals was unknown. Previously, Feng Yimo had collected this beast's skin, sensing its unusual nature, but now it seemed devoid of practical utility. He reluctantly stowed it away and continued his search for a technique to conceal his cultivation level among the multitude of jade slips. With over 200 slips to peruse, Feng Yimo felt dizzy, yet finally, within the slips of the Duanhuan sect, he discovered a technique known as the soul concealment art. This technique allowed the practitioner to hide their soul's energy, akin to the method of concealing one's cultivation level. By cultivating this art, a practitioner could bolster their spirit and strengthen their primordial spirit, allowing for spirit projection, with the strength of their cultivation reflected in the potency of their soul energy. Thus, employing the soul concealment art would effectively mask one's cultivation level. After resting briefly to regain some mental clarity, Feng Yimo commenced his practice of the soul concealment art. The following morning, as Dogwa bounced in with breakfast, Feng Yimo consumed his meal and prepared to head to the Feng family estate. Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed from the sky. "Ha ha ha. Whose medicinal field is this? Hand over all the herbs inside, or once I breach this pitiful array, not a single blade of grass shall remain." Startled, Feng Yimo rushed out to the balcony, gazing into the air, where a disheveled cultivator hovered. His appearance lewd, yet his cultivation formidable. Indeed, he was in the late stage of foundation establishment. Feng Yimo silently lamented his misfortune, realizing that his apprehensions had manifested. The individual before him was evidently a rogue cultivator, roaming about like a scavenger. He quickly proclaimed, "Esteemed senior, please descend. Should you require any spiritual herbs, kindly instruct this junior, and I shall present them to you upon my return from foraging." The disheveled cultivator paused, expecting a fierce rebuke or a desperate resistance from below. To his surprise, he encountered a timid individual. However, he soon felt reassured. Through his divine sense, he noted that within a radius of several miles, there was not a single foundational cultivator present, the highest cultivation level being merely the 10th layer of chi refinement, rendering them insignificant in the face of his late-stage foundational prowess. The defensive formation of the medicinal field might withstand a wild beast, but he could dismantle it with a single, forceful strike. Descending from the air, Feng Yimo approached respectfully, performing a deep bow and humbly suggesting, "Might I invite you to the grand estate for tea and refreshments? Once I have made the necessary preparations, I shall present them to you. The medicinal field is rife with insects, which may disturb your tranquil cultivation." The disheveled cultivator glanced around, acknowledging that the environment of the Wind family's estate was indeed more pleasant than the medicinal field. He reasoned that a mere chi refinement cultivator could not pose any significant threat, and so he brazenly commanded, "Lead the way." With his heart finally at ease, Feng Yimo promptly guided the disheveled cultivator toward the Wind family estate. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Feng Shangguan and several other disciples of the Wind family rushed out of the estate, only to see Feng Yimo leading a disheveled and lecherous cultivator directly toward them. They immediately approached and bowed in greeting. Greetings, esteemed senior. Among the disciples was a young female cultivator, whose beauty captivated the disheveled cultivator, rendering him unable to look away. He leered lewdly. I never expected such a stunning beauty to emerge from this rustic village. Come, let us enjoy ourselves inside. With that, he extended his filthy hand to seize her. The female disciple, in a state of panic, attempted to retreat, but with her mere fourth layer of chi refinement, she was no match for the grasp of a late-stage foundational cultivator. She was swiftly caught by her right arm and pulled into the arms of the disheveled cultivator. Uncle, save me, she cried out in desperation. Feng Shanghuan clenched his fists, ready to intervene, but was halted by Feng Yimo, who smiled and addressed the disheveled cultivator, esteemed senior. Please wait. After your arduous journey, allow us to offer you some food and drink to refresh yourself before indulging in further pleasures. Life's greatest delights warrant careful preparation. The disheveled cultivator pressed his foul mouth against the beautiful face of the female disciple, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Yimo. You have a knack for handling matters. If you can please me, there will be rewards for you. Lead the way. Feng Shanghuan and the other disciples were indignant at Feng Yimo's obsequiousness. Yet intimidated by the disheveled cultivator's strength, they dared not speak out, helplessly watching as he dragged the tearful female disciple into the estate. Yimo, you. Feng Shanghuan began, his voice filled with rage, but was swiftly silenced by Feng Yimo's gesture, forming a symbol akin to a formation pillar. Understanding the signal, Feng Shanghuan hurried into the estate, heading towards the back hall. In the center of the grand hall, a banquet had already been prepared by the attendants. The disheveled monk was embracing a weeping female disciple, indulging in gluttony, while she, both embarrassed and ashamed, fainted in tears, yet the monk's grip remained unyielding. At that moment, a disciple from the Feng family entered, and, upon witnessing this scene, his eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Vile scoundrel, release my sister." The disheveled monk's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, a pair of chopsticks shot forth like bolts of lightning, striking the shoulders of the Feng disciple and protruding from his back, pinning him against the doorframe. It is a blessing for her to be chosen by me. You, insolent wretch, dare to insult me? Consider this a minor reprimand. Should you dare to further disturb my affairs, I shall ensure your utter destruction. The monk's voice turned chillingly authoritative, instilling fear in the Feng disciple, who was left seething in silence as he rushed to aid his injured comrade. Please, esteemed elder, quell your wrath. My disciple was unaware of your might and has caused offense. I beseech you, do not take it to heart. Come, let us share a drink. Feng Yimo respectfully offered a pair of chopsticks and poured a cup of wine, continuing, if there are any spiritual herbs you require, please inform me, and I shall prepare them for you. The disheveled monk nodded in satisfaction, accepting the chopsticks and picking up a piece of meat. Only you, child, possess such understanding. I am quite fond of you. From now on, follow me, and I assure you success in your foundation establishment. He referred to himself as I with a sense of self-importance. Feng Yimo's lowered gaze revealed disdain. Only the Golden Core ancestor was worthy of such self-reference. This mere foundation establishment late-stage practitioner had the audacity to call himself I. Had his grandfather been present, he would have surely struck him down. Feng Yimo feigned surprise. Really? Thank you, esteemed elder. The other Feng disciples looked at him with expressions of hatred and disgust, yet Feng Yimo appeared oblivious, maintaining his respectful demeanor as he retreated from the hall and closed the door behind him. You traitor! Scoundrel! Beast! The injured Feng disciple pointed accusingly at Feng Yimo, who remained unfazed. He then turned to face Feng Shanghuan, who was rushing towards him, accepting the formation hammer and signaling him to lead the other Feng disciples away. He then executed a series of hand gestures, infusing his consciousness into the hammer, which emitted a blinding golden light. Simultaneously, 36 beams of light erupted from the 36 directions surrounding the Feng family estate, and a chilling wind swept through, stirring up dust and debris, obscuring the view beyond 3 feet. Startled by the commotion, the disheveled monk abandoned the unconscious female disciple and flew outside, only to find himself seemingly alone in a vast desert, surrounded by swirling sands and eerie winds, with distant cries echoing through the air. Fear gripped his heart as he realized he had fallen into a formidable formation. Moreover, a powerful consciousness swept across him, revealing the presence of a mid-foundation establishment practitioner within this unknown formation, leaving him apprehensive about his fate. Whoever you may be, I implore you to reveal yourself. Previously, I merely jested with the younger generation. Now that Song Che has offered his apologies, I kindly implore you to disperse the formation and allow me to depart without delay." The disheveled cultivator clasped his fists in respect. "Humph, does the Feng family permit you to come and go at your leisure? You have injured our disciples and insulted our female practitioners. Can you simply walk away unscathed?" A voice echoed mysteriously, its source impossible to discern. "What do you want?" Song Che, filled with both fury and fear, believed that by admitting fault and softening his stance, he might receive clemency, for he was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, while his opponent was merely at the mid-stage. If pressed too hard, it could lead to mutual destruction, resulting in no advantage for either side. Feng Yimo sneered. "What else but your life?" As he spoke, an overwhelming consciousness took command of the formation, activating the heavenly Gang In wind array, from which emerged numerous gray wind blades, densely swirling towards Song Che. Initially, Feng Yimo had been unfamiliar with the array, engaging in verbal sparring with the disheveled cultivator to buy time. Now, having fully mastered it, he made his move against Song Che. Startled and enraged, Song Che hastily summoned an oval shield, which absorbed the onslaught of gray wind blades with a series of sharp clangs. It was indeed a superior spiritual artifact. Feng Yimo sighed inwardly. Had he been at the Foundation establishment stage, the array would have exhibited a different level of power. Now, he could only threaten Song Che within the array, but could not inflict harm upon him. A new strategy was imperative. He must eliminate this adversary swiftly. In his urgency, Feng Yimo continued to manipulate the array, launching wind blades at Song Che while seeking a way to prevent his escape. If allowed to flee, hundreds from the Feng family would perish at his hands. The current plan rested upon that peculiar rusty knife. The heavenly Gang In wind array possessed the capability to obscure spiritual senses. Through the formation's core, Feng Yimo could see Song Che clearly. Yet Song Che remained oblivious to his presence. Quietly, Feng Yimo withdrew the rusty knife, channeling a fragment of his consciousness to guide it closer to Song Che. Amidst the barrage of wind blades, Song Che felt utterly frustrated. He sensed the frigid aura emanating from the gray blades. His abilities were relegated to defense. Without the superior shield in hand, he would have certainly succumbed to the assault. Were it not for this formation, he would have already charged forth. While contemplating a means to dismantle the array, an eerie sensation crept upon him from behind. He swiftly turned to find a long knife, rusted and worn, before him. Initially, he believed he was hallucinating, but upon realizing it was indeed a corroded steel knife, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, have you fallen to such dire straits, my friend? Lacking a spiritual artifact, allow me to gift you one. Let us consider ourselves friends." However, the response was a swift gust of knife wind. As the rusty blade lunged towards his chest, with a cold smirk, Song Che raised his shield to meet the blade, intent on shattering it and demonstrating his superiority. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as the rusty knife pierced through his shield and plunged into his chest. How is this possible? Song Che's mind was a blank. His shield was a top-tier defensive spirit weapon, and even if the opponent wielded a similar high-grade artifact, it should not be pierced so easily. In a state of panic, he raised his gaze, only to suddenly feel an overwhelming vitality being drawn into the rusted blade, as if his very soul and flesh were being consumed, leaving him instantly devoid of consciousness. Feng Yimo's consciousness swept over, retracting the rusted blade, and he noted with surprise that one of the rust spots had vanished. Although he had previously paid little attention to the blade's appearance, he was aware that it bore a total of 231 rust spots. Now, after vanquishing Song Che, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, one spot had indeed disappeared. Did this mean he would have to slay 231 individuals for the blade to reveal its true form? A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily stowed the rusted blade away, feeling as if it were a living entity capable of devouring the life force of cultivators rather than merely a weapon. Once again, his consciousness stirred, and the shield along with Song Che's storage pouch swiftly returned to him. Feng Yimo collected them with an air of nonchalance before finally dispelling the Tian Gang In wind formation. A chilling wind swept through the air, leaving Feng Shangguan and others shivering in its wake. In a mere span of time, less than half a stick of incense, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated abruptly. Feng Yimo appeared before the crowd, wielding a formation staff, and behind him stood the disheveled cultivator, his face a mask of confusion and terror, completely motionless. "Yimo he," Feng Shangguan began, astonished as he gazed at the ragged cultivator, but was swiftly interrupted by Feng Yimo. "He is dead." A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. They had not heard a single sound of conflict, and yet, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator lay lifeless. At that moment, a female disciple who had been unconscious, awoke and rushed out of the room. Upon seeing the corpse of the disheveled cultivator, emboldened by an unknown courage, she kicked him squarely in the groin. To everyone's astonishment, the body disintegrated into countless particles, as if it were not flesh and blood, but mere ashes. The female disciple stood frozen, at a loss for words, while Feng Yimo bowed deeply to her, saying, "I apologize for the distress you endured earlier. Thanks to your efforts in holding back that cultivator, I was able to activate the Great Formation. Otherwise, the entire Feng family would have perished at his hands." Realization dawned upon the crowd. It was their own formation that had vanquished the villain. Joy surged among them, and the inner turmoil of the female disciple diminished significantly. Yet, as she recalled the earlier events, feelings of shame washed over her, prompting her to cover her face and flee. "Thank you, cousin." Feng Shangquan approached Yimo with a profound bow, gratitude etched across his face. "Had it not been for your clever maneuvering, that scoundrel would not have spared us so easily. I am sorry for the trouble it caused you." Other disciples of the Feng family also stepped forward to express their apologies, but Feng Yimo hastily waved them off, deflecting their gestures of respect. "Cousin Shangquan, I propose we swiftly transform the spiritual herbs into elixirs. Those abundant herbs are too conspicuous. If one merchant arrives today, another may come tomorrow. With a looming large-scale conflict between humans and beasts, all types of elixirs will soon be in short supply. We must remain vigilant," Feng Yimo declared gravely. Feng Shangquan wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging Yimo's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us proceed as you suggest, dear cousin. We must expedite the harvest of the mature herbs." Feng Qishan, initially concerned about Feng Yimo luring the disheveled late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator away, was relieved to see Yimo return safely. A look of astonishment and joy spread across his face. "Young master, is everything well?" he inquired. "It is resolved, Uncle Qishan. We must hasten the collection of the spiritual herbs. Delays could invite unforeseen complications," Feng Yimo asserted. "Very well, I shall attend to it at once." Feng Qishan responded decisively, promptly gathering over 30 puppets to accelerate the harvesting process. At that moment, Feng Xinping concluded his seclusion and, upon seeing Feng Yimo, was filled with mixed emotions. "Young master, I have advanced in my cultivation. I owe my gratitude to you for your protection." He recounted how he had been on the brink of losing himself during a critical moment, nearly falling into madness, but for Yimo's timely intervention against Feng Qilin. Feng Yimo waved his hand dismissively. "It was a trifling matter. Go assist Uncle Qishan in harvesting the mature spiritual herbs. The cultivation world is on the brink of a beast tide, and chaos looms. We must prepare for our own survival." Feng Xinping's expression hardened as he realized the gravity of the situation, prompting him to hasten to offer his assistance. After he departed, Feng Yimo returned to the second floor, where he commenced the task of erasing the residual spiritual consciousness from the untidy storage bag belonging to the disheveled cultivator, Song Che. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he effortlessly unlocked the storage bag, spilling its contents onto the floor with a clatter. Gazing at the chaotic heap of items, Feng Yimo was momentarily taken aback. Apart from a handful of spirit stones, the majority consisted of first and second-tier spiritual herbs. Over 40 inferior-grade spiritual artifacts, and more than 200 vials of elixirs, an astonishing quantity surpassing even that of the esteemed golden core ancestor of the Chu family. What astonished Feng Yimo even further were the 4 chests he discovered. Curiously, he opened one, and was immediately shocked to find 4 exquisite female corpses within, unervingly pristine and lifelike in appearance. Each corpse bore signs of defilement, and Feng Yimo quickly grasped the abhorrent depths to which this slovenly cultivator, Song Che, had sunk. He had committed acts of necrophilia. Overwhelmed, he rushed outside to retch. After a considerable time, he managed to quell his nausea and returned to the room. With a flick of his hand, he stowed away the 4 chests and hurried out to the medicinal fields, seeking a secluded spot near Fenglu Mountain. There, he excavated 4 graves and buried the female corpses, offering a prayer at each mound. "I am truly sorry, dear ones. I know not your names and can only provide a hasty burial. May you find peace in the earth." Upon returning to the second floor, he found himself devoid of interest in continuing to sort through the remaining items. He gathered everything and headed to the medicinal fields, where he observed the puppets diligently harvesting the spiritual herbs. For days later, half of the mature spiritual herbs in the fields had been collected. A portion was dispatched to a mysterious alchemist for refining into elixirs, while the remainder was meticulously packed by Feng Shangquan into jade boxes designed to retain moisture. The sheer volume necessitated over 20 storage bags, which cast a shadow of worry across his face. How on earth would he carry such a burden? During these 4 days, Feng Yimo utilized fire talismans to concoct 20 batches of second-tier elixirs, including 10 vials of the 3-turn nourishing yuan pill for cultivation enhancement, 3 vials of the spirit replenishing pill for improving mental acuity, and the rest were vitality pills for quick replenishment of spiritual energy. He longed to produce more, yet was limited by the 20 fire talismans at his disposal. Each batch yielded 12 finished elixirs, but Feng Yimo lamented that due to the use of fire talismans, the majority were of inferior quality, with only a couple reaching the intermediate grade. Had he employed the earth vein fire, he was certain that more than half would have been of intermediate quality, perhaps even yielding superior grade elixirs. In these days, aside from alchemy, Feng Yimo dedicated himself to cultivating the soul concealment technique. He harbored a premonition that his escape would soon be necessary. Thus, mastering this technique was imperative. Fortunately, his soul force was robust, and he had made modest progress in concealing his soul energy, managing to hide approximately 80% of it. To the casual observer, he appeared as merely a nascent chi-refining cultivator. However, to achieve complete concealment of his soul energy, akin to that of an ordinary mortal, would require a bit more time. On the 5th day, Feng Yimo found himself idly occupied, sorting through the belongings of the rogue cultivator Song Che. Amidst the clutter, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an alchemy furnace, specifically a 3-legged one, of a quality vastly superior to the gray furnace he currently employed. Elation surged within him. It was no wonder that the lecherous Song Che, despite his status as a rogue cultivator, had managed to reach the late Foundation establishment stage and sought to plunder medicinal fields. It turned out he was, in fact, an alchemist of no insignificant caliber, at least a second-tier high-ranking alchemist. This alchemy furnace gleamed a resplendent golden hue, appearing as if it were forged from pure gold, radiating brilliance. As Feng Yimo held it in his hands, an overwhelming aura of spiritual elixirs enveloped him, startling him with its intensity. The furnace, having refined countless spiritual elixirs over the years, absorbed the essence of various medicinal concoctions, seemingly acquiring a form of sentience. This essence could assist alchemists in enhancing the quality of their elixirs, elevating inferior elixirs to middling ones, and middling ones to superior, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Yet, this was merely a rumor. Feng Yimo had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, he felt as if the golden furnace in his grasp embodied the legendary essence he had only heard of. He named it the Golden Light Furnace, a rather pedestrian title that manifested in his mind, and indeed, it was aptly named. Stowing away the Golden Light Furnace, Feng Yimo refrained from discarding the gray 3-legged furnace. Instead, he continued to sift through the jade slips. Given that Song Che was an alchemist, he must possess various alchemical texts and formulas, all of which Feng Yimo urgently needed. Among the over 40 jade slips, he finally discovered a dark green one, upon imprinting his consciousness upon it. 4 characters emerged in his mind. Shenong's notes. A jolt of astonishment coursed through Feng Yimo, swiftly followed by an overwhelming joy. Could it be that he had found the notes of Shenong? Was Shenong said to have vanished over 10,000 years ago? He scrutinized the slip once more and, indeed, it was unmistakably the Shenong notes. Shenong's clan, renowned in ancient times, was famed for their mastery in alchemy and the cultivation of spiritual herbs. They could cultivate even the rarest of herbs, and no elixir was beyond their reach. Regrettably, their singular focus on alchemy and herbalism left them vulnerable, resulting in their downfall at the hands of other clans coveting their knowledge. The last known Shenong appeared fleetingly over 11,000 years ago, never to be seen again. Now, however, Feng Yimo held the Shenong notes in his hands. How could he not be ecstatic? How could the lecherous rogue cultivator Song Che possess the Shenong notes? There were only 2 possibilities. First, he had an extraordinary fortune that led him to acquire this jade slip from some hidden place. Second, he might indeed be a descendant of the Shenong clan. Feng Yimo had no time to ponder which scenario was true. He eagerly immersed himself in study. An hour later, with a beaming expression, Feng Yimo set the jade slip down, carefully placing it into his storage pouch. In that hour, he had only managed to glean 1% of its contents, not for lack of desire, but due to his current cultivation level, which rendered the remaining material inaccessible. Even if it is merely 1%, it enumerates the characteristics, traits, efficacy by year, and cultivation methods of hundreds of elixirs, along with numerous alchemical formulas. Feng Yimo felt a pang of regret that the listed elixirs were all of Tier 3 or lower. To access more advanced content, he must elevate his cultivation. This Shinong's notebook is indeed a treasure. Just as Feng Yimo was about to continue his organization, a sudden tremor reverberated from the defensive array outside the medicinal field. He hastily stowed away all his belongings and rushed out of the small building, only to be met with the alarming sight of over 100 beasts assaulting the array. Aside from him and Feng Xinping, the only others in the medicinal field were the Feng Qishan grandfather-grandson duo, along with more than 30 puppets. With 80% of the elixirs already harvested, Feng Yimo had no time to ponder the beasts' motivations for their assault. He soared into the air, sweeping his sleeves, causing the harvested elixirs to immediately fly into his storage bag, disregarding concerns about moisture loss. "Young master, you must leave quickly. Something seems amiss," shouted Feng Qishan, who was commanding the puppets to gather elixirs from the field. Feng Yimo halted his actions and focused his gaze, spotting several massive demon beasts outside the defensive array: a wolf with a single horn, a towering 3-meter-tall tiger, a wild boar emanating flames with protruding tusks, and a rhinoceros seemingly clad in armor. All 4 first-tier demon beasts unleashed their power, and with a resounding crash, the defensive array shattered. Countless beasts surged in, trampling the medicinal field indiscriminately, and the puppets that were harvesting the elixirs were instantly reduced to fragments. With a roar, Feng Yimo could no longer afford to conceal his prowess. The Qiyue sword blazed with a red light as it swept through the beasts charging towards Gawa, cleaving them in half. He then shouted to Feng Xinping and Feng Qishan, "Come over here." Feng Xinping, already frozen with fear, hurriedly flew towards him, while Feng Qishan, hindered by his legs, stumbled and fell. A fierce tiger lunged beside him, aiming to bite his shoulder. Even though Feng Qishan was merely at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, he was not a beast to be trifled with. With a hand pressed against the ground, he propelled himself away from the tiger's jaws, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a beam of sword light shot forth, severing the tiger's head cleanly. "Good," Feng Yimo exclaimed, rapidly pointing his fingers. The Qiyue sword transformed into a crimson ribbon, swirling around him, and wherever it passed, beasts fell lifelessly, their blood staining the earth. A gruesome aroma permeating the air. Feng Xinping and Gawa trembled in fear, pressed tightly against Feng Yimo, not daring to look. Although Feng Xinping possessed a 3rd level of Qi cultivation, he had always served as a scholar and had never witnessed such a bloody scene. His limbs turned cold, and his mind went blank, rendering him incapable of even the most basic defense. "Feng Xinping, draw your weapon and protect Gawa," Feng Yimo commanded sternly, causing Feng Xinping to shudder and gaze at him in confusion, stammering, "Young master, I lack a weapon." Without hesitation, Feng Yimo retrieved a low-grade spiritual weapon and tossed it to Feng Xinping before sprinting towards Feng Qishan, having seen the horned wolf charging at him. "Uncle Qishan, be careful." Feng Yimo let out a thunderous roar, soaring into the air as the crimson moon sword in his hand traced a graceful arc, aimed at the head of the one-horned evil wolf. The beast, sensing imminent danger, bristled with its 5-inch-long fur, and a lightning arc erupted from its horn, sending the crimson moon sword hurtling away. Its claws had already sunk into Feng Qishan's back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh with a sickening squelch, shattering bones and revealing a heart that thudded with life. "Beast!" Feng Yimo's heart shattered, his eyes wide with horror. With a fierce shout, he accelerated the crimson moon sword, striking the wolf's outstretched claws and scattering a mist of blood. The one-horned evil wolf howled and retreated, while Feng Yimo rushed to support Feng Qishan, only to find the latter's face devoid of color, his breath faint, and consciousness lost. Hastily, he produced a blood-replenishing pill and administered it to Feng Qishan, who slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Feng Yimo. Trembling, he reached for the storage bag at his waist, saying, "Young master, I have served spiritual herbs my whole life without savings, but I possess an accidental acquisition, a jade slip containing records of puppet techniques. I hope to exchange it for a chance to save Dagwa. I implore you, young master, to care for him." Tears welled in Feng Yimo's eyes as he took the storage bag, nodding earnestly. "Uncle Qishan, rest assured, as long as I, Feng Yimo, live, Dagwa shall not suffer any harm. If he desires to pursue cultivation, I will personally teach him the arts. If he chooses another path, I will arrange for him to live comfortably as a wealthy gentleman, free from worries." Upon hearing Feng Yimo's words, Feng Qishan felt a sense of relief, smiling as he closed his eyes. "Young master, save me." On the other side, Feng Xinping shouted urgently. Feng Yimo turned to see the injured one-horned evil wolf, eyes gleaming with malice, lunging toward Feng Yimo and Dogwa. With no time to tend to Feng Qishan's body, Feng Yimo leaped into action, seizing the Crimson Moon sword in his right hand and hurling it fiercely. Empowered by his immense strength, the sword struck the wolf's back like a meteor, embedding itself half a foot deep. Feng Yimo stirred his consciousness, pulling the sword back, and instantly, blood flowed profusely from the wolf's back as it let out a pained howl, abandoning Feng Yimo and Dogwa to charge at Feng Yimo instead. Unwilling to engage further, Feng Yimo recalled the sword, his feet shifting as he executed the wind shift technique with all his might, racing to Feng Yimo and Dogwa's side, lifting them as he soared towards the Feng family courtyard. Meanwhile, the fields were overrun by wild beasts. 3 other monstrous creatures had already invaded Maple Leaf Town, indiscriminately devouring the residents. A fierce tiger opened its gaping maw, inhaling a fleeing resident into its jaws with a single breath, reducing the person to 2 halves with a few chews before swallowing. Another wild boar, engulfed in flames, was even more ferocious, its spear-like tusks skewering 2 terrified citizens. With a flick of its long tongue, it tore a leg from one of them, munching it with a crunching sound. On the other side, the iron-backed rhinoceros wreaked havoc upon the dwellings. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its massive form, akin to a small mountain, collided violently with a house, which crumbled as if made of mere paper and mud. The residents within, unable to escape in time, met a gruesome fate. Their bodies excavated and devoured whole by the rhinoceros without the slightest need for mastication. Feng Yimo and Dogwa, caught in the grip of Feng Yimo, stood frozen in terror, their voices lost in the chaos. The injured one-horned wolf relentlessly pursued them, its speed rivaling that of Feng Yimo. To make matters worse, a fire-breathing wild boar ahead took notice of Feng Yimo, reversing its course and charging directly at him, with an ambush in front and relentless pursuers behind. Feng Yimo maintained his composure. Channeling his spiritual awareness, he unleashed the soul talisman of swift movement, which adhered to his back, significantly enhancing his speed as he transformed into a wisp of smoke and fled to the Feng family courtyard. There, Feng Yimo awaited with a grave expression, promptly casting out the protective formation staff upon seeing Feng Yimo's arrival. Feng Yimo released Feng Yimo and Dogwa, seizing the staff without hesitation to activate the defensive array of the heavenly Gangyin wind. 36 radiant beams of light erupted, encasing the courtyard in a transparent protective barrier. The pursuing one-horned wolf crashed into the shield, only to be rebounded and left incapacitated on the ground, howling in pain before rising, its eyes reflecting a human-like fear as it roared at the other 3 beasts. Moments later, the wild boar, the fierce tiger, and the iron-backed rhinoceros all converged, fixating their predatory gaze on the disciples of the Feng family within the array. They launched a frenzied assault, their robust and powerful bodies colliding with the barrier, causing ripples and violent tremors. Yet the protection held firm against their onslaught. Despite the array's safeguard, Feng Yimo and the other disciples of the Feng family felt a chill creep down their spines, instinctively retreating a few steps, trembling in fear, utterly at a loss. Yimo, what shall we do? Feng Yimo, the current head of the Feng family, finally found his voice after a moment of panic, turning to Feng Yimo with a serious tone. Feng Yimo completed the final incantation to stabilize the array, exhaling a sigh of relief. If the 4 beasts were to breach the courtyard, the lives of all 243 members of the Feng family would be at grave risk. Our only recourse is to wait for them to disperse on their own. My current abilities allow me to activate the array's functions individually, either defense or attack. If I were alone, I could unleash its offensive capabilities without hesitation and eliminate the 4 beasts. However, with so many lives at stake within the Feng family, should I allow them entry, I cannot guarantee that there would be no casualties among us. Thus, we must simply wait, Feng Yimo stated gravely. Feng Yimo opened his mouth, realizing the extraordinary feat of Yimo in activating the protective array to safeguard them all. What more could one ask for? As an outsider, unrecognized by the Feng family disciples, to bear the critical burden of protecting the lives of hundreds at such a pivotal moment filled Feng Yimo with deep gratitude. He is, after all, the current master of the Feng family. With a stern countenance, he commanded the anxious disciples and servants of the Feng family to disperse, forbidding them from clustering together, while assuring them that the grand formation could withstand the onslaught of the demonic beasts. Presently, there were over 160 cultivators of the Feng family within the courtyard, all at the chi refining stage, akin to delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Having never faced the brutal realities of combat, their faces were pale with fear, their bodies weak and trembling. Had it not been for Feng Shangquan still at the helm, they would have long since fled in terror. The anguished cries of the nearby residents echoed relentlessly, and some women had already begun to weep, their sobs intensifying the oppressive atmosphere, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Enough of the crying. Return to your posts. No one is to step outside without orders. Feng Shangquan barked. Once everyone had retreated, he turned to Feng Yimo with a troubled expression and inquired, Cousin Yimo, can you give me a definitive answer? Will we survive this ordeal, or are we merely waiting here for death? Feng Yimo remained silent, surveying the foundation of the formation, which had already consumed a considerable number of spirit stones. If the spiritual energy were to be entirely depleted, the formation would fail. He then addressed Feng Shangquan, Cousin Shangquan. Select 36 of the more composed disciples to guard the formation's base. Should the spiritual energy run low, they must immediately replace the spirit stones. Our primary objective is to protect the formation, and only then should we seek an alternative escape. Understood. I will follow your lead. In that moment, Feng Shangquan exhibited a decisive demeanor and promptly set to work. Feng Yimo approached the trembling Feng Xinping, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xinping, your aptitude is commendable. However, it is regrettable that you have not yet faced the crucible of bloodshed. Now that you have, you must comprehend that the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns, death, and bloodshed. It is never a smooth journey. Thus, one must always maintain a calm heart when confronting adversity, for only then can the chances of survival be maximized. Do you understand? Feng Xinping gazed at his cousin, a tumult of emotions, shock, shame, fear, and trepidation, swirling within him. As he met Feng Yimo's tranquil gaze, a realization dawned upon him. His cousin was not the useless waste that others had claimed him to be. Instead, he was imbued with remarkable wisdom, exceptional courage, and astonishing cultivation prowess. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. It has enlightened me profoundly. From now on, I shall face every challenge with courage and steadfastly pursue the path of cultivation, ensuring that your teachings are not in vain. Feng Xinping knelt deeply in respect. Feng Yimo assisted him to his feet and handed him a storage pouch containing 120 vials of assorted elixirs, 300 low-grade spirit stones, and 5 low-grade spiritual weapons. Xinping, this formation may not hold much longer. Keep these items safe and seize the opportunity to escape. Grandpa Gua entrusted you to my care before his passing, and while I must oversee the formation, I lack the time to attend to you. Please look after yourself. Feng Xinping promptly expressed his gratitude and agreed to the request. However, when he glimpsed the contents of the storage bag, he was astounded. Since when had young Master Biao become so affluent? Previously, his monthly cultivation provisions amounted to merely 2 inferior spirit stones, which increased to 4 after becoming young Master Biao's attendant. Now, he found himself in possession of 500 spirit stones, equivalent to a decade's worth of resources. Even more astonishing was the 120 bottles of elixirs, all essential for his current cultivation. Overwhelmed with appreciation for young Master Biao's thoughtfulness, he knelt and bowed deeply, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, young master. Thank you. He dropped the honorific, recognizing Feng Yimo as his true master. At this moment, Feng Shangquan had already selected 36 disciples. Standing solemnly before them, Feng Yimo addressed the assembly with gravity. Brothers, the ability of the Feng family to withstand the onslaught of demonic beasts relies solely on the defensive capability of this formation. Should it falter, the 243 souls within this courtyard shall become prey. Thus, the stability of the formation is paramount to our collective safety. The spirit stones within the array must never be lacking. I urge you all to remain vigilant, attentive, and diligent. I entrust this task to you. With these words, Feng Yimo bowed deeply to the 36 disciples. The Feng family disciples, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled, acutely aware that it was young Master Biao who presided over the formation. They understood that, should the array fail, their lives would be in jeopardy as well. In unison, they pledged, we shall spare no effort in safeguarding the formation. Feng Yimo gestured for the 36 disciples to take their positions, distributing 2 inferior spirit stones to each, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. Should the spiritual energy of any section of the array's foundation diminish, they were to promptly replace it. Outside, for demonic beasts intensified their assault, unleashing terrifying roars. Countless wild creatures abandoned their dwellings, converging upon the Feng family courtyard to launch a collective attack on the protective array. The beasts roared, and the demonic creatures raged, particularly the fire-breathing wild boar and the iron-backed rhinoceros, relentless in their assault. continuously battering the formation with tusks and horns. Weak points in the array began to crack. The consumption of spiritual energy was immense. The disciples responsible for the array's foundation were drenched in sweat, anxiously replacing spirit stones before their energy was entirely expended, causing Feng Shangquan great distress. Yet, this was not the time for lamenting the loss of spirit stones. He could only sacrifice more to ensure the integrity and security of the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the beast's collisions echoed like a death knell, persisting until midnight. When the wild creatures, exhausted, began to disperse, leaving only the 4 demonic beasts relentlessly battering the protective array. In a mere half-day, over 100 spirit stones had been consumed. Yimo, this cannot continue. We have but 3,000 spirit stones at home. We cannot endure for much longer. What shall we do? Despite his weariness, Feng Shangquan remained steadfast alongside Feng Yimo, observing the 4 demonic beasts still attacking the protective array. Feng Yimo noted that the wounded one-horned wolf had significantly weakened, its back still bleeding profusely, its movements sluggish. A plan formed in his mind. You all stay inside and remain calm, no matter what you witness. Protect yourselves. After speaking, he swiftly moved to the edge of the protective array, taking a bold step beyond its confines. The prepared scarlet moonsword surged forth with a swift thrust towards the uni-horned evil wolf. The creature, which had been scratching at the protective barrier with its claws, found itself caught off guard as Feng Yimo's sword pierced through its jaw, the tip emerging from its mouth, rendering it unable to emit a sound, only managing a whimper as it staggered back, intent on fleeing. However, Feng Yimo would not grant it such a mercy, casting a spell. He infused nearly half of his spiritual energy into the scarlet moonsword. The sword vibrated violently, struggling to pass through, emerging triumphantly from the top of the wolf's head, which then lurched forward a few steps before crashing down with a thunderous thud. Feng Yimo quickly summoned the scarlet moonsword back to him and retreated into the protective array, narrowly avoiding a collision with a wild boar beast. Witnessing this sudden strike, the onlookers, including Feng Shangquan, were left in awe, their expressions a mix of astonishment and reverence, as they beheld the formidable beast felled in an instant by Feng Yimo's prowess. With a sigh of relief, Feng Yimo acknowledged the risk he had taken with this ambush. Had he been surrounded by the other 3 beasts, his fate would have been dire. The decision to attack the uni-horned evil wolf was a strategic one, as it had been gravely injured and was moving sluggishly, making it an easy target. Indeed, everything unfolded according to his plan, successfully eliminating the wolf, while the remaining 3 beasts, now displaying signs of fear, ceased their assault and turned to flee. The disciples of the Feng family erupted in cheers, celebrating as if they had won a great battle. Yet, Feng Yimo's expression grew more solemn. The beast had retreated in an orderly fashion, perhaps seeking reinforcements. He spoke in a low tone. Today, everyone is weary. Let the others take watch, and you should rest and regain your strength. Yes, the disciples replied in unison, their demeanor imbued with utmost respect. In that moment, Feng Yimo emerged as the spiritual leader of all the Feng family disciples. His words commanded unwavering obedience. Feng Shanquan's face revealed a complex array of emotions as he sighed inwardly. The formidable Feng Yimo, his cousin, wielded immense influence and authority, a quality he himself lacked. Yet, with his cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he could not fathom how Yimo, seemingly at the 7th level, could control the celestial wind array and slay a high-tier beast, surpassing his comprehension entirely. Moreover, when had Yimo begun his cultivation? Hadn't their grandfather stated that Yimo was incapable of training? How could he suddenly possess the strength of the 7th level? Nevertheless, as long as Yimo could safely lead all the Feng family disciples from this perilous place, what did it matter if he was the leader? Feng Shangquan reconciled himself to this reality, observing Feng Yimo's decisive command without harboring jealousy, bowing respectfully like the other disciples before withdrawing. Feng Xinping was profoundly shaken. He had witnessed the young master slay a beast with his own eyes. The Feng family had united under his leadership, and he felt a surge of excitement. Clenching his fists in determination, from now on, I too shall strive to be like the young master. Master, you have worked tirelessly all day. It is time for you to rest. I shall remain here to watch over things, Feng Xinping said. Feng Yimo shook his head and said, You should take Dogwa with you. I still need to inspect the array's foundation. At night, those demonic beasts will not relent easily. I need to be more prepared. By the way, get some food for Dogwa. He must be starving. Feng Xinping deeply bowed and led Dogwa away. From a distance, he heard Dogwa ask Feng Xinping, Brother Xinping, where is my grandfather? Feng Xinping remained silent, merely tightening his grip on Dogwa's hand, saying, "Dogwa, brother will find you something delicious. What would you like to eat? Osmanthus cake or roast chicken? Is there chicken? Then let us have a roast chicken. I'll eat a drumstick and save one for grandfather." Hearing the exchange between Dogwa and Feng Yimo, a pang of sorrow struck Feng Yimo's heart. It was the cursed demonic beast that separated the grandfather and grandson, leaving the child an orphan without his elder. His gaze pierced through the protective array, gradually turning cold. "One day, I shall eradicate all demonic beasts." Given his current cultivation, this proclamation was merely a statement of frustration. There were countless demonic beasts in the world. During a beast tide, the entire super cultivation sect, Xianin sect, would need to unite all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to combat them, illustrating the sheer number of beasts that could not be vanquished by a single individual. Feng Yimo sighed deeply as he circled around the 36 array foundations. Confirming that the Great Formation was functioning normally, he took a formation stick and seated himself in the center, quietly practicing the Nine Heavens Gale technique. "I must rapidly grow stronger. I must protect the Feng family." Although his time at the Feng residence had been brief, he had already regarded it as his second home. For the sake of his home, he would sacrifice everything. Suddenly, at the stroke of midnight, Feng Yimo was jolted awake by a series of thunderous booms. He opened his eyes to discover several demonic beasts outside the protective array. Leading the charge was a gigantic black ape, towering 6 or 7 zhang high. Its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. Its palms were the size of millstones. With a single strike, the protective array shook violently, and cracks began to spread, causing one of the spirit stones within an array foundation to shatter into fragments. Feng Yimo was horrified. This was a low-tier third-grade demonic beast. Without time to think, he flicked his wrist, sending a spirit stone flying into the damaged array foundation, stabilizing the protective barrier as the fissures began to mend. Feng Yimo and others were also awakened by the resounding noise, rushing over to see the giant ape, their hearts gripped with fear. "Iron Mountain Black Arm Ape," one disciple from the Feng family exclaimed, his face pale, nearly collapsing from shock. Someone nearby supported him, frantically asking, "What is the Iron Mountain Black Arm Ape?" The man grimaced and replied, "It is a third-grade demonic beast." "What? A third-grade beast? That's equivalent to a golden core cultivator." Everyone stood dumbfounded, filled with despair. The highest cultivation level among them was merely the 10th layer of chi refinement, and there wasn't a single foundation establishment cultivator among them. How could they escape from the jaws of a third-grade beast? It was a fool's dream. Enough. The protective array can withstand the full force of a golden core cultivator's attack for half a day. How could this creature possibly breach the Great Formation? Everyone, take your positions and guard your respective array foundations. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will face the family's punishment. Feng Yimo barked with a grim expression, prompting the disciples to disperse and each secure their assigned array foundations. Several timid disciples struggled to maintain their footing, prompting Feng Yimo to permit Feng Yimo to select the best candidates to ensure the array's flawless operation. Feng Yimo unleashed a series of 21 incantations, nearly exhausting his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, stabilizing the protective array at last. However, the 5 fierce beasts, led by the Iron Mountain Black-Armed Ape, relentlessly assaulted the barrier, depleting spiritual stones at an alarming rate. Just as the array had achieved stability, cracks began to emerge, threatening imminent collapse. The Feng disciples, gripped by fear, exchanged anxious glances. "Quickly, everyone, channel your spiritual energy into the array's foundation. We must ensure its fortitude." Feng Yimo's countenance darkened. He was unwilling to concede defeat. With a commanding shout, he rallied the group, who, upon hearing his roar, regained their focus and fervently infused the array's base with energy, restoring its stability once more. "Cousin Yimo, I beg you for a favor." Feng Yimo approached Feng Yimo, his expression grave, and whispered urgently. "What is it, Yimo?" Feng Yimo inquired. "Protect my sister, Feng Shiren, and ensure she reaches our grandfather safely. She is the hope of our family." Feng Yimo was taken aback, but quickly comprehended that Feng Shiren was the enigmatic alchemist. Shan Xuan's request implied a grim resolve, entrusting him with a heavy burden. He surveyed the Feng disciples, who were valiantly channeling their energy. Some had collapsed, bloodied from the array's violent impacts, yet others pressed on, united against the common foe. A determination surged within him, and he turned to Feng Yimo, asking, "Do we have any movement talismans or similar artifacts at home? Attack talismans would be even better." "You." Feng Yimo paused, astonished at Feng Yimo's audacity, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, Provide me with a movement talisman. I will draw the beasts away, giving you a chance to escape to find our grandfather. If fortune smiles upon me, I shall seek you at the heavenly peak." Feng Yimo's expression was solemn. Feng Shangquan was momentarily stunned. His eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Diverting a third-tier beast was undeniably a perilous gamble, a near-certain death sentence. The thought of sacrificing his cousin for his own survival was unbearable. A piercing scream echoed as a disciple closest to the Iron Mountain black-armed ape was hurled through the protective barrier, blood gushing from his mouth. Clearly on the brink of death, two other disciples rushed forward to take his place. "Cousin, there is no time. Quickly, fetch me the talisman," Feng Yimo shouted, his eyes glistening with urgency. With tears brimming, Feng Shangquan removed a storage pouch from his waist, erasing his spiritual imprint before tossing it to Feng Yimo. "Cousin, all the talismans from the Feng family are within. Take them, you must survive." Feng Yimo accepted the pouch, and upon scanning its contents, his expression transformed into one of delight. It contained 10 movement talismans, including a third-tier talisman capable of doubling one's speed. Movement talismans are auxiliary artifacts that enhance a cultivator's speed, categorized into tiers based on the degree of acceleration they provide. The first level of the Divine Speed Talisman can enhance speed by 30%, the second level by 50%, while the third level can double the speed. However, attaining such velocity imposes greater demands on the physical body, as cultivators are often frail and unable to withstand the strain of flying at twice the speed, leading to potential bodily collapse. Thus, the third-level talisman is exceedingly rare. Feng Yimo, having consumed a substantial quantity of blood essence fruits and tirelessly practiced the 9 Heavens Gale technique, possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. Upon encountering the third-level Divine Speed Talisman, he was filled with elation, as it presented him with an additional chance of survival. He retrieved the third-level talisman along with several attack talismans and addressed Feng Shangquan. "Cousin Shangquan, I will divert all the beasts shortly. You must leave immediately without delay. Do not forget." Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Feng Shangquan's face as he knelt before Feng Yimo, bowing his head in gratitude. His voice choked. "Cousin Yimo, your immense kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of the Feng family. Please accept my humble bow." He then prostrated himself 3 times. Feng Yimo remained unmoved, enduring the 3 bows, affixing the third-level talisman to his back, and transforming into a streak of azure light as he burst forth from the protective formation. At the very moment he exited the barrier, he unleashed the prepared attack talismans towards the Black Mountain iron-armed ape, the iron-backed rhinoceros, and 3 other ferocious beasts with a scattering technique. The creatures, suddenly besieged, roared in fury and changed direction, pursuing the path taken by Feng Yimo, leaving only a few hundred wild beasts to continue their assault on the protective formation. Wiping away his tears, Feng Shangquan immediately commanded all the cultivators of the Feng family to await his orders. As the beasts vanished from sight, he bellowed, "Charge forth. Do not linger in battle." 163 cultivators from the Feng family simultaneously summoned their weapons, plunging into the throng of beasts, carving a bloody path as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Rushing in the opposite direction, they were incapable of dealing with the magical beasts, but found it quite easy to handle ordinary wild animals. As for the servants and guards within the Feng estate, their survival would depend solely on fate. Feng Xinping found himself amidst his fellow disciples, tears brimming in his eyes. Cradling his dog in one arm and wielding a newly refined low-grade flying sword in the other, he cleaved a ferocious wolf in twain. He yearned to assist the young master, yet his meager cultivation rendered him ineffectual. His presence would only be a burden. Thus, he unleashed his fury upon the surrounding beasts. "Xinping, do not linger in battle, flee at once," roared Feng Shangquan, rousing Xinping from his daze, prompting him to hastily follow the others. Feng Yimo, after casting a series of attack talismans, swiftly consumed 3 energy-enhancing pills, channeling his energy with remarkable speed. Each hand grasped a medium-grade spirit stone to replenish his depleting spiritual power. Moving at a pace astonishing enough to surpass the iron-backed rhinoceros and rival the Black Mountain iron-arm ape, darting into the distance like the wind. The wind shift technique was executed to perfection by Feng Yimo, allowing him to cover 5 or 6 zhang in an instant. However, he had to modulate his speed to ensure the 5 first-tier beasts did not lag behind. Should they lose sight of him, they would undoubtedly return to Maple Leaf Town, placing Feng Shangquan and the others in peril. Thus, upon noticing any of the first-tier beasts slowing, he would employ attack talismans to provoke them, inciting their furious pursuit. The Black Mountain Iron-Armed Ape let out a thunderous roar, unable to accept that a mere chi refinement stage cultivator could toy with a third-tier beast. With a mighty swing of its elongated arm, it uprooted a 2-foot diameter tree and hurled it at Feng Yimo's back with lightning speed. The intense friction ignited the lush tree, transforming it into a blazing fireball that hurtled toward him. Feng Yimo was taken aback, swiftly gathering his chi to soar into the sky. Yet, the fireball seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him relentlessly, sending him into a panic. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his hook weapon, colliding it with the fireball. In that fateful moment, he silently invoked, "Explode." With a resounding roar, the hook detonated, shattering the fireball and averting disaster. Without daring to linger, he propelled himself forward with all his might. By this point, they had ventured over 100 miles from Maple Leaf Town, and the efficacy of the third-tier spirit movement talisman began to wane. Even with his robust physique, fatigue set into his legs, yet rest was not an option. Summoning his spirit, he produced 2 first-tier spirit movement talismans, adhering them to his legs, and continued his frantic dash. Behind him, 6 beasts trailed closely in a line, stirring a whirlwind of dust akin to 5 relentless tornadoes. "Cousin Shangquan, this is all I can do. May your safety be assured." Feng Yimo silently prayed, ceasing his deliberate attempts to lure the beasts, prioritizing survival above all else. Feng Shangquan led 163 disciples of the Feng family through sparsely populated areas, significantly enhancing their safety. The beasts and wild animals tended to attack densely inhabited human settlements, leaving the dense forests and desolate mountains comparatively secure. They managed to escape over 200 miles, panting and exhausted, particularly the female cultivators, who were drenched in sweat and appeared pale, overwhelmed by fear and fatigue, nearly unable to take another step. Before their departure, Feng Shangquan had dispatched a flying sword message to his grandfather, detailing their predicament and requesting assistance. For it was sheer folly for a group of chi refinement stage cultivators to embark on a journey to Heavenly Peak without support. Observing that everyone appeared exceedingly fatigued, Feng Shangquan gestured for the group to rest in place while he stood at the perimeter, vigilant and gazing towards the direction of Maple Leaf Town, now obscured from view. Lost in thought, he wondered about his cousin, Imo, and whether he had managed to escape the clutches of those beasts, hoping for his safety. After half an hour of respite, Feng Shangquan promptly urged everyone to resume their journey towards Tianwai Peak. After a relentless sprint of several hours, Feng Yimo was panting heavily. Having consumed 2 bottles of chi-boosting elixirs and reduced 6 mid-grade spirit stones to dust, his nascent spiritual sea within was nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of collapse. He had no idea how many miles he had traversed, but the 6 beasts behind him had dwindled to just the formidable third-tier Black Mountain Iron-Armed Ape, which pursued him like a relentless shadow, causing him immense distress. At this rate, he would perish from exhaustion before ever facing the beast. With only 2 spirit movement talismans remaining, he affixed them to his legs, which were swollen and painful from the prolonged sprint, blood streaking down and leaving a trail behind him. The Black Mountain Iron-Armed Ape, having caught the scent of blood in the air, succumbed to its primal instincts, accelerating further, snapping trees in half as it charged forward, resembling a colossal whirlwind from above. Alarmed, Feng Yimo mustered the last vestiges of his spiritual energy and propelled himself forward. Just as he was running, he spotted a young girl lying by the roadside. Her white dress was completely drenched in crimson, and her right leg was a gruesome sight, bleeding profusely. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up and dashed onward, knowing that if he left her behind, the pursuing Black Mountain Iron-Armed Ape would surely crush her to death. He could not stand idly by while someone perished. In his haste to carry her, he failed to notice the spirit-devouring silkworm within his dantian that had been dormant. It suddenly opened its eyes in alarm, sensing a formidable threat, only to slowly close them again, returning to its slumber. Remarkably, the relentless Black Mountain Iron-Armed Ape, now inexplicably slowed, gazed at him with a mix of fear and reverence, ultimately turning away and fleeing with even greater speed than before. After sprinting for several more miles, Feng Yimo, utterly spent, discovered that he was no longer being pursued. He gently set the girl down and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Had he been chased even a few more miles, he was certain he would have perished from exhaustion. Recognizing that this place was still perilous, he took a moment to recover, retrieving several elixirs, swallowing them without a glance, disregarding the potential consequences of pill toxicity, and began to absorb their essence. The girl remained unconscious, her leg continuing to bleed, indicating a severe injury. Regaining some strength, Feng Yimo carried her to the edge of a stream, lifting her skirt to cleanse her wounds. Upon examining her smooth, delicate leg, he was horrified to find numerous deep lacerations, as if she had been subjected to 1,000 cuts, with some wounds so severe that bone was exposed. He gasped in shock, pondering who could have inflicted such grievous harm upon her, and hastily retrieved some hemostatic spiritual herbs, crushing them and sprinkling the powder over her injuries. To his utter astonishment, the wound proved impossible to staunch, as a steady stream of crimson flowed forth, washing away the precious medicinal powder. Should this continue, the young maiden would surely bleed to death. In a state of frantic desperation, he rummaged through his storage pouch, discovering a piece of beast hide. He swiftly unwrapped it and bound it around the girl's injured leg, tearing a strip from his own garment to secure it in place. He then hoisted the maiden onto his back and pressed onward. The hide soon became thoroughly soaked with blood, revealing several lines of text. Mysterious realm of Xiantian. The foremost domain under heaven. Countless treasures of heaven and earth abound. Time flows endlessly, 1 against 10. Strangely, the blood that even the hemostatic elixir could not contain gradually began to subside under the wrap of the beast hide. Feng Yimo carried the young maiden on his back, traversing the rugged terrain for half a day until evening fell. The autumn woods were enveloped in a biting chill, the cold air oppressive. Concerned that the girl on his back might succumb to the frigid temperatures, he sought refuge in a cave and kindled a fire. Gently, he laid her down beside the warmth of the flames, hoping to revive her frozen form. Having borne her weight for so long, he noted her body was unnaturally cold. Had it not been for the faint rhythm of her heartbeat, he might have mistaken her for a lifeless corpse. Time had passed, yet she remained unresponsive, indicating her injuries were grave. Who was she, and how had she come to be in this desolate forest? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yimo rummaged through his storage pouch, eventually unearthing a ginseng root aged for decades. He pressed the ginseng to her lips, squeezing it to allow the fresh juice to flow into her mouth. The maiden possessed an exquisite beauty that eclipsed even the most stunning visage he had ever seen. That of Linya. Her delicate features, illuminated by the flickering firelight, appeared almost ethereal, as if she were made of crystal, yet her pallor betrayed the toll of blood loss. Her eyes remained shut, perhaps due to the ginseng's restorative properties. After a while, the maiden stirred and, upon seeing Feng Yimo, instinctively curled up in a defensive posture, inquiring, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a lark emerging from the valley, crisp yet tender, leaving Feng Yimo momentarily entranced. "I encountered you along the way," he explained. "Seeing you injured and unconscious, I brought you here. How do you feel now? Are you any better?" She cautiously explored her surroundings, reassured that nothing was amiss, and gradually relaxed. Beads of sweat began to form on her brow as her right hand gingerly traced the injury on her leg. "I am Bai Yinchuang. Thank you for saving my life," she said gratefully. "I do not understand how this happened. I was simply at home when a gust of wind swept me away, and then everything went dark. Where are we headed? Aren't all places besieged by beasts and monsters? Are we safe?" Feng Yimo understood that Bai Yinchuang had been inexplicably caught in the conflict between beasts and cultivators, resulting in her injury. He sighed. "In this vast world, I too am uncertain of our destination. However, I intend to reach the celestial peak, where human cultivators gather to discuss strategies for repelling the beast tide. It should be the safest place. If you do not mind, perhaps you could accompany me. It would afford us mutual protection along the way." After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will follow your lead." Feng Yimo ventured outside briefly, hunting a wild rabbit. He skinned it, removed its innards, and skewered it on a stick, roasting it over the fire. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing Bai Yinchuang to swallow hard, revealing her evident hunger. Once the meat was sufficiently cooked, he offered her a substantial portion of the thigh, which she accepted shyly, turning away to devour it ravenously. Observing her voracious appetite, Feng Yimo generously handed over the remaining rabbit meat. To his astonishment, the frail girl devoured an entire wild rabbit. With no other choice, Feng Yimo ventured out once more, hunting 2 rabbits to roast anew. He consumed one and saved the other for the journey ahead. Perhaps due to her injuries, fear, and exhaustion, the girl, Bai Yinchuang, had already fallen asleep beside the campfire. After inspecting her injured right leg and noting that the bleeding had ceased, Feng Yimo felt a sense of relief, unaware of the cryptic words that had appeared on the animal hide. The following day, Feng Yimo continued toward the celestial peak, carrying Bai Yinchuang on his back. Although her leg had stopped bleeding and she was slowly regaining her strength, he could still sense her body was cold. Therefore, he periodically administered some mountain ginseng juice to replenish her vitality. Each time he carefully extracted the juice, Bai Yinchuang appeared somewhat dazed, her pale lips slightly parted, allowing the bittersweet liquid to flow into her mouth. She felt grateful for Feng Yimo's patience, and her previously indifferent expression began to soften. As he drew near to Bai Yinchuang's delicate form, Feng Yimo caught a whiff of a musky fragrance, reminiscent of the enchanting aroma of orchids in a secluded valley. To his surprise, he noticed that her enchanting eyes contained two distinct pupils, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. If she had not appeared so frail and devoid of spiritual energy, he might have thought her an extraordinary being. Their conversations were scant. Bai Yinchuang seemed reluctant to engage, preferring silence. Thus, Feng Yimo carried her for over 10 days until they finally emerged from the mountains, arriving before an ancient city. The city walls stood majestically, yet the gates lay in ruin. Despite the vastness of the city, Feng Yimo waited for quite some time, only to find no one entering or exiting. The entire place was engulfed in an eerie stillness. His heart sank. There must have been at least 100,000 inhabitants within, and he pondered whether they had all fallen prey to the beasts. With Bai Yinchuang still on his back, he cautiously stepped through the city gates. Before him lay a wide street, 5 zhang across, lined with shops. Regrettably, these establishments had long since crumbled into ruins, the ground littered with debris and dust, suggesting years without maintenance. Feng Yimo extended his consciousness, scanning the nearby buildings, yet found no signs of life. As he advanced, the cold intensified. The city had transformed into a ghost town, devoid of any inhabitants. Even if the people had been slain by beasts, some remnants of bodies should have remained. Instead, the city was eerily empty, save for a few darkened bloodstains in the cracks of the pavement, hinting at the horrific events that had transpired. After traversing approximately 10 li, Feng Yimo reached the center of the city, where he discovered a deep pit. Within it lay a creature resembling a raccoon. No, it was not a raccoon. Feng Yimo's hair stood on end. It was the mysterious little beast that had stolen the 7-leaf purple smoke fruit. In the beginning, the raccoon-like creature had vanquished the crimson-robed golden elixir practitioner and consumed the 7-leaf purple smoke fruit. Just as it was about to pounce upon Feng Yimo, it unexpectedly departed. To his astonishment, it now reappeared in this very location. Within the deep pit lay several corpses. The little beast inhaled deeply, drawing the remaining bodies into its maw, devouring them with evident delight. It then cast a glance at Feng Yimo, bared its teeth, and yawned lazily, preparing to spring at him. Suddenly, its fur bristled, and its body arched in a defensive posture, fixating on Feng Yimo with an intense gaze. A piercing cry, filled with profound terror, erupted from its mouth, and it fled in haste. Feng Yimo felt a chill run down his spine under the creature's sharp gaze, rendered motionless by fear. On that day, he had encountered the raccoon-like beast just after it had advanced to a 3rd-tier demon beast, yet now he could not discern its level, indicating that it had ascended once more. This must be attributed to the effects of the 7-leaf purple smoke fruit. One must realize that the evolution of demon beasts is considerably slower than that of human practitioners, highlighting the extraordinary nature of that spiritual fruit. Originally, he believed he would meet his doom this time, yet unexpectedly, the creature had fled first. What could this mean? He turned to gaze behind him, only to find emptiness. No one else was present. However, he dared not linger in this ancient city and swiftly carried Bai Yinchuang out of the city limits. Feng Yimo ran for over 10 miles before coming to a halt, his heart still racing with trepidation. He released Bai Yinchuang, took a deep breath, and remarked, "That was perilously close. The beast we encountered was the most formidable I have ever seen. I thought we would both meet our demise within its jaws, yet astonishingly, it fled. How curious." Bai Yinchuang remained silent, merely caressing her right leg. Her injuries had improved significantly over the past few days. Suddenly, she noticed the beast hide wrapped around her calf, her eyes brightening with a mix of delight and concern. Fearing Feng Yimo would notice, she hastily tugged at her skirt to conceal it and softly inquired, "How much longer until we reach Tianweifing?" Feng Yimo produced a map from his storage jade slip and surveyed their surroundings before replying, "There are still over 5,000 miles to cover. By the time we reach Tianweifing, your injury should be well on the mend." Bai Yinchuang nodded, expressing her gratitude. "I truly appreciate you carrying me these past days." "There's no need for thanks. Aiding the wounded is a duty I embrace as a cultivator. You need not dwell on it, Miss Bai," Feng Yimo replied, retrieving several wild fruits from his storage bag and offering them to her. Throughout their journey, aside from hunting wild rabbits and mountain fowl, they had subsisted on foraged fruits, ensuring they did not go hungry. The mountain springs, crystal clear and abundant, provided ample water as well. The only significant inconvenience was Bai Yinshuang's need for assistance due to her leg injury, which made each occasion of relief a source of embarrassment for her. Her cheeks flushed with shame. Feng Yimo too felt a measure of awkwardness, even with his eyes closed. The sound of rushing water heightened his anxiety, making him yearn for Bai Yinshuang's recovery to bring an end to such an uncomfortable situation. A moment of silence followed. Bai Yinshuang consumed 2 wild fruits, then stood up on her one good leg, limping toward the nearby woods. Feng Yimo hurried to hold her icy hand, asking, "Miss Bai, where are you going?" Bai Yinshuang's face flushed even deeper as she murmured, "I need to relieve myself." "Then I shall accompany you," Feng Yimo replied, his tone entirely natural. Bai Yinshuang's cheeks turned crimson, and she insisted, "This time, there's no need to trouble yourself, my lord. I can manage alone." Feng Yimo paused, releasing her hand and watching her unsteady silhouette fade from view, feeling a strange sense of disquiet. After a brief interval, Bai Yinshuang returned, limping slightly, and stated, "Feng, let us proceed." Days later, Feng Yimo appeared in a town, carrying Bai Yinshuang on his back, finally encountering signs of civilization. This was the 7th town they had seen, yet the only one inhabited. The other towns lay in ruin, desolate and scarred, with corpses strewn about, ravaged by beasts. The presence of both human and beastly remains indicated they had entered a battleground where cultivators fought against the monstrous foes, allowing common folk to survive the onslaught. The name of this town was Tongnong, and although there were people within, they were few in number. The streets were nearly deserted, with only hurried figures passing by. The 2 individuals walked until they reached the heart of the town, where they discovered a bustling tavern. Inside, there were only a handful of patrons, 6 or 7. To be precise, the young waiter, seemingly bored, promptly approached Feng Yimo and his companion, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat?" Having endured days of hardship, with meager meals and restless nights, Feng Yimo replied, "Bring forth all the delectable dishes you have." The waiter hesitated, a skeptical expression crossing his face. "Dear guest, are you aware of the prices of our food and drink?" Feng Yimo was taken aback. With several thousand taels of silver on him, could he not afford a meal? He maintained his composure and asked, "Please, enlighten me, kind waiter. The establishment only accepts spirit stones as currency. We do not deal in silver. If you lack spirit stones, I must kindly suggest you seek sustenance elsewhere." Realization dawned upon Feng Yimo. To operate a tavern amidst the chaos of war between human cultivators and demon beasts suggested a certain backing, perhaps even a connection to some cultivator. Thus, the exclusive acceptance of spirit stones was not entirely surprising. Very well, spirit stones are not an issue. However, the quality of your food must be exceptional, otherwise, I shall not part with my coin. As he spoke, he produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the table. The waiter's face brightened with delight as he hurried off to prepare the meal. The nearby diners turned their gazes towards Feng Yimo, their faces revealing a glimmer of greed. The ability to casually produce 2 spirit stones indicated that these young individuals likely possessed more wealth. Observing Feng Yimo, it was evident that Bai Yinshuang did not bear the appearance of a cultivator, prompting the onlookers to harbor ill intentions. Feng Yimo had successfully concealed his spiritual energy with his soul concealment technique, appearing as an ordinary mortal, while Bai Yinshuang, delicate and exquisite, were a veil to obscure her breathtaking beauty. This was Feng Yimo's idea. Otherwise, her stunning visage would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, to any observer, they appeared as nothing more than common folk. Soon, the waiter returned with 4 hot dishes, 4 cold dishes, and a jug of wine, all presented beautifully. Feng Yimo poured a cup of wine for Bai Yinshuang, placing it before her. "Miss Bai, please have a drink to warm yourself." He had sensed her body was chilled and thought that wine might help. Bai Yinshuang nodded, lifting the veil with her left hand while her delicate, fair right hand raised the cup to her lips for a small sip. The onlookers, witnessing her smooth, flawless chin and slender, alabaster neck, gasped in astonishment at her natural allure, their desires stirring within them. Unaware of the glances directed at them, Feng Yimo indulged in the feast, occasionally serving Bai Yinshuang. After they had eaten to their satisfaction, they called for the waiter to settle the bill. "Esteemed guests, the total comes to 1 spirit stone," the waiter announced with a bow. Feng Yimo was taken aback. How could 8 dishes cost a single spirit stone? That seemed exorbitantly priced. In normal circumstances, 1 spirit stone could fetch 5,000 taels of silver. Was he really spending 5,000 on a meal? Noticing Feng Yimo's astonishment, the waiter merely shrugged and repeated, "Dear guest, please settle the bill, 1 spirit stone." Feng Yimo did not contest the charge, retrieving a spirit stone and handing it to the waiter as he assisted Bai Yinshuang out of the tavern. Now, Bai Yinshuang's injuries have largely healed, allowing her to walk independently, albeit with some difficulty. Upon witnessing the departure of the 2, 6, or 7 diners rose to settle their bills and followed them outside. Not with intentions of public robbery, but rather trailing them from a distance. Feng Yimo scoffed inwardly. Indeed, there were still oblivious individuals who, having suffered at the tavern, were at a loss for how to vent their frustrations. A few unfortunate souls approached, inadvertently providing him with an opportunity to retaliate. As they drew near, he anticipated how he would deal with them. He assisted Bai Yinshuang for a while until they arrived at an inn adorned with the Hao Kuju sign, where he requested 2 rooms and instructed the attendant to prepare a tub of hot water for Miss Bai to wash and soak, alleviating her fatigue. Bai Yinshuang nodded gratefully, slowly entering her room. Soon, the innkeeper sent 2 servants to carry a wooden tub into the chamber, followed by several buckets of hot water, which they poured in before departing. Feng Yimo stood guard outside, hearing the sounds of clothing being shed within, followed by the splashes of water, and then the unmistakable sounds of bathing. His imagination inevitably conjured the image of a beauty luxuriating in the bath. Feng Yimo pinched his thigh, contemplating how he had lost his composure. Such frivolous thoughts were unbecoming of a gentleman. He hastily centered his spirit and secretly practiced the 9 heavens gale technique. A gentle breeze entered his body, and the pain jolted him back to clarity. He realized that ever since he had been in the company of Bai Yinshuang, he had frequently experienced moments of distraction and daze, leaving him to ponder the cause of this peculiar phenomenon. After a brief interval, the door swung open, revealing Bai Yinshuang clad in white, her hair still glistening with droplets of water, resembling a newly bloomed lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. Feng Yimo was momentarily entranced. "Kindly ask the waiter to tidy up, would you?" Bai Yinshuang said bashfully. Feng Yimo, still in a daze, nodded awkwardly and turned to summon the innkeeper. The group of men who had followed closely behind were left agape at Bai Yinshuang's stunning visage, completely oblivious to the drool pooling at their feet. They were simple country folk, having never beheld such exquisite beauty, far surpassing even heavenly maidens. Only after Bai Yinshuang's figure vanished from sight did they begrudgingly begin to confer amongst themselves. "Brothers, all the wealth on that lad belongs to you. But I desire only that young lady," declared a burly man, towering at 12 feet with a booming voice. "Su Laosi, that won't do. That young lady is the one I, Feng San, have set my sights on. The spirit stones and silver notes can be yours, but I want the lady. Nay, such a beauty should not be sullied by your coarse hands. I, after all, am of scholarly descent. She would fare much better by my side. Where we could compose poetry and paint together, what a delight that would be," exclaimed a bookish fellow, brandishing a folding fan and speaking with a hint of jealousy. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a heavy punch to the face from the towering Su Laosi, who bellowed, "Get lost, you impoverished wretch. Don't seek your own misfortune." The scholar stumbled back, realizing that none of his companions were willing to defend him, and in a fit of anger, he stormed off. The remaining 5 men were embroiled in heated debate, nearly coming to blows, each one vying for the unattainably beautiful young lady, completely dismissing the allure of spirit stones and silver. Feng Yimo, overhearing their ruckus, chuckled softly to himself, recognizing their foolishness. He disregarded them entirely and returned to his room, requesting a bucket of water to enjoy a relaxing bath before reclining on his bed for some much-needed rest. Earlier, he had inquired with the innkeeper's young assistant about the distance to Tianwai Peak, learning that it was still over 1,000 miles away. Human cultivators had dispatched troops, organizing 10 regions around Tianwai Peak to collectively defend against the beast tide. The assistant, being merely a commoner, was unaware of the origins of the monstrous beasts, only mentioning that there had been numerous fierce battles recently between the human cultivators and the beasts, with victories shared on both sides, leading to a stalemate, which allowed common folk to venture out cautiously. Feng Yimo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the human cultivators had not suffered defeat. Had they been utterly vanquished, he would have been at a complete loss regarding his next steps. If his cultivation were formidable, he would fear nothing. Alas, he was merely at the 7th level of chi training, akin to an insignificant ant, easily obliterated by any foundational cultivator or second-tier beast. In these tumultuous times, rife with peril, it was prudent to exercise utmost caution. Thus, when he overheard several lecherous individuals discussing Bai Yinshuang, he refrained from immediate retribution, opting instead to bide his time and patiently await the opportunity to discreetly teach them a lesson. After a restful slumber, Feng Yimo, invigorated and alert, roused by Yin Shuang. They similarly set up a tent with spirit stones and made their way to the only grocery store in Tongang Town to procure some daily necessities. Upon leaving the town, they headed directly towards Tianwai Peak. Just as they departed, several furtive figures stealthily followed, intending to find a secluded spot to commit robbery and murder. Feng Yimo and Bai Yinshuang traveled several miles at a steady pace, when suddenly, 5 burly men rushed in front of them, blocking their path. With lewd grins, they taunted, "My dear lady, the sun is setting. Where are you in such a hurry to go? The wilderness is rife with beasts. How lamentable it would be to be devoured by one. Why not return with us to indulge in pleasure and revelry?" Feng Yimo responded with a cold smile. "What are your intentions? Do you dare to attempt robbery in broad daylight?" The 5 men, taken aback by Feng Yimo's lack of fear, were bewildered. After all, they were merely confronting 2 seemingly weak individuals. They expected their victims to tremble in fear, yet here they stood, calm and composed, while they should have been vigilant. They were instead entranced by Yinshuang's beauty, losing all rationality. Su Laosi, with a lascivious grin, reached out to grasp Yinshuang's arm. Feng Yimo, filled with righteous fury, delivered a swift kick to Su Laosi's abdomen, sending him flying 2 zhang away, unconscious. The other 4 stood in shock, unable to comprehend how Feng Yimo had executed such a move with such speed. He had shown mercy, or else Su Laosi would have been dead. "Get out of my sight," Feng Yimo commanded fiercely. The 4 men, in utter disarray, fled, disregarding the unconscious Su Laosi. Feng Yimo furrowed his brow, uncertain how to deal with Su Laosi, when Bai Yinshuang calmly suggested, "My dear Feng, let this scoundrel suffer the chill of the elements here. Allow him to fall ill as a form of punishment." Considering her words, Feng Yimo acquiesced, and together they continued onward, oblivious to the fact that Bai Yinshuang had discreetly tapped her toe on Su Laosi as they passed. Feng San and his companions ran a considerable distance before realizing they had forgotten about the injured Su Laosi. They hurried back, only to freeze in terror upon reaching his side. Su Laosi remained in the same position, completely frozen and devoid of life. The chilling aura emanating from him sent shivers down their spines, and they instinctively recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "There are ghosts! Ghosts!" 10 days later, after enduring the elements, Feng Yimo and Bai Yinshuang arrived, weary yet resolute, at a bustling city, vastly larger than Huagua's Baiwa City. Cultivators thronged the streets, and within a mere 2 miles from the city gates to an inn, they encountered several Golden Core practitioners, including one at the late stage of Golden Core, which left Feng Yimo silently astonished. This city, established merely a month prior, was named Extermination City, signifying the eradication of demonic beasts, serving as one of the strongholds for human cultivators. In the distance stood a towering mountain, seemingly a colossal boulder that had plummeted from the heavens, striking the earth with an imposing presence. Its steep cliffs and lofty heights rendered it an awe-inspiring spectacle. That was the Celestial Peak. Feng Yimo gazed upon the Celestial Peak, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. Yet, the precise location eluded his memory. Returning to the inn, he summoned Bai Yinshuang, and the 2 of them proceeded to the dining area on the ground floor, where they ordered several dishes and began to eat. Bai Yinshuang continued to veil her face with a delicate gauze, and this time she consumed very little, merely moving her chopsticks a few times before setting them down. "Feng, shall we ascend the Celestial Peak tomorrow?" Bai Yinshuang inquired softly. Feng Yimo set down his chopsticks, gazing at Bai Yinshuang with a look of astonishment. Why was she so concerned about the heavenly peak? "I plan to first seek out my grandfather and then visit the heavenly peak." "Do you have any plans, Miss Bai? Are there any relatives of yours here?" Feng Yimo inquired. "Sir Feng, could you perhaps escort me to the heavenly peak first? I am all alone and utterly destitute in this unfamiliar place, knowing only you. Hence, I must rely on you," Bai Yinshuang implored, her voice tinged with a poignant vulnerability that rendered refusal almost impossible. Hearing the near-pleading tone in her voice, Feng Yimo felt a pang of sympathy and, without a second thought, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall first take you to the heavenly peak, and then I will search for my grandfather." Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he found himself taken aback. How had he acquiesced to her request? Moreover, her interest in the perilously steep heavenly peak, despite being an ordinary person, bewildered him, leaving him at a loss for words. The 2 fell silent, settled their accounts, and returned to their respective rooms. Feng Yimo sat cross-legged, holding a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand, commencing his cultivation. This place was a stronghold for human cultivators, with practitioners scattered abundantly, no longer needing to conceal their endeavors. With his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he could easily overpower 6 or 7 adversaries with a single strike, rendering others insignificant in his eyes. Though the Xianyin sect required cultivators from major cultivation nations and sects, as well as foundation-building families, to unite at the heavenly peak to fend off the beast tide, many Qi refinement cultivators seized this rare opportunity. They hoped to encounter the remains of fallen beasts, unclaimed treasures, or perhaps draw the attention of a venerable ancestor from one of the sects, thereby becoming a disciple and ascending to great heights. Thus, scattered cultivators ventured toward the vicinity of the heavenly peak in search of various fortunes, and at this moment, the 10 war zones surrounding it were teeming with half of the scattered cultivators from the super cultivation nations of the Xianyin sect. Having consumed a blood power fruit, and with his spiritual energy continually absorbed by the spirit-devouring silkworm, Feng Yimo's meridians expanded significantly compared to those of ordinary cultivators. Consequently, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy accelerated dramatically, nearly rivaling that of cultivators in the late foundation-building stage. Within 2 hours, he had completely drawn upon the spiritual energy from the 2 mid-grade spirit stones, after which he produced another pair and immersed himself in fervent cultivation. The following morning, Bai Yinchuang unexpectedly knocked on Feng Yimo's door, seemingly eager to summon him. They shared a simple breakfast before hastily making their way toward the heavenly peak. As they approached the majestic mountain, Feng Yimo felt an uncanny familiarity with its towering presence. After half a day's journey, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. At this point, the heavenly peak was governed by the Xianyin sect, the Merchant Alliance, and the Blackwood Cliff, 3 super cultivation nations. The lowest cultivators on the peak were already in the late foundation building stage, with those at the early golden core stage merely serving as patrol leaders. Furthermore, the area around the heavenly peak was heavily fortified, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary people or beasts. Upon arriving at the mountain's base, the two were halted by a white-haired golden core cultivator, who sternly questioned, "Who are you two, and why have you come to the heavenly peak?" Feng Yimo retrieved the white token bestowed upon him by the steward of the Xianyin sect and proclaimed with clarity, "I have come as commanded." The captain of the patrol accepted the token, recognizing it as the personal insignia of Lu Guanglu, the chief steward of the Xianyin sect, and promptly permitted their passage. Lu Guanglu had already attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, mere steps away from advancing to the status of a nascent soul elder. Earning immense respect within the sect, his personal token was seldom given to others. Thus, the presence of a youth bearing it raised questions. As they approached the Tianwai Peak, the sheer peril of its cliffs became increasingly palpable. One side presented a sheer, mirror-like precipice, while the other offered a steep, man-made staircase that ascended to the midpoint of the peak, beyond which no further path could be discerned. From the base of the peak, looking up, one could see pavilions standing majestically on the mountainside, seemingly suspended in mid-air, approximately 3,000 zhang above ground. This location served as the headquarters for the Alliance against the Beast Horde, where the esteemed nascent soul elders of the Xianyin sect, Haimuya, and the Merchants Alliance orchestrated battles across various fronts. Gazing up at Tianwai Peak, Feng Yimo felt as though it were a formidable sword thrust into the earth, exuding an aura of danger. Just as he was about to step forward, Bai Yinchuang took hold of his arm, placing her cold hand into his right hand, and whispered softly, "Feng, would you be so kind as to help me ascend?" Her delicate, icy grip sent a shiver through him, yet without hesitation. He grasped Bai Yinchuang's hand and began to climb the stairs. After ascending over 1,000 zhang, Feng Yimo was astonished to notice that Bai Yinchuang appeared unfazed, her complexion serene, moving with an ease that belied her earlier portrayal as a frail woman. How could she traverse these steps without showing any signs of fatigue? Just as he was about to inquire, Bai Yinchuang suddenly tugged at his hand, abandoning the staircase in favor of a path laden with thorns and rocks. Where no clear route existed, only steep cliffs. As he surveyed the surrounding precipices, a moment of clarity struck Feng Yimo. He recalled having seen a familiar peak before. It was the same depiction from the mysterious beast skin he had encountered in Pipa County, which illustrated the very Tianwai Peak beneath his feet. Initially, he had utilized that beast skin to bandage Bai Yinchuang's injured right leg and quickly turned to her, asking Miss Bai, "What has become of that beast skin you wrapped around your leg?" Without turning her head, Bai Yinchuang led the way and replied, I haven't seen it in ages. Perhaps it was lost along the way. Why? Do you still have use for that skin? Feng Yimo felt a pang of disappointment. He vaguely remembered that the beast's skin bore a map, pinpointing the summit of Tianwai Peak, adorned with a diamond-shaped symbol whose purpose eluded him. Now, without the skin, he had no means of deciphering the map's significance and could only lament its loss. Miss Bai, why have we forsaken the staircase for this path? There is no road here at all, he queried, as the terrain became increasingly treacherous, nearly impassable, leaving him utterly perplexed. Bai Yinchuang gestured towards the stairs above, prompting Feng Yimo to look up. He beheld several cultivators descending the steps, with the foremost figure exuding an ethereal presence and an overwhelming aura of power. To his astonishment, he could not discern the man's cultivation level, sending a shiver of fear through him. Could he be an ancient nascent soul master? Even if this individual were indeed a nascent soul ancestor, there would be no need for concealment. Feng Yimo felt Bai Yinchuang's hand was icy as she vigorously pulled him towards the seemingly insurmountable rocky ascent. Her movements were surprisingly agile, even in the steepest of places, as she clutched him with her left hand and refused to let go. The nascent soul cultivators appeared grave, seemingly preoccupied with something of great importance, oblivious to the two individuals outside the stone steps as they led their group down the mountain. 500 miles away from Tianweifeng flowed the broad and turbulent Lansong River. On its northern banks, over 10,000 human cultivators gathered, the weakest among them being at the foundation establishment stage, with more than 7,000 in total. Leading them were three elderly men, long-haired and bearded, hovering above the ground with an expression of extreme seriousness. They were the three nascent soul elders from the Xianyin sect, Haima Cliff, and the Merchant Alliance. They had received word early that today the demon beasts had mobilized thousands of their kind, including 4 formidable 4th-level beasts, and rumored to be accompanied by a shape-shifting great demon. This marked the first occurrence of such a substantial gathering since the onset of the beast tide, compelling the nascent soul masters to take the matter seriously. They had specifically summoned a deputy leader of the alliance, Dao Wuzong, to oversee the situation. Dao Wuzong, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, possessed formidable power capable of contending with a shape-shifting great demon. From across the Lansong River, the crowd could clearly see countless grotesque demon beasts on the opposite shore, their ferocious faces howling and seething, seemingly poised to charge across. In the air, a flock of demon birds screeched, their cries resonating through the heavens, stirring unease among the human cultivators, inciting a wave of unrest. A nascent soul ancestor with slightly reddened skin snorted, his voice projecting far, "Do not be anxious. They are mere uncultivated beasts and pose no threat. Follow our commands." The crowd, as if on the verge of listening intently, quieted down, responding in unison, "We shall heed the decree." Over 10,000 voices resounded, drowning out the cries of the demon birds, startling them into a scattered flight, clearing the azure sky and eliciting smiles from the cultivators. The red-faced nascent soul cultivator nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. The cultivator to his left remarked in admiration, "Senior Brother Zhua, your mastery of the azure wave tide sound technique has progressed significantly. You are nearing the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, are you not?" The red-faced elder sighed. "My younger brother has been stuck at the peak of the early nascent soul stage for 120 years, with no signs of breaking through. If he cannot find an opportunity amidst the beast tide, he may have to seek another path." His words were tinged with profound melancholy. Who could have imagined that even exalted nascent soul ancestors experienced moments of despondency? The cultivator on his right bore a similarly dismal expression. "Though I have not been at this for as long as Senior Brother Zhua, I too have been at it for over 80 years. If the Xiantian secret realm were to manifest, we might still have a glimmer of hope." Upon the mention of the Xiantian secret realm, the eyes of the two nascent soul ancestors gleamed with anticipation as they turned their gaze towards him, eagerly inquiring, "Brother Liu, have you obtained some vital intelligence?" Brother Liu stroked his long beard and replied slowly, "According to the temporal calculations, the renowned Xiantian secret realm manifests every 2 centuries, and it is due to appear once more. It is said to be replete with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, brimming with opportunities. Within lies a spiritual fruit known as the Holy Yuan fruit, perfectly suited for nascent soul cultivators. A single fruit can elevate one's cultivation by a minor tier. Though it can only be consumed once, subsequent attempts yield no effect. However, if the Holy Yuan fruit is refined into a Holy Yuan pill, it may be ingested repeatedly until one achieves the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage." The two cultivators of the Zhua clan exhibited expressions of yearning, but soon recollected themselves, and their demeanor turned somber. The nascent soul cultivator who had previously praised to a brother's side, Brother Lu speaks the truth. Yet the Xiantian secret realm is only accessible for a fleeting hour upon each manifestation, and its location is erratic. Without a person of true fortune, entry is impossible. Furthermore, within the realm, countless demonic beasts and ancient creatures roam, and many have perished within its bounds, unable to escape. Friend Shi, your words are misguided. Every cultivator among us defies the heavens in pursuit of our path. What are dangers and crises but shadows of opportunity? If a practitioner lacks the spirit of adventure, the resolute will, and unwavering faith, their journey toward immortality shall reach its end. A resonant voice interjected suddenly, startling the three, who swiftly turned to see a cultivator gracefully approaching. They bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Vice Alliance leader Dao Wuzong. The newcomer was indeed the nascent soul cultivator whom Feng Yimo had encountered on the stone steps. The Vice Alliance leader is correct. Since we embarked on the path of cultivation, we have faced innumerable thorns and overwhelming challenges. Now, confronted with the beast tide, it presents a unique opportunity, perhaps in the throes of battle. We might discover a chance for breakthrough. Brother Lu added, not out of flattery towards Dao Wuzong, but as a statement of fact. Indeed, as cultivators, we either advance or regress, perpetually seeking progress, striving for the ultimate path to immortality, yearning for further enlightenment. Yet, behold, Dao Wuzong gestured towards the throng of Foundation Establishment cultivators behind them. Among these thousands of Foundation Establishment practitioners, how many can ascend to the Golden Core stage? And among the Golden Core cultivators, how many, like you and I, can attain the nascent soul? For millennia, there have been no reports of a nascent soul cultivator advancing to the transformation stage, underscoring the daunting nature of our path, far beyond imagination. Yet, despite the arduous journey, why do so many plunge headlong into this pursuit? It is because each individual harbors a dream, dreams of eternal life, of wielding the forces of nature, of becoming a celestial being, sharing longevity with the cosmos. Dao Wuzong raised his voice, pointing towards the horde of beasts across the Lansong River. Our human Golden Core cultivators live but a mere 800 years, and we, as nascent souls, barely a millennium and a half. Yet, any one of those beasts has surpassed our age, and still, they seek various means to break through the confines of their existence. They are mere beasts, devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinct. Humanity, however, is different. We possess profound wisdom, creating an array of techniques and spells, as well as alchemical arts to aid in our cultivation, surpassing the beast by 100-fold. As long as one holds steadfast beliefs and bravely advances forward, facing all difficulties with a spirit of indomitable courage, eventually someone will take that step, Dao Wuzong earnestly remarked. The Q, L, and Zhu cultivators were all deeply moved, exclaiming in unison, we have been enlightened. Though merely a few words, they fortified their resolve, and a surge of vibrant vitality erupted from the three of them. By the way, I have just arrived. Have you fellow Taoists seen the transformed great demons gathered by the banks of the Lansong River? What could their intentions be? Dao Wuzong intently gazed across the river and inquired. The Q cultivator shook his head, saying, we have waited here for an hour. They merely roar and wander, showing no aggressive actions. Even the fourth-tier demon beasts have yet to appear. We are uncertain of their motives. Dao Wuzong's expression grew grave, regardless of their intentions. We must protect this line, for behind us lies a million souls. Reports indicate that not only here but also to the west, north, and east, demon beasts are gathering. Could it be that they are preparing for a full-scale assault? The three, Q, L, and Zhu, were taken aback, realizing why Dao Wuzong, the deputy leader, had arrived late. It was due to the overwhelming presence of demon beasts elsewhere. Could the Human-Demon Alliance withstand the onslaught? Biao Shuing grasped Feng Yim's hand as they climbed upwards. They had surpassed the halfway point of the Alliance headquarters, mere dozens of zhang from the peak. Feng Yim sensed the cold sweat pooling in Biao Shuing's palm, as if he were holding ice instead of a hand. Through this icy grip, he discerned her erratic breathing, her fragrant sweat soaking her. Her arms almost translucent with visible veins, and her strength had inexplicably surged, as though he were being pulled upward against his will. Who are you truly? And what do you seek? Feng Yim sensed something amiss, shaking off Biao Shuing's hand and demanding. She turned to face him, gazing earnestly into his eyes, then re-grasped his hand, speaking softly, Feng Xian, you have saved my life. How could I harm you? Have you heard of the Xiantian secret realm? Feng Yim did not break free, allowing her to hold his hand. From the clarity of her beautiful eyes, he felt no malice. I know you bear no ill intent, yet I must understand clearly. I find you increasingly inscrutable. Who are you really? Bi Wine Shuing sighed. F ing shi ngg ing. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that the Xiantian secret realm is about to open. It is the foremost secret realm in the world, vast and boundless, filled with countless treasures, various spiritual fruits, and herbs. Obtaining even one can lead to a qualitative leap, making it the most coveted place for all cultivators. It appears once every 200 years, with its location always uncertain. No one knows where it shall emerge next. As she spoke, Bai Yinshuang produced a piece of animal hide and unfurled it. It was the very map that Feng Yimo had used to bandage her wounds. Under Feng Yimo's astonished gaze, she pointed to a few lines of text atop a peak, accompanied by a diamond-shaped pattern that shimmered with a faint glow. Look, Sir Feng. This diamond marks the location of the entrance to the Xiantian secret realm. Once the light ceases to flicker, the entrance will open. And the time frame for entry is merely an hour. Consequently, the number of those fortunate enough to enter is exceedingly rare. Those who emerge alive will undoubtedly become formidable cultivators, dominating their realms. Feng Yimo was left speechless, for he was ignorant of these profound secrets. Having only awakened the memories of his previous life a few months ago, his understanding of the Hongming continent was limited to the jade slips he had seen, which made no mention of the Xiantian secret realm. Wait a moment, how could Bai Yinshuang, a mere mortal, possess such extensive knowledge? Doubt regarding her true identity resurfaced in him, prompting him to inquire, Miss Bai, are you a cultivator? Have you concealed your entire cultivation level with some special technique? Bai Yinshuang smiled without answering and simply said, Sir Feng, now that you comprehend my intentions, let us hasten our departure. We must enter before anyone else discovers the Xiantian secret realm. Without waiting for Feng Yimo's response, she grasped his hand and rushed toward the mountain's peak. Meanwhile, Dao Wuzong and his companions waited for another hour. Observing that the beasts across the way remained unusually still, they were perplexed. Suddenly, all the beasts let out a roar. Some of the more ferocious ones rising on their hind legs, resembling humans standing upright. The entire horde of beasts erupted into chaos, restless and seemingly poised to charge forward. Dao Wuzong and his companions were taken aback, swiftly issuing commands to prepare for battle, their vigilance heightened. The cultivators tensed, beads of sweat forming on their brows as they summoned their weapons. Unexpectedly, the clear sky darkened, ominous clouds rolling in, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The dense cloud cover obscured the sun, spiraling into a colossal vortex, with the center unmistakably above the Tianwai peak. Everyone was left dumbfounded, unsure of what was transpiring. In the midst of their astonishment, the vortex flickered, and the clouds descended, as if drawn by an unseen force, forming a colossal pillar of mist extending hundreds of feet into the sky. At the point where this pillar met the Tianwai peak, a dark opening materialized. Suddenly, several trails of black smoke erupted from the beast horde across the Lansong River, surging towards Tianwai peak, with the beasts on the ground galloping fiercely in pursuit. Flooding toward the entrance like a tidal wave, Dao Wuzong's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and elation as he abruptly soared towards Tianwai peak. A cultivator of the Lu clan trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "The Xiantian secret realm!" before vanishing from sight, chasing after Dao Wuzong. Following a moment of stunned silence, cultivators from the Zhua and Qi clans also dashed away, their madness ignited by the news of the Xiantian secret realm's appearance. Spreading like wildfire within a 1,000-mile radius of Tianwai peak, all cultivators and beasts became frenzied, forgetting their previous battles as they rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, atop Tianwai peak, two disheveled figures appeared. Bai Yinshuang, upon seeing the dark entrance, was overwhelmed with joy and fervently grasped Feng Yimo's hand. Plunging into the opening, the first to notice the anomaly at the peak were the stationed cultivators of the Anti-Demon Beast Alliance at the mountainside. They gazed upward, bewildered and unaware of the monumental opportunity that had descended upon them, only to realize after a considerable time that it was the legendary Xiantian secret realm. They promptly abandoned their posts and raced toward the summit. The Xiantian secret realm opened for merely 1 hour at a time, and they had already delayed for too long. They could not afford to miss such a fortuitous occasion. The leader of the Xianin sect, Xianlong, sensed the chaotic fluctuation of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. He soared into the air and soon discovered the entrance to the Xiantian secret realm, feeling a mix of surprise and joy. However, he maintained clarity of mind and did not succumb to panic. Projecting his voice far and wide, "All disciples of the Xianin sect, heed my command. Each of you to your respective positions. Do not act recklessly. Those who defy this order shall be expelled from the sect and have their cultivation rendered null. Where is the head of the law enforcement hall, Li Qi? He called out. I am here. A resounding voice replied, and a figure appeared before Xian Lang, bowing respectfully and vowing to obey the decree. Then, he vanished without a trace. Just as a golden core cultivator from the Xianyin sect departed his post, he felt a sharp pain in his dantian. His spiritual sea shattered, and his meridians ruptured, rendering his cultivation wasted. Where is the head of the mission hall, Luo sang? Xian Lang bellowed again. A cultivator clad in a brown robe materialized before him, bowing deeply and stating, Luo Sang is present. The sect leader commanded. Select 400 of our most talented golden core disciples from the mission hall and expedite their entry into the Xiantian secret realm. Promise them that anyone who brings back rare treasures for the sect shall be granted core disciple status. Understood. Luo Sang vanished from the spot. Shortly thereafter, several figures descended from the sky, their expressions filled with eagerness and longing as they looked at Xianlong. Sect leader, the Xiantian secret realm has appeared. These individuals were all cultivators of the Xianyin sect, ranging from the early to late stages of the nascent soul realm, with Dao Wuzong among them. None were indifferent to the sudden opportunity. Each yearned for advancement, and now, with the first secret realm hovering above them, they could hardly bear to miss this fortuitous blessing. Xian Lang, feeling quite exasperated, acknowledged his own desire to seek a breakthrough within the Xiantian secret realm. Yet, as the sect leader, he had to prioritize protecting the sect and could not let personal matters interfere with the greater responsibilities at hand. He could impose strict measures on the lower-tier cultivators, but he could not do the same with the elders of the nascent soul realm. Understanding their aspirations, he addressed them, esteemed brothers and sisters. You may enter the secret realm. However, half of any resources obtained must be surrendered to the sect. If any techniques or spells are discovered, they must be shared with the sect as well. The elders rejoiced, expressing their gratitude in unison before swiftly ascending toward the peak of the heavenly outer peak. Dao Wuzong lingered behind, casting a glance at Xianlong, aware of his eagerness to join, but recognizing that his status prevented him from leaving freely. He said, Xianlong, if you have any special requests, I can fetch them for you. Xianlang's eyes lit up with joy as he clasped his hands in thanks, replying, if you chance upon the soul-seizing lotus, please bring one back for me. I express my gratitude in advance. Dao Wuzong nodded, his figure flickering as he raced toward the summit with the swiftness of the wind. Feng Yimo felt a surge of dizziness. His vision blurred and his feet fell into emptiness as he and Bai Yinchuang tumbled into a patch of sand. When they managed to rise from the ground, they were instantly struck dumb by the sight before them, an endless expanse of desert, devoid of verdant trees, blooming flowers, or any rare spiritual herbs and fruits. The scorching sun rendered the sand beneath their feet blistering hot, and within moments, Feng Yimo was drenched in sweat. Was this truly the world's foremost secret realm? Doubt crept into his mind as he observed the thin spiritual energy in the air, even sparser than that in Maple Leaf Town. How could this possibly be the premier secret realm? Surveying the surroundings, they saw not a single soul, as if they were the only two entities in existence. Appearing out of nowhere. Where's this place? They both exclaimed in unison. Bai Yinchuang produced the beast's skin and noticed that the pattern had changed. It no longer depicted the celestial peak, but instead showed an unfamiliar mountain, with the inscriptions vanished. This beast's skin is no longer of use. Feng Gongzi, please stow it away. If I am not mistaken, the mountain depicted is where the next Xiantian secret realm will manifest. This beast's skin is a rare treasure and must not be exposed. Bai Yinchuang tossed the beast's skin to Feng Yimo and set off in a particular direction. Feng Yimo received the beast's skin, glanced at it, and couldn't help but smile ruefully. 200 years later, he still had no idea where he might be. Nevertheless, he placed it into his storage pouch and hurried after Bai Yinchuang. Meanwhile, Celestial Peak had descended into chaos. Nearby cultivators had already surged into the secret realm, and the sound of howling winds filled the air as a dozen fourth-level demon beasts, led by 4 shape-shifting great demons, broke through the defenses of the human cultivators and reached the summit. They encountered Dao Wuzong and his companions, and both sides came to a halt, facing each other in a tense standoff. Among the 4 shape-shifting great demons, the leader was a creature with a serpent's head and a human body, having not fully transformed. He stepped forward and spoke in human language. Esteemed humans, you and we demon beasts are both practitioners of cultivation. While you absorb spiritual energy, we draw upon the essence of the sun and moon. In essence, we are pursuing the same path. With the emergence of this Xiantian secret realm, it is fortuitous that we meet. I propose we cease hostilities and seek our fortunes independently. Upon exiting the secret realm, we can determine our respective standings. All the cultivators turned their gaze toward Dao Wuzong, the highest ranking among them and the vice leader of the anti-demon beast alliance, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Dao Wuzong replied, "The suggestion of this serpent brother is indeed commendable. Let us, as representatives of our respective factions, strike a pact and cease our mutual slaughter." Agreed. Splendid. The serpent-headed great demon stepped forward, extending a scaled hand to strike a pact with Dao Wuzong, leading the demon beasts into the entrance of the Xiantian secret realm. The human cultivators, unable to contain their eagerness, followed suit, with thousands of cultivators and demon beasts pouring into the realm. An hour later, as the dark clouds dispersed, the entrance vanished. Those cultivators who had just reached the summit and failed to enter the secret realm were left lamenting their misfortune, and upon encountering the demon beasts, they unleashed their pent-up frustrations upon them, brandishing their weapons and engaging in battle. On the 7th day since Feng Yimo and Bai Yinchuang entered the mysterious realm of Xiantian, the two travelers continued their arduous journey through the desert, with nary a hint of greenery in sight. Half of the water in their storage bags had been consumed, and each day they managed to sip only a few dozen mouthfuls. Were it not for the constant grip of Bai Yinchuang's icy hand, Feng Yimo would have succumbed to the heat long ago. Whenever hunger struck, he would nibble on some root-like spiritual herbs, which he had in abundance, while Bai Yinchuang refrained from eating. Thus, he reserved all the roasted chicken and duck he had purchased for her, subsisting on a vegetarian diet himself. Over the course of 7 days, Bai Yinchuang devoured all the meat, and she felt deeply touched that Feng Yimo had selflessly left the sustenance for her. "Why are you so kind, Feng Lang?" she pondered. "You take such great care of a stranger like me. With my injured leg, you have carried me thousands of miles. Now, you forego nourishment and drink for my sake. How can I ever repay you?" Feng Yimo licked his parched lips, his teeth caked with yellow sand, and spat a mouthful out. "Because I am a man, and you are a woman. It is only natural for a man to care for a woman." His declaration was filled with a sense of righteousness and grandeur. Bai Yinchuang remained silent, simply gripping his hand tighter. What intrigued Feng Yimo was how, in such a sweltering environment, Bai Yinchuang maintained her frigid body temperature, a truly astonishing phenomenon. As they leaned on each other and continued for another hour, the midday heat reached its peak. Despite holding Bai Yinchuang's cold hand, he was drenched in sweat. If only there were a spring where we could bathe, he thought. Only to bitterly smile, forget bathing, I'd settle for a single sip of water. He retrieved a withered wild fruit and offered it to Bai Yinchuang. "Here, Miss Bai. Please make do with this. It is all that remains." She accepted the fruit silently and took a bite, but suddenly she turned her gaze in a certain direction. In the distance, a swift line of sand surged towards them. Feng Yimo's spiritual sense swept across the scene, revealing a massive scorpion, about 10 feet long, darting through the sand. He quickly summoned his Chiyu sword. As the giant scorpion leapt from the dunes, he struck down with his sword. The sound of impact echoed as the Chiyu sword was deflected by the scorpion's formidable tail, sending it spinning away. The dark, glistening stinger then lunged towards him like a spear. Feng Yimo was taken aback. What kind of scorpion was this, so powerful? He hastily summoned the Chiyu sword back to defend himself, but even with this weapon, he could not breach the scorpion's defenses. Anxiety surged within him. The Chiyu sword was his most formidable weapon at present. If the standoff continued, he would have no choice but to resort to using the rusted dagger. Each time he wielded that dagger, a chill of dread coursed through him, and he was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Bai Yinchuang observed Feng Yimo battling the colossal scorpion with a detached demeanor, her expression devoid of concern for him. However, upon discerning that Feng Yimo wielded the exquisite red moon sword, her interest piqued. How could someone of merely the 7th layer of Qi refinement possibly command such a superior spiritual weapon? It was a feat that even mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators struggled to achieve. Clearly, Feng Yimo was no ordinary individual. The manipulation of spiritual tools and treasures is entirely contingent upon the strength of one's spiritual consciousness, which only augments gradually with cultivation. Rarely does one possess the ability to enhance their spiritual awareness beyond this natural progression. Her reference to him shifted from Feng Xianggong to Feng Lang, indicating a notable change in her perception. As the battle intensified, Feng Yimo found himself increasingly astonished. Before him was merely a monstrous insect devoid of rank. Yet it displayed remarkable prowess. The red moon sword failed to inflict any harm from any angle. Was it possible that all the creatures within this secret realm possessed such formidable abilities? For 7 days, the duo had encountered no other beings or creatures. This enormous scorpion marked the first living entity they had come across. Observant as he was, Feng Yimo noted that the scorpion's only weapon was its lengthy tail stinger, which it thrust repeatedly to fend off the Red Moon Sword's assaults with remarkable agility. If he could ensnare the tail stinger, the sword would then have an opportunity to sever the scorpion's head. With this thought in mind, Feng Yimo gestured with his left hand and invoked the wind prison technique. A tempest arose, stirring the yellow sand beneath, coalescing into a sand rope as thick as an arm, which surged toward the giant scorpion. In mere moments, the sand rope ensnared the lengthy tail stinger with great tenacity. Holding the other end in his grasp, he pulled forcefully, causing the stinger to momentarily falter. Seizing this chance, the Red Moon Sword emitted a crimson glow and descended toward the scorpion's head. Just as the sword was about to strike, the scorpion suddenly opened its grotesque maw, unleashing a fireball the size of a bowl, which sent the Red Moon Sword flying and startled Feng Yimo. How could this creature, evidently not a demon beast, possess such magical prowess? Yet, after expelling the fireball, the scorpion's energy waned, and even its thrashing tail stinger grew limp. The Red Moon Sword then effortlessly severed its head, and the enormous body convulsed a few times before falling still. The scorpion's blood was green, splattering onto the sandy ground and swiftly transforming into a green mist. Concerned that this mist might be toxic, Feng Yimo hastily pulled Bai Yinshuang back a few paces, waiting for the green fog to dissipate completely before approaching. "Miss Bai, we have meat to feast upon today," Feng Yimo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the scorpion's carcass. Each leg of the scorpion was as thick as an arm, especially its long tail stinger, which was the diameter of a calf. Surely, the flesh within would be succulent. With this thought, he waved his hand, and the Red Moon Sword cleaved off the scorpion's 6 legs and tail stinger, summoning a fire talisman to begin roasting the meat. Feng Shanhuan had supplied him with numerous talismans, among which fire talismans were the most abundant, likely intended for alchemical purposes by Feng Shiren. Bai Yinshuang silently watched Feng Yimo's actions, her heart swelling with sweetness. The young man before her, though not yet of age, exhibited remarkable thoughtfulness and care for others. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted scorpion legs and tail, tempting the senses and igniting an appetite. Feng Yimo wielded a low-grade spiritual flying sword to cleave open the exoskeleton of the scorpion leg, revealing the steaming, tender flesh within. He handed it to Bai Yinshuang, who accepted it with a graceful gesture, biting into it with a delicate pout. To her surprise, it was exceptionally fragrant and tender, prompting her to indulge in several bites. Noticing Feng Yimo's eager gaze, she chuckled softly, her smile radiant as she beckoned, "Feng Ling, you should try some too." Feng Yimo, elated by Bai Yinshuang's delight, promptly seized another leg and began to savor it, exclaiming how delicious it was. The pair devoured the delicacy with fervor, leaving not a morsel behind. However, Feng Yimo found himself sated after just 2 legs, while Bai Yinshuang astonishingly consumed the rest, her appetite formidable. He stowed away the black hook at the tip of the tail, an extraordinary item capable of contending with the Red Moon Sword without faltering. With his adept craftsmanship, it could be fashioned into a superior-grade spiritual tool, undoubtedly powerful. He brandished the Red Moon Sword, circling the scorpion's carcass, meticulously severing all removable parts and placing them into his storage pouch, intending to roast them for Bai Yinshuang on their next meal. As they continued their journey, they encountered yet another giant scorpion a day later. Feng Yimo's spirits soared as he executed the wind prison technique, ensnaring the creature in a tight embrace of yellow sand. After dispatching it with the Red Moon Sword, he collected only the legs and the tail hook, discarding the rest as it proved to be tough and fibrous, difficult to chew and swallow. For 10 consecutive days, they stumbled upon a giant scorpion almost daily, ensuring their meals were secure. However, the desert stretched endlessly before them, thwarting any hopes of treasure hunting. Both began to doubt whether they had ventured to the right place, questioning if this was truly the Xiantian secret realm. One evening, as they prepared to rest, a line of sand surged into the air from the distance. Feng Yimo readied himself, anticipating the prey, only to realize that this sand line was significantly larger than those encountered before. A quick scan with his spirit sense revealed a colossal scorpion, towering 3 zhang, its eyes radiating a terrifying green light. Taken aback, he acted swiftly, casting the wind prison technique with all his might. Summoning a 3-foot-wide sand rope that rose 6 to 7 zhang into the air, resembling a tornado sweeping across the ground, ensnaring the approaching giant scorpion and binding it tightly, rendering it immobile. Having practiced the wind prison technique incessantly over the past days, he had become adept at its execution, effectively capturing scorpions with ease. Just as the red moon sword was about to sever the giant scorpion's head, Bai Yinshuang interjected, "Feng Lang, wait. Why not tame this creature to serve as our swift steed?" Feng Yimo hesitated, struck by the brilliance of her suggestion. Yet, he was unfamiliar with taming techniques. As he pondered, Bai Yinshuang parted her lips, uttering a series of esoteric phrases. He listened intently, realizing she was conveying a method of taming. He quickly committed it to memory and began to chant the incantation. This technique, known as the bug taming art, was remarkably straightforward. As insects lack a brain and act solely based on instinct, they contain a substance akin to a soul, referred to as a pseudo-soul, which permeates their bodies and governs their movements. The spell serves to condense the false soul and summon it, thereby imprinting a mark of consciousness upon it. Consequently, the creature becomes obedient to the caster's commands. Soon, a vast scorpion emanated a mist of verdant hue, which gradually coalesced into a scorpion of palm-sized proportions. Feng Yimo understood that this was the false soul of the scorpion and hastily imprinted his consciousness upon it. Instantly, he felt a subtle connection with the scorpion. With merely a thought, he could bring about its demise. He ceased his incantation, and the false soul burst forth, transforming back into green mist that entered the scorpion's body. At that moment, the scorpion morphed into a docile lamb, approaching him, its two front pincers gently touching him in a manner that conveyed affection. This scorpion's exoskeleton was a deep crimson, adorned with numerous red spots, yet it had not completely turned black. The scorpions encountered previously were solely red, indicating that this one surpassed them, but had yet to ascend to the next echelon of black scorpions. Feng Yimo extended his hand to assist Bai Yinshuang, signaling the scorpion to lower its head. He utilized one of its pincers as a stepping stone to mount its broad back. Once they were settled, the scorpion surged forward smoothly, its speed markedly increased without a hint of jostling. The rapid and effortless pace uplifted Feng Yimo's spirits, and he could not contain a hearty laugh, his recent vexation from the endless sea of yellow sand dissipating, replaced by a sense of exuberance. Bai Yinshuang smiled silently, perceiving Feng Yimo's transformation into a lively child, her icy demeanor melting away to reveal warmth. However, as a thought crossed her mind, her face turned pale as a ghost, her crystalline hand instinctively clutching her heart, overwhelmed with anguish. Noticing her distress, Feng Yimo promptly inquired with concern, "Miss Bai, what troubles you?" Bai Yinshuang, with her brows knitted, replied weakly, "It's nothing, just an old ailment. Since this scorpion can carry us forth, you should seize the opportunity to cultivate. Feng Lang, your cultivation level is far too low." A mere scorpion of the realm struggled for half a day. Should we encounter other beasts, our lives would be at risk. At all times, one must rely on strength. Feng Yimo felt a flush of embarrassment, his face alternating between red and green at her words. Though his curiosity about Bai Yinshuang deepened, he found himself unable to voice his inquiries. And thus he settled into a meditative posture atop the giant scorpion's back, commencing his cultivation. Feng Yimo continued to cultivate the Nine Heavens Gang Wind technique. As he channeled his energy, the cool breeze of the desert night penetrated his being, dispelling the heat within him. His mind became tranquil, and his spiritual consciousness cleared. After completing several great circulations, he suddenly noticed that his absorption of spiritual energy had increased by more than 20%. Puzzled, he wondered why his cultivation speed had improved despite not having time to practice recently. Bai Yinshuang, noticing Feng Yimo had ceased his cultivation, wore a look of surprise. Suspecting something amiss, "Feng Lang, what is the matter?" she inquired. "Bai Gunyang, I feel that my cultivation speed has greatly increased. What could be the reason?" Feng Yimo asked. Bai Yinshuang smiled slightly and replied, "Feng Lang, have you not realized that after consuming the scorpion meat, your strength has augmented? We are in the Xiantian secret realm, where treasures abound. Even common creatures like scorpions possess remarkable restorative properties. Long-term consumption can enhance one's physique and strengthen the body. Your cultivation method is extraordinary and similarly possesses body-refining effects, but over time, the accompanying pain can be unbearable. One requires a remedy to alleviate this suffering during cultivation. Did the person who imparted this technique to you not mention such a matter?" Feng Yimo was taken aback. He had only practiced for a brief moment, and Bai Yinshuang had already discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the Nine Heavens Gang Wind technique. Could it be that her cultivation was exceptional and her knowledge extensive? Though she had temporarily lost her powers due to severe injuries, he quickly bowed to Bai Yinshuang, saying, "I humbly request your kind guidance, Bai Gunyang." Bai Yinshuang smiled lightly and instructed, "Feng Lang, remember to use bone tempering grass, muscle refining flour, and the juice of the Shenyuan fruit, combined in a ratio of 4:2 to concoct a concentrated liquid. Apply this to your entire body while cultivating, and it will surely alleviate your suffering. Of course, the older these 3 ingredients are, the more effective they will be." Feng Yimo opened his mouth, speechless. Both bone tempering grass and muscle refining flour were essential for body cultivation, classified as second-tier spiritual herbs. Although they were quite costly, he had managed to acquire a few in his storage bag. However, the Shenyuan fruit was much rarer, categorized as a 4th-tier spiritual fruit, often snatched away by powerful Yuaning cultivators upon its appearance, leaving little chance for a mere qi refining stage practitioner like himself to obtain it. Seeing the astonished expression on Feng Yimo's face, Bai Yinshuang reassured him, "Feng Lang, there is no need to worry. This is the Xiantian secret realm, filled with countless treasures. You may very well encounter Shenyuan fruit soon." Feng Yimo pondered her words and decided to let go of his frustration, refocusing on his cultivation. Meanwhile, miles away, a serpent-headed humanoid demon was sprinting for its life, its face etched with terror. As a 4th-tier shape-shifting demon, its power was comparable to that of a fully realized human Yuaning cultivator. What could have instilled such fear in it, prompting such a frantic escape? Trailing a few miles behind, a 4-legged, golden lizard-like beast followed at a leisurely pace. Despite its modest 2-foot length, it moved with remarkable speed, keeping a consistent distance of 5 miles behind the serpent-headed demon, playfully toying with it like a cat with a mouse. After sprinting for several dozen miles, the serpent-headed demon could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. It abruptly halted, pivoting toward the lizard-like beast, charging forward for several dozen paces before transforming into its true form, a colossal serpent, measuring 50 zhang in length. A jet of water erupted from its enormous maw, cascading over the golden lizard demon. The water, a murky green and reeking with a noxious odor, was clearly infused with potent venom. As droplets fell to the ground, they hissed and corroded the earth, leaving behind gaping holes, a testament to the venom's ferocity. This was the serpent's most formidable technique. Yet, the 4-legged golden lizard showed no fear. It did not flinch or evade, instead swimming through the toxic deluge, morphing into a streamlined form, and plunged directly into the serpent's mouth. The serpent's torrent abruptly ceased as it writhed in agony mid-air. Within just 3 breaths, a golden light erupted from the serpent's tail, and it floated down to the ground, leaving behind only its skin, entirely devoid of flesh and organs, consumed cleanly by the diminutive beast that was 1,000 times smaller than itself. The golden lizard, seemingly unfulfilled, licked its lips and continued its leisurely advance. The sight of a transformed great demon being devoured, reduced to nothing but a mere skin, would surely petrify anyone who witnessed it, compelling them to flee from this mysterious realm of Xuanyin. A similar scene unfolded in the vast expanse of the Xuanyin secret realm, transforming this once-desired mystical place into a hellish battleground, drenched in blood. Feng Yimo remained oblivious to the chaos, seated atop the back of a giant scorpion, engrossed in his cultivation. As dawn broke, he realized he had practiced throughout the night, his body cloaked in a layer of frost, as if his blood had frozen. Perplexed, he recalled a similar experience when he cultivated the 9 Heavens Gale technique in Pipa County, which was also accompanied by frost, due to the presence of an ice python. But what was the cause this time? His gaze fell upon Bai Yinshuang, who wore a smile that hinted at reluctance. She had evidently stayed awake all night, watching over him. "Did you not sleep at all, Miss Bai?" he inquired. Bai Yinshuang shook her head. "I'm not tired. I find it quite delightful to see you cultivate so well." She had always referred to herself in a manner that made Feng Yimo uncomfortable, prompting him to request a change to a more personal address. She then pointed to the still accelerating giant scorpion. "It has run all night and is somewhat weary. Let it rest for a while. We can take a stroll together." Noticing that the scorpion indeed appeared quite fatigued, Feng Yimo signaled for it to halt and crouched down to assist Bai Yinshuang in dismounting. They retrieved some roasted scorpion legs to eat. Observing the scorpion eyeing the discarded shells with a glint of desire, they offered it the remnants. The scorpion emitted a joyful chirp, eagerly crunching on the offered scraps. Creatures like it advance by consuming their kin. In the future, you might consider hunting more scorpions for it. Perhaps it could evolve further into a true demon insect. Bai Yinshuang suggested, glancing at the giant scorpion. Feng Yimo nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by her knowledge, which far surpassed his own as a reincarnated individual. His curiosity about Bai Yinshuang's true identity intensified. Wenlang, look at how adorably it eats. Why not give it a name? Bai Yinshuang gazed at the giant scorpion and suddenly suggested, it is entirely black and red. How about calling it Red and Black? Feng Yimo couldn't help but chuckle at the oddity of such a name, yet it seemed remarkably fitting. Moreover, considering that the temporarily tamed creature would likely perish soon. He thought little of its name and replied, very well, let it be Red and Black. Upon hearing Feng Yimo accept her suggestion, Bai Yinshuang gleefully danced around the giant scorpion, which was still munching on the scorpion's shell, and proclaimed, from this moment on, you shall be called Red and Black. Are you happy? To her astonishment, the scorpion seemed to nod in response, leaving Feng Yimo bewildered. Could it truly comprehend human speech? Suddenly, Red and Black halted its feeding, its tail raised high, turning in a different direction, and it stared intently into the distance, as if facing a formidable foe. Feng Yimo's expression shifted to one of alarm as he turned his gaze towards the horizon, where dozens of sand trails rose high, resembling a wall of sand, sweeping towards them amidst swirling winds. Panic surged within him as he discerned that within this sand wall lay numerous red giant scorpions, alongside one colossal black scorpion measuring over 5 zhang. With his strength, he could easily handle 3 or 4 red scorpions, but against one that surpassed Red and Black, he felt inadequate. He swiftly grasped Bai Yinshuang's slender waist and flung her onto the back of Red and Black, commanding it to flee. Miss Bai, you go ahead. I will hold them off. Bai Yinshuang remained unperturbed, allowing Red and Black to carry her away, leaving Feng Yimo standing alone, a solitary figure standing tall and resolute. Before long, the sand wall approached within mere yards of Feng Yimo, revealing over 40 red giant scorpions with a single black scorpion at the center, exuding an air of menace as nearly 100 fierce eyes fixated on him, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Sweat beaded on Feng Yimo's forehead as he struggled to swallow. Ladies and gentlemen, have you mistaken your target? It is said that many others are here. If you search, you might find someone more delectable than I. Look at me. I have scarcely any flesh on my bones. I wouldn't suffice for your meal. It would be regrettable if you were to fight over me. Suddenly, a lilting laugh echoed from behind him. He turned abruptly to find Bai Yinshuang had returned, with Red and Black trailing behind her, and panic surged within him. Miss Bai, why have you returned? You must leave at once. At that moment, he failed to realize why the creature he had tamed could heed Bai Yinshuang's command. Bai Yinshuang approached him, grasping his right hand firmly. Wenlang, how could I allow you to face danger alone? You let Red and Black take me away, which shows you care for me, valuing my life above your own. How could I not be moved by such devotion? As she spoke, she pressed her exquisitely beautiful cheek against Feng Yimo's shoulder, an infinite tenderness enveloping them. Feng Lang, if you are not. The words lingered unuttered, as Feng Yimo succumbed to the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Bai Yinshuang, his senses dulled. Unable to resist, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, holding her close. Bai Gunyang, shoo. Bai Yinshuang gently placed a finger, delicate as a green onion, against his lips, silently nestling in his embrace, their silence more eloquent than words, seemingly oblivious to the peril posed by the surrounding horde of fearsome giant scorpions. Feng Yimo's racing heart began to calm, and fear dissipated, as if he had become indifferent to the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the swarm of giant scorpions. The largest among them emitted a deafening roar, and over 40 crimson scorpions released their 6 legs, charging towards them. With a sigh, Feng Yimo closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, anticipating death not outside, but within the treasure-laden Xintian secret realm. Holding Bai Yinshuang tightly, he whispered, Yinshuang, let us be a pair of fated lovers this once. After a prolonged wait, the sound of scorpions rushing towards them abruptly ceased. He opened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing the surreal sight of over 40 red scorpions, along with the colossal black one, encased within blocks of ice. What is happening? He was momentarily bewildered, having expected death, only to be greeted by this unexpected turn of events. Yinshuang, look, he exclaimed, but then noticed that Bai Yinshuang's complexion had turned ghastly pale, devoid of color, as she had fainted in his arms. Yinshuang, what has happened to you? In that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that it was Bai Yinshuang who had cast the spell to freeze the scorpions, resulting in her own exhaustion. In a flurry of panic, Feng Yimo laid her down, checking her pulse, only to discover a chilling aura rampaging within her body, as if a formidable force were on the verge of erupting. Without hesitation, he retrieved several healing elixirs and placed them in her mouth, guiding her into a meditative position, his palm resting against her back to slowly dissolve the medicinal energy while he attempted to regulate the turbulent cold energy in her veins. Just then, as he began to channel his energy, the icy aura surged up his arm, plunging his entire right hand into a frigid abyss, the cold biting deeply. A layer of frost enveloping his arm, creeping steadily upwards, threatening to encase him entirely. Feng Yimo's face turned ashen with shock as he hurriedly focused his energy to resist. Yet, the chilling aura proved to be highly corrosive, freezing even the spiritual energy he had just summoned, obstructing its flow and rendering his arm completely numb. Suddenly, he recalled the yin-yang technique and instinctively switched to its practice, employing the yin method with his left hand and the yang method with his right. He simultaneously channeled his energy, relying on the scorching heat of the desert to fend off the bone-chilling cold. Feng Yimo's body became a battleground. The left side encased in ice, while the right radiated heat, beads of sweat cascading down his back, a tormenting dichotomy, as if his very form were being torn asunder. Slowly, Feng Yimo entered a profound state of meditation. Regrettably, the yin-yang technique only accommodates those of the Qi refinement level 5 and below. Otherwise, his cultivation speed would have seen a marked improvement. Fortunately, it was midday, the temperature at its zenith, barely warding off the biting cold. Moreover, the desolate surroundings ensured that no one would intrude upon their solitude. Should any individual or beast approach, survival would be a fanciful notion. Beside them, the two creatures, red and black, gazed with wide eyes, initially fixating on the frozen corpse of their kind, their mouths watering with desire. However, without their master's command, they dared not act. As the ice began to melt, the giant scorpion's carcass transformed into the most delectable feast in their eyes. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they crawled to the remains of the giant scorpion and began to feast with unrestrained delight. Suddenly, with a forceful motion, Feng Yimo shattered the ice encasing his arm and sprang into action, catching the falling Bai Yinshuang. At this moment, the chill emanating from her body was significantly absorbed by him through the yin-yang technique, ceasing its onslaught. However, 5 days had already elapsed, and he was astounded to discover that his cultivation had surged to the 10th level of Qi refinement, an astonishing leap across 3 minor stages, truly a miraculous rate of progress. Yet, how could he advance beyond the limitations of the yin-yang technique, which was said to only accommodate those at the 5th level? This enigma left him perplexed. As he prepared to summon red and black, he was further astonished to find that they had consumed over 40 red giant scorpions. And the black scorpion was now half devoured. Their sizes increased dramatically, their exoskeletons transformed entirely to a deep black, faintly shimmering with silver specks. Remembering that scorpion meat could replenish vital energy and strengthen the body, he quickly commanded red and black to bring him a leg of the black scorpion. He roasted it with a fire talisman and held it to Bai Yinshuang's lips, softly urging, "Miss Bai, awaken and eat something." Bai Yinshuang stirred, her strength waning. Upon seeing the scorpion meat, a flicker of vitality ignited in her eyes, yet her arms lacked the strength to lift. Feng Yimo hastily supported her left shoulder with his left hand while bringing the scorpion meat to her mouth with his right. After a few bites, she succumbed to slumber once more. Feng Yimo felt a pang of heartache. Bai Yinshuang had risked her life to save him through her spell. Why was his cultivation so feeble? Why did he need a girl to rescue him? He resolved to train diligently to grow strong and to protect Bai Yinshuang from any further harm. Feng Yimo embraced Bai Yinshuang as they soared onto the back of the creature known as Red and Black, commanding it to proceed forward. However, Red and Black lingered, still savoring the remains of the black scorpion's carcass. Despite Feng Yimo's repeated urgings, it suddenly pierced the scorpion's head with its stinger, dragging along a portion of the corpse as it hastily crawled onward. Feng Yimo paid no heed to Red and Black, his concern solely for Bai Yinshuang. The desert nights were frigid, and every evening, she trembled uncontrollably, the chilling essence within her manifesting painfully. Feng Yimo found himself compelled to utilize the yin-yang technique to absorb that coldness. Not only did he endure immense suffering, but Bai Yinshuang appeared to be ensconced in a world of ice and snow, shivering in distress. Witnessing her plight pierced his heart. United in life and death, Bai Yinshuang's tender sentiments resonated deeply within him. Following their shared ordeal, their hearts intertwined, each holding a piece of the other, transformed into the black scorpion. Red and Black accelerated to nearly double its previous speed. After 10 days, they finally emerged from the desert, and Feng Yimo beheld a verdant oasis. Bai Yinshuang had regained her lucidity, able to converse with him, though she would still succumb to sleep only at night. Over the course of 10 days, Feng Yimo discovered that his cultivation had inexplicably advanced to the 11th level of qi training, yet he found no signs of foundation establishment, leaving him perplexed. Typically, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the 10th level should be able to establish their foundation. Despite his relentless training, the barrier to foundation establishment remained elusive, causing him considerable anxiety. The sole source of joy lay in their escape from the despised desert, free from the monotony of consuming scorpion flesh. Even the most delectable fare, when consumed for over a month, could become tiresome. Yet, it was Red and Black who mourned the desert most. During those 10 days, it consumed several red scorpions and 2 black ones, its silver spots multiplying, its presence growing more formidable. Based on Feng Yimo's estimations, Red and Black had now reached the level of a first-tier demon insect. Despite the oasis coming into view, it took half an hour for them to arrive. The area was scarcely 100 feet in diameter, with a handful of half-dead trees surrounding a small pond where a herd of wild deer drank. Unperturbed by Feng Yimo and by Yinshuang's presence, upon spotting the deer, Feng Yimo felt a surge of joy. With a flick of his finger, the Chiwei sword shot forth, swiftly severing the head of one deer. Only then did the remaining deer panic and flee into the distance. The warm blood gushed from the deer's neck, and before it could fall to the ground, Feng Yimo summoned it towards him, carefully tilting Bai Yinshuang's head back to let the warm blood flow into her mouth. Yinshuang, deer blood is highly nourishing. It will benefit your body. Bear with it and drink more. Feng Yimo gently reassured her. Bai Yinshuang gulped down several mouthfuls, her complexion gaining a hint of color. Only then did Feng Yimo disperse the blood, directing Red and Black to drag the deer carcass closer. He cleaved it open with a sword, extracting the still warm heart, gathering some dry wood, and kindling a fire to roast it. Soon, the enticing aroma of meat filled the air. Bai Yinshuang opened her eyes, revealing a look of longing. Feng Yimo, with a gentle smile, presented her with a meal. Today, Bai Yinshuang appeared much healthier, and her appetite was insatiable. She devoured an entire deer heart. Much to Feng Yimo's delight, he savored a piece of roasted venison while allowing the remaining parts to be consumed by Hong and Hei. It seemed that apart from scorpions, Hong and Hei had never tasted anything else. Initially reluctant, they eventually could not resist, consuming the entirety of the over 200-pound wild deer, still yearning for more, and set off to hunt another. As night fell, Feng Yimo held Bai Yinshuang close, sitting beside the crackling campfire, using his body to warm her cold frame. Thanks to the fire and their departure from the desert, the night was not particularly frigid. Bai Yinshuang's condition improved significantly, her spirit revived. Feng Lang, why are you so good to me? She asked this question no less than 10 times, each time receiving the same response from Feng Yimo he did not know, as it was just the two of them here. Yet, Bai Yinshuang understood that Feng Yimo was merely being coy and chose not to press the matter further. After all, men often maintained a certain reticence about their feelings. Lost in thoughts of affection, Bai Yinshuang found herself momentarily dazed, a subtle ache blossoming in her heart. Perhaps due to the deer blood and heart she had consumed, she remarkably did not fall ill that night. The two of them nestled together by the roaring fire, enjoying an incredibly sweet slumber. Upon rising the next day, Feng Yimo busied himself, fetching water from a nearby pond and selecting some clean water to heat over the fire. He meticulously wiped down Bai Yinshuang from head to neck, removing the sand and dust from her hair. He then commanded Hong and Hei to capture a wild deer once more, bleeding it for Bai Yinshuang to drink, before extracting its heart, roasting it, allowing it to cool, and presenting it to her while watching her eat. Spellbound, Bai Yinshuang felt as if she had become the happiest person alive, wishing for this moment to last forever, or for the journey to be endless, even if it meant enduring hardship willingly. But, was such a desire feasible? After consuming the deer heart, Feng Yimo roasted a considerable amount of venison, storing it in his bag for their journey, while the remaining parts were left for Hong and Hei. By the end of the night, only 5 wild deer remained, leaving her to wonder if they had all been consumed by Hong and Hei. Hong and Hei had significantly broadened their backs. To create a comfortable environment for Bai Yinshuang, Feng Yimo fashioned a makeshift chair from branches, securing it on Hong and Hei's back so that she could recline upon it, to shield her from the brunt of the sun's rays. He also constructed a shade from branches. Under this canopy, the two rode comfortably, with Hong and Hei carrying them swiftly along the way. During their journey, Feng Yimo inquired about the yin-yang technique, wondering why he, possessing only a 5th level qi cultivation method, could cultivate it to the 11th level. after a moment of contemplation. Bai Yinshuang replied, "Human cultivation techniques are profound and vast. The most superior techniques are not necessarily heavenly level, but rather those capable of automatic advancement. I have not practiced the yin-yang technique, but perhaps it is indeed one of those that can promote itself. This may explain why you can advance without subsequent techniques." After listening to Bai Yinshuang's explanation, Feng Yimo felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. However, he soon realized a contradiction. If the yin-yang secret could automatically elevate one's cultivation, then all disciples of the yin-yang sect would be extraordinarily formidable. The notion of automatic advancement in cultivation methods required substantiation. Only by uncovering the subsequent techniques of the yin-yang secret would everything become clear. As for why he was currently at the 11th level of Qi training, he refrained from asking, understanding that cultivation ultimately depended on oneself. He believed that with time, everything would naturally unfold, and that one could not force the process. A day later, with the creatures red and black carrying them, they finally departed from the desolate plains and arrived at a lush green meadow, where, in the distance, undulating mountains could be faintly seen. We finally emerged. Feng Yimo could not contain his exhilaration. "Yinshuang, let me find you a place to take a proper bath. And then I will prepare a grand feast filled with all your favorite meats." Bai Yinshuang smiled and nodded, though a hint of melancholy flickered in her expression. Unnoticed by the exuberant Feng Yimo expanded his consciousness and located a crystal-clear pond, guiding red and black to the water's edge. Gently assisting Bai Yinshuang to the bank, he hesitated momentarily and said, "Yinshuang, will you be all right alone?" Bai Yinshuang nodded in affirmation, and as Feng Yimo turned away, the sounds of her disrobing reached his ears, followed by the splash of water. He quickly steeled himself, banishing any thoughts of the enchanting beauty bathing before him. After a considerable time, Bai Yinshuang's weak voice called out, "Feng Lang, please come here." Feng Yimo hurried over, helping the fully dressed Bai Yinshuang onto the back of red and black, signaling them to head toward the distant mountains. Upon entering the forest, the presence of wild beasts and birds increased. Feng Yimo swiftly hunted 2 wild chickens, a pangolin, and a flying dragon. He lit a fire, preparing a dragon soup, a beggar's chicken, and a braised pangolin. "Yinshuang, given the circumstances, we must make do with what we have," Feng Yimo said somewhat apologetically. Yet, Bai Yinshuang felt immense gratitude. How many men would take the time to cook? Feng Lang's sincere effort to fulfill his promise of a grand meal moved her deeply. "Thank you, Feng Lang. You are the kindest person in the world to me, and I will never forget you." Feng Yimo was taken aback, not fully grasping the implications of her words. Just as he was about to inquire, Bai Yinshuang had already lowered her head to sip the soup and savor the meat, prompting him to refrain from asking further questions. After they had eaten their fill, Bai Yinshuang's first statement left Feng Yimo in shock. "Feng Lang, from now on, do not concern yourself with my needs. Focus solely on your cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will share everything I know. You must grow strong, so I can rest assured." Bai Yinshuang spoke with utmost seriousness, her tone leaving no room for contradiction. Bewildered, Feng Yimo nodded and immediately began his cultivation. This time, he practiced the 9 heavens gale technique, as the yin-yang secret was rather enigmatic, and he dared not continue until he had unraveled its mysteries. Amidst the majestic mountains, an ethereal aura permeates the air. Feng Yimo, with his eyes closed in deep meditation, is enveloped in tranquility. Not far away, Bai Yinshuang sits gracefully upon a stone, observing him in silence. Clad in flowing white garments and with long hair cascading gently, she exudes an otherworldly charm, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by mortal affairs, creating an exquisitely beautiful tableau. In the distance, Hong and He quietly conceal themselves, wary of disturbing their master, burying their substantial heads in the ground, remaining utterly silent. Perhaps it is the abundance of spiritual energy in this place, or perhaps the enchanting fragrance emanating from Bai Yinshuang that captivates the senses. Feng Yimo, in this state of deep concentration, meditates for an astonishing 7 days and nights. Upon finally opening his eyes, he finds his cultivation firmly established at the pinnacle of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, the barrier of foundation establishment remains elusive, leaving him perplexed. Noticing Feng Yimo's awakening, Bai Yinshuang offers a gentle smile, akin to the bloom of a peach blossom, breathtakingly beautiful. "Feng Lang, you have awakened. Are you hungry? Here, have some fruits," she says, extending a handful of green fruits towards him. Feng Yimo is taken aback. These are Yufeng fruits, classified as level 3 spiritual fruits. which enhance one's comprehension of wind attribute techniques and accelerate cultivation. Yinchuang, where did you acquire these Yufeng fruits? He inquires, astonished. He cannot fathom how level 3 spiritual fruits could simply appear, especially considering Bai Yinchuang's severe injuries that would prevent her from foraging. With a playful giggle, Bai Yinchuang gestures towards Hong and He in the distance. I instructed them to wander about, bringing back any delectable finds. They returned with a branch bearing these fruits. They should significantly aid your cultivation. Feng Lang, do you have any foundation establishment pills in your storage bag? If so, you could utilize the Yufeng fruits to comprehend the elusive barrier of foundation establishment. I hope you will seek treasures only after solidifying your foundation, ensuring your greater safety. Feng Yimo nods, accepting the Yufeng fruits, and proceeds to empty all the bottles containing spiritual pills from his storage bags, meticulously searching for foundation establishment pills. At last, he discovers 2 dark red pills, each the size of a broad bean, exuding a fragrant aroma and rich spiritual energy. Holding them in his palm, he feels an intoxicating essence, unmistakably the foundation establishment pills. No wonder Song Che boasted of his ability to assist in foundation establishment. He is likely a descendant of the divine Shenong, capable of concocting such rare pills, yet tragically perished by his own hand. Feng Yimo muses. Though foundation establishment pills are classified as level 2 spiritual medicines, their crafting is more challenging than that of level 4 medicines, owing to their unique properties and the complexity of their ingredients. The main herbs required are exceedingly rare, contributing to the scarcity of foundation establishment pills. Feng Yimo places one of the foundation establishment pills into his mouth, swiftly following it with a Yufeng fruit, commencing his cultivation. As the pill dissolves within him, it releases a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body like a tidal wave, while the Yufeng fruit deepens his understanding of the 9 heavens gale technique. His hands transform, manifesting countless gestural seals as the mountain winds howl around him. Within a radius of 10 zhang, the winds rise, drawing an abundant spiritual energy that seeps into his being. The cyclone expands to 20, then 30 zhang, ultimately encompassing 100 zhang. As a torrent of spiritual energy rushes into his dantian, filling the spiritual sea within him. Upon entering the mysterious realm of Xiantian, Feng Yimo's ling-devouring silkworm, which had been incessantly consuming his spiritual energy, suddenly ceased all movement, appearing lifeless and unresponsive, no longer absorbing the energy from his body. Consequently, his cultivation level surged repeatedly. Within his spiritual sea, the emerald energy surged tumultuously, radiating with vigor. Even with all his effort, Feng Yimo found it impossible to control the swelling energy. His dantian swelled prominently, akin to a woman in her 7th or 8th month of pregnancy, and the pain coursing through his meridians was excruciating. In this instance, he yearned for the silkworm to awaken and assist in absorbing the overwhelming energy. Seeing that the Jiutian Gang Feng technique could not tame the ferocious spiritual force, Feng Yimo resorted once more to the yin-yang technique. He formed his hands into the shape of a yin-yang fish, gently and slowly. The chaotic energy within his spiritual sea seemed to respond to a lullaby, gradually calming down, allowing his dantian to normalize, as he meticulously refined the elixir's potency, steadily entering a state of tranquility. When he finally reopened his eyes, a bitter smile crossed Feng Yimo's face. He had not merely established his foundation but had ascended to the 12th level of qi cultivation. How could this be? Was it due to the yin-yang technique? Both instances had been the result of practicing this technique, leaving him little choice but to believe in its influence. However, given the previous perilous circumstances, had he not diligently practiced the yin-yang technique, he might have perished from the internal turmoil. Did I not sense the barrier of foundation establishment? He pondered. There are plenty of Yufeng fruits. Feng Lang. First use the Yufeng fruits for cultivation, and when you feel it's the right time, consume the foundation establishment pill. Bai Yinchuang advised, her concern evident. Feng Yimo nodded, accepting her counsel. Noticing Bai Yinchuang's pallid complexion, he inquired with concern, Yinchuang, what have you been eating these past few days? Bai Yinchuang's expression darkened as she replied, Feng Lang, did I not instruct you to devote yourself entirely to your cultivation? You need not worry about my sustenance. Focus on your training. This was the first time Feng Yimo had witnessed such a stern demeanor from Bai Yinchuang since their acquaintance, leaving him momentarily stunned. What had changed within her? Had she been harboring some hidden worry? Just as he was about to retort, he met her unwavering gaze and swallowed his words, returning to his meditative state. 20 days later, having consumed 10 Yufeng fruits and reached the peak of the 12th level of qi cultivation through the Jiutian Gangfeng technique, the barrier of foundation establishment became faintly discernible, filling him with immense joy. He took a day to stabilize his energy and rest thoroughly, then retrieved the final foundation establishment pill, consuming it alongside the last 2 Yufeng fruits, preparing to break through the barrier. The violent and potent spiritual energy surged forth from the foundation establishment pill, crashing towards Feng Yimo's limbs and bones. The once tranquil spiritual sea was once again stirred into a tempest, violently washing over the surrounding areas and launching a final, ferocious assault against the elusive barrier of foundation establishment. The energy surged mightily, resilient and fierce, repeatedly battering against the barrier, leaving Feng Yimo in a state of profound agony. As the Yufeng fruit was consumed, the insights of the Nine Heavens Gale technique became increasingly lucid within his mind. His hands transitioned through various mystical gestures. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, his movements creating a cascade of shadows. The spiritual energy within a radius of 100 feet had been exhausted, prompting the energy vortex to expand beyond that distance. Reaching over 200 feet, the entire mountain became a realm of unease for the beasts, with chaotic spiritual energy swirling around Feng Yimo's position, the mountain winds howling, and branches rustling violently, sending the nearby creatures into a state of panic, scattering in fear and daring not to approach. The vortex of spiritual energy ultimately achieved a diameter of 500 feet, ceasing its expansion. Yet, such a colossal whirlpool stirred an atmosphere of impending doom, as if heralding the end of the world, prompting the beasts to flee even further. Within the Nine Heavens Gale technique, the corresponding level for late-stage Qi cultivation was the gentle breeze technique. However, the force Feng Yimo conjured far surpassed that of a strong wind. Thick branches snapped with a resounding crack, and the ferocity of the wind inflicted numerous fissures upon his flesh, causing him great distress. The spiritual power within his spiritual sea continued to accumulate, surging forward, when suddenly, a distinct cracking sound resonated. Feng Yimo's heart soared with joy as he focused his mind and hastened his progress. However, upon discerning the nature of his cultivation, he was left astonished. The sound had not indicated the breaking of the foundation establishment barrier. Rather, it signaled his advancement to the 13th layer of Qi cultivation. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered, questioning how this could transpire. Shouldn't the 12th layer lead to foundation establishment? How could there be an unheard of 13th layer? Not only was he perplexed, but Bai Yinshuang, who had been quietly observing Feng Yimo's cultivation from afar, also sighed and shook her head in disbelief. She had not anticipated such an occurrence. She had thought he would successfully establish his foundation this time, yet it remained unachieved. It seemed she would have to intervene. With this thought in mind, Bai Yinshuang slightly parted her cherry lips, releasing a thumb-sized white elixir exuding frigid energy, which darted like lightning above Feng Yimo's head. The cold air surged forth, rapidly spreading a layer of intense frost around him, enveloping the surrounding flora and towering trees in a glistening coat of ice. The entire world transformed into a frozen ocean, with Feng Yimo ensconced within the ice. Amidst his confusion, Feng Yimo was suddenly invigorated by the chilling energy, causing the yin-yang technique to involuntarily activate. The spiritual power, imbued with an essence of extreme cold, infiltrated his body, converging from all directions into his spiritual sea, further amassing strength to assault the increasingly discernible foundation establishment barrier. The ice layer expanded to encompass a 1,000-foot radius, with all spiritual energy within this expanse coalescing into lines of shimmering ice crystals, surging toward the orb above Feng Yimo's head. From this orb emanated a robust column of pure spiritual energy, pouring into his being. The potent and unadulterated spiritual power propelled the spiritual sea forward, relentlessly crashing against the barrier time and again. However, the foundation establishment barrier remained steadfast, akin to an unyielding rock in the ocean, resolutely defending its final stronghold. Thus, a precarious balance was established between the relentless assault of the spiritual sea's power and the stability of the foundation establishment barrier. While the ice layer continued to spread throughout the forest, time eluded him, and the foundational barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught of surging and tumultuous spiritual energy. Feng Yimo felt a clarity within his spiritual realm, a newfound enlightenment regarding the principles of the universe. At that moment, he comprehended that he had finally succeeded in establishing his foundation. His spiritual sea expanded, allowing him to absorb greater quantities of spiritual energy, prompting him to hasten his cultivation to solidify his attained mastery. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself seated in a desolate wasteland, shrouded in an atmosphere of decay. The trees and flowers surrounding him lay lifeless, extending for 2,000 feet. In the distance, Bai Yinshuang, clad in garments as white as snow, gazed at him with clear eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Congratulations, Feng Lang. You have finally become a true cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, only with the establishment of one's foundation could one be deemed to have truly embarked on the path of immortality. Feng Yimo leapt to his feet, only to be met with a pungent odor filling his nostrils. Looking down, he noticed that due to the expulsion of impurities from his body during the foundational establishment, he was now covered in a thick layer of filth. Disgusted, he quickly propelled himself away, his voice echoing back, Yinshuang, wait for me a moment. I need to find a place to wash up. Bai Yinshuang remained silent, her gaze following his retreating figure, filled with a mixture of satisfaction and sorrow. Feng Lang, I truly find it difficult to part with you. If only you were not human, she murmured to herself. My father urges my return to the higher realms. The affection I hold for you, Yinshuang, cannot be repaid, so I can only leave you with my most cherished possession, hoping you understand my intentions. After a brief interlude, Feng Yimo returned, feeling rejuvenated. Previously, his wind movement technique enabled him to traverse distances of 5 to 6 feet. Now, with a mere flicker of intent, he could leap across 10 feet. He sensed a formidable power coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. Aware of the passage of time due to his continuous practice, he turned to Bai Yinshuang and inquired, Yinshuang, how long have we been here? Feng Lang, your cultivation has spanned a total of 18 months, she replied. Ah? Feng Yimo exclaimed in astonishment. Has it truly been that long? Is the Xiantian secret realm not yet ready? Bai Yinshuang smiled. As far as I know, the entrance to the Xiantian secret realm opens for 2 hours, during which time flows as 10 years within. This means you have another 8 years to seek treasures. Understanding dawned upon him. He reached for Bai Yinshuang's icy little hand, saying, I have been so absorbed in my cultivation, I have troubled you. Bai Yinshuang gently rested her head upon Feng Yimo's shoulder, her voice soft. Feng Lang, do not say such things. Seeing you grow stronger brings me immense joy. By the way, you have yet to see Hong and Hei, have you? Take a look. They have changed. With that, she pointed towards the distance. Following her gesture, Feng Yimo beheld a silver scorpion, approximately 10 feet in length, resting on the ground with a docile demeanor. After observing it closely, he discerned that the once pitch-black tail stinger was indeed Hong and Hei. Aside from its reduced size, the creature emanated a more potent aura. Otherwise, it remained unchanged, leaving him curious about the advantages it might have gained through its evolution. At this point, calling it Hong and Hei seems inappropriate. Where is the red and where is the black? Feng Yimo chuckled. Bai Yinshuang entwined her arm around Feng Yimo's, playfully exclaiming, I still prefer to call it red and black. Very well, as you wish. At last, Feng Yimo grasped the advantages of red and black's ascension. It could now freely alter its size, currently transforming into a magnificent 3-zhang. As they rode upon its back, the speed was both rapid and steady, surpassing double its original velocity, akin to a flash of lightning. According to his estimations, it was comparable to the flying speed of a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core, a delightful surprise indeed. With red and black as their mount, their journey required significantly less exertion, and even if its combat prowess was lacking, it was still quite commendable. Having been engrossed in arduous cultivation and neglecting Bai Yinshuang, Feng Yimo instructed red and black to seek out a wilderness teeming with beasts. They captured several large creatures, bears, tigers, and monkeys. He had initially intended to catch a large snake for a sumptuous dish, but Bai Yinshuang intervened. Finding a clean cave, Feng Yimo set to work, skillfully severing the bear's paw, cleansing it, and roasting it. For the tiger, he extracted its spine to roast over the fire, savoring the marrow within. The preparation of the monkey was even more straightforward. He decapitated it, removed the fur, exposing the skull, and roasted it directly over the flames, indulging in the delectable brain without any seasoning. Exquisitely delicious. The remains of the bear, monkey, and tiger were generously bestowed upon red and black. During their feast, Bai Yinshuang recounted the tale of red and black's ascension. It turned out that while Feng Yimo was in secluded cultivation, Bai Yinshuang had sent red and black to forage. And upon its return, it curled up and slept soundly for an entire year, emerging from its thick shell transformed into its current form. A fortuitous occurrence indeed. Feng Yimo listened, his admiration palpable. The ascension of demonic beasts was notoriously arduous, And for red and black to elevate to a second-level demonic beast in such a short span indicated the presence of myriad opportunities within the Xiantian secret realm. He pondered. Now that he had attained foundational cultivation with significantly enhanced strength, it was time to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition. 8 years might seem lengthy. Yet within the vast expanse of the Xiantian secret realm, traversing a mere desert had already consumed 2 months without a single sighting, save for red and black. With ambition burning bright, he declared to Bai Yinchuang, "From this moment forth, we shall enter treasure-seeking mode, striving to acquire some valuable artifacts, which will benefit our cultivation." Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, a flicker of desolation flashed in Bai Yinchuang's eyes. After their meal, Feng Yimo embraced Bai Yinchuang, sharing his plans and aspirations for the future. She rested her head on his lap, her delicate face alight with a smile, listening intently. In the dead of night, as Feng Yimo succumbed to slumber, Bai Yinchuang quietly rose, her heart heavy with reluctance. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, her skin glowed like snow, as gentle as jade, inciting envy in anyone who beheld her. Feng Lang, all I can offer you is my most treasured gift. I hope that one day we may reunite once more. As she spoke, a waft of pink smoke enveloped the slumbering Feng Yimo on the ground. With a gentle wave of her hand, she approached him softly. Feng Yimo was lost in a beautiful dream, where he and Bai Yinchuang reveled in passion and delight, indulging in their desires. This dream, however, filled him with shame, for he could not bear to confront the pure-hearted Bai Yinchuang with such impure thoughts. If she were to discover his sordid imaginings, she would surely chastise him mercilessly. When he finally opened his eyes, the daylight outside the cave had brightened considerably, and upon reaching out, he found that Bai Yinchuang was nowhere to be seen. Perplexed, he wondered where she could have gone at such an early hour. Rising to his feet, he called out, "Yinchuang, Yinchuang, where have you gone?" The cave was eerily silent, devoid of any echo. Outside the entrance, his companions, Hong and He, had shrunk to the size of a palm, basking on a stone in the sunlight. Upon noticing their master's emergence, they lifted their heads and scurried over. Ignoring them, Feng Yimo extended his divine sense, covering a radius of 30 miles. Yet he still could not detect any trace of Bai Yinchuang. Panic began to set in. Could it be that a beast had abducted her during their slumber? Yet, even if her injuries had not healed, she would have surely struggled, awakening him in the process. Where could she possibly be? At that moment, Hong and He climbed to his feet, nudging him with one of their claws. Looking down, Feng Yimo noticed a piece of paper clamped in the other claw. He seized the paper, which bore a few lines of elegant script. "Farewell, Feng Lang. The days spent with you have been my happiest and most blissful. I long to continue walking by your side. However, the moon waxes and wanes, and people experience joy and sorrow, parting and reunion. I hope you will not blame me for leaving without a word, and I look forward to the day we may meet again." Bai Yinchuang had actually departed? At that moment, Feng Yimo's mind was blank. He could not fathom why she would leave, and a profound emptiness settled in his heart, leaving him desolate and forlorn. "Hong and He, do you know why Yinchuang has left me?" he inquired of his companions. The little creature merely gazed up at him, offering no response. "She must have left not long ago. We must find her and bring her back," Feng Yimo declared, tucking the note away. He commanded Hong and He to grow larger, mounting its back as they surged forward with fervor. For 100 miles away from Feng Yimo's location lay an expansive and magnificent lake. Within its waters, fish swam freely, and many wild beasts gathered at the shore to drink and frolic. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light emerged at the center of the lake, emanating an intense chill that swiftly spread outward, illuminating the surroundings. Wherever the light touched, the water instantly transformed into ice. Within 100 miles, everything was encased in glacial frost, and the wild beasts that had been drinking and playing at the water's edge were frozen into statues. In a flash of that cold light, Bai Yinchuang's figure appeared beneath the radiance. An astonishingly frigid aura erupted from her, and she hesitated, casting a lingering glance back. It was then that she noticed Feng Yimo, riding upon Hong and He, racing towards her. A look of longing filled her face. Suddenly, the cold light expanded, revealing a profound chasm with a diameter of about 10 feet. Bai Yinchuang cast a deep glance in the direction of Feng Yimo and murmured, "Farewell, my beloved Feng." With that, she stepped into the abyss, which instantly vanished, leaving no trace of her behind. For 100 miles away, Feng Yimo sensed an intense chill, an aura of profound darkness, compelling him to urge Hong and He to race towards the source. Upon arrival, he beheld a vast expanse of glacial splendor, the air still lingering with a familiar ethereal fragrance. He stood there in a daze, finally realizing that Bai Yinchuang belonged to an entirely different realm. The ability to freeze 100 miles revealed her extraordinary powers, far surpassing his own by dozens of times. He couldn't help but mock himself. How could such a celestial being ever regard someone like him, who had just begun to cultivate? Very well, Hong and He, from this moment, let us be each other's soul companions. With a heavy heart, he turned away in sorrow. For 2 days, Feng Yimo wandered aimlessly like a lost soul, uncertain of his purpose, until he encountered a third-tier demon beast. Initially, he relied on his foundational cultivation, feeling an inner turmoil that sought release. And he brandished the Crimson Moon sword to strike at the beast. To his astonishment, the demon beast unleashed a bolt of thunder from its maw, sending the sword flying. It dawned upon Feng Yimo that he was ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable foe. He sheathed the sword and mounted his steed, red and black, fleeing with reckless abandon. Fortunately, the demon beast moved sluggishly, allowing them to escape its pursuit after a brief chase. This encounter brought clarity to Feng Yimo. His foundational cultivation was woefully inadequate. He resolved to grow stronger. If he were powerful enough, would Bai Yinchuang ever leave him? Surely not. Strength was essential, whether for treasure hunting or winning Bai Yinchuang back. Thus, Feng Yimo decided against immediate treasure seeking, opting instead to forage for rare spiritual herbs within the dense forest. Searching for a source of earth vein fire to refine elixirs with the golden light furnace, aiming to enhance his cultivation, ideally to the late foundational stage. So he would no longer fear third-tier demon beasts. With determination, Feng Yimo commanded Red and Black to gather various herbs of third-tier quality or above. And they set off on separate paths. In the vast mountains, where few ventured, he discovered an array of rare spiritual herbs, some with considerable age, allowing him to gradually forget the pain of Bai Yinchuang's departure amidst his bountiful harvest. A month later, Feng Yimo had amassed over 1,000 third-tier spiritual herbs in his storage bag. He, along with Red and Black, located a source of earth vein fire, using the Crimson Moon sword to carve out a simple dwelling, where he began seclusion to refine elixirs and cultivate. Upon entering the foundational stage, he could clearly read the contents of the Shinong's handbook, which detailed a low-tier third-tier elixir known as the solidifying yuan pill, made from a dozen third-tier herbs to enhance cultivation. Feng Yimo chose the solidifying yuan pill not only for its suitability throughout the golden core stage, but also because he had successfully gathered all 18 herbs listed in the formula. Initially, he refrained from immediately concocting the solidifying yuan pill. Instead, he utilized the golden light furnace to refine all the second-tier herbs in his possession into second-tier elixirs. This served to increase his alchemical proficiency and familiarize him with the furnace's characteristics. He discovered that the golden light furnace indeed contained elixir essence. As each batch produced elixirs of a higher grade, all second-tier elixirs he refined were at least mid-grade, with 30% achieving high-grade status. After 7 days, Feng Yimo had transformed all his second-tier herbs into elixirs, honing his alchemical skills. He then retrieved the 18 ingredients for the solidifying yuan pill, thoroughly cleaned the golden light furnace, and performed a fire-igniting incantation. The earth vein fire blazed brightly as he, following the formula, carefully cast each herb into the furnace, initiating the purification process to remove impurities. Soon, the herbs transformed into a rich medicinal essence, which then mingled together, swirling within the furnace, releasing fragrant aromas into the air. Alchemy, purification, elimination of impurities, amalgamation, and culmination into pills. Every step in this intricate process must be executed with utmost precision. Among these, the most critical phase is the collection of the pills. While ordinary alchemists typically employ standard techniques for this task, the Shinong's manuscript specifically delineates a unique method for pill collection, which remarkably enhances both the success rate and the quality of the produced pills. Feng Yimo's hands danced gracefully like butterflies flitting among flowers, as the technique for pill collection replayed in his mind over 100 times. Having refined second-tier spiritual pills and practiced the method countless times, he adeptly executed it with ease. Within the golden furnace, the pills leaped joyously, and a rich aroma of herbs filled the air. With a commanding shout, he exclaimed, "Collect!" The furnace lid flew open, and a series of azure spiritual pills sprang forth, which he swiftly captured within a jade vial. A smile graced Feng Yimo's face. He had not anticipated achieving success in crafting a third-tier spiritual pill on his very first attempt. This accomplishment signified his ascension to the ranks of a third-tier alchemist and attested to the extraordinary efficacy of the collection technique documented in Shenong's manuscript. Fortuitously, the golden furnace, imbued with pill aura, yielded 12 solidifying pills, 5 of which were of superior quality and 7 of medium quality, with none falling below that standard, which filled him with immense joy. After producing several vials of solidifying pills, Feng Yimo proceeded to refine all other third-tier spiritual herbs according to the appropriate formulas. This not only conserved space in his storage pouch, but also helped stabilize his newly acquired third-tier alchemist status. Rather than hastily retreating for solitary cultivation, he ventured outside with Hong and He to hunt first- and second-tier demon beasts, successfully slaying a dozen or so. Upon returning to his cave, he meticulously followed the miraculous pills recipes to concoct various pill types, including blood spirit pills and bone spirit pills. Recognizing the necessity of consuming various spiritual pills during his forthcoming retreat, he prioritized resolving the issue of pill toxicity. Prolonged consumption of pill-absorbing pills could stagnate his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, a peril Feng Yimo would not willingly embrace. Nevertheless, after an extended period of consuming spiritual pills, ingesting a few pill-absorbing pills to expel internal toxicity proved beneficial. With the decision to enter seclusion, Feng Yimo prepared diligently, creating an additional cave to house the demon beast carcasses for Hong and He to enjoy. He arranged a row of jade vials containing spiritual pills before him, accompanied by over 100 low-grade spiritual stones, forming a rudimentary gathering array. Sitting within the array, he placed a solidifying pill in his mouth and embarked on his most prolonged retreat. Time flowed swiftly, and the years passed in a blur. The entrance to Feng Yimo's secluded cave was now enveloped in lush vines, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the casual observer. On a fateful day, 2 years later, a resounding roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry emanated from within the cave. After exhausting all his spiritual pills and depleting over 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, Feng Yimo's cultivation had forcefully ascended to the 8th layer of foundation establishment, marking his official entry into the later stages of this realm. This significant enhancement in his cultivation filled him with abundant spiritual energy and vigor, igniting a fervent ambition within his heart. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the cave entrance. The winds howled fiercely as the colossal stone blocking the cave entrance shattered into countless fragments with a resounding crash. With a single stride, he traversed several zhangth. Emerging outside the cave, every bone in his body resonating with a series of explosive sounds. 2 years had transformed Feng Yimo from a youthful lad into a 19-year-old young man. Upon noticing their master's emergence, the duo, Red and Black, rushed out from within the cave. They had already devoured the remains of the beasts that once inhabited their lair, their silver forms now exuding a denser aura, indicative of their elevated realm. If I encounter that third-level beast again, I shall ensure it never returns, Feng Yimo proclaimed boldly, waving his arm. Red and Black seemed to comprehend their master's words, leaping joyfully in a display of affection. Feng Yimo returned to the cave, tidied up briefly, and commenced his treasure-seeking adventure, aware that time was of the essence. 10 days later, Feng Yimo, seated atop Red and Black, finally departed from the undulating green mountains. During these 10 days, he had not emerged empty-handed. He had harvested over 100 4th-level spiritual herbs and several hundred 3rd-level ones. And he had even encountered a several thousand-year-old spiritual mushroom, which brought him great delight. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from several miles away. The air crackling with spiritual energy, there was a battle. Feng Yimo's heart raced. This was the first time in 4 years within the Xiantian secret realm that he had encountered a fellow human cultivator. He urged Red and Black toward the source of the explosion. Before they arrived, Feng Yimo, through his spiritual sense, recognized a familiar figure engaged in a fierce battle with a beast, perilously close to being harmed by its claws. It was her. He recognized the red-clad female cultivator from the Bailman he had met at the Zhou family, originally at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. She had evidently advanced to the 1st level of foundation establishment, having also found her fortunes within the Xiantian secret realm. Seeing the female cultivator being pressed back by the beast, Feng Yimo immediately summoned his Qi sword, delivering a decisive strike. With his formidable power at the late stage of foundation establishment, the Qi sword unleashed its full potential as a high-grade spiritual weapon, quivering slightly before it severed the head of the 2nd-level beast, sending it crashing to the ground. The female cultivator gasped, quickly bowing to Feng Yimo. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." To her astonishment, She had assumed that only a golden core cultivator could effortlessly slay a mid-tier second-level beast. Yet, as she looked up, she found herself before a strikingly handsome young man whose face was vaguely familiar, leaving her momentarily speechless. Before Feng Yimo could issue further commands, Red and Black dashed to the corpse of the second-level beast, eagerly beginning to feast, having grown accustomed to such meals. You are the female cultivator's mouth fell agape as she recognized Feng Yimo. Disbelief etched across her features. Hello, I did not expect to encounter you here. Did you enter the Xiantian secret realm alone? Feng Yimo inquired as he floated closer. The female cultivator's expression darkened, tears glimmering in her eyes. No. It was my master who brought me here. She perished protecting me. Had I not been headstrong in my desire to harvest the lotus from the lake, she would not have died to save me. It was I who caused the demise of my master, sobbed the female cultivator, her heart heavy with sorrow and guilt. It seemed she had found a confidant in this moment. As it transpired, her sect, the 100 Pleasure Pavilion, had received orders from the Xian sect to proceed to the outer sky peak to fend off a tide of demonic beasts. Her master, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, was naturally required to participate. To broaden her horizons and experiences, he took her along, positioning her near the headquarters at Outer Sky Peak. On the day the Xiantian secret realm opened, her master fortuitously arrived just in time, ushering her into its depths alongside him. The two of them reaped significant rewards. By the edge of an obscure lake, she beheld a pink lotus blooming in the water, its beauty captivating her. Eager to pluck it, she approached the shore, only to have the lotus transform into a demonic fish that leaped from the surface, its sharp teeth poised to devour her. Just as doom loomed, her master arrived with a magical artifact, vanquishing the creature. Yet unexpectedly, the lake's surface surged without wind, unleashing towering waves, and a monstrous fish, measuring 20 zhang in length, soared upward, sweeping her master into the depths. In that dire moment, her master managed to push her to safety with a single palm strike, while he himself vanished beneath the emerald waves. Upon hearing this, Feng Yimo silently admired her master, recognizing that such selfless individuals were rare in the realm of cultivation. Suddenly, he recalled a remark made by Qi Yangzi. The master of the 100 Pleasure Pavilion had taken a disciple as a lover, and the disciple had become the wife of the patriarch. Could it be that the female cultivator's master was also her paramour? The thought elicited a peculiar expression on his face. Noticing Feng Yimo's strange demeanor, the female cultivator, unaware of his true thoughts, inquired, "Esteemed senior, may I ask if you are alone? I am Yue from the 100 Pleasure Pavilion. Could we perhaps journey together?" Feng Yimo shook his head. He was not well acquainted with this Yue, having encountered her only twice. His intervention had merely stemmed from a sense of humanity. He could not bear to see her devoured by a beast, yet he had no desire to carry an extra burden. Upon seeing Feng Yimo's refusal, disappointment flickered across Yue's face as she bowed once more, saying, "Thank you, senior. I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to depart. "Wait," Feng Yimo called out, and Yue's expression lit up with surprise, thinking he had reconsidered. "However," he continued, "Miss Yue, I wish to inquire, have you encountered anyone else? What places have you and your master traversed?" Yue shook her head. "In all this time, it has been only the two of us, with no sight of others. After we entered the secret realm, we found ourselves on an endless prairie. It took us over 2 months to cross it, and then we encountered mountains, rivers, and lakes, yet no cities, and thus no people." A sense of suspicion arose within Feng Yimo. He and Bai Yinshuang had traversed the desert for 2 months, while they had taken the same duration to traverse the vast prairie. How could their experiences be so strikingly similar? What kind of place was the Xiantian secret realm? Was it truly a land abundant with treasures? "Understood. Thank you, Miss Yue. I bid you farewell." After speaking, Feng Yimo signaled the Hong and He, leaping onto their backs, quickly disappearing from Yue's sight. Yue felt a surge of indignation as she pouted. What a miser. Is he truly so afraid of becoming a burden to me? It was rather peculiar. Was he not merely a first-layer Qi practitioner back then? How had he suddenly ascended to the 8th layer of Foundation establishment? His progress surpassed even mine. What could possibly account for such rapid advancement? Could it be that his talents are extraordinarily exceptional, perhaps possessing a rare spiritual root? As she pondered this, a rustling sound erupted from behind her. She turned to see a serpent-like demon beast peering at her with its large head, prompting her to shriek in terror and flee desperately in the direction where Feng Yimo had disappeared. "Help! Save me!" Half an hour later, Seated atop the backs of the crimson and ebony creatures, Yui felt immense gratitude towards the serpent demon that Feng Yimo had cleaved into. Were it not for the demon's sudden appearance, she would not have had the opportunity to accompany Feng Yimo. Upon witnessing her being pursued by the serpent, Feng Yimo had naturally intervened, swiftly dispatching the creature with a flick of his sword. The most delighted of all was the crimson and ebony beast, which eagerly dragged the serpent's carcass and began to feast. Feng Yimo could only wait for his gluttonous companion to finish before urging them onward. "Brother Feng, where did this scorpion come from? It's splendid. Having it as our steed saves us a great deal of effort." Yui remarked enviously as she observed the remarkable speed of the crimson and ebony beast, the trees on either side whizzing by like a blur. Feng Yimo smiled faintly. Choosing not to respond, his gaze focused intently ahead. Having consumed several hundred washing silk fruits, his vision surpassed that of an ordinary person, enabling him to clearly discern objects 4 miles away. In the distance, a towering ancient tree stood majestically, its height exceeding 30 zhang with a trunk several zhang in diameter. The foliage was lush, and upon its crown, 6 fist-sized fruits hung, 5 red and 1 purple. The gentle breeze carried their intoxicating fragrance into the nostrils of the 2 travelers. "Is that a sacred origin fruit?" Feng Yimo exclaimed with a mix of surprise and elation. This 5th-tier high-grade spirit fruit could elevate a nascent soul cultivator by an entire minor realm, historically renowned for being both precious and elusive. He could hardly believe his good fortune and was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he urged the crimson and ebony beast to hasten towards the sacred origin fruit tree. However, after covering only 2 miles, the creature suddenly halted, refusing to advance any further. Feng Yimo quickly recalled something and extended his spiritual sense. Beneath the sacred origin fruit tree lay a silver-white python, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, adorned with a rooster-like crown atop its head. Lethargically aware of his presence, it cast a disinterested glance in his direction, ignoring him entirely. Feng Yimo inwardly lamented. It was an exceedingly rare 3rd-tier high-grade beast known as the crowned silver python. While he could contend with other 3rd-tier beasts, the crowned silver python excelled in speed and was notoriously venomous, with tough skin and formidable defenses. Its only vulnerability lay in its crown, but its swiftness rendered it nearly impossible to strike. Reluctant to abandon the sacred origin fruit, Feng Yimo resolved to act. He leaped down from the back of the crimson and ebony creature and addressed Yui. "Miss Yu, the path ahead is fraught with danger. Allow me to have the crimson and ebony bear you away while I procure the fruit. I shall join you shortly." Understanding her own limitations in cultivation, Yui did not dare to object and promptly nodded in agreement. As Feng Yimo observed the distant figures of red and black, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving a small figure crafted from bones from his storage pouch. It resembled a skeletal frame, and he murmured incantations as he unleashed a stream of spiritual energy. The skeletal figure sprang to life, advancing step by step towards the holy yuan fruit tree. This creation was the result of 2 years of seclusion, during which he had devoted his spare moments to studying the jade slip gifted by Feng Qishan, leading to the invention of this puppet. In the absence of suitable materials, he had resorted to using the bones of magical beasts in place of wood, resulting in a creation that, while rudimentary, displayed far greater agility than the wooden puppets crafted by Feng Qishan. The jade slip contained a technique known as Shaoyan Shu, detailing various methods for puppet creation, with wooden puppets being merely the most basic and inconsequential form of these constructs. Puppet mastery is often regarded as a fringe pursuit within the cultivation realm, dismissed by the common populace as trivial and without merit. However, over 100,000 years ago, a sect rose to prominence through the art of puppetry. Among them was a Yuanying period cultivator named Qianzhu Shenjun, who famously repelled the assault of 5 adversaries of equal rank solely by wielding his formidable spiritual consciousness to control 4 Yuanying-level puppets, thus achieving renown through that battle. This exemplifies the utility of puppetry. Otherwise, Qianzhu Shenjun would have been obliterated. Nevertheless, it is evident that employing puppet techniques demands an exceptional level of spiritual consciousness. The stronger the consciousness, the higher the level and greater the number of puppets one can control. Feng Yimo had limited time to delve deeply into Shaoyan Shu, and the recorded techniques pertained primarily to puppets of the Foundation establishment late stage and below, rendering them of little practical use. His interest piqued. He merely crafted several skeletal puppets from beast bones. These puppets, devoid of flesh and blood, possessed no life essence and moved silently. He intended to utilize the skeletal puppets to ascend the tree and harvest the holy yuan fruits. As the skeletal puppet approached the base of the holy yuan fruit tree, it seemed to elude the notice of the crowned silver python, which lay motionless. Elated, Feng Yimo directed the puppet to stealthily maneuver behind the tree. However, the previously coiled crowned silver python suddenly lashed out with its tail, reducing the skeletal puppet to a mere pile of bones. The python cast a cold glance in Feng Yimo's direction, retracting its tail without further action. Feng Yimo felt a chill as he met its emotionless gaze, prompting an instinctual urge to flee. Suddenly, he noticed the python's tail was unusually thick, as if something within it was shifting. It dawned on him that the crowned silver python was not disinterested in him. Rather, it was in the process of laying eggs. He glanced at the 6 holy yuan fruits, particularly the purple one, and marveled at the intelligence of magical beasts. This purple fruit, the fruit king of the holy yuan, was worth 10 of the red ones. The python below the tree intended to lay its offspring, allowing the python eggs to absorb the essence of the fruit king, thus enhancing their potential and triggering a transformation, a truly commendable strategy. Seizing the moment, Feng Yimo produced 2 second-tier swift movement talismans and affixed them to his legs. With a swift motion, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, gliding towards the holy yuan fruit tree. Since the crowned silver python was incapacitated by the act of laying eggs, he felt no hesitation in proceeding. The art of wind movement was executed to its utmost, covering an astonishing distance of nearly 50 zhang in the blink of an eye. Swiftly, the practitioner ascended to the tree, sweeping his sleeve to pluck the first of the purple fruit. Then with another flourish, the remaining 5 red fruits were harvested in quick succession. Beneath the tree, the flower-crowned silver python emitted a thunderous roar, enraged that such a diminutive human dared to invade its territory and steal its bounty. Its body coiled in preparation to strike. However, an intense pain surged within, for the time had come for its offspring to be born. With a mournful cry, it summoned all its strength to expel the egg from its body. Feng Yimo was taken aback as he witnessed the flower-crowned silver python raise its head, nearly losing his footing and tumbling from the tree. The anguished cry of the creature echoed in his ears, and as he comprehended the gravity of the situation, he immediately took flight. His gaze fell upon a python egg, the size of a human head, rolling downwards. Unconsciously, he extended his spiritual awareness, ensnaring the egg and fleeing with it. Having just given birth, the flower-crowned silver python was gravely weakened and bereft of strength. As it beheld its newborn being stolen away, it let out a long, sorrowful wail, a lamentation that resonated far and wide, akin to weeping. Feng Yimo, terrified to the core, hastened to the side of Hong and He, urging them to flee in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, over 200 li away from the holy yuan fruit tree, a yuaning cultivator from the Merchant Alliance, bearing the surname Zhua, was excavating a 4th-grade spiritual herb known as the 100-flower fruit. He momentarily paused, caught off guard by the distant lament of the flower-crowned silver python, before shaking his head and carefully uprooting the herb, placing it into a jade box with the intent of transporting it back for auction. As the head of the Merchant Alliance, he was well-versed in maximizing the value of spiritual herbs for profit. Common herbs could simply be harvested, but for rare ones, preserving the root system and nurturing them would yield even greater worth. After securing the 100-flower fruit, he resumed his search for other herbs, recalling the beast's mournful cries. He understood that wherever there were beasts, there would often be precious spiritual herbs, prompting him to set forth directly towards the location of the flower-crowned silver python. After a short while, the Zhua cultivator arrived near the flower-crowned silver python. At first glance, he recognized the towering tree, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he trembled with excitement. It was indeed the holy yuan fruit. "What fortune has befallen me?" he exclaimed. "I, Zhua Yuliang, never anticipated encountering such an opportunity." With that, he swiftly shifted his position, teleporting atop the holy yuan fruit tree, only to find that the tree bore no fruit. His expression darkened in disbelief. How could there be no spiritual fruits? The air still carries a faint fragrance, indicating they have only just ripened. Who has dared to steal my spiritual fruits? Zhua Yuliang's fury erupted, his voice echoing with the famed technique of the by-bow tide sound. Carrying over 300 li, Feng Yimo, racing alongside Hong and He, was taken aback by the sudden outburst, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, prompting him to halt immediately. There are other cultivators nearby. Encountering fellow human cultivators undoubtedly brought immense joy, prompting him to return and redirect the crimson and ebony towards home. He cradled the python egg in his hands, reluctant to place it in his storage pouch, which was only suitable for inanimate objects, as living beings would perish within it. Those with spirit pets would typically acquire spirit beast bags designed for the preservation of the living. Zhuo Liangyu descended gracefully from the tree, possessing the peak cultivation of the early Yuanying stage, rendering him unafraid of mere third-tier high-level demon beasts. Moreover, the flowering crowned silver python had recently given birth and had yet to regain its vitality, thus its combat prowess was exceedingly feeble. With a swift motion, he grasped the flowering crowned silver python and demanded, "Who has stolen the spiritual fruit?" His frustration clouded his judgment, as a third-tier demon beast was incapable of human speech. After 3 unanswered inquiries, he placed his left hand atop the python's head, preparing to enact the soul-searching technique. The flowering crowned silver python, filled with resentment towards humans for the theft of its offspring, understood that its fate would be dire in human hands. In a sudden burst of defiance, it coiled its substantial form around Zhuo Liangyu and detonated its demonic core with a resounding explosion. Caught off guard, Zhuo Liangyu hastily flung the python away and summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy, yet he was still thrown back by the blast, drenched in silvery serpent blood. Igniting his fury, the protective barrier shattered, and had it not been for the inner armor he wore, he would have sustained significant injuries. Noticing the flowering crowned silver python still clinging to life, he reached out with his right hand to conjure a massive hand of spiritual power. Seizing the serpent's head to initiate the soul-searching technique, a roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted as a streak of silver lightning shot forth from the distance, swiftly closing the hundreds of feet between it and the Shengyuan fruit tree. It was a colossal flowering crowned silver python, measuring over 2 yards in length. Glaring coldly at Zhuo Liangyu. Taken aback, Zhuo Liangyu realized he faced a mutated flowering crowned silver python, now at the 4th-tier low level, complicating matters significantly. He released the mother python from his grasp and summoned his treasured artifact, bracing himself for battle. This artifact, a golden square brick known as the Qiankuan brick, had consumed much of his life savings and had saved him on numerous occasions. The mutated flowering crowned silver python, witnessing its mate's demise, emitted a mournful cry and lunged at Zhuo Liangyu. With a powerful shout, Zhuo Liangyu pointed his finger, causing the Qiankuan brick to expand to the size of a thatched cottage, aimed at the mutated python. However, the serpent's speed was extraordinary. It evaded the strike effortlessly while sweeping its tail towards Zhuo Liangyu's lower body. In a desperate maneuver, Zhuo Liangyu summoned a shield, but with a resounding crack. The low-grade artifact shield was shattered into fragments by the mutated python's powerful tail. Zhuo Liangyu ascended into the air, unwilling to engage the mutated flowering crowned silver python head-on, recalling the Qiankuan brick to shield himself. Yet, the python seemed frenzied, relentlessly battering him with furious attacks, its tail and fangs serving as weapons. Moving so swiftly that Zhuo Liangyu could scarcely perceive its movements. As cold sweat began to beat on his forehead, Zhuo Liangyu felt a surge of retreating instinct. Just as he prepared to leap away, he suddenly sensed a stagnation of spiritual energy within him, a realization that something was amiss. The serpent's blood was toxic. Looking down, he saw that his entire body was stained with the silvery blood of the recently self-exploded mutated flower-crowned silver python, now turned black. Had he discovered the poisoning in time and worked to dispel the toxins, he might have fared better. Alas, he had failed to notice the danger. And in battling the mutated flower-crowned silver python, the poison infiltrated his body, affecting the circulation of his spiritual energy. In that moment of hesitation, the mutated python deftly evaded the assault of the Qiankuan brick, swiftly coiling around him and lunging for his neck. Zhuo Liangyu, filled with a mix of shock and fury, found it utterly humiliating that a peak nascent soul cultivator like himself was ensnared by a mere beast. He directed his voice towards the python, exclaiming, "Wretched creature! How dare you!" This shout was a manifestation of his renown by bow-tied sound technique, causing the air to tremble violently and ripple in waves. The mutated python was immediately shaken, blood streaming from its mouth and nostrils, one of its eyes bursting spectacularly. However, Zhuo Liangyu had forgotten the venomous nature of the snake's blood. As it splattered upon him, he felt an immediate prickling sensation that filled him with dread. Channeling the remnants of his spiritual energy, he erupted in a cloud of blood mist, vanishing from the python's embrace. Yet, when he reappeared 10 zhang away, he discovered that his left arm was no longer there. In that critical moment, he had decisively employed a substitution technique, sacrificing his left arm to escape the python's clutches. With a gaze filled with resentment, he waved his hand, summoning the Qiankuan brick to plummet from the heavens and strike down upon the python's head. With a sickening thud, the brick landed squarely, crushing the mutated python's skull into a pulp. Yet, from beneath the python's remains, two silver fangs shot forth like lightning, piercing the sides of Zhuo Yangyu's neck. As the venom entered his body, he felt a sharp pain followed by a numbing sensation, rendering him unable to maintain his footing as he collapsed to the ground. The toxin in the fangs was exponentially more potent than that in the blood, and Zhuo Yangyu's flesh began to rot, starting from his neck and swiftly spreading to his head and body. In a swift motion, a nascent soul, merely 2 inches tall, emerged from his head. Unfortunately, it was too late. The lower half of the nascent soul had already turned black, its spiritual energy corroded by the poison, with dark tendrils creeping towards its head. The nascent soul wore an expression of resentment, fury, and despair. And with a flick of its small hand, it severed its lower half, its vitality waning drastically, the essence diminished from peak nascent soul to a mere nascent stage, showing signs of imminent collapse. Desperation filled Zhuo Yangyu's heart. He knew he must find a host to seize, or he would surely perish. As he anxiously gathered his thoughts, retrieving the Qianquan brick from the corpse of the mutated python, he prepared to collect his storage bag. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. The upper half of his nascent soul was being devoured by the spreading black lines of toxic energy. He was overwhelmed by despair. Am I truly destined to fall here today? Senior, what has happened to you? At this moment, Feng Yimo returned, skillfully steering the crimson and ebony hues, only to be taken aback by the sight of a half-formed Yuanying in the lifeless bodies of 2 floral-crowned silver pythons. He did not approach, instead calling out from a distance of over 20 paces. The Yuanying of Zhuo Yangyu's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was the very lad who had pilfered his sacred yuan fruit, leaving him grievously wounded and unable to heal. Had the boy arrived just a moment earlier, Zhuo would have seized his body, but alas, his soul energy was too depleted for such an endeavor now. Yet, he resolved not to let the boy escape unscathed. Young friend, I am Zhuo Yangyu of the Merchants Alliance. As my time draws near, I beseech you for a favor. In return, I shall bestow upon you my life as treasure, the Qianquan brick. With these words, the Yuanying expelled the Qianquan brick, withdrawing his spiritual imprint, his voice frail. Predecessor, please give your command. Feng Yimo exclaimed joyfully. He already possessed 3 intact treasures in his storage bag, but who could ever have enough? The Qianquan brick was evidently extraordinary, and he cherished it greatly. Young friend, within my storage bag lie several 4th-tier cultivated spiritual herbs, along with a 5th-tier herb. Upon your exit, I implore you to deliver them to the Merchants Alliance and hand them over to a person named Zhua Shuxin. You may keep everything else besides the 4th and 5th-tier herbs. What say you? Feng Yimo, overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of fortune, nodded repeatedly. Just a simple errand would grant him the entire contents of a Yuanying cultivator's storage bag. What an incredible bargain! I trust you to be a person of integrity and promise, and I hope you shall not disappoint me, Zhuo Yangyu sighed. With that, his half-formed Yuanying could no longer endure and burst apart, dissipating into motes of spiritual energy in the air. From afar, Yui gazed blankly at the scene before her, realizing that the revered Yuanying ancestor had fallen. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, she felt exceedingly fortunate to have survived thus far. For the first time, she entertained the notion of departing from the Xiantian secret realm. Treasures were all well and good, but one must have life to claim them. Feng Yimo looked at the python egg in his hand and sighed, blaming himself for his momentary greed in taking away the offspring of the pythons, leading to the tragic demise of both mother and father. Yet, had Zhuo Yangyu not come here to battle the floral-crowned silver pythons to their mutual destruction, it would have been his own life at stake. He placed the python egg beside the corpse of the mother python, bowing respectfully, and set the purple sacred yuan fruit atop the egg, saying, I am sorry. I will fulfill the wish you could not. May your offspring excel. Suddenly, the purple yuan fruit split open, its juices flowing forth and being absorbed entirely by the python egg. Feng Yimo turned to collect Zhuo Yangyu's storage bag from his waist, also retrieving the 2 venomous fangs from the neck of the corpse. A sweep of his consciousness gathered the body of the mutated floral-crowned silver python, which was a 4th-tier beast, rich in treasures that should not be wasted on the crimson and ebony creatures. When he turned back, he found that the crimson and ebony had already embraced the mother python's corpse with their claws, eagerly devouring it. This was the most formidable beast they had ever feasted upon. However, it was solely preoccupied with consuming, forgetting that the flower-crowned silver python was highly venomous. Although it possessed poison as well, its toxicity paled in comparison to that of the python. After devouring only half, the red and black silver-white body transformed into a gray hue, indicating that it had succumbed to poisoning. Feng Yimo was alarmed and hastily extracted the half-eaten corpse of the mother python from its mouth, offering several detoxifying pills to the red and black creature. Yet, it could no longer open its mouth, its body curled and shrank, reducing to the size of a palm. Heartbroken, Feng Yimo cradled it in his embrace, feeling utterly helpless and relying solely on the creature's own resilience. Noticing that the python egg had completely absorbed a holy yuan fruit, leaving only a seed behind, he pondered whether the seed could sprout into a holy yuan fruit tree if the conditions were suitable. Regardless of its feasibility, he decided to collect the seed first. Without a mount, Feng Yimo found himself in a quandary regarding the python egg, contemplating its fate. Leaving it here would render it vulnerable to being devoured by other beasts, while transporting it without a spirit beast pouch was impractical. After some thought, he summoned 2 skeletal puppets, which together lifted the python egg and followed him, alleviating the burden. However, consistently using his spiritual consciousness to control the puppets was proving to be a drain on his soul power. Naturally, the half-eaten corpse of the mother python could not go to waste, and Feng Yimo collected it as well. Observing the ground soaked with silver snake blood, he realized its formidable toxicity should not be squandered. He executed a spell, summoning a gust of wind that swept the silver blood into a fist-sized droplet. Cautiously, he stored it in a jade vial, leaving him quite satisfied as he departed. As for the corpse of Zuolianyu, he incinerated it with a fire talisman until nothing remained but ash scattered in the air. Once the ashes settled, a silver inner armor materialized, which Feng Yimo promptly accepted, knowing it would not be overlooked. This time, it could be said that he achieved a resounding victory, with an abundance of rewards. Yui watched in astonishment as Feng Yimo executed his series of actions, particularly intrigued by the skeletal puppets carrying a python egg. "Senior brother Feng, what is this?" she inquired, pointing at the puppets. "Oh, this is a little contraption I devised in my leisure time. It can serve as labor," Feng Yimo replied nonchalantly. Observing Feng Yimo's lack of enthusiasm, Yui refrained from further questioning, understanding that he was likely concerned for the poisoned red and black creature. Her speculation was accurate. As Feng Yimo walked, he contemplated methods to detoxify the red and black creature. After much deliberation, he concluded that his cultivation was insufficient to directly aid in expelling the poison. The only viable solution lay in the 7,000-year-old spirit mushroom. This ancient mushroom held immeasurable value. Classified as a 4th-tier spiritual herb, capable of producing a rejuvenating pill that could extend life by 30 to 40 years, far surpassing the capabilities of a 2nd-tier demon insect. However, the red and black creature was captured alongside by Yin Shuang, and it had been tamed using the technique she imparted. The name itself was bestowed by Yin Shuang, and the creature embodied his memories and longing for her. With Yin Shuang now absent, every glimpse of the red and black creature evoked thoughts of her, reminiscent of a captivating dream. In his heart, the value of the red and black creature far exceeded that of the 7,000-year-old spirit mushroom. Resolute in his decision, Feng Yimo ceased his journey and sought refuge in a cave. From his pocket, he retrieved the once vibrant red and black, now transformed into a desolate mass. Its body, once adorned with silver, had succumbed to the venom, turning an inky black, and its breath was faint, as if it were on the precipice of death, causing Feng Yimo profound heartache. Swiftly, he produced a 7,000-year-old Lingji mushroom. With a gentle press of his hands, the fresh mushroom morphed into a viscous liquid. He pried open red and black's mouth and poured the elixir within. Yui, who had been trailing him, watched in astonishment. Having spent 4 years in the Xiantian secret realm, she had encountered numerous spirit herbs and was acutely aware of the Lingji's worth. Unable to contain her surprise, she exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is it not a waste to use such a precious Lingji on a mere 2nd-level monster?" Feng Yimo shot her a glare, disregarding her comments as he meticulously administered the Lingji juice to red and black until it could no longer swallow. After securing the remaining liquid, he turned to Yui. "This treasure belongs to me. How I choose to utilize it is my prerogative. If you disapprove, you are free to leave." His words were icy, causing Yui to blush and fall silent. To tend to red and black's recovery, they spent the night in the cave. By dusk, Feng Yimo once again infused red and black with a generous amount of Lingji juice, noticing its breath stabilize, at least halting its decline, indicating that it would not perish imminently. With time to spare, Feng Yimo refined the silver inner armor he had found among the ashes and donned it. This piece, known as the Silver Snow Silk Armor, turned out to be a magical artifact crafted from the feathers of a 4th-level beast, the Great Egret, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. which filled him with exuberance. Alas, for Zhuliangyu, misfortune had struck. Had he encountered a different beast, rather than the venomous flower-crowned silver python, he might have escaped unharmed with this armor. Yet, he fell victim to the lethal poison of the remarkably swift serpent. Although Feng Yimo is currently at the 8th level of foundation building, his spiritual consciousness is remarkably potent, almost on par with that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, allowing him to adeptly manipulate magical artifacts. He devoted himself entirely to refining the Qiankuan brick, a heavy magical treasure weighing 36,000 pounds. Its distinctive features include immense power and a slower speed, with the ability to freely alter its size, capable of expanding to the dimensions of a small mountain. Since Zhuliangyu had left a spiritual consciousness imprint on it, Feng Yimo found the refining process exceptionally smooth. Managing to refine half of it in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, this was his utmost limit. In the process of refining magical artifacts, the role of spiritual consciousness is to leave a mark within the artifact. The stronger the imprint, the greater the power the artifact can unleash. More importantly, a robust spiritual consciousness allows for superior control over the artifact, surpassing others in both range and agility. Besides spiritual consciousness, magical energy is equally vital. Its strength dictates the artifact's potency. The greater the magical energy, the mightier the artifact. Having successfully refined one magical artifact, he resolved to refine another left behind by Wushang, opting for one that boasts swift speed, complementing the slower Qiankuan brick for a harmonious synergy. Wushang bequeathed 3 artifacts in total: a black dagger named Falling Leaves Slash, which emanates a chilling aura and is classified as a mid-grade artifact, a long whip, 2 zhang and 2 qi in length, named Dragon Binding Whip, a low-grade artifact, and lastly, a gourd containing 81 flying knives, a superior spiritual tool known as Knife Gourd, also a low-grade artifact. Consequently, Feng Yimo chose the Falling Leaves Slash. Pondering the peculiar name of a palm-sized dagger, he soon realized he was mistaken upon refining it. Despite its small size, once he had refined it halfway and summoned it, it transformed into a massive blade 3 zhang long, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones, maintaining its speed like lightning despite its considerable size. Having refined 2 magical artifacts, Feng Yimo felt a surge of satisfaction. Coupled with the silver snow silk belt around his waist, his confidence soared when facing a golden core initial stage cultivator. Even if he were to falter, he would not suffer defeat. After Feng Yimo had teased Yui with a few remarks, she retreated to a distance, pouting in dissatisfaction. "You think you're so impressive just because you're stronger than me? Just wait until I surpass you. I'll show you." "Humph." Giving me that look, if it weren't for Master S death, would I follow you? Longing for her master, Yui lamented. Master, I miss you." As sorrow engulfed her, she buried her head in her arms and wept. Hearing her sobs from within the cave, Feng Yimo felt a pang of compassion and offered her a roasted chicken, saying, "Here, eat. You'll have the strength to cry after." "Humph, who cares for your things? I'm not hungry," Yui retorted, though her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Fortunately hidden from Feng Yimo's view by her downward gaze, Feng Yimo said nothing, placed the roasted chicken down, and departed. He had numerous tasks to attend to and no time to indulge this spoiled young lady. His greatest concern remained the python eggs. While the skeletal puppet was indeed a labor-saving option, its sluggish pace made him anxious. Moving too quickly might cause it to drop and break. If only he had a spirit beast pouch, at least he wouldn't have to worry about the creatures inside perishing. Feng Yimo sat opposite the python egg, contemplating whether to wait for it to hatch before departing. Yet, he pondered, when would it actually hatch? Surely, he could not remain in this state of anticipation indefinitely. After much deliberation, he set the thought aside, prioritizing the urgent task of reviving the crimson and black creature. He administered another dose of spiritual mushroom juice, and the little one seemed to improve, as its dark hue gradually transformed into a silvery sheen, indicating a positive change. Having nourished the creature, Feng Yimo turned his attention to erasing the spiritual consciousness imprint on Zhuliangyu's storage bag. Although Zhuo had passed, he had failed to revoke the imprint prior to his demise, necessitating Feng Yimo's meticulous efforts to gradually eliminate it. He was greatly intrigued by the contents within the storage bag of a Yuaning elder. The following dawn, Feng Yimo's eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night. In addition to feeding the crimson and black creature 6 times with spiritual mushroom juice, he had devoted the remaining hours to grinding away the residual spiritual consciousness from the storage bag. At last, with a soft pop, the bag was unlocked, and upon glimpsing its contents, he was utterly astonished. Inside, he discovered heaps of spirit stones, numbering over 100,000, comprising 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 100 high-grade spirit stones. There were thousands of spiritual herbs, with 4th and 5th grade herbs uprooted along with their roots, meticulously cultivated, while 3rd grade herbs were uniformly harvested and neatly arranged. Additionally, there were stacks of materials for weapon refinement, presumably acquired by Zhuo Yongyu in the secret realm, along with 2 magical artifacts, over a dozen spiritual instruments, dozens of jade slips, and numerous vials of spiritual pills, as well as the carcasses of several 3rd grade magical beasts, completely filling the storage bag to its brim. Truly, as an elder of the Merchant Alliance, Zhuo Yongyu knew the art of amassing wealth. Feng Yimo marveled and mused aloud. Hee, you merely mentioned delivering the 4th and 5th grade herbs with roots to the Merchant Alliance. The rest, I shall graciously accept. He promptly transferred the 4th and 5th grade herbs into another storage bag, claiming Zhuo Yongyu's bag for himself, and began to meticulously sort through the items. By noon, Feng Yimo had thoroughly organized all the contents. The carcasses of magical beasts and their venomous fangs were placed together in one bag, while spirit stones, refinement materials, and spiritual herbs were stored in the largest bag. Spiritual pills, jade slips, and various weapons found their place in another bag, and yet another bag was reserved for the herbs intended for the Merchant Alliance. Fortunately, he possessed ample storage bags. Otherwise, he would have run short. Previously, he had considered the skin and teeth of the unicorn python as rare treasures, yet now, with over a dozen 3rd grade magical beast carcasses at his disposal, he found them cumbersome and discarded them outside the cave. To his surprise, they were collected by Yui, who tucked them away. Brother Feng, do you have anything else you wish to dispose of? Do not discard them, just give them to me. Yui said with a bright smile, seemingly no longer upset. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Feng Yimo decided to gift her all the 2nd grade spiritual herbs from his storage bag, along with several low and mid-grade spiritual instruments, much to her delight, as she expressed her gratitude profusely. In the afternoon, the creatures known as Red and Black awakened languidly, finally inclined to partake in sustenance, which filled Feng Yimo with delight. However, he was perplexed to observe that they desired to consume a half-severed corpse of a mother flower-crowned silver python. Even when he placed the remains of another 3rd-tier beast before them, they showed no interest, instead anxiously communicating their need for the silver python. Feng Yimo understood that both magical beasts and insects possess unique precognitive abilities. Perhaps Red and Black were poisoned, and the opportunity for their advancement lay within the python's carcass. Hence, he boldly tossed the remaining half of the silver python's body to them. Red and Black seized the corpse and devoured it ravenously. Their bodies, having recently turned gray, began to darken once more. Yet, rather than exhibiting signs of lethargy or weakness, they grew increasingly vigorous and powerful. Once they had consumed the entire remains, a plume of black smoke erupted from their bodies, transforming into strands that enveloped them tightly, resembling a silken cocoon. Feng Yimo's heart soared with joy. It seemed Red and Black were on the verge of an evolution. He wondered how they would transform, speculating that they might ascend to a 3rd-tier insect, thus gaining a formidable ally of golden core caliber. This thought made him laugh heartily. What is so amusing? It's merely an insect, muttered Yue, who was nearby. Upon receiving an unfriendly glance from Feng Yimo, she hurriedly retreated. With Red and Black in no danger, and in the midst of their evolution, Feng Yimo resolved to continue his journey. He instructed 2 skeletal puppets to carry the python egg, and together they set forth 2 individuals, 2 skeletons, and 1 egg on their path. During the journey, Feng Yimo contemplated the possibility of using blood to bond with the flower-crowned silver python egg, hoping to make it his first spirit companion on Hongming continent. However, considering that the python was only a 4th-tier creature, he deemed it somewhat lacking in rank. He was not one to be easily swayed. He desired a companion who could accompany him throughout his life, not merely a tool to sacrifice in battle. The soul-devouring silkworm, though promising, remained in a deep slumber, and he was uncertain when it would awaken. Moreover, it appeared lifeless since entering the Shintian secret realm, ceasing even to absorb spiritual energy. He secretly hoped it would remain dormant, allowing his own cultivation to gradually progress. Otherwise, once it awoke and began to draw energy, his own advancement would stagnate. Progress was slow, and they managed to traverse only a few dozen miles throughout the morning. Feng Yimo grew anxious. If they did not locate the treasures soon, the Shintian secret realm would close. With a sweep of his robe, he gathered the python egg and recalled the 2 skeletal puppets, propelling himself forward. Simultaneously, he expanded his consciousness to its maximum range of 50 miles, wary of any potential beast ambushes. Seeing this, Wei quickly summoned her flying sword and followed suit, covering 500 miles that day. The next day, after racing for 2 hours, she called out in terror, "Brother Feng, halt." Feng Yimo, cradling the python egg in one hand, came to a stop and inquired, "What is it?" Yue, her complexion still pale with residual fear, replied, "Brother Feng, 100 miles ahead lies the lake where my master perished. It is far too dangerous. We should alter our course." Thus, Feng Yimo felt a sense of relief. It is no surprise that anyone witnessing their master perish in an attempt to save them would find it hard to bear. Could it be that the enchanting maiden before him truly had a deeper connection with her master? His gaze toward Yi transformed into something peculiar, leaving her bewildered, as she presumed Feng Yimo had not comprehended her words. "Brother Feng, my master was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She could not withstand a single strike before being dragged into the lake. None of us stand a chance against the fish demons. Venturing forth would lead to our demise." After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yimo realized that if even a seasoned practitioner at the early Golden Core stage could not withstand a single blow, it would be unwise for him to seek discomfort. He promptly altered his course and flew in another direction. Days later, the two arrived at a barren mountaintop. "Miss you. Let us rest here for a while." "All right, I shall heed my brother's suggestion." Throughout their journey, Yui had been exceedingly obedient, quietly following Feng Yimo without much conversation. Feng Yimo set down the python egg he had been carrying and waved his arm, feeling quite burdened by the weight of the object. Several times, he had contemplated roasting it over a campfire, yet his compassion stayed his hand. The weather that day was oppressively hot, devoid of wind, creating a stifling atmosphere. Glancing at the sky, he noted dark clouds gathering ominously, suggesting an impending downpour. Just then, a clap of thunder resounded, and rain fell in torrents without warning. Feng Yimo swiftly summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield against the deluge and brandished the Chi West sword, intending to cleave a temporary cave into the stone mountain for refuge. However, to his dismay, the Chi West sword was repelled by the rock, landing squarely on the python egg, causing the shell to crack with a sharp sound. Alas, after enduring for several days, all seemed lost. Such a pity, Feng Yimo lamented. Yet he refused to succumb to despair. His consciousness probed the egg, and to his surprise, he discovered a tiny snake coiled within, evidently on the verge of hatching. He hurriedly retrieved the remaining red and black spiritual mushroom essence, pouring it over the crack, hoping to hasten the hatching process for the little serpent. However, just as he finished applying the essence, a lightning bolt struck from the heavens, striking the python egg with such swiftness that he could only watch in disbelief as the shell shattered completely, enveloped in a cloud of smoke that obscured his vision. "Ah, it seems your fate is sealed. I cannot be held accountable. I hope in your next life, you do not return as a python." Feng Yimo sighed, recalling the Chi West sword and turning to leave. With the cave unfeasible for shelter and the egg destroyed, what reason remained for him to linger? Behind him, Yui held out a pink umbrella, offering it to him. "Brother Feng, it was not meant to be." Just as the hatching was imminent, fate dealt a cruel blow. "It is not your fault." Feng Yimo felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Having carried the python egg day and night, he had formed a connection. He had even fed the egg the sacred Yuan fruit king, driven by a sense of obligation towards the mother flower-crowned silver python, wishing to compensate in some small measure. Now, with all hopes dashed, his spirits were undeniably low. Let us find shelter from the rain. With a flick of his robe, he took to the skies, departing resolutely. Strangely enough, the two individuals walked for over 10 miles. As the sky cleared, the dark clouds dissipated, and a magnificent rainbow appeared in the post-rain sky. A sight to behold. Unburdened by the serpent's egg, their pace quickened significantly. This time, they walked while searching for spiritual herbs and materials for refining artifacts. However, it dawned on them that the Crimson Moon sword was a superior spiritual weapon. With a single strike, even ordinary stones would be shattered. Yet, this bare stone managed to deflect the Crimson Moon sword, indicating its hardness surpassed that of the sword, revealing it to be a rare treasure. Suddenly, Feng Yimo recalled the moment the Crimson Moon sword was repelled, piecing together the circumstances, and immediately turned back. Yui assumed that Feng Yimo had dropped something and hurriedly followed suit. The two swiftly returned to the barren mountain they had just visited. Before Feng Yimo could test the stone again, a flash of white light lunged towards him. Startled, he thrust his hands forward, concentrating his spiritual energy to form a protective shield, attempting to fend off the oncoming light. To his surprise, the white light was far too swift, reaching him before the shield could materialize. Feng Yimo remained calm, for he was still clad in his silver snow silk inner armor. However, instead of an anticipated attack, a slippery silver snake appeared. It was the newly hatched floral crown silver python, surprisingly unharmed by the lightning. Elated, Feng Yimo had not expected to encounter the hatched python upon his return, and the 2-foot-long floral crown silver python displayed a deep affection for him. Wrapping its tail around his left arm and resting its head against his face, its long tongue playfully licking his cheek. This was hardly surprising. Having just emerged into the world, it had been secretly taken by Feng Yimo and had been exposed to his aura throughout their journey. Furthermore, having previously observed it with his spiritual sense, Feng Yimo was the only figure in its blank memory who felt familiar. As the egg began to crack during its hatching, it could sense Feng Yimo's attempts to save it. After playing for a while, Feng Yimo gently set the little silver python down and closely examined the barren mountain before him. The mountain rose over 60 zhang, with a base diameter of 20 zhang, tapering as it ascended to a curved peak, resembling a rhinoceros horn thrust into the ground. Feng Yimo soared to the summit and summoned the Crimson Moon Sword for a strike, yet the sword was again deflected, leaving no mark whatsoever, its hardness truly remarkable. Feng Yimo descended gracefully, retracting the Crimson Moon Sword and summoning the recently refined magical artifact, the Qiankuan brick. This artifact could freely alter its size and thus, cultivators often ingested such treasures to nurture them within their own bodies day and night. Over time, this practice enabled them to wield the artifacts with unparalleled precision and a profound connection. Feng Yimo was no exception. He too absorbed both the Qiankuan brick and the falling leaves slash into his being. Upon its emergence, the Qiankuan brick expanded to a staggering 20 zhang, hurtling toward the bald mountain with the force of a thunderclap. The earth trembled with a resounding crash, yet the mountain remained utterly unyielding, as if the artifact were but a speck of dust upon its surface. Feng Yimo was struck with astonishment. What manner of entity was this? Was it truly a mountain? The Qiankuan brick weighed 36,000 pounds, and with the application of his magic, it should have exerted a force of 50,000 pounds. Not even a towering 100-zhang peak could withstand such a blow. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yimo retracted the Qiankuan brick, deciding against a second attempt. Given his current strength, he could only muster 40% of the artifact's potential. Further trials would yield no fruitful results, so he chose to refrain. Yu was equally astounded. She was aware of the transaction between Luo Liangyu and Feng Yimo and envied the reward of a magical artifact. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Feng Yimo had already refined the treasure. That mighty strike from the Qiankuan brick, even if his master were resurrected, could not withstand it. How could senior brother Feng, at the foundation establishment stage, wield a magical artifact? How had he accomplished such a feat? Paying no heed to the astonished Yue, Feng Yimo seized the still-wandering silver python and made his way back along the path they had traveled. To facilitate the calling of the flower-crowned silver python, Feng Yimo bestowed upon the little creature an endearing name, Red and White. This name was inspired by the red crest upon its brow and the silver hue that closely resembled white. Moreover, he had another companion, a creature of red and black. Thus, it was only natural that their names be similar. Upon hearing this rather mundane name, Yue rolled her eyes, muttering, "What a waste for such a beautiful little snake. Why not name it Little White? Or Silver Blossom would suffice. Yet, you chose red and white, such lack of taste." Feng Yimo shot her a glare, causing her to scurry away, acutely aware that he possessed a magical artifact, and she alone would not stand a chance against him. On this day, as Feng Yimo rested within a mountain cave, the distant, anxious, and fearful hissing of red and white echoed through the air. With a swift motion, he exited the cave, and his formidable consciousness immediately detected a cultivator relentlessly pursuing red and white, moving with astonishing speed. For some reason, red and white had slowed considerably. Otherwise, given its swiftness, even a late-stage golden core cultivator would find it difficult to keep pace. Feng Yimo felt a surge of joy, swiftly morphing into intense fury upon realizing that the golden core cultivator of the second layer was unleashing a superior spiritual weapon against red and white. At that moment, they were still 10 or so miles apart, and it was too late for Feng Yimo to intervene. However, he had faith in red and white. It would not succumb easily. Thus, he calmly activated the wind shift technique, racing towards red and white like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, just as the superior spiritual weapon was about to strike red and white, the creature suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of silver lightning, effortlessly distancing itself from the pursuing cultivator by several dozen zhong in an instant. The cultivator was consumed by rage. He had been toyed with by a silver serpent on numerous occasions and could endure no more, thus he struck to kill it. However, to his dismay, the creature was exceedingly cunning and had concealed its speed. It was utterly outrageous. If he did not capture it to skin and flay it, his resentment would remain unquenched. Feng Yimo found amusement in the situation, realizing that the red and white serpent was merely toying with the man. He felt a sense of relief yet did not slow his pace, soon approaching the duo. The little creature coiled around his arm, tilting its head to gaze at the approaching cultivator with a nonchalant demeanor. The golden core cultivator was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Feng Yimo. Noting his mere foundation establishment level of the 8th layer, his expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, "Is that beast your pet?" Feng Yimo was displeased by this disrespectful designation of the red and white serpent. Initially, he had intended to greet the golden core cultivator warmly and inquire about certain matters. But the latter's insulting words took him aback. "That is my family, S." Feng Yimo replied coolly. "What do you intend to do about it, senior?" The golden core cultivator was momentarily stunned. Typically, Foundation establishment cultivators were exceedingly respectful towards golden core cultivators, yet this one exhibited such audacity. Could he be a disciple of a prominent sect? Very well, hand it over. I shall take it with me, the golden core cultivator proclaimed with arrogance. Feng Yimo felt a surge of indignation. Who did this man think he was? He had painstakingly cared for the red and white serpent, nearly perishing in the process. And now this man simply demanded it? Are you attempting to bully the weak and forcibly seize what belongs to the young? Feng Yimo's expression hardened as he questioned. Ha ha ha, young man. Did your elders not instruct you about the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail and the weak are prey? The cultivator scoffed. I have slain hundreds like you. Since you refuse to recognize your place, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With that, he grinned maliciously and conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy aimed at Feng Yimo. Believing himself superior as a golden core cultivator, he deemed it unnecessary to wield a weapon against a mere 8th-layer Foundation establishment practitioner. However, Feng Yimo had long anticipated this move. As the man attacked, he unleashed his treasured artifact, the leaf cutter, which shot forth with a whoosh, expanding to over 2 zhong in length. It swiftly descended, cleaving the spiritual hand in twain, dispersing it into the ether. A treasured artifact? The golden core cultivator's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Here he was, a distinguished golden core practitioner without a treasure of his own. Yet this young Foundation establishment cultivator possessed a formidable artifact. Envy ignited within him, and thoughts of murder and theft began to brew. Feng Yimo, perceiving the glint of greed in the man's eyes, felt disdain in his heart. Why did people instinctively covet what they deemed precious? In the past, Zhou from Ironwind Ridge had coveted his family's fertile land, plotting against his father and ultimately meeting his demise at Feng Yimo's hands in retribution. After encountering a 1,000-year-old ginseng, Qiangzi had attempted to seize it, only to be slain as well. The present golden core cultivator, upon witnessing the leaf cutter, exhibited the same insatiable desire to possess it. Greed, it seemed, was the wellspring of all conflict. Before the opponent could react, the leaf cutter surged forward, aimed directly at the golden core cultivator's crown. Youngster, do not presume that possessing a treasured artifact grants you the ability to contend with a golden core cultivator. Today, you shall witness the vast chasm that exists between golden core and Foundation establishment practitioners. The golden core cultivator let out a thunderous roar as the exquisite spirit weapon in his hand erupted with a crimson radiance, hurtling towards the falling leaves slash. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as the treasured artifact was unexpectedly sent flying by the superior grade spirit weapon. This particular spirit weapon resembled a copper hammer, its weight far exceeding that of the falling leaves slash. Feng Yimo found himself at a disadvantage due to his mana being less substantial than that of the golden core cultivator. Had he wielded the Qiankuan brick instead, the copper hammer would likely have been unable to budge an inch. Undeterred, Feng Yimo concentrated his spirit, commanding the falling leaves slash to relentlessly assault the golden core cultivator. It was his first encounter with an enemy after refining the artifact, and he seized the opportunity to enhance his proficiency. Little did the golden core cultivator suspect that Feng Yimo considered him merely a practice partner. A sneer crept onto his face as he thought. A mere Foundation establishment stage cultivator daring to forcefully activate a treasure. The consumption of spiritual sense must be immense. Before long, his spirit will be exhausted. and both the treasure and that demonic beast will belong to me. However, to the cultivator's astonishment and confusion, the falling leaves slash continued its relentless barrage, defying his expectations of depleting spirit. Although he initially managed to counter the strikes with his superior-grade spirit weapon after over a dozen exchanges, the copper hammer could no longer withstand the onslaught. It emitted a series of mournful cries, and with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on its surface. The golden core cultivator was taken aback, distressed over his precious artifact, and hurriedly attempted to retract it. Yet, the falling leaves slash pursued relentlessly, its massive blade poised above the cultivator's head, ready to cleave him in two. Enraged and humiliated, he realized it was the first time since his rise to fame that he had been so thoroughly cornered by a Foundation establishment cultivator. A vicious glint flashed across his face. You seek death, and you shall have it. With that, he slapped his storage pouch, producing a talisman upon which he spat a mouthful of blood. The talisman ignited with a loud bang, and as the flames dissipated, a firebird emerged, its form flickering in and out of sight. With a piercing cry, it soared towards Feng Yimo, its fiery body measuring 2 yards in size, and its wings stretching to 6 or 7 yards, akin to a mountain sparrow magnified hundreds of times, merely a spirit essence without a physical form. It was a high-tier demonic bird known as the Windfire Sparrow. Feng Yimo's heart sank. This individual possessed a rare beast spirit talisman, indicating a person of considerable standing. However, in this life and death moment, he could not afford to hesitate. He gestured, and the falling leaves slash swiftly returned, engaging in combat with the Windfire Sparrow's spirit essence. The golden core cultivator wore a cold smile as he unleashed a series of spells, infusing immense spiritual power into the Windfire Sparrow. The flames enveloping the bird surged with intensity, its cries growing ever louder as it unleashed fiery projectiles from its beak, stirring up gusts of heat that ignited the surrounding trees and flora. Feng Yimo was drenched in sweat. With a swift motion, he summoned the Crimson Moon Sword from his storage pouch, sending it arcing towards the golden core cultivator's face. The cultivator was taken aback. How could this young individual wield both a treasure and a superior-grade spirit weapon simultaneously? Was his spiritual sense truly so formidable? With no time to ponder, he quickly summoned a shield to protect himself, successfully blocking the Crimson Moon Sword. Disappointed that his ambush had failed, Feng Yimo suddenly felt the red and white tendrils entwined around his left arm dart forth, skimming the ground as they charged towards the golden core cultivator. Red and white. Return! Feng Yimo exclaimed in astonishment, yet the speed of the red and white was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they covered a distance of 20 zhang. Just as they approached the golden core cultivator within 2 zhang, a mouth opened suddenly, releasing a bolt of lightning that struck directly atop the cultivator's head. The lightning, merely a foot in length and lacking in might, nonetheless caused the cultivator's face to blacken and his hair to singe, momentarily halting his spiritual energy. The Chiwei sword deftly evaded his shield, delivering a heavy blow to his left shoulder, severing his arm, which flew into the air. The golden core cultivator let out a harrowing scream, unable to cast his spells. The wind and fire sparrow spirit, lacking sufficient momentum, was forced back by the leaf cutter and ultimately cleaved in two, dissipating into the ether. The cultivator, pallid and trembling, pressed his right hand against the wound on his left shoulder, managing a bitter smile as he lamented, I never imagined that I, a dignified golden core cultivator, would be defeated by one at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Alas, if only I had a magical treasure, you would have long since met your end. As he spoke, his hair bristled in terror. The red and white, filled with disdain, swiftly darted to his back, sinking its fangs into his neck. The cultivator's eyes bulged in shock as black blood poured from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, his face a mask of fear as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What a potent venom! Feng Yimo marveled quietly. Just a single bite from the red and white had brought about the cultivator's demise, underscoring the venom's ferocity. With the man's death, he was left with unanswered questions, having no knowledge of the cultivator's name or sect. He sighed, raising his hand to conjure a fireball, reducing the body to ashes, with only a solitary storage bag and a high-grade copper hammer remaining. After collecting the storage bag and the hammer, wielding the Chiwei sword and the leaf cutter, Feng Yimo returned with a sense of melancholy. The red and white, sensing Feng Yimo's indifference, realized its error and dared not cling to him any longer, following quietly behind. Upon returning to the cave, Yuer anxiously awaited at the entrance and rushed forward upon seeing Feng Yimo. Brother Feng, what transpired? She inquired. Feng Yimo gestured towards the red and white, retorting, ask it. Yuer, at a loss for words, thought, it's a snake. If I ask it, can it even respond? I noticed a significant fluctuation in spiritual energy earlier. Brother Feng, did you engage in a battle? Who was it? Did you manage to glean any other information? Yue pursued him with questions. More questions? Before I could even ask. It was poisoned to death. What use is there in asking? What? When Yue learned that Feng Yimo had dispatched an initial stage golden core cultivator, she stood in shock, realizing her judgment had been correct. Even her master could not contend with Brother Feng. How could he be so formidable? Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief at being able to accompany Feng Yimo, ensuring her own safety. Consequently, her demeanor towards him transformed, though not entirely subservient. She became exceedingly respectful, smiling before speaking, showering him with sweet words, nearly offering herself in gratitude. Together, the pair, accompanied by a silver python, found a certain delight in their journey, though they lamented that the red and black had yet to awaken, still engaged in their ascension. 2 months later, the duo gazed into the distance, their faces lighting up with astonishment as a majestic, ancient city emerged on the horizon. Where there are cities, there must be people. 2 individuals, unable to contain their excitement, hastened towards the ancient city. The city spanned 30 miles from east to west and 20 miles from north to south. Yet Feng Yimo and Yue halted at the city gates. Outside the gates stood 3 towering flagpoles, each 5 zhang high, with a corpse hanging from each. The bodies were desiccated and swayed gently in the breeze. Their clothing suggested that they were cultivators. Strangely, the storage bags at their waist remained intact. Above the city gate, the name was obscured, shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering it indecipherable. Feng Yimo extended his spiritual awareness, yet within the vast expanse of the city, not a single soul was visible. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the place, suffused with an oppressive aura of death. Feng, Brother Feng, perhaps we should leave. Yue trembled, her voice quaking with fear as she nestled closer to Feng Yimo, grasping his arm for support. Feng Yimo's expression grew grave. He too sensed the sinister nature of the city. Nodding, he replied, "Very well, let us depart." Just as they prepared to turn away, the city gate creaked open, revealing a figure who beckoned them. "Cousin Yimo, you've reached the doorstep. Why do you hesitate to enter?" The figure was none other than Feng Qilan of the Feng family. Moreover, the previously obscured plaque above the gate now revealed 3 large yellow characters: Huangquan City. Yue let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward in terror, nearly in tears as she implored, "Brother Feng, we must leave at once." However, Feng Yimo remained undeterred. He recognized that this was indeed Feng Qilan, not a mere illusion, and felt compelled to uncover the truth regarding the Feng family's involvement. Thus, he strode purposefully towards Huangquan City. Seeing this, Yue could only follow with a woeful expression, trembling in fear. To leave alone would be worse than death. Accompanying Brother Feng on this perilous journey was her only recourse. As Feng Yimo approached the city gate, his eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Feng Qilan, inquiring, "When did you arrive, Cousin Qilan?" With an impassive demeanor, Feng Qilan replied coolly, "On the day the secret realm opened, we entered. Not only I, but many other disciples of the Feng family have come as well. Come, cousin, do not linger." As he spoke, another figure emerged from within the gates, Feng Tao, whom Feng Yimo recognized from their previous inquiries about the snake fragrance wood. Upon seeing Feng Yimo, Feng Tao greeted him warmly, "Young master, please come inside. The wind is fierce outside." Feng Yimo's suspicions deepened. He had entered the secret realm alongside Bai Yanchuang. Yet after months of wandering, they had encountered no one. Similarly, Yue and her master had not seen any familiar faces. How was it that all the Feng family members had coincidentally gathered together? Furthermore, while Feng Tao wore a smile, his eyes harbored a chilling coldness, evoking a sense of insincerity. And what of the 3 desiccated corpses outside? Cousin Qilan, regarding the corpses on the flagpoles, he began, but Feng Qilan interjected. "When we arrived in this city, those bodies were already present. They appeared ominous, and we dared not approach them. Cousin Yimo, let us discuss this matter inside." Speaking thus, he extended his right hand to grasp Feng Yimo's arm. Hiss, Hong, and Bai suddenly emerged from the sleeve, biting down on Feng Qilan's hand with a swift strike that took everyone by surprise. By the time Feng Yimo realized, Hong and Bai had already retreated into the sleeve. "Cousin Qilan, quickly." Feng Yimo's heart raced, exclaiming, but before he could finish, he saw Feng Qilan shake his right hand nonchalantly, saying, "No harm done. Is this your spirit pet, Yimo?" Such remarkable speed. A tempest surged within Feng Yimo. Hong and Bai could kill a golden core cultivator with a single bite. And yet Feng Qilan, merely at the third level of Foundation establishment, appeared unscathed. Even if he had not succumbed to the poison, he should have been gravely injured. Observing Feng Yimo closely, he noted that although the latter's eyes were fixed on him, they lacked luster, his facial muscles were rigid, and an aura of death surrounded him. It was only through his cultivation of the yin-yang technique that he could discern this. Life and death are but two extremes of yin and yang. Taking a few steps back, he coldly inquired, "Who are you, and why have you taken over the body of a member of the Feng family?" Feng Yimo let out a hearty laugh, his voice suddenly taking on an aged tone. "What a perceptive little fellow you are. I have deceived many with my corpse puppets." "How did you see through it?" Feng Yimo chose silence, seizing the stunned Yui and turning to flee. However, just as they had rushed a few paces, 3 withered corpses descended from the flagpole, extending their stiff arms, their fingers sharp as daggers aimed directly at the two. Feng Yimo dared not underestimate the threat. He opened his mouth to unleash a falling leaves slash at the foremost corpse, with a clang that echoed like metal clashing. The falling leaves slash failed to cleave the corpse in two, merely forcing it back a step. Feng Yimo was taken aback. What kind of corpse was this, so resilient? "Oh, a junior possesses such a treasure? Which sect do you belong to?" The aged voice inquired, filled with astonishment and caution. Feng Yimo's mind raced, and he proclaimed, "I am a disciple of Elder Zhuo Yongyu from the Merchant Alliance. I have a token to prove it." While rummaging through Zhuo Yongyu's storage bag, he had discovered a token, and now was the perfect moment to wield it as a bluff. Just as he produced the token, it slipped from his grasp and darted into the depths of Huangquan City like a bolt of lightning. The aged voice then echoed, "Indeed, it is the Merchant Alliance's token. I have considerable ties with your alliance. I shall regard you as kin. I will command the corpse puppets to stand down. You may enter the city." As his words fell, the attacking corpses retreated, ceasing their assault. Feng Yimo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing the danger. The ability to control multiple corpse puppets implied profound cultivation, coupled with the man's claim of a connection to the Merchant Alliance. His cultivation must be at least at the nascent soul stage. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare enter Huangquan City. "Heh. I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he hastily declared, pulling Yui away without waiting for a response from within. The occupants inside were momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury, bellowing, "How dare you deceive me, Junior?" 3 corpses immediately closed in from 3 directions. If Feng Yimo had not fled, perhaps he would not have revealed his true identity. However, his sudden escape instantly alerted those inside, as one would not abandon their identity token without reason. Feng Yimo inwardly lamented. The corpse before him was impervious to blades and arrows, and even the precious artifact, the falling leaf slash, could not shatter it. It was evidently a refined corpse, not an ordinary one. A refined corpse is a body that has undergone ritualistic refinement, often that of a cultivator, as their remains contain spiritual energy and unobstructed meridians, allowing for better absorption of various medicinal concoctions. Typically, some nefarious sects practice the sinister art of corpse refinement, using dozens of rare herbs to render a cultivator's remains as resilient as steel, transforming them into formidable puppets to serve as enforcers. Little did he expect to encounter such a refined corpse here today, which exhibited no vulnerabilities. The only option left was to confront it with sheer strength. Feng Yimo positioned himself in front of Yui, sheathing the falling leaf slash and producing the Qianquan brick. With a deft spin, the Qianquan brick expanded to about 10 feet and directly struck one of the refined corpses with a resounding thud, embedding it into the ground without inflicting any damage. Feng Yimo marveled at this. Evidently, the cultivator who had been refined into a corpse possessed considerable prowess in life. Just then, a voice from within Huangquan City exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you come by the Qianquan brick? Boy, did you kill Zhuo Yongyu?" The recognition of Zhuo Yongyu's artifact by the individual inside indicated a connection to the Merchant Alliance. Feng Yimo commanded the Qianquan brick to strike twice more, sending the other 2 refined corpses crashing into the ground. Before he spoke, "Elder, I bear no ill intentions." The esteemed Zhuo Yongyu met an untimely demise. Before his passing, he entrusted the Qianquan brick to me to carry out a task on his behalf, as a form of recompense. The Qianquan brick is his life's artifact. Had he not willingly erased his spiritual imprint, I would not have been able to refine it. The voice within fell silent, letting out a heavy sigh before replying. I did not expect that a journey into the Shantian secret realm would result in my separation from Brother Zhua. Very well. Since you have a task at hand, I shall not make things difficult for you. Come here, and I will grant you the token with it. You may enter and exit the Merchant Alliance with greater ease. Upon hearing this, Feng Yimo felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he was also secretly astonished. This individual was indeed a nascent soul cultivator, which meant the refined corpses must possess at least golden core level cultivation. It would be illogical to expend energy refining foundation establishment cultivators into corpses. However, what was the significance of Feng Qilin and Feng Tao? Just as Feng Yimo was about to step towards Huangguan City to retrieve the Merchant Alliance token, he suddenly halted, seizing Yui and hurling her forcefully into the distance, shouting, "Run!" His throw was immensely powerful, propelling Yui like a cannonball over 30 yards. Before she could land, she unfurled her form and sprinted away. The three refined corpses rose from the ground, encircling Feng Yimo. The elderly voice, now tinged with ire, declared, "Youngster, I have acted with good intentions. Yet you continue to toy with me. What is your aim?" "Humph, good intentions?" Feng Yimo scoffed. "If you truly had good intentions, you would have returned the token to me directly, rather than making me come to retrieve it. You likely cannot leave the city, your body constrained and your freedom limited, which must be an unpleasant predicament." The aged voice fell into silence, and after a moment, it finally spoke. "How did you discern that?" His words undeniably confirmed Feng Yimo's conjecture, laced with a sense of resigned inevitability. Feng Yimo replied, "Senior, you are a formidable figure. If you truly wish to capture me, a mere fingertip would suffice. There would be no need for such convoluted measures. First, allowing my kin to greet me, then employing 3 refined corpses to obstruct me. And even the inability to use that token. Doesn't this indicate that your freedom of movement is constrained?" His words resonated widely, and for a long while, the city was enveloped in silence. Feng Yimo, astonished, suddenly beheld a figure ascending within Huangguan City. The individual was suffused with surging spiritual energy and ethereal resonance. Clearly not a mere nascent soul cultivator, but rather a perfected nascent soul, mere steps away from transcending to divine transformation. Startled, Feng Yimo stumbled back, trembling, however. As the figure floated 10 zhang high, countless yellow, tentacle-like appendages erupted from Huangguan City, swiftly enveloping the individual, dragging them back with relentless force. A nascent soul master, rendered utterly defenseless beneath those yellow tendrils, was transformed into a docile lamb, leaving Feng Yimo dumbstruck, momentarily oblivious to the peril surrounding him and the opportunity to flee. A sigh, heavy with weariness and bitterness, permeated the air. "Young friend, have you seen? Indeed, I am, as you say, unable to leave this Huangguan City. For years ago, I was merely at the nascent soul's initial stage, my cultivation comparable to Zhuo Yangyu's. Upon witnessing the sudden opening of the Xiantian secret realm, I was elated and entered its depths, only to soon discover this Huangguan City. Within its confines, I encountered fortuitous opportunities. In a mere 2 years, my cultivation soared, advancing rapidly to the perfected nascent soul stage. My heart brimmed with joy and satisfaction, yet just as I intended to depart Huangguan City, those insufferable tendrils manifested. And no matter my efforts, I found myself unable to escape." Feng Yimo stood in a stupor, scarcely able to believe his ears. To ascend from the nascent soul's initial stage to perfection in just 2 years. How could this be? He then heard the voice continue. "I diligently studied Huangguan City and discovered it could only confine the living, while the dead faced no such barriers. Thus, I released 3 refined corpses to capture a few individuals for experimentation, to ascertain if their fates would mirror mine. My cousin and uncle were seized by you, weren't they?" Feng Yimo interjected. "Indeed, you speak correctly. They were unfortunate enough to be caught and brought back by my corpses. What infuriated me was their ability to traverse Huangguan City freely, while I alone was shackled." The man's tone brimmed with rage and resentment. "So, in your cruelty, you transformed them into corpses to keep you company? How heartless you are. Unable to escape yourself, you restrain the freedom of others. Is your aim in capturing me the same?" Feng Yimo retreated another 2 steps, his voice sharp with indignation. "Ha ha." The man threw back his head in wild laughter. "Little one, you have guessed correctly. Since I cannot leave this city, then others must come in to keep me company. If I cannot enjoy freedom, then neither shall others." Feng Yimo shuddered at the sound of his resentful voice. This man had gone mad, utterly deranged. Demanding the companionship of countless innocent souls in his madness, he was scarcely human. He swiftly propelled himself upward and fled into the distance. However, the previously motionless corpse suddenly struck, its arm extending with a swiftness akin to the tentacles found within the underworld, ensnaring his legs. Feng Yimo halted, pulled toward the ground. Just as the red and white tendrils wrapped around his left arm unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the head of the corpse that grasped him. With a crisp crack, akin to shattering glass, a plume of yellow smoke erupted from the corpse's head, followed by a muffled groan from within the city. The corpse's movements came to an abrupt stop, obliterated by the Qian Kuan brick summoned by Feng Yimo, leaving only a scattering of shattered remains. Feng Yimo stood there in astonishment. Previously, it had been nearly impossible to crush the corpse into pieces even when slammed to the ground. How had he managed this feat? The memory of the lightning from the red and white struck him with clarity. The reason the corpse had obeyed commands and moved freely was that its creator had left a fragment of soul within it during its crafting. Lightning, being the bane of all souls and spirits, had shattered that remnant, rendering the corpse a lifeless entity incapable of withstanding the force of the Qian Kuan brick. Filled with elation, Feng Yimo hastily commanded the red and white to unleash 2 more bolts of lightning, reducing the other 2 corpses to mere scraps. With a triumphant shout directed at the underworld city, he taunted, "Old man, let us see how you can detain me." Enraged by the destruction of his painstakingly crafted corpses and Feng Yimo's scornful words, the elder within the city seethed, "You foolish youth. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Let your kin turn upon one another." As he spoke, dozens of corpse puppets surged forth from the city gates, led by Feng Qilin and Feng Tao. Feng Yimo, recognizing the peril, wasted no time in executing the wind shift technique to escape swiftly. Grateful for the aid of the red and white, he narrowly evaded death, which would have been certain at the hands of the 3 corpses. After running over 20 miles, he reunited with Yue, who awaited him. Both fell into a contemplative silence. The Xiantian secret realm was fraught with peril at every turn. "Senior brother Feng, I no longer wish to seek treasures. I would rather find a place rich in spiritual energy to meditate and cultivate. At least that would enhance my abilities. You have cared for me all this time, and I feel like a burden, utterly useless, unable to assist you," Yue said, her head bowed, overwhelmed with shame and helplessness. Over the past 4 years, she had witnessed her master perish while trying to save her, had narrowly escaped becoming prey to demonic beasts. And during her time with Feng Yimo, he had always been the one to come to her aid while she had accomplished nothing. Feng Yimo paused, turning to Yue. "Very well. Opportunity cannot be forced. However, since you have chosen the path of cultivation, you must maintain a heart resolute in its pursuit, without unwavering belief. How can one hope to become immortal?" He then clapped his hand on his storage bag, retrieving several dozen bottles of second-grade elixirs to enhance cultivation, along with 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, all of which he handed to Yue. "Take these. They will aid you in your training." At last, he retrieved a vial of spirit-seizing pill, stating, "This vial contains elixirs. You may consume 1 after every 10 doses, but be cautious not to exceed this limit, and ensure that no one else is aware of your usage. Do you understand?" The allure of the spirit-seizing pill was not something he could encapsulate in mere words. He could only sternly warn Yue to limit her intake. Tears of gratitude streamed down Yue's cheeks. Even her master had not bestowed upon her such a wealth of spirit stones and elixirs. With a choked voice, she expressed, "Thank you, Brother Feng. I bid you farewell and wish you good fortune." She wiped away her tears, gathered her belongings, and departed. Feng Yimo gazed at Yue's retreating figure from a distance, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Although he held no fondness for the chaotic Baal sect and initially harbored some misconceptions about Yue, their months of companionship revealed her to be unpretentious and kind-hearted. He had grown accustomed to their shared moments. Now, with her absence, he found himself alone once more, inevitably engulfed by a sense of wistfulness as he set off on his journey. A month later, Feng Yimo's silhouette appeared within a canyon, where he caught a whiff of the elusive Xingyuan fruit. The Xingyuan fruit, differing by a mere character from the Xingyuan fruit, possessed drastically different effects. As a 4th-tier spiritual herb, the Xingyuan fruit, while termed a fruit, was actually a flowering plant devoid of blossoms, known for its ability to invigorate one's essence and enhance physical prowess. In contrast, the Xingyuan fruit was far rarer, a coveted treasure among all nascent soul cultivators. For cultivators, spiritual cultivation was of paramount importance, far surpassing physical strength. With formidable prowess, one could vanquish opponents before they even drew near, rendering physical refinement unnecessary. Only those who favored body cultivation pursued Xingyuan fruit fervently, especially nascent soul practitioners, for a resilient physique significantly increased the odds of survival during tribulations. The Xingyuan fruit was briefly mentioned in the Shinong-S compendium, categorized as a 3rd-tier spiritual herb instead of a 4th tier, as it was utilized in 3rd-tier pill formulas, otherwise, Feng Yimo would not have encountered it. The Xingyuan fruit thrived in warm, moist environments, making the canyon an ideal habitat. Moreover, it bore a distinctive characteristic, an overpowering stench akin to rotting eggs in summer. Upon entering the unknown canyon, Feng Yimo was immediately met with this foul odor. The canyon stretched east to west, with a river 2 yards wide flowing through it, crystal clear and revealing schools of fish swimming freely. Following the repugnant scent, he ventured towards the edge of a cliff standing over 40 feet tall, where he beheld the Xingyuan fruit. To his delight, he spotted at least a dozen Xingyuan plants, each bearing 3 to 4 fruits. With these Xingyuan fruits, he could prepare the medicinal concoction according to Yin Shuang's formula and practice the 9 heavens gale technique without enduring hardship. As he mused to himself about Yin Shuang, a shadow crossed his expression. Yin Shuang, why did you leave so abruptly? Do you truly look down upon me? The turmoil within him lingered. He felt excessively weak, believing that if he could become strong enough to earn Yin Shuang's respect, she would not have departed. Thus, he fervently sought treasures and herbs, dedicating himself to relentless cultivation, yearning to confront Yin Shuang and demand answers as to why she had abandoned him. Having harvested over 40 raw yuan fruits, Feng Yimo promptly established a temporary dwelling within the canyon. He combined the harvested duangu grass and lianjin flower with the freshly extracted juice from the yuan fruits in a ratio of 4:2, simmering the mixture in the golden light furnace for half an hour. The result was a foul-smelling concoction, which he applied all over his body after disrobing. Commencing his practice of the 9 heavens wind technique, the excruciating pain, as White Yin Shuang had indicated, diminished significantly, transforming from a sensation akin to needles piercing his flesh into mere mosquito bites. With the pain alleviated, Feng Yimo cultivated throughout the night. Feeling a substantial enhancement in his cultivation, he increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the 9 heavens wind technique. It not only augmented his cultivation but also possessed body-refining properties, akin to a celestial-grade method. However, he pondered why Feng Qilin and the others had not engaged in cultivation. Did his grandfather regard him with special favor? After contemplating for an extended period without deriving any insights, he decided to let it be. This affirmed the efficacy of the medicinal juice, as Feng Yimo utilized fire talismans to concoct more medicinal liquid from all the duangu grass, lianjin flower, and yuan fruits. Consequently, he meticulously preserved the remaining 3 yuan fruits, resulting in 37 vials of medicinal juice, ample for an extended duration. As he tidied up and prepared to depart, a fierce sound of combat echoed from a distance. 2 individuals, engaged in battle, rushed into the canyon. Their spiritual energy surged, causing the river to erupt violently, showering down like a torrential rain, displacing all the fish and shrimp in the water, which flopped onto the riverbank, twitching momentarily before becoming still. The 2 combatants possessed comparable cultivation levels, both at the late Foundation establishment stage, one at the 7th tier, the other, like Feng Yimo, at the 8th tier. Xiao Jiping, you despicable knave. If I hadn't intervened to save you, you would have already been devoured by the fire cloud tiger. You turn against me over a mere cold bone grass? Shouted the 7th tier cultivator in fury. Humph, do you still have the audacity to blame me? That time when you were gravely injured, I carried you over 2,000 miles, evading a horde of demonic birds. Without my assistance, you would have long since become bird droppings. Could you not have relinquished the cold bone grass to me? Retorted the 8th tier cultivator. Feng Yimo discerned that the 2 were acquainted, having saved each other's lives in the past, yet they had fallen out over a single cold bone grass. The cold bone grass serves as the primary ingredient for crafting the 3rd tier spiritual pill, the transformation pill, classifying it as a 4th tier spiritual herb. The transformation pill's efficacy lies in its ability to reduce the likelihood of losing oneself to madness during the transition from Foundation establishment to Golden Core achievement, possessing the remarkable ability to calm the mind and dispel worldly distractions. Foundation establishment marks the juncture at which cultivators solidify their foundation after the Qi refinement stage, officially embarking on the path of immortality. Conversely, alchemical achievement signifies the process of transcending the mortal coil. During this advancement, worldly distractions may surge, impacting one's mental state. Numerous cultivators falter in their quest for transcendence, succumbing to madness and being consumed by inner flames. Statistically, only 1 in 100 can achieve Foundation establishment, and less than 1 in 10,000 can attain alchemical success. Thus, the transformation pill holds paramount importance for every Foundation establishment cultivator, especially given the scarcity of its primary ingredient, cold bone grass. rendering the pill both invaluable and elusive. Feng Yimo shook his head. He possessed over a dozen cold bone grasses within his storage bag, harvested merely days prior. Should Yui require any, he would not hesitate to offer them. For the sake of a mystical herb, two close friends turned against each other, engaging in a fierce battle that was utterly unwarranted. As they fought with fervor, a river, 2 yards wide, suddenly rose majestically, as if the source of the water hung suspended in the sky. It then cascaded down, swallowing the two foundation-building cultivators engaged in their strife, who upon hitting the ground transformed into a transparent fish stretching 10 yards in length. Feng Yimo, taken aback, realized that the secret realm was fraught with peril. Even a mere river could harbor such a malevolent water spirit, prompting him to flee in terror. A year later, Feng Yimo finally encountered fellow human cultivators. He found himself in a forsaken earthen city, its remnants forming a rudimentary marketplace. Hundreds of individuals flowed in and out, engaging in barter. After 5 years within the Shantian secret realm, he had consumed all the elixirs available and exhausted his spiritual stones on cultivation. Each person had made substantial progress in their abilities, necessitating the exchange of their own acquired items for the goods of others. In the span of a year, Feng Yimo's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, his progress commendable. Moreover, his physical strength had more than doubled, rendering him impervious to ordinary mid-grade spiritual artifacts. This was attributable to the merits of the 9 Heavens Gale technique, the effects of blood power fruits, and the essence of life source fruit juice. Hong and Hei had awakened 2 months prior, their appearance unchanged except for their exoskeleton, which had transformed into a purer silver hue, now classified as a 3rd-tier demon insect, faint golden glimmers visible within the silver shell. Each sighting of Hong and Hei stirred vivid memories of Bai Yin Shuang and Feng Yimo's heart, the longing akin to a poison coursing through his veins, intensifying rather than waning with her absence. Hong and Hei could freely alter their size, allowing Feng Yimo to conceal them within his garments, while Hong and Bai coiled around his arm like a silver bracelet. Upon entering the abandoned city, Feng Yimo noticed many cultivators accompanied by spirit pets, some riding flying tigers, others tethered to unknown avian creatures, and one individual even had a mutated raccoon as a spirit companion. Thus, seeing a serpent draped over someone's arm was hardly surprising. Feng Yimo chuckled, realizing that while other cultivators had entered the Shantian secret realm and acquired various resources, they also took pleasure in capturing spirit pets. The majority of the cultivators here were at the foundation establishment stage, with a few at the golden core stage, coexisting harmoniously without any incidents of coercive trade. Come and see. Premium Cabernet Sauvignon, only in exchange for withered leaf grass. A cultivator bellowed. I have Cloud Mist Lotus, willing to trade for a superior spiritual artifact, preferably of an offensive nature. Another shouted. Such calls echoed through the air, making Feng Yimo feel as though he had entered a mundane market. As he wandered and observed, his gaze suddenly fell upon a black iron block resting on a tattered hide, seemingly serving as a weight stone. Yet, Feng Yimo sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the iron block, causing the spirit-eating silkworm in his dantian to awaken with eager anticipation. Feng Yimo crouched down, feigning interest as he perused the items on the beast's skin. It was merely a collection of 3rd-tier demon beast bones and pelts, along with 2 pieces of 2nd-tier refining materials, devoid of any valuable objects. What do you wish to exchange for these items? Feng Yimo inquired. The stall owner, a cultivator of the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, quickly approached upon noticing a customer. Bowing respectfully, I seek to trade for spirit stones essential for my cultivation. If you possess any 2nd-tier spirit pills that could enhance my progress, I would be interested in those as well. Feng Yimo nodded, recognizing the man's pitiable cultivation level, which was the lowest, indicating a pressing need for spirit stones. His interest in spirit pills was entirely reasonable. Very well, I will take everything. Name your price. The stall owner, momentarily taken aback, then beamed with joy. How about 300 spirit stones? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yimo produced the requested sum, sweeping all the items into his storage bag with a flourish of his robe, and turned to leave. The other stall owners, witnessing Feng Yimo's ability to pay with spirit stones, quickly gathered around him. Friend, I happen to have a piece of meteorite iron, only 50 spirit stones. One called out. Another chimed in. I possess a 500-year-old puling grass, just 80 spirit stones. Feng Yimo felt overwhelmed by their clamorous offers and hastily pushed through the crowd, fleeing as if pursued by a pack of wolves. Remaining any longer might have resulted in his being torn to shreds. Please wait, fellow cultivator. Just as Feng Yimo had distanced himself from the ruined city, he was called back by a golden core cultivator who approached him. "I am Jin Yongyang, and I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Noting that the man was merely of the second layer of golden core cultivation, Feng Yimo felt no fear, yet he displayed a wary expression and politely inquired, "Elder, may I ask what matters you wish to discuss?" The golden core cultivator replied with a smile, "Friend, I wish to invite you to join me in a treasure hunt." Ah? Feng Yimo was taken aback. It was customary for cultivators to seek companions for treasure hunting, yet they typically sought those of the same tier. This was due to the fact that if disputes arose, cultivators of equal rank could not harm one another, thereby curbing greed to the greatest extent. When cultivators of differing levels teamed up, the lower-ranked cultivator would invariably suffer if a treasure was discovered, hence such partnerships were rare. Proposals from higher-tier cultivators to lower-tier ones were often viewed with suspicion and ulterior motives. Seeing Feng Yimo's astonishment, Jin Yongliang awkwardly rubbed his nose and added, "Alternatively, you could lend me some mid-grade spirit stones. If not, I am willing to sell you some fourth-tier elixirs in exchange for mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Feng Yimo began to comprehend the man's intentions. He had noticed Feng Yimo's possession of spirit stones and was in need of mid-grade ones. However, he wondered what treasure hunting had to do with spirit stones. As for the fourth-tier elixirs, he had an abundance in his storage bag and had little need for them. If the treasure hunting site was promising, he might consider accompanying this man. "Elder, why do you require mid-grade spirit stones for a treasure hunt?" Feng Yimo queried. "Alas, my fellow cultivator, you may not be aware that when the Xiantian secret realm was unveiled, I was merely at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. I hurriedly entered, narrowly escaping death twice at the jaws of ferocious beasts. Consequently, I resolved to enhance my cultivation, seeking out a location abundant with spiritual energy to enter seclusion. I exhausted all the spirit herbs and spirit stones I had on hand, only to my astonishment achieve the golden core stage. Later, by a stroke of fortune, I discovered an unknown spiritual fruit, and upon consuming it, I unexpectedly ascended to the second layer of golden core." Upon hearing his words, Feng Yimo sighed inwardly. Not only did he possess immense fortune, but this individual's luck was truly remarkable, advancing simply by consuming an unfamiliar fruit, unperturbed by the risk of poisoning. The golden core cultivator continued, "Not long ago, I stumbled upon an exceedingly concealed cave. However, before the cave lies a teleportation array, which means entry requires activation of the array. Alas, my finances are rather meager, leaving me without spirit stones to power it. Thus, I observed the area for several days, seeing no one produce spirit stones. Just as I was about to abandon hope, I chanced upon you. If you trust me, we could venture together." Feng Yimo, finding Jin Yongliang's sincerity convincing and devoid of deceit, pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Jin Yongliang was overjoyed. Yet he felt a pang of regret about relinquishing the fourth-grade spirit herbs in his storage bag. Moreover, the uncertainty of what lay beyond the teleportation array weighed heavily on his mind. Having a companion was advantageous. More importantly, he was at the second layer of golden core, while his companion was merely at the ninth layer of Foundation establishment, a vast disparity that quelled any fears of unforeseen complications. With their agreement established, they set forth immediately. Jin Yongyang led the way, with Feng Yimo closely trailing behind. They traversed for several days until they arrived at a desolate mountain range. The terrain was devoid of substantial vegetation, with only sparse grass and low shrubs rising a few feet high. Feng Yimo surveyed the surroundings, unable to discern any cave or teleportation array. Just as he was contemplating this, Jin Yongliang produced a flag of formation and cast it upon a massive stone ahead. To Feng Yimo's astonishment, a hexagonal teleportation array materialized on the stone, shimmering with spiritual light. "Please do not take offense. I set up a concealment formation here to prevent others from discovering the teleportation array," Jin Yongliang explained. Feng Yimo felt relieved. He would have done the same. Observing 6 recesses on the teleportation array, he realized they required spirit stones for activation. Without hesitation, he placed 6 medium-grade spirit stones into the slots. Jin Yongliang, witnessing this action, expressed surprise. "Are you also well-versed in formation techniques?" Feng Yimo replied modestly, "I dabble in the basics, but I wouldn't call myself a formation master." In his previous life, he had been a master of formations, having reached the level of a grandmaster. Although his memories were now hazy, the intricacies of a mere second-grade teleportation array were hardly a challenge for him. Feng Yimo cast a spell, activating the teleportation array. The two quickly stepped into the array, and with a hum and a flash of light, Their figures vanished without a trace. The spirit stones in the recess dimmed considerably but did not turn to dust. They still retained some spiritual energy. Feng Yimo shook his head, and as the scenery came into focus, both he and Jin Yongyang were utterly stunned. Before them lay not a realm suffused with spiritual energy, nor a treasure-filled cave, but a dreary and ominous graveyard. Countless tombstones stood erect, stretching endlessly before them, occupying all available ground. Feng Yimo glanced back. The bidirectional teleportation array remained intact, indicating they had not been sent astray. But what was this place? What is this wretched place? Jin Yongyang asked in disbelief, his heart heavy with disappointment as the anticipated landscape of treasures failed to materialize. Feng Yimo smacked his lips and took a step forward, gazing at the nearest tombstone. It bore the inscription, Zhong Yuan, early stage nascent soul. Attained the nascent soul after 540 years of cultivation, passed away at 60. Feng Yimo was taken aback. Achieving the nascent soul in just over 500 years was remarkable, a testament to extraordinary talent, yet tragically cut short in his prime. Turning to another tombstone, he read, Pujya, mid-stage nascent soul, attained the nascent soul after 480 years, passed away at 633. Once again, he encountered the grave of a nascent soul cultivator. As he continued to examine a dozen tombstones, he realized that all the graves were occupied by nascent soul practitioners. A sense of unease washed over Feng Yimo. As he surveyed the area, he counted no fewer than several tens of thousands of tombs. Did this imply that tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators had perished here? The thought was horrifying. Who had slain them, and who had buried them? Jin Yongyang, having noticed the tombstones as well, turned pale, drained of color. All of them are nascent soul ancestors, he exclaimed, his voice barely a whisper. To him, nascent soul cultivators were inherently exalted beings, and now, finding them interred here was a profound shock, leaving him nearly speechless. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my humble domain. A sudden, aged voice broke through their stunned silence. Before them appeared a flickering candlelight, and a hunchbacked old man materialized, holding a candlestick, startling both Feng Yimo and Jin Yongyang into taking 2 steps back. Feng Yimo swiftly produced the Chiwei sword from his storage bag, while Jin Yongyang summoned a short staff, a high-grade spiritual weapon, both bracing themselves for a confrontation. Ah, there is no need for alarm, the old man chuckled. I harbor no ill intentions. It has been a long time since I have seen visitors, and I merely wish to extend a greeting and engage in conversation. As he spoke, the hunchbacked elder approached them, allowing Feng Yimo to discern his appearance more clearly. This was an exceedingly aged man, his face a labyrinth of wrinkles resembling the dried skin of an orange, with only one eye remaining, clouded and devoid of clarity, while the other socket gaped hollowly, resembling an unfathomable abyss. His back was hunched almost at a right angle, and he held the candlestick with just his thumb and forefinger, the faint flicker of the candle providing the only light in the graveyard. What astonished Feng Yimo and Jin Yongyang most was their inability to gauge the old man's cultivation level. I am the keeper of this graveyard. May I inquire as to your names? The elderly man reclined slightly, one eye fixed upon the 2 individuals. Under the gaze of his murky eye, they felt a chill run down their spines, devoid of any inclination to resist, obediently sheathing their weapons. Feng Yimo respectfully introduced himself. I am Feng Yimo, a junior, and I pay my respects to the elder. Jin Yongyang hurriedly followed suit with a bow. Junior Jin Yongyang greets the elder. Ah, splendid. Both of you are youthful yet possess such remarkable cultivation. Moreover, you have fortuitously arrived at this old man's burial ground. In gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a small token of our meeting. As he spoke, he raised his left hand slightly, and 2 streams of green light shot into the bodies of the 2. Startled, they immediately began to examine themselves, but no matter how they tried, they could not discern the nature of the green light. Their faces turned ashen. Feng Yimo maintained his composure, while Jin Yongyang trembled and fell to his knees, pleading, Elder, please spare my life. I had no intention of intruding. It was merely a misstep into your domain. I implore you to show mercy and allow me to depart. Treating this encounter as if it never occurred, the old man turned his singular gaze towards Feng Yimo, chuckling, Why do you not plead for mercy, young lad? Feng Yimo steadied himself and replied, Elder, your profound powers far exceed ours. If you wish for our lives, you could easily take them with but a flick of your wrist, though I am unaware of the nature of that green light. I am certain it poses no threat to us. Haha, well said. It is rare to find such clarity of thought, much better than him. Fear not. That was merely a sound insect. The elder continued, I have guarded this graveyard for 3,000 years, with no one to converse with. You two young ones surely will not remain to keep me company, and I would otherwise be left in solitude. Thus, I require your presence for some conversation, which shall not hinder your pursuits, and might even offer guidance for your cultivation. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jin Yongliang rose, remarking, Elder, you possess a fine sense of humor. You nearly frightened me to death. Yet, Feng Yimo harbored a cold amusement within. He did not believe it was merely a sound insect. His countenance, however, revealed a semblance of understanding as he stood respectfully to the side. But upon reflecting on the elder's words about guarding the graves for 3,000 years, he was astounded. 3,000 years? Did that not imply that the elder's cultivation had reached the god transformation stage? You are curious, are you not, as to why there are so many Yuaning cultivators' tombs here? The elder inquired. Indeed, how did these Yuaning ancestors meet their demise? Please enlighten us, elder. Jin Yongliang asked with genuine curiosity, oblivious to the elder's formidable cultivation. Initially, Feng Yimo had taken a step back, approaching the teleportation array, secretly forming a spell to activate it and escape this eerie place. But upon hearing the elder's words, he halted. The guardian of the graves cast a glance at him and said, This graveyard is known as 10,000 Infants' Burial Mound, housing the souls of 911,892 Yuaning cultivators. The lowest among them is at the initial stage of Yuaning, while the highest has attained complete mastery. It serves as a cemetery for all Yuaning cultivators slain in the last 3,000 years across the 4 continents of the pure heaven realm. Regardless of how they perished, their souls find their way here to form this burial mound. Both Feng Yimo and Jin Yongliang were astounded, realizing that over 900,000 Yuaning cultivators were interred here. What could possibly be the purpose of such a place? 2 individuals gazed upon the eerie and boundless graveyard, a chill coursing through their bodies, prompting an involuntary shiver. Hee, frightened, are we? Your cultivation is still quite rudimentary, so there is no need for fear. By the time you reach the stage of forming an infant, you will have amassed 100,000 infant souls. At that moment, the old gravekeeper seemed to realize he had divulged too much, pausing his words and hunching his back as he made his way toward the center of the graves. Time is of the essence. I shall not detain you any longer. Do visit an old man like me more often when you have the chance. With that, the figure of the gravekeeper faded into the shadows, and Feng and Yimo hurriedly activated the teleportation array. A moment of disorientation enveloped them, and they found themselves once again before the colossal stone. Jin Yongliang, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and apologized. I am truly sorry. I had assumed it was a secret hideout filled with treasures. Never did I anticipate such a terrifying sight. I hope I did not alarm you, Brother Feng. Feng Yimo hastily returned a salute, saying, Senior Jin, your intentions are kind. It is merely our misfortune, so do not take it to heart. I shall take my leave now. Take care. With that, he unfurled his form and departed. Jin Yongliang clicked his tongue and walked away, dejected. Feng Yimo continued to sprint for 100 miles until he found a desolate mountain. After a few moments, he carved out a temporary cave and sat cross-legged, delving inward to seek the so-called sound insect. He couldn't believe that it was indeed the sound insect. Unfortunately, despite expending 2 hours, he found no trace of the green glow. What on earth was that green glow? Where could it be hidden? As he pondered, the devouring spirit silkworm within his dantian suddenly began to move swiftly, burrowing into his sea of consciousness. Deep within the nascent spirit's form, he discovered a flicker of green light. At that moment, the green glow had extended 4 tentacle-like appendages, deeply embedding themselves within his nascent spirit, slowly and gradually siphoning off his soul's essence. Feng Yimo gasped in horror. This was a malevolent soul-seizing technique. The practitioner, wielding formidable power, plants a fragment of their spirit within the target's nascent spirit, subtly absorbing the target's soul essence. Once that fragment matures to a certain extent, it can entirely replace the target, completing the soul-seizing process. Without the presence of the devouring spirit silkworm, he would have remained oblivious to it. What a vile heart! Feng Yimo gritted his teeth in hatred. Despite the gravekeeper's seemingly benevolent demeanor, his heart was truly wicked. Yet he could not fathom why a being of the transformation stage would desire to seize the body of a mere 9th-tier foundation establishment cultivator or a 2nd-tier golden core cultivator. It made no sense. Unless he was like the cultivators in the Blackwood City, unable to leave the vast grave of 10,000 infant souls. Thus, he sought to escape the graveyard through body snatching. Having comprehended this, Feng Yimo promptly directed the awakened devouring spirit silkworm to consume the fragment of the gravekeeper's spirit. After a few bites, he commanded it to cease. The distance to the grave was uncertain, and the individual was a transformation stage cultivator with immense powers. Should he discover his actions, it could spell danger for his life. It would be wiser to handle this matter later, for now. Controlling the growth of that fragment of the gravekeeper's spirit would suffice. With his resolve firm, Feng Yimo retrieved the black iron block he had purchased in the ruined city. The moment the black iron block appeared, the devouring spirit silkworm became agitated, attempting to break free. Feng Yimo quickly restrained it, preventing any rash movements. The black iron block felt exceptionally cold and heavy. It appeared to be steel yet emanated an overwhelming aura, causing one's spirit to stir, as though it possessed boundless magical power. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Feng Yimo extended his consciousness toward the black iron block. However, as soon as his awareness touched the block, it vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the sea. What was happening? Before he could react, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. It was vast and empty, stretching thousands of feet, devoid of spiritual energy, a gray expanse yet breathable. This was Shumi iron. Feng Yimo exclaimed in astonishment. For it was said that the storage bag was a magical artifact created by ancient cultivators who replicated the spatial rules of Shumi iron to store items. Moreover, Shumi iron was merely a fragment of a treasure belonging to a certain Deluo Jinxian of the celestial realm, infused with chaotic primordial energy during its refinement. It possessed the characteristic of an independent space, capable of containing mountains and rivers, rendering it virtually omnipotent. Feng Yimo threw his head back and laughed heartily, recognizing this as an extraordinary acquisition. In the future, as he delved into the art of artifact crafting, he could forge several storage rings from Shumi iron, thus eliminating the need to carry multiple storage bags. More importantly, Shumi iron had the capacity to store living beings, allowing both Hong and Hei, as well as Hong and Bai, a place to reside. With a thought, he exited the Shumi space, only to find the soul-devouring silkworm eagerly burrowing into the Shumi iron, reluctant to emerge. With the presence of Shumi iron, Feng Yimo discarded all his storage bags into it, allowing the two little creatures to dive in and release a dozen beast corpses, which they devoured with great delight, sparing him much trouble. Through the words of the Tomb Guardian, he gleaned several vital pieces of information. First, the Hongming continent was merely one of the 4 great continents of the Pure Heaven realm, the Xiantian secret realm, housing the 10,000 infants' grave, a site for absorbing the souls of deceased infant cultivators from all 4 continents, was likely the nexus connecting these lands. Second, the 10,000 infants' grave aimed to collect the souls of 1 million infant cultivators, indicating a grand conspiracy at play, especially as it could bind nascent soul cultivators to guard the grave, stripping them of their freedom, suggesting the presence of even more formidable forces. Though his interaction with the Tomb Guardian had been brief, he could sense the emanation of waning life force from the Elder, a sign of impending mortality. Otherwise, he would not resort to such desperate measures as soul extraction to seize control. All these experiences only served to deepen Feng Yimo's lament over his own insufficient cultivation, rendering him unable to discern the cataclysmic conspiracy at hand. Perhaps those lofty figures would overlook an insignificant creature like him. Thus, it was best not to dwell on it, and instead focus on the treasure hunt. Given that the Xiantian secret realm had yielded such a treasure as Shumi iron, it was certain that other extraordinary artifacts awaited discovery, and he could not afford to squander time. With this thought, Feng Yimo sprang into action, hastily departing. On this particular day, having just concluded his practice, the foul stench of rotten eggs still lingered in his cave abode. He had not yet donned his garments when suddenly, the boulder blocking the entrance was shattered by an unseen force, sending dust and debris swirling. Enraged, Feng Yimo lamented his choice of a secluded location, which he believed would remain undisturbed, thus neglecting to set up defensive formations. To his dismay, someone had intruded, brazenly assaulting his cave. Had they arrived even slightly earlier, it might have disrupted his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, he donned a long robe and soared out of the cave, whereupon he beheld 2 cultivators brandishing weapons, their gazes fixed upon him. One was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, on the verge of achieving the golden core, while the other was at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Visually, they were nearly identical, unmistakably twin brothers. The latter wielded a high-grade spirit weapon, a massive axe, which had been the very instrument that shattered his cave's entrance. Why have you 2 assaulted my abode? If I had been in the midst of cultivation, wouldn't your intrusion have thrown me into chaos? Feng Yimo's expression darkened as he demanded an explanation. Holding a massive axe, the cultivator let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "Boy, stop dawdling. Hand over your storage bags at once, or I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Feng Yimo was taken aback, realizing he was facing a robbery. Did they not fear robbing a golden core cultivator? Glancing back at his dilapidated cave dwelling, he soon understood. It was evidently the lair of a down-and-out loose cultivator, lacking any protective formations. They could easily discern his cultivation level with a mere sweep of their spiritual senses, emboldening them to attack his abode. He chuckled softly, "Are you two planning to rob me?" Feng Yimo held 2 storage bags and marveled at the prospect of wealth, acknowledging that robbery was indeed a swift path to riches. Upon seeing him summon his magical artifact, the leaf cutter, the twin brothers immediately knelt in supplication, trembling with fear. They believed Feng Yimo to be a golden core cultivator who was merely concealing his true strength. Feng Yimo did not press them further. He simply returned the favor by claiming their storage bags. Inside the bags were thousands of second and third-grade spiritual herbs, dozens of second-grade beast corpses, hundreds of low-grade refining materials, and over 10 low to mid-grade spirit stones, alongside 100 or so low and mid-grade magical artifacts. One could only wonder how many victims had fallen to their hands. Feng Yimo tossed the storage bags directly into the Shumi iron, extracting the beast corpses to create a designated area for them, allowing the creatures red and black, as well as red and white, to feast and replenish their spiritual essence for swift evolution. After a brief journey, feeling that his pace was lacking, he summoned red and black, transforming it into a 3-zhang-sized creature upon which he mounted. To his astonishment, red and black's speed far surpassed that of a golden core cultivator, moving with remarkable swiftness. The most striking feature of red and black's advancement was its significant increase in speed, likely attributed to its consumption of the flower-crowned silver python's corpse, renowned for its agility. Moreover, the tail hook of red and black now exhibited a purplish-black hue, indicating an enhancement in toxicity. As 2 days passed, Feng Yimo encountered an increasing number of human cultivators. On several occasions, he witnessed skirmishes between groups of cultivators vying for a particular spiritual herb. Opting to circumvent the conflicts entirely, the entrance to the Xiantian secret realm had appeared this time at the Heavenly Peak, situated within the war-torn zone between humans and beasts. Thus, numerous human cultivators entered the secret realm, alongside a significant number of beasts, each seeking fortune and opportunity. The beasts yearned to transform into human form to learn human techniques and spells. They lacked the knowledge to concoct elixirs and could only devour them whole, greatly diminishing their efficacy. Feng Yimo encountered 2 4th-grade beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle over a spiritual herb. The foreign beast was no match for the native one, which swiftly dispatched it with a fatal bite, tearing it apart to feast. Humans were no different in their ruthless pursuits. A year swiftly passed, and Feng Yimo's cultivation had ascended to the 10th level of foundation establishment, his aura formidable, instilling within him a sense of confidence and pride. Who else could achieve such incremental progress in just a year? Suddenly, red and black, which had been racing forward, came to an abrupt halt, nearly throwing Feng Yimo from its back. Before he could express his anger, red and black turned and bolted in the opposite direction, leaving Feng Yimo bewildered and uncertain of the cause. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as if some profoundly dangerous entity had set its sights upon him. To comprehend the significance of the red and black, one must recognize that it is already classified as a 3rd-tier advanced demon beast. The presence that instilled such fear in it must indeed be formidable. Feng Yimo promptly nestled upon the back of the red and black, allowing it to carry him away with astonishing swiftness, nearly matching the pace of a nascent soul cultivator. The sensation of being pricked by needles lingered until they had fled over 200 miles, at which point he was drenched in sweat, still shaken by the experience. "Thank you, red and black," Feng Yimo expressed as he dismounted and patted its back. Moments earlier, he had basked in the joy of his recent advancement, believing the vicinity to be devoid of peril. Even if danger lurked, he had assumed that with the speed of the red and black, they could easily escape. Little did he know they would encounter a being of extraordinary power. Had the red and black not been vigilant and swiftly turned to flee upon sensing danger, he might have met a grim fate at the jaws of a demon beast. The territory of that beast was vast, and he must have unintentionally intruded upon its domain, drawing its attention. Strangely, the creature seemed disinterested in him as a human intruder. Otherwise, given the immense pressure he felt, it would have been trivial for it to eliminate him. This thought filled Feng Yimo with trepidation. The Xiantian's secret realm was fraught with dangers and lurking threats. A reminder that one must never let their guard down. After resting for a brief moment to stabilize his mind, Feng Yimo instructed the red and black to venture in another direction, steering clear of the area that had so terrified him. Shortly after his departure, a group of cultivators, laughing and chatting, made their way toward the same region. After traveling over 300 miles, a sudden gust of demonic wind swept through, disorienting them completely. They were helplessly lifted into the air, only to be engulfed by a colossal toad, resembling a small mountain, which swallowed them whole without so much as a chew. This toad, towering over 100 feet, shimmered with a golden glow, its hefty body lying motionless on the ground. When hunger struck, it merely opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing in nearby beasts and weaker demon creatures. Its dominion spanned 1,000 miles, and the timid creatures dared not approach it nor attempt to flee. Those that had tried to escape previously had been devoured in an instant. Thus, within a 1,000-mile radius, all demon beasts were merely its livestock. 2 days later, Feng Yimo had distanced himself significantly from that perilous area and arrived before a dilapidated temple. He allowed the red and black to amuse itself while he entered the temple alone. The crumbling temple door had lost half of its structure, with the remaining half barely hanging on by one hinge, leaning askew against the frame. A substantial spider web had formed at the entrance, where a thumb-sized black spider busily scuttled to and fro, weaving its web to ensnare and consume insects. Feng Yimo observed for a moment, choosing not to disturb the spider, before stepping into the main hall. To his surprise, the Xiantian secret realm housed a temple, albeit one long abandoned and in ruins. The lone statue of the Buddha within had suffered severe degradation. Its once golden surface was now marred and peeling, revealing the clay core beneath. One hand of the statue lay broken on the ground, while the other rested atop its folded knee. In a corner of the hall, Feng Yimo noticed a skeleton, clad in tattered black and white robes, with a dusty storage pouch hanging from its waist. Based on the condition of the skeletal remains, it is evident that this individual has been deceased for several decades, if not over a century. Given that the Xiantian secret realm has only been open for 6 years, it is apparent that this person did not perish during the current influx of cultivators, but rather belonged to those who entered the realm over 2 centuries ago, a true elder of the craft. He bowed respectfully to the remains, retrieved the storage bag, and gathered the bones into a pile. He then dug a grave behind the temple and interred the remains, honoring the dead, for once a life has passed, it is only fitting to allow it to rest in peace. While tending to the remains, he noted that several ribs of the deceased were fractured, driven inward, indicating a severe injury to the internal organs that led to death. It seemed that, in his final moments, he sought refuge in this temple, yet tragically failed to save his own life, succumbing here. The grievous injuries suggest a battle with a ferocious beast rather than a confrontation with another cultivator. Had it been the latter, the storage bag at his waist would have certainly been looted long ago. Moreover, it appeared he had succumbed to poison, which ravaged his flesh. For the corporeal form of a nascent soul cultivator does not decay so swiftly after death. His gaze shifted towards a spider weaving its web at the entrance. The creature seemed to sense Feng Yimo's scrutiny and promptly retreated. Feng Yimo effortlessly opened the storage bag, discovering it nearly devoid of spirit stones. With only a single vial of elixir remaining, now reduced to mere powder and rendered ineffective, the bag contained the most numerous items, several jade slips and 2 magical artifacts, suggesting that this individual had likely been a golden core or nascent soul cultivator during his lifetime. He meticulously examined each jade slip. Suddenly, he rose in elation upon discovering the inscription Yin-Yang technique on one of them. This technique, extending into the realms of nascent soul cultivation, indicated that the individual had been a master of the Yin-Yang sect. It was indeed a tragic irony that he met his demise within the confines of this secret realm. I am Jin Yuanzi, the esteemed elder of the Yin-Yang sect. Fortuitously encountering the opening of the Xiantian secret realm, I entered without the opportunity to notify my sect. Shortly after my arrival, I serendipitously acquired the Holy Yuan fruit, allowing me to advance from the initial to the mid-nascent soul stage. Yet, amidst my elation, I encountered a fearsome beast. I fought valiantly for over a dozen exchanges, but was ultimately overpowered and gravely wounded. I resorted to the blood escape technique, fleeing to this spot, only to perish beneath the venom of a mere spider. In my dying moments, I inscribed this jade slip in the hope that a kindred spirit might find it and return the contents of my storage bag, along with the jade slips, to the Yin-Yang sect, for which I would be eternally grateful. This was the content Feng Yimo uncovered in another jade slip. The latter part of the message was fragmented, suggesting that Zheng Yuanzi hastily recorded his thoughts before his untimely end, yearning for someone to deliver his sect's teachings back to the Yin-Yang sect. Alas, this individual had arrived 2 centuries too late, with no one passing through this desolate place until now. Given that he himself practiced the Yin-Yang technique, how could he possibly return the jade slip? Contemplating this, he pulled out the jade slip containing the Yin-Yang technique and began to read it earnestly, word by word. Previously, even with only the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he had advanced to the 10th and even 13th layers, leaving him perplexed. Now, possessing the subsequent teachings of the Yin-Yang technique, he meticulously compared and contrasted them with his prior insights into cultivation. 2 hours later, Feng Yimo was astonished to discover that the Yin-Yang art was indeed a self-upgrading technique. Once one embarked on its practice, it would remain with them for a lifetime, inextricably linked to their being. Even if one abandoned it to pursue other methods, the Yin-Yang art would be deeply ingrained within their essence, never to be forgotten. Once the objective conditions were met, it would spontaneously awaken, facilitating one's cultivation. This meant that even in the absence of subsequent techniques, Feng Yimo could still cultivate the Yin-Yang art passively, albeit at a significantly slower pace than if he were actively engaging with it, and it required external stimuli to activate. Much like the time he absorbed the extreme cold energy from Bai Yinchuang's body. Seeing this, Feng Yimo was overjoyed, utterly surprised by the formidable power of the Yin-Yang sect. Yet, he pondered, why was such a transcendent technique confined to the Qin kingdom? The practitioners under its banner should be immensely powerful, with at least a dozen at the nascent soul stage. According to the introduction in the Jade Slip from Zheng Yuanzi, he had entered the Xiantian secret realm at merely the initial stage of nascent soul, and yet he could become a supreme elder of the Yin-Yang sect, indicating that its strength was rather mediocre. What could account for this discrepancy? After contemplating for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he noticed a few jade boxes in his storage bag, each sealed with restrictions. Due to the passage of time, these seals had loosened, and Feng Yimo swiftly opened the boxes, only to find several sacred origin fruits inside. Regrettably, their spiritual energy had dissipated significantly, rendering them shriveled and greatly diminished in effectiveness. He quickly realized the ruse. The jade slips were a false gift, while the sacred origin fruits were the true offering. A testament to the sender's good intentions even in their dying moments, wishing to aid their sect. Even if their efficacy was halved, they were still rare treasures. And Feng Yimo graciously accepted them. The ordinary jade boxes could not preserve the freshness of the spiritual fruits, which prompted him to devise a method to maintain the freshness of the sacred origin fruits he would harvest. Unfortunately, during his time in Maple Leaf Town, he had not procured any boxes conducive to preservation. He resolved that upon exiting the secret realm, he would purchase some preservation boxes capable of retaining spiritual energy for the sacred origin fruits. After all, he did not yet know how long it would take to reach the nascent soul stage necessary to consume them. He had considered refining sacred origin pills, but his skills were limited, and he lacked the necessary auxiliary spiritual herbs. Hong and Hei returned from outside, dragging a second-tier demonic beast behind them, which they promptly devoured. This creature had developed an insatiable appetite, as if its stomach were an abyss. Feng Yimo released Hong and Bai. It was currently only at the low-level second-tier demonic beast stage. Aside from its ability to unleash lightning and its speed, it lacked any notable specialties. Thus, Feng Yimo hoped it would consume more demonic beast carcasses to facilitate an early advancement. After a day of rest, the spider had yet to reappear, and Feng Yimo coldly smirked, thinking that if it dared to return, he would surely slay it to avenge Zheng Yuanzi. A mere insect could live for over 200 years, while human cultivators toiled exhaustively to reach the foundation establishment stage, typically around 200 years of age, unable to rival a spider in longevity. However, humanity possessed profound wisdom, while insects and demonic beasts relied solely on instinct. Both had their respective strengths and weaknesses. It seemed that heaven was equitable. Leaving the dilapidated temple, Feng Yimo sat upon the back of Hong Yu and Hei Yu, this time willing to expend some soul energy to spread out his divine consciousness and heighten his vigilance. As he progressed, a remarkable surge of spiritual energy soared into the sky, emanating from his left front. A treasure has emerged. Feng Yimo rejoiced and urged Hong Yu and Hei Yu to hasten towards the source. Before reaching the location, he witnessed several waves of cultivators launching an assault on a transparent barrier about a zhang in size. The barrier trembled precariously. Within it lay a luminescent jade pendant alongside 3 extraordinary spirit stones, resplendent in red, yellow, and blue. These are top-grade spirit stones. Feng Yimo was astounded to find the emergence of fire, earth, and water attribute top-grade spirit stones. However, upon casting his gaze upon a group of individuals nearby, he was seized by a surge of anger and urged Hong Yu and He Yu to accelerate. The 5 individuals were none other than his grandfather Feng Jihui, along with Feng Shangquan, Feng Shiren, and 2 other disciples of the Feng family. At this moment, Feng Jihui was gravely injured, clutching his chest and coughing blood, while Feng Shangquan and the others glared with fury at the cultivators attacking the barrier, their anger stifled. Over the course of 6 years, Feng Shangquan and Feng Shiren had both attained the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, their cultivation speed not lacking, evidently each having their own fortunes. "Grandfather, what happened? Who injured you?" Feng Yimo approached, leaping down from Hong Yu and He Yu, his expression filled with concern. "Ah, Yimo, you have also entered the Xiantian secret realm?" Feng Jihui, upon seeing Feng Yimo, momentarily forgot his pain and joy and struggled to stand. "Shangquan told me that you diverted the beast to protect the clan's children. I have been worried about you, sending people to search for you several times, thanking you. It's good that you are safe, otherwise I would have had no way to explain to your mother." As he spoke, Feng Jihui's eyes glistened with moisture upon learning of Feng Yimo's valorous deeds. He had regretted not protecting this grandson better. Facing several 2nd-tier beasts and a 3rd-tier one, even a golden core cultivator would struggle, let alone his grandson who had only been cultivating for a few days. Thus, he believed Feng Yimo was likely doomed, and now, seeing his grandson suddenly before him, he was overwhelmed with joy. Feng Yimo produced 2 3rd-tier healing elixirs and administered them to his grandfather. As the medicine entered his system, Feng Jihui immediately recognized it as a miraculous healing remedy and promptly sat down to refine its effects. Feng Shangquan, with his corpulent frame, threw himself onto Feng Yimo, embracing him tightly. "Cousin Yimo, I thought I would never see you again." Wait, your cultivation." He noticed that his cousin's cultivation far surpassed his own and that of his sister, even exceeding that of their cousin Qilan, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. In his haste, Feng Yimo had not concealed his cultivation with the concealed soul technique. "Cousin Shangquan, what on earth happened?" Feng Yimo, his face contorted with anger, demanded to know how his grandfather had been injured. The events unfolded thus. On the day the Xiantian secret realm opened, we happened to be at the Tianwai Peak. Grandfather immediately led us into the realm, where he assisted us in establishing our foundations. His cultivation also rose from the 2nd layer of golden core to the 4th. Yesterday, we stumbled upon this extraordinary place filled with treasures. Under my grandfather's guidance, we took turns attacking the protective barrier, and success seemed imminent. However, unexpectedly, a group of individuals appeared, injuring my grandfather with the intent of seizing the treasures within. Upon witnessing my brother's momentary stupor, Feng Shiren eagerly interjected. The outcome closely mirrored Feng Yimo's predictions. Otherwise, Feng Shangquan and the others would not have displayed such evident frustration. The groups engaged in the assault on the barrier paid no heed to Feng Yimo's arrival, focused entirely on their mission. As the barrier was on the verge of collapse, an opportune moment to reap the fruits of their labors. Before us stood 3 factions of cultivators, one comprised of 2 individuals, both at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Another group consisted of 3, led by a cultivator at the 4th layer of the Golden Core, accompanied by 2 at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The final faction, the most formidable, was a lone cultivator at the 5th layer of the Golden Core. Feng Shiren pointed at the 5th layer cultivator with resentment, exclaiming, "It was he who injured grandfather." Feng Yimo discreetly summoned the red and white. This individual possessed remarkable speed and a venomous nature, making him exceptionally suited for ambushes. He had harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Golden Core cultivator responsible for injuring his grandfather. The cultivator wielded a brush-like artifact, incessantly tapping in the air. With each tap, the barrier buckled inward, demonstrating considerable power. As the barrier neared its shattering point, Feng Yimo bellowed, "Allow me to lend you my strength." With that, he unleashed the falling leaf slash, which swiftly expanded to an impressive 5 zhang, cleaving towards the barrier near the 5th layer cultivator. What an artifact! The 4 Golden Core cultivators besieging the barrier were taken aback. How could this Foundation Establishment cultivator, at the 10th layer, command an artifact? In their moment of astonishment, the falling leaf slash suddenly altered its trajectory, aiming directly for the head of the 5th layer cultivator. With a disdainful chuckle, the 5th layer cultivator waved his hand, redirecting the brush artifact to meet the falling leaves slash. However, the red and white, lying in wait, swiftly raised their tail hook. aiming directly at the face of the fifth-layer cultivator. How audacious! The fifth-layer cultivator seethed in fury. How dare this trifling third-tier demon insect attack him? He spread his left fingers, conjuring a round shield that expanded to nearly 10 feet in diameter, shielding him. Yet, the red and white's tail was remarkably agile, altering course mid-flight and arcing towards the cultivator's back. Taken aback by the speed, the golden core cultivator hurriedly repositioned the shield to guard his rear. Although the falling leaf slash was indeed an artifact, one even superior to the brush artifact, Feng Yimo, being merely at the 10th layer of foundation establishment, was vastly outmatched in mana against the 5th-layer foe. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual awareness, he would never have dared to engage. Thus, the power of his strike was significantly diminished. Clang! The falling leaf slash was deflected by the brush artifact, vibrating as it performed 2 flips before Feng Yimo leapt and grasped it firmly, gripping the hilt with both hands. With a mighty shout, he brought the 5-zhong falling leaves slash crashing down towards the head of the 5th-layer cultivator. This method of combat was exceedingly rare among cultivators, resembling the duels of martial warriors in the mundane realm. The 5th-layer cultivator smirked contemptuously, twisting his wrist as the brush artifact spiraled into motion, summoning a gust of wind that stirred the surrounding mountains for dozens of zhong, creating a massive whirlwind aimed squarely at Feng Yimo's descending form. Unbeknownst to others, Feng Yimo did not evade or retreat. He charged directly into the wind vortex. Just as the vortex was about to strike his chest, he swiftly brought down the falling leaves slash upon the head of the 5th-level golden core cultivator. Startled, the cultivator thought, is he truly attempting to perish alongside me? My life is far more valuable than his. He quickly sidestepped, yet a flash of white light darted from Feng Yimo's sleeve, biting into the wrist of the 5th-level cultivator before retracting with lightning speed. Bang! Feng Yimo was struck in the chest by the brush-like wind vortex and was sent flying. The 2 initial stage golden core cultivators, who were bombarding the protective shield, shook their heads discreetly. Even if he survives, he will be severely injured. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator challenge a golden core? They thought, deeming him utterly foolish. However, Feng Yimo did not fall or spit blood. Instead, he executed a somersault and returned, retracting the falling leaves slash to gaze at the 5th-level cultivator. The onlookers were stunned to see him unscathed after such a potent strike from a magical artifact. The 5th-level cultivator, gripping his right wrist with his left hand, looked at Feng Yimo with a strange expression. As the crowd pondered his intentions, they heard the sound of a clatter. The brush artifact had fallen to the ground, and the circular shield, lacking magical support, was swept away by the red and black tail hook. With a soft thud, the tail hook pierced through the back of the 5th-level cultivator and emerged from his chest, lifting his lifeless body high, as if to taunt the other golden core cultivators. The 2 initial stage golden core cultivators and 1 mid-stage cultivator stood frozen, bewildered, unable to comprehend how the one who seemed to have the upper hand had suddenly perished. What? Are you all planning to flee as he did? Feng Yimo coldly inquired. The 5 cultivators shivered and took 2 steps back, the atmosphere too bizarre for them to grasp. A perfectly healthy 5th-level cultivator had just died, without them ever witnessing how the young man had killed him. Amid their hesitation, Feng Jihui, healing from his injuries, rose and approached. The 5 immediately turned and fled in a panic. Immortal, how could you possess such cultivation to independently slay a 5th-level golden core cultivator? Feng Jihui asked, astonished beyond measure. Feng Yimo remained silent, merely observing the retreating 5 until they were far away before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immortal, are you injured? Feng Jihui exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support him. It's nothing. It's fortunate I wore the silver snow silk armor, or I would have sustained severe injuries. A single strike from a magical artifact is indeed not to be underestimated, he replied. Earlier, relying on the protection of the silver snow silk inner armor combined with his minor mastery in body refinement, he had dared to withstand the brush artifact's blow, which had allowed him to distract the 3 golden core cultivators and create an opportunity for the red and white to strike. That lethal poison had claimed the life of the 5th-level cultivator. Grandfather, quickly shatter the protective shield and seize the treasures. We cannot linger here, Feng Yimo declared, consuming a rejuvenating pill to refine its medicinal properties while addressing Feng Jihui. Understood. Feng Jihui summoned his magical artifact and, with a few strikes, shattered the protective barrier. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he collected the jade pendant and the exquisite spirit stones, commanding Feng Shiren to stow away her brush artifact and shield. He instructed Feng Shangquan to assist Feng Yimo onto the back of the giant red and black creature, and the group hastily departed. Half an hour later, a figure darted in from the distance like a bolt of lightning. Upon seeing the shattered barrier and the absence of its contents, the expression on their face darkened significantly. With a grim tone, they declared, "Whoever has taken what belongs to me, be it to the ends of the earth, I shall pursue you relentlessly." With that, the figure vanished from sight, revealing themselves to be a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The group fled for 2 hours, and after tending to their wounds, Feng Yimo's injuries had mostly healed. He commanded the giant creature to shrink to a size of 10 zhang, allowing Feng Shangquan, Feng Shiren, and the others to mount it, ensuring a swift and stable journey. Witnessing Feng Yimo single-handedly defeat a fifth-layer golden core cultivator, despite the latter's underestimation, filled Feng Shangquan and the others with awe. Surely, even their grandfather would not easily vanquish such an opponent. What extraordinary encounters had Feng Yimo experienced in the secret realm to become so formidable? Moreover, the enormous scorpion beneath them was remarkably swift, surpassing even their grandfather's flying speed. Truly enviable. Having distanced themselves from their previous location, Feng Yimo signaled for the giant creature to slow down. The group dismounted, and he recounted his experiences to his grandfather. He revealed that his cousin Feng Qilan and uncle Feng Tao had been turned into corpse puppets by malevolent individuals, prompting sighs of despair from the others. "Mir, I never anticipated that your achievements today are solely the result of your own efforts. I am delighted for you, as is your deceased mother," Feng Jihui said, grasping Feng Yimo's hand. "Mir, what are your plans moving forward?" "Grandfather, I wish to take advantage of the remaining 3 years to explore the secret realm further, seeking my fortune. After all, such encounters with the Xiantian secret realm are rare," Feng Yimo replied. "Very well, your ambitions are commendable, and I shall support you. Keep this jade pendant and these exquisite spirit stones. They may prove useful at some point," Feng Jihui said, handing over the jade pendant and 3 exquisite spirit stones he had retrieved from the barrier. "Grandfather, this..." Feng Yimo was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with gratitude that his grandfather had bestowed upon him all these treasures. "Child, without your endeavors, these items would never have come into my possession. This jade pendant appears extraordinary. I am uncertain of its purpose, but it is of no use to me. You are young, full of potential, and I hope one day it will aid you. Exquisite spirit stones are exceedingly rare in the cultivation world and may save your life in critical moments. Since you have chosen to continue this perilous path, take these with peace of mind," Feng Jihui said earnestly. "Thank you, grandfather." Feng Yimo's eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. He then produced all the third-tier spirit pills from his storage bag. "Grandfather, please keep these spirit pills for your cultivation." Feng Jihui stared in shock at the hundreds of bottles of spirit pills, rendered speechless. These spirit pills are all your creation?" Feng Yimo nodded and took out 2 bottles of spirit-obtaining elixir, gravely stating, "Grandfather, these elixirs are spirit-obtaining elixirs, capable of resolving the issue of Dan poison. However, it is imperative that they are not consumed in excess. Otherwise, one's cultivation will stagnate at the nascent soul stage, rendering any further progress unattainable." "What? You can also concoct spirit-obtaining elixirs?" Feng Jihui nearly leaped up, gazing incredulously at his grandson. The Chu family's ancient ancestor had been devising plans for an extended period to procure the spirit-obtaining elixirs. Only for them to materialize in the hands of his grandson, how could he not be astounded? "I stumbled upon the recipe for the spirit-obtaining elixir by chance and managed to concoct it. I never anticipated success," Feng Yimo replied. "Grandfather, it is crucial that the matter of the spirit-obtaining elixir remains confidential. Rest assured, my dear, I shall not utter a single word." Feng Yimo departed from his grandfather and, before leaving, imparted his alchemical knowledge over the course of 2 hours to Feng Shiren. Feng Shiren was utterly in awe of her seemingly unremarkable cousin. Realizing the depth of his abilities and an aspiration to become his apprentice blossomed within her. However, Feng Yimo was unwilling. He deemed the quest for treasure too perilous. As he watched Feng Yimo's solitary figure fade into the distance, Feng Jihui sighed, noting the resemblance to his father. "Mozu, come. Let us seek a location abundant in spiritual energy to enter seclusion and diligently cultivate. We must seize every opportunity to enhance our cultivation," Feng Jihui declared, waving his hand. With an ample supply of elixirs and abundant spiritual energy, the children's cultivation would surely advance. The corpse of a 5th-layer golden core cultivator was devoured entirely by Hong and He, while Feng Yimo directly discarded the storage bag into the shumi iron. He had not even disclosed the matter of the Shumi iron to his grandfather, not out of distrust, but because the item was far too precious. Should its existence be revealed, it could spell disaster for the Feng family and himself. Offering the spirit-obtaining elixir was already a considerable risk, yet without it, his grandfather and the others would face significant constraints on their elixir consumption, hindering their ability to rapidly elevate their cultivation. Only by alleviating the concerns of Dan poison could they confidently and boldly consume elixirs without fear of repercussions. The brush talisman and shield were gifted to Feng Shangquan, eliciting envy from others. Feng Shangquan was both surprised and delighted, having acquired a talisman even before achieving the golden core stage. However, Feng Yimo cautioned him sternly not to employ the talisman until he reached the golden core stage, as the realm of cultivation was rife with treachery and the pursuit of treasures often led to deadly encounters. After the harrowing events in Huangquan City, where he had nearly perished in the jaws of an unknown terrifying beast, and recalling the guardians of the graves, Feng Yimo grew increasingly aware of the profound mysteries surrounding the Xiantian secret realm. Opportunities existed, yet they were invariably accompanied by formidable dangers, necessitating a vigilant and cautious approach. Furthermore, upon entering the Xiantian secret realm, he had acquired the holy yuan fruit, various talismans, and the companionship of Hong and Bai. Most notably, he had obtained the Shumi iron and the subsequent techniques of the yin-yang formula, marking his journey as remarkably fruitful. Thus, he was reluctant to court further risks. Slowing his pace, he sought other treasures while ensuring his own safety. As he traversed the path, he encountered numerous corpses, some human, others beastly, yet all bore a commonality. Their bodies were mangled, with not a single one intact. The vital parts of the beast's carcass had been meticulously severed, a clear indication of human intervention. The storage bags of the human cultivators had been entirely taken, further corroborating the handiwork of humans. When human cultivators entered the Xiantian secret realm, they descended like locusts upon a field, indulging in unrestrained plunder. On this particular day, Feng Yimo was roasting the corpse of a beast over an open fire, while two little creatures, one red and the other black, stood nearby, their eyes glistening with desire as they gazed upon the roasted flesh. They had always consumed the raw flesh of beasts and seldom savored the delight of cooked meat. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing the two little beings to pace anxiously, yet they dared not move without Feng Yimo's command. "Help! Help me!" A streak of light dashed from the distance, landing before Feng Yimo. He looked up to see a disheveled old Taoist, drenched in blood, with his left arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Supported only by a flying sword beneath him, he stumbled as he landed, falling to the ground with a clang as the sword clattered to the earth. Feng Yimo hurriedly approached to assist him, inquiring, "Friend, what has transpired?" The old Taoist cast a fearful glance over his shoulder and exclaimed, "Someone is pursuing me. Please, defend me." "Who is it? What level of cultivation do they possess?" Feng Yimo asked urgently. The old Taoist, in a state of shock, stammered. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a dark light erupted from his lips, hurtling directly towards Feng Yimo's face. At that moment, Feng Yimo stood merely 2 feet away from the old Taoist, his left hand supporting the old man's right arm. The proximity left no time for evasion,